The apocalypse arrived, launching turned into a game, and all humans received class change opportunities. These classes varied widely: their eccentricity astonishing: gourmet, exam machine, saint, Casanova, scholar, clown, fake human. And Suyu, who had been lingering in a short video filming crew, changed to the unique class True Pelican. This class could not obtain any active skills, but upon killing monsters it could permanently plunder the monster's attribute points and expertise. What kind of acting is this? I tell you, your salary this month is gone. Inside a makeshift tent office on a suburban wasteland. The round-head, round-bellied short video crew assistant director Wu Tao was furious, glaring at Suyu. It doesn't matter, the crew agreed to provide meals anyway. You. Wu Tao didn't expect Suyu's reply. He stared in disbelief at the handsome young man before him. Are you talking back to me? A small actor talking back to an appointed assistant director. Was he that stubborn? First, there is no physical contact between my mouth and yours. Second, is your mouth so heavy that it needs me to prop it up? Suyu spoke while looking at Wu Tao as if he were an idiot. Then he turned and walked away, generously waving his hand. Forget it, I forgive you. But now I need to go eat, I'm hungry. There was really nothing to say to a deputy director who came in commanding and showing off presence lacking professional knowledge. This drama was almost finished and the results were good. This so-called deputy director was merely sent to check progress, but he insisted on negating the crew's hard work over the past period. He just wanted to highlight his own importance. Of course, the main reason Suyu could be so tough was that he had won the lottery by chance a few days ago. With a huge sum of money and financial freedom, naturally there was no need to indulge an irrational deputy director. Hearing Suyu's reply, Wu Tao's face flushed red at an incredible speed, like a tomato. I tell you, your role is gone. I'm replacing you. Suyu stopped and turned around. Wu Tao thought he was about to bow down. Suyu showed a sincere smile. Oh, can't pressure someone else so you're hurt and sad. Bang. Wu Tao was visibly anxious and grabbed a thermos cup on the table to throw at him. It'll hurt your mother's head. Suyu dodged the thermos cup, nimbly backstepped out of the tent, then turned around coolly to go get the boxed lunch. Even if fired, it would be a waste not to eat the free meal. Just then his phone rang. Suyu looked closely, a hint of joy on his face, and answered. A gentle female voice quickly sounded. Mr. Su, due to an intern's input error, the last digit of the current grand prize lottery number changed from 7 to 6. So I'm sorry to inform you that you are not the winner of Heimakayu's 1415th grand prize. However, rest assured, Heimatsuyu will send you 2 packs of tissues as compensation. Meanwhile, we will fire the intern. We hope to get Mr. Su's understanding. Suyu's eyes widened. What was this? Could they play like this? What did intern input error mean? Wasn't this mocking idiots? Oh, look what I heard. Wu Tao picked up the thermos cup from the ground, his sarcastic voice rising behind Suyu. So it turns out you won the lottery, so you're arrogant. But looks like your grand prize is gone. Oh my god. But don't be sad, my friend. You've got at least 2 packs of tissues, perfect for crying under the covers tonight. Suyu turned around expressionless at Wu Tao, then suddenly smiled with a crooked mouth. Originally I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but it seems I can't. Wu Tao's breath caught, startled by Suyu, and he subconsciously asked. What do you mean? Suyu took a deep breath, about to speak. Suddenly a majestic voice sounded in his mind. Doomsday game loaded, semidatification in progress. Wu Tao's eyes widened, instantly connecting with Suyu's earlier words. He couldn't help but step back twice, staring at him in terror. What is this? Did you do this? You're not human. What the hell is talking in my brain? Suyu's mouth twitched slightly, with no intention to explain to Wu Tao that this was just a coincidence. He realized that whether he won the lottery or not didn't matter anymore. The next second, light and color streamed before his eyes. His consciousness appeared in a pure white space. The majestic voice continued. Data entry: your player number is 6721. Class changing. Class change successful. Your class is the unique class, True Pelican. A pale blue light screen appeared before Suyu. Player number 6721 LV. 10100. Class True Pelican. Unique HP 50, energy 50, attributes physique 5, spirit 5, mystery 4, charm 7, luck 9, expertise none, skills 1. Pelican's eye, passive, unique equipment none, overall combat power 6, doom ladder ranking none, the ladder only, records top 10000 players. Suyu's eyes landed on his luck attribute, raising an eyebrow. I knew it. Winning the grand prize on my first lottery ticket, I must be lucky. Then, as if thinking of something, he muttered to himself. Are you kidding me? My charm is only 7. By the way, does this thing include assets in the charm calculation? For most people, the appearance of the Doomsday game was something that would severely impact their worldview. But Suyu only casually complained a couple of times and accepted it all calmly. And he opened his class information to read carefully. Class trait: this class cannot obtain any active skills after killing monsters, can permanently plunder part of the monster's attribute points and 1 expertise. Class growth. None. This class cannot gain any attributes, skills or expertise through leveling up. Seems not good. The early stage of this class is too weak, too slow to start. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could think more, in the next instant his consciousness returned to his body. Wu Tao opened his eyes dazedly. The experience of the past few minutes shattered his worldview. The sudden appearance of the doomsday game left this 45-year-old man momentarily at a loss. After his consciousness returned to reality, his first thought was his son in high school. I need to find him. Damn it, why isn't this phone working? Who are you going to find? Wu Tao turned to look at Suyu. He now thought clearly. This sudden doomsday game definitely had nothing to do with Suyu. I don't have time to mess with you now. I apologize for what I did earlier. Now I need to find my son. How old is your son? 17. Do you think a fat, short, middle-aged dwarf is stronger than a high school student at peak physical function? Wu Tao's breath became heavy. He glared at Suyu. Can't you talk properly? What time is it now? You're still saying these cynical things. Let me tell you, this is a disaster affecting all of humanity. Suyu remained expressionless. My class is very strong in the early stage. If you follow me, I can keep you alive. Wu Tao looked at Suyu suspiciously. What did you say? What is your class? Suyu, however, did not answer him this time. Instead, he looked around, pulled out a steel rod supporting the tent and held it in his hand. Wu Tao instantly caught on and followed suit, quickly acquiring a steel rod in his hand. As for the tent, it completely collapsed. Perhaps emboldened by having something that could barely be called a weapon in his hand, Wu Tao grew bolder. Suyu, I don't see any changes yet. What exactly is this doomsday game? Call me brother, you. Wu Tao barely restrained the urge to hit Suyu's head with the steel rod. However, judging by Suyu's attitude, he now believed that Suyu's class must be very strong in the early stages. After sizing up Suyu's height of over 1.8 meters, Wu Tao silently calculated that his stats must be high. So he reluctantly spoke, "Be our brother, you. We should hurry up and find the others. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and when everyone adds fuel, the flames rise high." Suyu glanced at this middle-aged fat man who could bend and stretch and said flatly, "If you hadn't insisted, your tent would have been set up with the rest of the crew." Wu Tao looked embarrassed. The reason he had the tent set up here was because he planned to call his kept lover for a rendezvous in the wild at night. This was one of his little-known hobbies. Ahem, let's not talk about that. Before Wu Tao could finish, his entire body began to tremble and he stared blankly at the sky. Suyu looked up. In the sky, a deep red fissure was rapidly tearing open. Then streaks of white light shot out from the fissure, one of which landed right in front of Suyu. The light faded, revealing a half-meter-tall creature that looked very cute. It resembled a breathing glutinous rice ball with a round body encased in a translucent lavender soft shell floating in midair. What is this? Wu Tao was dumbfounded. This style was completely different from what he had imagined. Suyu licked his lips. It looks delicious. Wu Tao. At this moment he somewhat regretted it. If he had known Suyu was a pervert, he should never have provoked him. The data panel of that glutinous rice ball appeared in front of Suyu. Name: purple glutinous bubble LV. 1 quality: common, health 50, energy 50, attributes: physique 5, spirit 5, mystery 5, charm 5, luck 1, trait 1. Protective shell, skills 1. Take a purple egg. 2. Slow regeneration, total combat power 8. This was the effect of the passive skill Pelican Eye, allowing Suyu to see the monster's data panel. Little Wu, this monster has 2 skills: take a purple egg and slow regeneration. Suyu stepped back, positioning Wu Tao in front of him. Go ahead, and when its purple light intensifies, don't get greedy, dodge immediately. Wu Tao's mind was filled with profanities. I'll go to your mom's, take a purple egg. He was convinced that Suyu was messing with him, but because he stood slightly in front of Suyu, the purple glutinous bubble had already fixed its gaze on him. New awe. The purple light on the bubble's shell intensified and it rapidly charged at Wu Tao, bringing with it a gust of wind and a strong sense of pressure. Wu Tao's limbs were already weak. He stood frozen, his mind blank. Suyu frowned and kicked him on the butt, sending him flying 2 meters away, just dodging the bubble's charge. Wu Tao struggled to his feet and looked at Suyu gratefully. Especially when he saw a deep pit where he had stood. New awe. Missing its skill, the bubble was clearly unhappy and turned its target to Suyu, who had obstructed it. Little Wu, pull yourself together. Think of your son, use your skill. Skill. Wu Tao snapped awake. Brother, you hold on. My skill needs time. The moment he spoke, Suyu dodged the bubble's charge and slammed a steel rod into it. A number popped above it. To be honest, this number was really low, and more importantly, the recoil made Suyu's hand tingle. The bubble stopped midair and charged at him again. After dodging 2 consecutive charges, Suyu frowned. Since he was semi-digitized, he felt tired as his stamina drained. Aha! Just then a roar was heard and Wu Tao, engulfed in white flames, charged straight at the bubble. Suya's eyes brightened as he watched them collide. 10. A moderate number appeared. Little Wu, well done. Ah. Wu Tao kept roaring, his face twisted in a ferocious expression, flailing the steel rod and beating the bubble. Numbers kept popping up and the bubble's health visibly decreased. Suyu stared intently at the health changes, ready to steal the kill. But Wu Tao only lasted 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the white flames on him extinguished and he collapsed to the ground as if drained of all strength. I can't do it anymore, this skill drains too much. Suyu looked closely and saw the bubble had only 12 health left, which he could handle. He said nothing and engaged it alone. After a short rest, Wu Tao looked at Suyu with suspicion. Didn't he say his class was strong early on? Looking at this performance, where was the strength? Could it be that he was holding back skills to guard against him? So after recovering a bit of stamina, seeing the monster's health at rock bottom, his eyes spun with an idea. I'll help you. With that, he raised his steel rod and charged at the bubble. At this moment, the bubble had only 4 health left and Suya's rod was about to land on it. But the corner of Suya's mouth lifted slightly because he had long anticipated Wu Tao's attempt to steal the kill. With a flick of his wrist, his rod swept through the air beside the bubble. Wu Tao's rod just landed on the bubble. Suyu quick as lightning swung back and the bubble's health went to 0. Oops, my hand slipped just now. Good thing you came in with that hit, little Wu. Wu Tao looked at Suyu in disbelief. A middle-aged man who hadn't played many games was clearly no match for Suyu when it came to kill stealing. Tip: you killed purple glutinous bubble LV. 1. Based on the damage you dealt, experience 3. Tip: you swallowed purple glutinous bubble LV. 1. You gained 1 point of physique. Tip: you digested purple glutinous bubble LV. 1. Extracting its trait. Tip: you obtained the trait Protective Shell. The incessant alert sounds rang out and Suyu glanced at them, feeling a surge of joy within his heart. Protective Shell. Common level: your physical damage taken is reduced by 1 point. It was a rather ordinary skill, yet still somewhat useful in the early stages. The increase in physique simultaneously raised Suya's health points and energy points, adding 10 and 5 points respectively. Evidently, health points solely depend on the level of physique, currently calculated as 1 point of physique equating to 10 points of health. Perhaps there are corresponding skills that can allow physique to provide more health points. Energy points are calculated as the sum of physique and spirit or mystery divided by 2. Whether it is spirit plus physique or mystery plus physique depends on which of the two has a higher value. In other words, for Suyu, physique is undoubtedly the most important. Because he cannot acquire active skills, he naturally does not have a demand for energy points. Of course, the attributes of spirit and mystery are also useful, as their enhancement can increase resistances. Hey, didn't you say that your profession is quite powerful in the early stages? Wu Tao squinted, sizing up Suyu. Suyu shot him a glance. What a fool, even now you can't see how powerful my profession really is. Wu Tao took a deep breath. Most of that monster's health points were taken down by me. Suyu remained expressionless. Think with your brain, who told you about that monster's skills? Wu Tao was taken aback. He remembered that Suyu had indeed mentioned the monster's skills to him. Your profession allows you to know these monster's skills. So now you understand the strength of my profession, right? Wu Tao fell silent, glancing at the deep pit on the ground, unable to suppress a shiver. If it weren't for Suyu forewarning him about the monster's skills and giving him a kick, he would have surely faced a serious blow. Thinking of this, he looked at Suyu with a complex expression. I really owe you an apology. I shouldn't have troubled you before. But actually, I didn't want to. I was sent by the investors and they firmly gave me some targets. I suspect that your cruise director refused to chase funding, which is why the investors sent me to annoy you. Suyu raised an eyebrow. So you weren't genuinely apologizing before? Wu Tao. Suyu waved his hand. Little Wu, since you know you did wrong, just listen to me from now on. Come on, call me brother. You again, let me hear it. Wu Tao's mouth twitched. He realized he couldn't quite discern what kind of person Suyu truly was. By normal logic, he should have sincerely apologized and then Suyu would accept his apology. Afterwards, they would clear the air and laugh off their grievances. Brother, you. So what is your profession? Wild King. Suyu looked Wu Tao up and down. Wild as in jungle and king as in ruler. Yes. Suyu was momentarily speechless. What exactly are the professions in this apocalyptic game based on? Wu Tao seemed completely unrelated to the two words Wild King. What about your skills? Wild King's roar: charge for 5 seconds, then unleash a powerful roar that increases damage for 3 seconds but consumes a lot of stamina. Suyu instantly gave Wu Tao a precise classification: burst damage. Due to the profession's weakness in the early stages, Suyu clearly understood he needed to team up with others in the early game. And at critical moments he needed to secure kills. As long as he secured enough kills, he could stack up his attributes and gain various skills to enhance his strength. This profession would then be activated. He looked up at the fissure in the sky where white streams of light continued to fly out, scattering in all directions. Occasionally he could see 1 or 2 green streams of light, which might be elite monsters. Little Wu, have you thought about a question? What question? What are we going to eat in the future? After a brief silence, Wu Tao realized that the question Suyu raised was quite realistic. The emergence of the apocalypse game would inevitably disrupt the existing order. Industries like mechanized agriculture and manufacturing would unavoidably regress. After all, once powerful forces are in the hands of individuals, it becomes difficult for organizations that once controlled the order to stuff these individuals back into factories. Brother Yu, I think we actually need to consider what we are going to eat tonight. Wu Tao looked towards the direction of the tents set up by the crew. Moments later, the two arrived at the place where the crew had set up tents but saw not a single soul. Wu Tao hurried towards where the vehicles were parked and soon Suyu heard his loud curses. These damn dogs, they took all the cars. They must have driven back to the city. He also took a look at the tent where the meals were distributed. Damn. There's nothing left, not even a bottle of water. Wu Tao angrily ran up to Suyu. Those people are too much. As expected. Suyu remained calm in the face of crisis. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is human instinct. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Without food, our stamina cannot be guaranteed. How can we withstand the monsters? Also, when night falls, are we supposed to sleep in the tents? The tents are so flimsy, completely unsafe. If any monsters come, we would be in danger. Wu Tao raised a series of questions, looking very distressed. This is a barren area on the outskirts. The crew came here to shoot part of the plot, not expecting the apocalypse game to arrive suddenly. This place is about 20 kilometers from the city. While Wu Tao was busy with futile efforts, Suyu had formed an idea and decisively spoke up. Let's actively seek out monsters. Ha! Wu Tao was shocked. Why? Isn't that dangerous? Suyu said expressionlessly. The voice before made it very clear this is an apocalypse game. Since it is a game, then defeating monsters will likely drop equipment or materials. And I suspect that defeating monsters might directly yield food. Don't you think that the monster we encountered before looked a lot like a purple glutinous rice dumpling? Wu Tao was skeptical, feeling that Suyu was probably pulling his leg. But since he didn't usually play games, he couldn't find points to refute, so he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Alright, Brother Yu, I sincerely call you Brother Yu because I want to survive. I still have a son. Alright, stop rambling. Suyu interrupted him, fixating on a white stream of light's landing point. Follow me. Very good, little Wu, hold on a bit longer. Nice work, beautifully done. Suyu casually encouraged Wu Tao while suddenly striking with a steel bar, collecting the head of the nearly dead monster. This was already the third head he had claimed, yet Wu Tao surprisingly had no objections. The reason was simple: experience from killing monsters is distributed based on the damage dealt to the monster. In Wu Tao's view, the more damage he dealt, the more experience he would ultimately gain, and he was sure to level up to level 2 ahead of Suyu. Once again, nothing at all. Wu Tao wiped the sweat from his brow. His slightly portly frame was already beginning to flag. Brother Yu, this monster doesn't even drop loot. Suyu glanced briefly at his notification panel. After slaying 3 Xinyuo pups, he had gained a total of 3 points in physique. His current physique now stood at 9, nearly double his former strength, its surging power coiling densely within his body. A faint smile flickered across his face as he reached out and patted Wu Tao's shoulder. Xiao Wu, patience is key. Wu Tao sighed, exasperated. I'm genuinely exhausted, and besides, nightfall is approaching. He pointed toward the sky where dusk had cast a faint amber hue. Though darkness loomed, the celestial rift above remained wide open, streams of luminous energy streaking outward in every direction. How many would perish tonight beneath those deceptively harmless, almost endearing, creatures? Suyu didn't know the answer. Perhaps the Tianxia nation's authorities would deploy military forces to restore order. Yet as power increasingly shifted into individual hands, what fate awaited the future structure of human society? He knew full well his best course was to grow stronger, swiftly, and position himself not merely as a survivor but as an architect of the new order. We still have time before full darkness descends. Let's take down one more. Suyu's expression remained calm, yet his tone brooked no dissent. He pointed decisively to the left front. A stream of light is heading toward where we pitched our tent earlier. Perfect opportunity to intercept it. Wait, doesn't that light look different from the ones heralding monster arrivals? Wu Tao had nearly agreed until the luminous trail drew nearer, prompting his startled exclamation. Brother Yu. I can see it clearly now, it's a chest inside. Suyu needed no prompting, he'd already discerned it, a flicker of surprise flashing across his eyes before resolve hardened in their depths. Let's go, chase that light. The two sprinted forward without hesitation. Moments later, Wu Tao gaped in disbelief. Why was Suyu so astonishingly faster? Despite pouring every ounce of effort into his stride, he found himself falling further and further behind. He was certain Suyu's speed now surpassed even elite sprinters. Damn it, what kind of short-form drama actor runs like this? You belong at the Athletics Olympics. Break records, land endorsements, live comfortably for life. Wu Tao muttered under his breath. In his mind, neither he nor Suyu had leveled up. No leveling meant no attribute points. Therefore Suyu's extraordinary speed must have existed before the apocalypse game descended. What he could never fathom was this: between them they'd slain 4 Zinua puffs. Wu Tao earned only 28 experience points while Suyu gained 12 experience points, 4 physique points and 1 unique aptitude. Watching Suyu recede into the distance, Wu Tao couldn't help but bellow at the top of his lungs. "Brother, you wait for me." And far ahead he saw Suyu halt instantly. Then roaring motorcycle engines erupted, followed by a blinding white light searing across Wu Tao's retinas. Squinting instinctively, he sensed danger and quickened his pace toward Suyu. "Brother, what's going on?" "Ha! You." The motorcyclist, though he'd met her only once, left an indelible impression on Wu Tao. For a simple reason: she was part of their film crew, and among a cast of strikingly beautiful actors her beauty ranked among the very finest. Qin Zhifei paid Wu Tao no mind whatsoever. Her gaze, heavy with remorse, rested solely on Suyu. "They lied to me saying you'd already left on another vehicle. My phone was dead, I couldn't reach you." Wu Tao turned sideways to glance at Suyu, then rolled his eyes. "So what if he's handsome, tall and built? What's so special about that?" Yet Suyu's brows slowly knit together. "Qin Zhifei, I owe you 2,000 tianxia coins. But surely you didn't need to chase me down on a motorcycle over such a trivial sum." Wu Tao blinked twice, staring at Suyu in utter disbelief, half convinced he wasn't even human. Qin Zhifei flushed with embarrassment. "I'm truly sorry, I didn't want to. But, my profession is. Suyu arched a brow. "What is your profession?" "I'm a debt collector," she replied. "When I pursue someone who owes me, my movement speed increases, and the greater the debt, the greater the boost, not only in speed but also in damage inflicted." Wu Tao blinked again, then interjected, "Wait, I don't recall our crew owning a motorcycle." Only then did Qin Zhifei notice the short, stout man beside her. She replied offhandedly, "I seized this bike, I killed the man who provoked me and took his motorcycle." Wu Tao's eyes bulged. Killed someone. Suyu, however, dismissed the detail entirely. "Qin Zhifei, don't tell me something's chasing you now." "Impossible," she shook her head. "We encountered a monster, the rest of the crew perished and all vehicles were destroyed. I survived by sheer luck, slew the creature and acquired a piece of equipment. It was only then I realized you hadn't departed with us at all. We were near Fengtai Road when a punk with yellow-dyed hair provoked me, I killed him. So here I am, equipped with transport and using my pursuit speed fluctuations to triangulate your location and find you." As she spoke, a peculiar smile curled across Qin Zhifei's lips, and she dismounted gracefully from the motorcycle. "Brother Suyu, do you remember our old pact?" Before Suyu could react, Wu Tao trembled violently and urgently turned to him. "Brother, what is happening? Is she here for vengeance?" Suyu shot him a sidelong glance. "Xiao Wu, Qin Zhifei and I are both actors." Wu Tao froze. "What do you mean?" Suyu smiled gently. "I told you long ago, I no longer interact with you as an ordinary person. Everything you've experienced, every event, even the rift in the heavens, is part of a meticulously orchestrated scenario I commissioned. The voices echoing in your mind. Also implanted, by my design. And those monsters you've slain. Merely advanced androids, crafted with deliberately charming exteriors." Wu Tao stared blankly, his mind utterly overwhelmed. "Ha! Ha!" Qin Zhifei glanced at Suyu astonished, then smoothly corroborated, "I vouch for it, everything Brother Suyu said is true." Wu Tao collapsed onto the ground, dazed and disoriented, unable to distinguish north from south. Suyu smiled. "How was my performance?" Wu Tao craned his neck upward, voice strained, "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." "Ha ha. I'm safe now. My son is safe too." A faint twitch tugged at Qin Zhifei's lips as she watched Wu Tao, thinking surely this short plump fellow doesn't actually believe Suyu's fabrication. Suyu winked, revealing at last a sliver of conscience. "Fine, I'll stop deceiving you. Everything I just said was false. The apocalypse game has truly begun." "Impossible. You knew the Zinua Puff's abilities, that proves you designed them yourself." Suyu fell silent. Qin Zhifei's expression softened into intrigued curiosity. "Your profession, your skills, your very powers, did Suyu conjure them from nothing?" Wu Tao stared blankly. "I've figured it out, they're all visual effects. Or Suyu is an extraterrestrial wielding black tech. Right, his speed is inhuman. No earthling could run that fast. He must be alien." Then suddenly he fixed Qin Zhifei with a look of raw terror. "Are you an alien too?" Ultimately, through physical means, Wu Tao recognized the reality that the apocalyptic game had already arrived. With a mournful face he said, "I would rather you two were aliens." Qin Zhifei ignored him and turned to Suyu, her tone becoming serious with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. "On my way back I encountered an elite monster guarding a treasure chest. We teamed up, killed the monster and split the loot. The situation has changed, we must seize powerful strength before others to determine our own fate." Suyu shook his head. "Let's not discuss this for now. Did you bring any food?" "I already had dinner, so I'm not hungry." Qin Zhifei blinked and Wu Tao couldn't help but complain, "So you didn't bring anything to eat?" "What? You both didn't have dinner. Qin Shifei frowned. Suyu shot a sideways glance at Wu Tao, who fell silent. Forget it, Qin Shifei, take me with you. I just saw a stream of light with a treasure chest, let's go find it. When Qin Shifei arrived, she was riding a motorcycle and hadn't noticed the treasure chest in the stream of light as she was focused on the road. She patted the back seat, signaling Suyu to get on. Suyu climbed on and wrapped his arms around her waist. Have you gained weight? Qin Shifei paused. Her waist was a standard A4 size with defined abs, a result of her long-term fitness. She couldn't be bothered to answer Suyu's question, pressed the throttle, and with a roar the motorcycle shot forward. Wu Tao rubbed his eyes watching the motorcycle speed away, his lips twitching. You two ride the bike, leaving me to run alone, damn it. However, he didn't dare to delay, fearing that a monster might descend beside him, and hurriedly chased after them. On the motorcycle, Suyu suddenly spoke. Slow down, this is a desolate area and no one will steal the treasure chest from us. I've been meaning to ask, is that short chubby guy the arrogant deputy director from before? Yes. Why does he listen to you so much? A middle-aged man still calls you brother. You. Because my profession was invincible in the early stages. Oh. Qin Shifei looked at Suyu through the rearview mirror. What is your profession? We're here, the treasure chest is right where it fell. Suyu gently pulled Qin Zifei's waist back, signaling her to brake. Qin Shifei was speechless but still stopped the bike. Suyu dismounted and slowly walked to the treasure chest. This was the edge of a forest with a few sparse dry pine trees. The treasure chest was embedded at an angle in a brown rock, radiating dazzling white light all around. Suyu did not open the treasure chest immediately but waited for a moment. Wu Tao ran over, panting. Brother, you am here. How much luck do you have, Qin Shifei? 3 points. And you? Cough, 1 point. Wu Tao, seeing the treasure chest still closed, was somewhat surprised. You haven't opened this chest yet. Suyu casually opened the treasure chest and looked inside. There were 2 items. Name: small life potion, basic category item, quality white, effect restores 30 health points upon consumption, evaluation: at a critical moment you will realize just how useless it is to restore only 30 health points. Name: triangle ruler LV. 3 category equipment, quality white, effect 1, physique: when equipped adds 1 point of physical damage to attacks, evaluation: smash it hard on your head. Suyu displayed these 2 items. Unfortunately, this equipment requires LV 3 to equip. Who wants this potion? It only restores 30 health points, you keep it. Since it can restore 30 health points, brother, you take it. Suyu accepted the potion without refusing and picked up the triangle ruler, which was a full meter long. This equipment can't be equipped due to insufficient level, so its effects can't be enjoyed, but the material is sturdy enough to be used as a weapon. Qin Shifei shook her head and pulled out a small booklet from her pocket. I already have equipment. Wu Tao looked at it eagerly. He actually wanted it very much, but he knew this equipment wasn't meant for him. Suyu nodded. I'll use this ruler for now. Little Wu, once you reach level 3 it will be yours. Wu Tao was taken aback. Huh? Suyu glanced at him. You're the damage dealer. In fact, Suyu didn't think much of this equipment. A mere 1 physique was just enough to deal with a purple sticky rice monster. But for Wu Tao, this 1 physique was undoubtedly precious. Increasing physique not only boosts physical damage dealt but also enhances health points and physical resistance. It could be said to improve resilience and attack, combining strength, physique, and agility. Brother, you, thank you. Wu Tao's heartfelt call of brother you was sincere. At this moment he desperately wanted to survive to see the day when he could meet his son again. Suyu's gesture gave him hope. In such times the significant age gap had long been ignored by him. Suyu shook his head and asked Qin Shifei, what abilities does your profession have? I currently have 2 skills, 1 active and 1 passive. The active skill is loan, which allows me to lend my health points to a designated target and reclaim them after 3 minutes with interest. The passive skill is debt collection, which increases my damage to the debtor based on the loan amount and boosts my movement speed. Suyu nodded. I see you're a healer. Qin Shifei was perplexed. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Look, if you lend health points, if you don't reclaim them, isn't that equivalent to healing others? Ha ha. Qin Shifei smiled wryly. Wu Tao seized the opportunity. And the damage dealer, brother, you is the scout and we just lack a tank. Suyu, if Qin Shifei lends her health points to you, you become the tank. That's called using 1 person for 2 purposes. Wu Tao said. I think we need to discuss what to eat for dinner. Aren't you hungry, brother, you? His words highlighted the harsh reality of their situation. No food, no water source, surrounded by monsters in a desolate area. Qin Shifei walked to the motorcycle, lifted the seat cover and took out 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. The production team took everything away, but I knew you hadn't eaten, so I brought this for you. She had a slight smile in her eyes, a bit shy but proudly tilted her head. Aren't you going to praise me? Suyu took the instant noodles and the bottle of water, casually tossing 1 pack to Wu Tao. Sure, I'll praise you. You're so perfunctory. My name is Suyu, not perfunctory. You should say, hello, Suyu. Oh hello Su Yu. Wu Tao held the instant noodles and for a moment he felt as if he was holding a pack of dog food. After resolving their food and drink issues, night enveloped the land and the three returned to the tent. After some discussion they decided to take turns keeping watch and after dawn would seek out the elite monster mentioned by Qin Jifei. If they could successfully kill the elite monster they would return to the city as soon as possible. Because only within the city could they find ample food and water. This night was far from peaceful. Su Yu stood watch first. Now with no one else around his expression remained calm as he gazed upward at the fissure rending the heavens. This fissure was not alone, scattered across the sky others shimmered faintly in varying sizes. As if cold unblinking eyes embedded in the firmament silently observing the earth below. Streaks of luminous energy fell ceaselessly as though determined to eradicate every living soul upon this land. With these things hanging overhead even sleep will never again be restful. Su Yu murmured softly to himself, his thoughts already drifting deeper. The monsters descended from the sky, proof that any one of them could appear directly above anyone at any moment. As their ranks grew stronger and their destructive power intensified, ordinary rooftops would offer no protection. It meant anyone might be slain in their sleep, unaware, defenseless, gone before they could even stir. If this truly is an apocalypse game, perhaps missions will soon appear tasking us with sealing those celestial rifts. Su Yu's mind wandered ever further. The next day, Qin Jifei had brought 6 packets of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water. She had calculated carefully 2 packets and 1 bottle for Su Yu last night, the remainder would be shared equally between them this morning. But Wu Tao had appeared unexpectedly, forcing them to divide the rations 3 ways instead of 2. Food, however, was the lesser concern. The real issue was their single motorcycle. Wu Tao proved quick-witted. Brother Yu, you drive, I'll crouch on the front footboard, and Qin Jifei, you sit behind Brother Yu. With a slight duck of his head he strained to wedge his body beneath the motorcycle's chassis. Fortunately, though somewhat portly, Wu Tao was also short enough to fit. Su Yu swung onto the seat. Qin Jifei narrowed her eyes, straddled the rear, wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered softly into his ear. You've put on weight. Su Yu ignored her, the motorcycle's roar drowned out all else. Qin Jifei, navigate. Fengtai Road. Amidst a field of rubble a resolute middle-aged man struggled to rise. Cough, cough. 2 young men steadied him, their faces burning with fury as they glared at the 5 or 6 figures confronting them. One of the youths snarled, you jackals. That monster and that treasure chest were ours to discover first. From the opposing group a refined-looking middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward with a cold mocking smile. Naive. You still appeal to reason at a time like this. With a flick of his hand his followers surged forward brandishing an array of crude weapons. Lying nearby was a beast resembling a lion, its entire body armored in tawny scale-like plates. It clung to its final breath, its body lacerated with wounds, its pale red eyes locked unflinchingly upon those who had brought it low. With its limited intellect it likely could not comprehend why those humans would turn on one another. Then, a deep resonant roar pierced its ears, and echoed through the ruins, reaching every person present. Zhang Ming, the suave suit-clad man, watched the motorcycle hurtling toward them, his brow furrowing slightly. More fools seeking death. Yet the 3 who had been cornered saw things differently. Teacher son, we've got interference. Let's seize our chance when the chaos breaks. Zhang Wanyuan supported Sun Qiliang as they retreated step by step, a flicker of hope brightening his face. Cough. It won't be that easy. Sun Qiliang shook his head, glancing at his remaining health, just over 20 points. He was an associate professor at Fengtai University. The 2 youths were his students. They had been en route to conduct field research when the apocalypse game descended upon the world. After days of desperate flight they'd stumbled upon this very scaled lion beast. Zhang Wanyuan had spotted the treasure chest first, prompting their attempt to slay the creature. Just as victory seemed assured, Zhang Ming and his crew arrived. On the motorcycle Qin Jifei rested her chin lightly on Su Yu's shoulder, her eyes half-lidded. Su Yu, it looks like someone beat us to it. Screech. With a sharp controlled drift Su Yu halted the motorcycle in a shower of sparks. His gaze settled upon the lion-like beast. Name Sand-Scaled Beast LV. 1. Rarity Elite. Health 180. Energy 85. Attributes Physique 9, Spirit 8, Mystery 5, Charm 8, Luck 1. Specializations 1. Wilderness Hunter 2. Sand Scale. Skills 1. Sand Control 2. Stone Surge 3. Rending Bite. Composite Combat Power 16. 2 specializations, 3 skills and elite tier rarity. Its combat power exceeded that of the purple glutinous bun by 8 points. Chiefly the elite template doubled the base health yield per point of physique, from 10 to 20. Yet even so the beast now lay dying. Su Yu swept his gaze slowly across the assembled crowd. Qin Jifei stood calmly behind him, already holding open her small notebook. Only Wu Tao flushed crimson, trapped within the motorcycle, his legs numb. Friend, why not simply continue your journey? Zhang Ming's voice was icy as he fixed Su Yu with a glare. Why stop here? Behind him a burly man raised a fire axe in menacing gesture, pointing straight at Wu Tao. "Look at that fat one, he's too scared to even get off the bike. You two get lost." Laughter erupted instantly, harsh mocking unrestrained. Jiang Ming's followers wore suits and ties, but their past trade was debt collection. Former street thugs newly urbanized and re-employed. Jiang Ming himself had been their low-level manager, ruthless, authoritative and skilled enough to retain command despite the collapse of old hierarchies. So you glanced once at Wu Tao's beet-red face, his own expression unchanged. He did not acknowledge Jiang Ming or his crew. Instead he walked steadily toward the sand-scaled beast. "Stop!" Jiang Ming barked sharply. "Lao Shuang." The axe-wielding giant charged forward, swinging the fire axe down without hesitation, aiming for Su Yu's throat. Clang! A sharp ringing impact, the fire axe halted midair, blocked effortlessly by Su Yu's triangular ruler. "You're not much, are you? Look strong, but your strength is laughable." Lao Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how anyone could deflect his blow so easily. His sole active skill was passive and potent, at 20% boost to physique. His base physique stood at 7, exceptionally high. The average healthy adult possessed only 5. Su Yu himself was no exception. With the 20% enhancement, Lao Shuang's physique soared to 8. 4, among the highest known. Yet Su Yu had consumed 4 purple glutinous buns, his physique had long since reached 9. So you activated a skill, big deal. Die. Refusing to accept defeat, Lao Shuang assumed Su Yu must have used a skill. He gritted his teeth and brought the axe down with renewed brutal force. Jiang Ming however frowned deeply and with a subtle lift of his hand loosed a slender beam of white light toward Su Yu. Qin Jifei, ever vigilant, reacted instantly. Her small notebook flared with soft luminescence. In the next breath a translucent membrane shimmered into existence around Su Yu, meeting the white beam heat and cancelling it utterly. Su Yu's expression was calm, his steps steady as he retreated step by step towards the direction of the sand-scaled beast. Jiang Ming frowned, not expecting that his seemingly inevitable skill would be blocked. His gaze was fixed tightly on the small booklet in Qin Jifei's hand. "Let's attack together, first kill that woman, then the fat man. Lao Zhang, you hold him off first." At that moment Zhang Wangyuan realized the opportunity and hurriedly said, "Teacher Sun, let's help those 3 newcomers first, 2 weak against 1 strong." Sun Shiliang's eyes were somewhat obscure as he nodded slightly. "You and Xiao Su go help them, I'll take a moment to catch my breath." Zhang Wangyuan and Su Ping had long held a grudge against Jiang Ming and the others. At this moment the young man's blood was boiling, and seeing the opportunity he recklessly charged towards Jiang Ming and his group. Sun Shiliang took a deep breath, his gaze remaining fixed on Su Yu, his expression growing increasingly serious. He contemplated more than his 2 students. He wanted that treasure chest. He had fought against Lao Zhang before and knew of his formidable physique, yet now Lao Zhang was unable to shake Su Yu. Thus in his eyes both Su Yu and Jiang Ming were major obstacles in his pursuit of the treasure chest. On Jiang Ming's side, aside from Lao Zhang, there were 4 others, while Qin Jifei along with Zhang Wangyuan and Su Ping were only 3. Their hearts were not united and they could only barely hold their ground under Jiang Ming's group. At that moment a roaring sound of a motorcycle suddenly erupted, crashing violently towards the leading Jiang Ming. Yet Wu Tao got stuck at the bottom, desperately reaching upward to grab the handle. At the same time he tilted his face out from behind the barrier, closely watching Jiang Ming. "Damn!" Jiang Ming was startled by Wu Tao's bizarre appearance, sidestepping to hide behind a large boulder, rendering the motorcycle's charge ineffective. The fat man seeks death. He did not unleash the white light beam, perhaps because the skill was still on cooldown, but he also held a fire axe in his hand. "Ah!" Wu Tao let out a tragic scream, his left arm wounded, but at the same time a louder scream echoed. "No!" Lao Zhang had been knocked down by Su Yu. At some point a large gash cut into his thigh. Meanwhile the fire axe in his hand had long been split in 2, rendered useless. He could only watch helplessly as Su Yu approached the monster, raising that seemingly ordinary triangular ruler. Yet it was this ruler that had severed his fire axe in a single clash. With a sharp thrust the triangular ruler plunged into the neck of the sand-scaled beast, draining its last bit of life force. A familiar prompt echoed in his ears. "Prompt: you have killed the sand-scaled beast. LV 1 based on the damage you dealt. Experience points 1. Prompt: you have consumed the sand-scaled beast. LV 1. You gain 2 points in physique. Prompt: you have digested the sand-scaled beast. LV 1. Extracting its specialty. Prompt: you have acquired the specialty Sand Scale Elite level. Your resistance to earth attributes increases by 10. Physical resistance increases by 10. Resistance is a hidden attribute and will not appear on the player panel, yet its effects are significant. With high resistance, damage values that could have been catastrophic would become as light as a feather. Su Yu's heart stirred. Another specialty that increases physique. This sand-scaled beast had 2 specialties and he was actually more inclined towards the wilderness hunter, which clearly increased offensive capabilities. One must note, to better secure kills attack power cannot be low. However, the ability to survive is also crucial, so this encounter was quite satisfactory. The increase of 2 points in physique brought his physique attribute to 11 points. This number had surpassed the human limit of 10 points in physique, reaching a new stage.
Correspondingly, a prompt sound rang in his mind. Prompt: your current physique is above 10 points, triggering a genetic optimization. Prompt: please quickly choose one option from the following 4 for genetic optimization. 1.
Foundation of rock, for every 3 levels of player experience gained physique increases by 1 point.
2.
Mighty arms, permanently increase the strength coefficient provided by physique attributes by 10.
3. Swift steps, permanently increase the agility coefficient provided by physique attributes by 10. 4.
Strong body, permanently increase the constitution coefficient provided by physique attributes by 10. The strength coefficient is easily understood. For example, 1 point of physique can exert 1 point of strength. After choosing mighty arms, 1 point of physique could exert 1
points of strength. Suyu understood that choosing different genetic optimizations would lead to different physique tendencies in the future.
As for the first option, he decisively ignored it.
After a moment's thought, Suyu chose swift steps. He prioritized mobility. Given his strong potential in his profession, if he could escape danger, it would present infinite possibilities.
After Suyu made his choice, a flash of light coursed through his body. Accompanied by a slight tearing pain, subtle changes occurred within his body, becoming more agile.
Prompt: once physique exceeds 40 points, a second genetic optimization will be triggered.
Suyu had no time to heed the following prompt sounds as nearly everyone charged towards him. Zhang Ming led the charge, his eyes filled with anger. He believed Lao Zhang could hold Suyu down indefinitely, but unexpectedly he was taken down in a short time. Of course, the real reason was that Zhang Ming was tempted by the booklet in Qin Shifei's hand. He did not allocate manpower to help Lao Zhang because he wanted to gather power as quickly as possible to kill Qin Shifei and seize the treasure. However, he did not expect that Zhang Wangyuan and Su Ping would strike at this moment, resulting in him being unable to gain the upper hand on either side. Yet Zhang Ming did not care who killed the monster. What mattered to him was the treasure chest behind the monster. After the sand-scaled beast's death, the originally green glowing treasure chest had its ethereal chain slowly dissipate above it. This indicated that the treasure chest could now be opened.
Bang! But just then a gunshot exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone, do not move.
A deep voice came through a loudspeaker from a speeding vehicle approaching from a distance.
Suyu's eyes narrowed. Tianxia Kingdom had a ban on firearms in public.
However, after the arrival of the apocalyptic game with mobile phones rendered useless, did guns still work? This represented in neither good nor bad news. Those in the Tianxia Kingdom's official who possessed firearms would soon wield great power. Sun Qiliang gazed at the approaching figure, a vivid flush of delight brightening his face. Old Han Zhou stepped forward and steadied him. What in the world is going on here? Sun Qiliang turned toward Zhang Ming. My 2 students and I encountered a monster guarding a treasure chest. These men passed by and tried to seize it. Zhang Ming's face instantly flushed crimson, his expression twisted into a snarl as he abruptly raised his hand. A slender beam of white light shot toward Han Zhou's throat. In the next instant, a guard activated his ability. A shimmering golden barrier flared into existence around Han Zhou.
Boom! Han Zhou fired without hesitation.
The other guards opened fire in unison.
Within moments, Zhang Ming and his 5 companions were wounded.
This was the lethal threat firearms posed to low-level players. Struck by bullets, Zhang Ming's courage shattered entirely. He roared, "Your guards, how dare you draw weapons on civilians?"
Han Zhou supported Sun Qiliang, his gaze icy and unyielding, naive. At a moment like this, you still speak of reason.
Gunfire erupted anew. Within seconds, 6 corpses lay sprawled upon the ground, though the guards themselves were far from unscathed. At the very least, they had expended a considerable number of bullets and the fierce counterattack had left their health dangerously depleted. Now that the situation was firmly under control, Han Zhou lowered his weapon and finally turned his cool, detached gaze towards Suyu.
Sun Qiliang sensed an opening and stepped forward, pointing at Zhang Ming's corpse lying on the ground.
Anyone who attempts to hijack a monster's drop deserves death by public decree.
Hijack a monster?
I don't understand such terms, Han Zhou replied coldly. All I know is this: whoever raises a hand against my friend dies. His voice carried an unmistakable chill of murderous intent. Behind him, the guards stood rigid and solemn. Not a single one dared object.
Relieved, Sun Qiliang asked Old Han, "What brings you here? You're not stationed at the guard bureau."
Naturally, there's been friction with Zhang Wentao.
He insists on prioritizing civilian protection, whereas I believe our brothers must grow stronger first.
Han Zhou spoke with unruffled composure. The era has changed. The entire communications infrastructure has collapsed.
Consequently, strategic long-range weapons like ballistic missiles are now obsolete.
That means our only viable means of confronting monsters in the future lie in our own cultivation and in firearms and heavy weaponry, which remain temporarily effective.
So my logic is simple: I hold guns, I will use them to accelerate my brother's advancement. Once we grow powerful, we may protect civilians however we choose. So tell me, old son, will you join us? Without hesitation, Sun Qiliang declared.
Old Han, we've been brothers since junior high, through high school and beyond.
I trust you.
Satisfied, Han Zhou nodded with a faint smile, then shifted his gaze to Suyu, its warmth vanishing.
Old son, what's the story with these people? Sun Qiliang nearly attempted to cast blame, but then remembered his two students stood nearby. His pride as a teacher coupled with a modicum of self-restraint compelled him to speak truthfully instead. After listening, Han Zhou looked directly at Suyu and said bluntly, "Since this matter is settled, you may depart." As he spoke, a quiet thought crossed his mind: I truly am still a decent man. Otherwise, gun in hand, what would stop him from simply seizing everything from them? Agreed. But before we part ways, let's open the chest, no objections. Suyu uttered those words with a calm smile, words that instantly stilled the entire scene. Han Zhou regarded him in sudden unnerving silence. Most would have crumbled beneath that oppressive commanding stare. Yet Suyu remained unmoved, only returning the gaze with a serene smile toward Sun Qiliang. Our arrival in fact saved your life. Do you deny it? Sun Qiliang paused, this was undeniable truth. Suyu then turned to Han Zhou, whose value weighs heavier, your brother's life or the contents of this chest? Han Zhou shook his head. Old son said they discovered the chest first. Suyu gestured toward Zhang Ming's corpse. Isn't the instigator of this attempted hijack lying right there? Han Zhou suddenly laughed. Why should I listen to your reasoning? Suyu's smile deepened. Because I've discovered something, handgun bullets aren't difficult to evade. He'd observed this during the clash between Zhang Ming's group and Han Zhou's guards. It wasn't that his speed surpassed bullets, but his neural reaction time far exceeded theirs. With a physique stat of 11 and specialized refinement in agility, Suyu's neural response had reached an inhuman threshold. He possessed absolute confidence. The instant Han Zhou and his men pulled their triggers, Suyu would already be reacting, dodging before the bullets even left the barrels. In other words, semi-automatic pistols posed little threat unless deployed in overwhelming numbers. And Han Zhou's team numbered only 4. Evading 4 firearms fell well within Suyu's capabilities. This was in fact unsurprising. Consider this: for most players, achieving a physique of 11 demands leveling up several times. Certain professions grant 1 physique per level, reaching 11 thus requires 5 or 6 levels. Put plainly, handguns lose much of their lethality against players around level 5. Of course, the vast majority of players remain at level 1, making handguns exceptionally potent. But Suyu had feasted exceedingly well before this. Han Zhou stared intently into Suyu's eyes. A connoisseur of micro-expressions, he recognized genuine confidence, not bluster. A chill ran through him. He could not fathom Suyu's hidden strength. Sun Qiliang too was startled, suddenly recalling how effortlessly Suyu had crushed Lao Zhuang. He leaned close to Han Zhou's ear and whispered urgently. A subtle furrow appeared between Han Zhou's brows, then slowly smoothed as calculation replaced uncertainty. He addressed Suyu very well. We'll split the chest's contents evenly, you open it. Suyu did not move. Wu Tao, you retrieve the chest. Silence followed. Qin Zhifei's lips twitched faintly. Stepping back, he seized Wu Tao's collar and yanked him bodily from beneath the vehicle. Ow. Wu Tao winced, grimacing, his arm bleeding, his legs numb, his condition dire. After catching his breath, he limped toward the chest. Han Zhou's eyes flickered with quiet regret. Had Suyu grown careless, had he personally approached the chest exposing his back, Han Zhou would have struck without mercy. But Suyu's vigilance forced that treacherous impulse to recede. Wu Tao hobbled forward, clutching the chest, greed stirring in his heart yet ruthlessly suppressed. He was no fool, he knew full well multiple barrels were trained upon him. And Suyu's earlier display remained seared into his memory. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he delivered the chest to Suyu. Han Zhou interjected promptly, you and I will stand together at the center, ensuring you cannot claim it all alone. Suyu shook his head. Agreed, but you must holster your pistol first. Han Zhou narrowed his eyes. So, the handgun did give Suyu pause. That knowledge fortified his resolve. Fine. He slid the pistol into his waistband and strode confidently to the center. Only then did Suyu step forward and open the treasure chest, its surface shimmering with emerald light. Bang. With a gunshot, Suyu had already stepped to the left before the sound echoed. In this case, the previously discussed division became mere empty talk. Thus taking action became the only option left. Seeing that there was only one item in the treasure chest, Suyu quickly snatched it up. It was an equipment of green quality. Without hesitation, Suyu equipped it, and a pair of bronze-glimmering iron boots appeared at his feet. Attack! Han Zhou shouted, but before he could fire a second shot, Suyu's figure split in two and charged at him ferociously. His pupils suddenly constricted, stepping back. Fortunately, a golden light protected him. The guards coordinated well. Two fired at Suyu on the left while one shot at the right. The left side Suyu was hit by 2 bullets and immediately dissipated like foam. However, the one on the right dodged the bullets at the last moment and struck at Han Zhou's neck with a triangular ruler. At that instant, a flicker from the booklet in Qin Zhifei's hand shot out a white beam. It instantly dispelled the golden light protecting Han Zhou. The triangular ruler pierced 3 inches into flesh. Suyu's physique far exceeded Han Zhou's, and this attack inflicted a devastating and crushing effect. Under Han Zhou's horrified gaze, a massive damage number emerged: 30. As a guard, his physical attributes were naturally decent, having 6 points of physique equating to 60 points of health.
Yet this single blow directly took half his life. Furthermore, a series of negative debuffs refreshed on Hanjo's panel. Player 6721 executed a crushing attack on you. Due to the opponent's significantly higher physique, an additional 15 points of crushing damage were dealt. You have entered a crushed state, physique temporarily reduced by 20. A fatal injury, trachea rupture. You entered severely injured state, all attributes reduced by 20, stamina consumption greatly increased. Your severely injured state triggers a bleeding effect, lose 1 of maximum health every second. Hanjo's eyes widened in fury. He could never fathom why Suyu's physique was so far superior to his own. The apocalyptic game had just begun, everyone was at level 1, how could his physique attribute be so much higher than mine? Of course Hanjo wouldn't ponder these questions now. What he thought about now was how to survive. Due to the reduction in physique attributes, his maximum health had dropped to just 36 points. Suyu's attack had cost him 30 health points, meaning he now had only 6 health points left. Moreover, he was also in a bleeding state. In a dire strait, he faced near certain death. Hanjo's eyes widened in that moment. He regretted his choices. Had he known Suyu was this strong, would he have dared to turn against him? Bang! In a brief moment of thought, Hanjo saw Qin Jifei and Wu Tao behind Suyu and his eyes brightened. The next second he knelt before Suyu without hesitation and shouted loudly. He planned to use the safety of Qin Jifei and Wu Tao as leverage to negotiate with Suyu. After all, even if you were powerful, did that mean the 2 people you brought along were also powerful? Not to mention that short chubby guy, he looked utterly useless. But... due to the ruptured trachea, even half-digitized, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Hanjo's eyes. He widened them in panic, realizing he hadn't considered this point. Seeing him kneel, Suyu was startled, thinking it had something to do with his profession, expecting a big move. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he swung the ruler and a head flew high. However, just that brief pause allowed 3 bullets to soar towards him. Since Hanjo had knelt down, it enabled those 3 bullets to hit Suyu smoothly. But Qin Jifei was already prepared and a white shield protected Suyu. How is this possible? And with great difficulty the guard lowered his head, gazing at the triangular ruler protruding from his chest, his eyes dimming as life ebbed away. In his final sight he saw the corpses of the other 2 guards. And thus all 4 guards lay slain, the fledgling ambition crushed beneath a single merciless boot. HSSST NSU yanked the triangular ruler free, not even glancing at the fallen guard, and whirled to deliver a fierce kick behind him. And their Sun Qiliang retracted the fist he'd just driven into Suyu's back, stepped backward and raised his arms to block. But he was already wounded, and his physical constitution paled in comparison to Suyu's. How could he possibly withstand such force? Now single kick shattered his stance as Suyu lunged forward to strike again with the ruler. 2 of Sun Qiliang's students intercepted him. You murderer! Enjiang Wan Yuan's face contorted with fury, his palms blazing with sapphire light as he thrust them toward Suyu. Yet his speed lagged far behind. Suyu pivoted effortlessly, evading the blow, then drove the triangular ruler deep into Zhang's lower abdomen before withdrawing it in one fluid motion. Ni's extraordinary physical prowess, remarkable in an era where most possessed only a single skill, now revealed its terrifying might. Especially after Suyu equipped the green tier artifact. Named Shadow Step Boots, no level restriction, type equipment, rarity green, effect 2 constitution. While moving at high speed, a faint illusionary afterimage may briefly appear. An appraisal: dear customer, we gently advise non-lucky players against equipping this item, and with a total constitution of 13 points, battling level 1 players felt akin to a tiger storming into a flock of sheep. Add to this Qin Jifei and Wu Tao, and the fact that the opposing side had already been weakened by their prior clash with Zhang Ming and others. And all these factors converged, rendering the outcome utterly inevitable. No, don't kill my student. At the brink of death, Sun Qiliang broke character, stepping defiantly before his last remaining student. Teacher Sun Ensu Ping's eyes brimmed with tears as he shoved Sun Qiliang hard towards Suyu, then spun and fled without hesitation. Suyu blinked only to see Sun Qiliang's face frozen in stunned disbelief, etched with profound regret. And he had never imagined his own student would act thus in such a moment. Suyu steeled his mind and stepped forward, ready to end the life of the man who had struck him from behind. But in the next instant Sun Qiliang's form blurred, and suddenly he and Su Ping had exchanged positions. Run! Teacher Sun, remember this, I love you, Ensu Ping roared, voice raw with anguish. Suyu's eyes widened. He feared some grotesque ability was about to activate, so he drove the ruler straight into Su Ping's heart without hesitation. Dao, daughter, Ensu Ping whispered those final words, his life bar plummeting to 0 as his body collapsed limply to the ground. Far away, Sun Qiliang, unaware of Su Ping's last utterance, stood frozen in horror, staring incredulously at the corpse. Ni's entire worldview might require reconstruction. Alas, Suyu found it far more intriguing to let that worldview crystallize right then in that very instant. And so Sun Qiliang too died. Cough cough, and Wu Tao, sensing the battle's conclusion, finally relaxed, only then feeling the sharp agony of his wounds. And he stared at his bloodied arm and fractured sternum, utterly speechless with despair. Brother, you, am I going to die? And if you wish to die, I'll gladly assist. N. Wu Tao fell silent.
Suyu gathered the 4 fallen handguns from the ground and passing Wu Tao tossed him a small vial. And is this, the minor vitality elixir? Wu Tao's eyes widened. It's for me. And if you don't wish to drink it, hand it back in. Wu Tao paused, then to Suyu's astonishment extended the vial toward him. According to my interface, our partial datification means injuries that once required prolonged recovery now heal significantly faster. My gravest injury, a fractured sternum, will fully mend within 24 hours provided my vitality remains at maximum. And thus this minor vitality elixir, designed for battlefield use, should remain in your possession. Suyu frowned, slightly struck by a sudden question. And when injured, does your vitality regenerate naturally over time? During the earlier skirmish, Suyu himself had sustained minor wounds, but none severe enough to trigger negative status indicators on his interface. Therefore, outside combat his vitality recovered by 1 every 10 minutes. And within battle, however, he currently possessed no means of natural vitality regeneration. Wu Tao nodded. Yes, now that combat has ended, my interface confirms a 1 vitality recovery every 10 minutes. NSUU understood injuries like a fractured sternum did not impede post-combat vitality regeneration. After brief reflection, he tossed the vial to Qin Jifei instead. And keep it. In battle, if things turn dire, drink it to restore my or Wu Tao's vitality. Because if I pause mid-fight to consume it, I'll lose precious timing, and this small yet critical insight had emerged only after experiencing the fight firsthand. After all, reality was no game. Drinking a potion demanded a tangible vulnerable interval. And should an enemy exploit that opening, the consequences would be dire. Alright, said Qin Jifei, then glanced down at the carnage strewn across the ground, her expression subtly unsettled. And, shall we return to the city now? Over a single treasure chest they've slaughtered each other like beasts. Tell me, by now has the city center already become a river of blood, and do you believe there are more good people or more evil ones in this world? Neither, merely ordinary people vast in number. NSUU gestured toward Wu Tao. What kind of person do you think he is? Qin Jifei arched a brow. Ordinary. Wu Tao, inexplicably flustered, murmured softly, and senior sister Qin, you're part of the production crew, right? Actually, your director refused the investors' request for additional funding. So, they sent me to harass you, to squeeze more profit from your team. And Qin Jifei's brows knitted faintly. And so? Wu Tao faltered. So in your eyes I must surely be the villain. And Qin Jifei shook her head. I'm merely an actress. Whether the director profits or loses, that bears no weight upon me. Wu Tao took a slow breath and turned to Suyu. And brother, you, surely in your eyes I'm the villain. NSUU nodded. Precisely so. Wu Tao's spirit sank inexplicably. He pressed his lips together. And TSK, Wu Tao, you've already reached middle rank, why cling so stubbornly to such narrow thinking? Suyu suddenly smiled. And one man's archenemy is another's hero. Have you not grasped this truth yet? And of course this does not negate the objective reality that by conventional moral standards you remain a villain. Yet what matters now is not virtue or vice, but utility. And after all, without Wu Tao's relentless damage output, how could brother you have claimed those kills so effortlessly? Wu Tao's emotions were complex. He found himself utterly unable to fathom Suyu's true nature. For a fleeting moment he felt a deep visceral fear of Suyu. It wasn't of course due to anything Suyu had said. Rather, it was only now, belatedly, that he realized something chilling. Suyu had slain so many people yet showed not the slightest trace of discomfort or remorse. Wu Tao himself had merely exchanged injuries with a single guard, and his legs were still trembling. Qin Jifei stared blankly ahead and asked, so Suyu, after all that rambling, are we heading into the city or not? Suyu gazed at her as if she were simple-minded. Are you truly unintelligent? I already told you, my profession is exceptionally powerful in its early stages. So tell me, once we reach the city, could anyone possibly rob us? And look at this is a handgun. With this in hand, who would dare provoke you? Qin Jifei's beautiful almond eyes widened in indignation. Who exactly are you calling unintelligent? You. How dare you? You're the unintelligent one. What good is a handgun if you still ended up killing someone with it? So what? That only proves I'm stronger. You shouldn't have asked such a foolish question about returning to the city in the first place. Beside them, Wu Tao suddenly felt profoundly superfluous. He quietly crawled beneath the motorcycle's floorboard. Then he heard their voices receding into the distance. Peering out, he saw the two bickering as they walked toward where the police car was parked. Panic seized him. Hey, wait. No, wait, I mean hey. Damn it, I'm stuck again. Fengtai City. Suyu and the others eventually returned to the urban center. Thanks to the police vehicle, no one dared interfere along the way. Yet the sights lining the route left all three silent. Monsters descended through rifts in the sky, an inevitable catalyst for chaos. Vast swaths of blood-stained buildings, streets and sidewalks. Mangled limbs and scattered flesh littered the ground. Wu Tao, seated in the rear, shrank back slightly. Brother you, why did we stop? The car ran out of fuel. They stood on a broad avenue lined with shops, once bustling, now eerily desolate, many interiors ravaged and strewn with debris. Just then footsteps echoed from a nearby hardware store. Moments later heads cautiously emerged, one then two then several more. It's a police car, real police. The guards have arrived. Thank goodness. More people poured out, the local shop owners and patrons drawn together by necessity. Faced with the apocalypse game's sudden onset, they had united to fight the monsters. Their leader Zhang Daliang was a towering broad-shouldered man. Clad in a brown short-sleeved shirt, his arms bore a prominent tattoo. With a single raised hand he commanded instant silence from the crowd. Inside the patrol car, Qin Zhifei asked Suyu, "Shall we get out?" Suyu answered without words. He opened the door and stepped out, under the sudden astonished gaze of Zhang Daliang and his companions. "You're not a guard. Never seen an undercover officer before." Suyu's expression remained impassive as he brandished his firearm. Zhang Daliang's breath hitched, a sycophantic smile instantly bloomed across his face. "Officer, forgive us, we've been deceived before. Someone impersonated a guard and swindled us out of precious food supplies." At the mention, the crowd behind him erupted in fury. "Young officer, you must deal with this. They stole from us and impersonated law enforcement, that's criminality squared. Crack down hard." "Exactly. They've grown utterly lawless. Officer, please help us." Suyu nodded gravely. "Yes, impersonating an officer is illegal. It will be thoroughly investigated and prosecuted." Relief flickered across Zhang Daliang's face until Suyu abruptly shifted tone. "By the way, you still have food stores, don't you?" What precisely do you mean, officer?" "We've traveled far and need provisions, your full cooperation is required under official duty." Zhang Daliang's lips twitched faintly, his gaze darting to the gun in Suyu's hand. He forced a strained smile. "We do, there's bread. Please come inside and rest a while." "What nonsense is that?" Suyu's voice turned stern. "Do I strike you as a greedy, corrupt officer? Just hand over the bread and some bottled water too. No need to enter the building." Zhang Daliang took a slow, steadying breath. He'd never imagined such brazen audacity existed. Refusing entry but demanding rations, wasn't that code for seizing benefits while avoiding complications? With vermin like this masquerading as officers in Fengtai City, how could humanity hope to withstand the monsters? At that very moment, a streak of emerald light shot forth from the rift above and struck the ground just yards away. An elite monster. Zhang Daliang instantly assumed battle stance and roared, "Take cover, prepare to engage." "Xiao Wang, Xiao Lu, follow me to the front line." Having heard Suyu's earlier remarks, he held no expectation whatsoever that Suyu would confront the beast. It resembled a goat, but its body was sheathed in coarse grayish-brown hide deeply furrowed like ancient bark. From spine to ribs to haunches, living leaves sprouted in dense overlapping layers, each curling faintly rhythmically. Where sturdy curved horns should have been two supple near-translucent vine-gray tendrils extended instead. The tendrils writhed, then in a single fluid motion the creature pivoted with eerie grace, fixing its gaze upon Suyu and the others. Its deep green pupils flashed with cold, detached intelligence. Moo. Its hooves blurred as it charged headlong at Zhang Daliang. And to Suyu's astonishment, Zhang Daliang drew forth a semicircular ruler and raised it high. Suyu stared dumbfounded, just as Zhang Daliang bellowed Spire superscript 22. Instantly a phantom equation materialized above the ruler, then vanished into its surface. Before Suyu's widening eyes, ethereal text shimmered into being above the device. Radius are randomizing. Randomization complete. Current radius are 3m. Ha ha. Struck gold. Staring at the number, Zhang Daliang exulted. His semicircular ruler dissolved into translucence and swelled rapidly into a colossal arc 3 meters in radius. An overwhelming aura surged from the artifact. Zhang Daliang heaved the massive ruler overhead and brought it crashing down toward the goat monster's skull. Moo. The beast skidded to an abrupt halt, then whirled, attempting to flee. Think you can run? Too late. Ecstasy lit Zhang Daliang's face as he lunged after it, swinging the giant ruler like a fly swatter. But Suyu frowned sharply. Don't chase it, it's deceiving you. Even as the words left his lips, the goat monster halted mid-stride and spun around. Its horn tendrils swelled, instantly coiling and interweaving into a resilient leafy shield, just in time to absorb the crushing blow of the enormous ruler. Zhang Daliang staggered backward several paces, his arm numb from recoil. Yet he paid no heed to pain or fatigue, or even to the unsettling fact that Suyu seemed to know the monster's tactics. All he could utter, voice trembling with disbelief, was, "Can this thing understand human speech? Does it possess intelligence? Name Lin Chu Shan Yang LV. 3. Rarity Elite. HP 240. MP 120. Attributes: Physique 12, Spirit 6, Mystery 12, Charm 9, Luck 3. Specialties 1. Walking Ancient Wood 2. Imposter. Skills 1. Tentacle Stranglehold 2. Seasonal Shift 3. Deepwood Trap. Combat Rating 30. A level 3 elite monster boasting a formidable combat rating of 30, far surpassing the earlier Shaolin beast.
Suyu had warned Zhang Daoliang precisely because he'd spotted the skilled deepwood trap. Upon the monster's appearance, Qin Zhifei and Wu Tao naturally rose from the police cruiser and stepped down.
Qin Zhifei approached Suyu. What's the plan? Suyu moistened his lips and drew out a triangular ruler. We're on duty as security officers, and there are many people here.
A faint twitch tugged at Qin Zhifei's lips as he withdrew a small notebook and braced himself. Nearby, Zhang Daoliang, hearing Suyu's words, felt a quiet surge of relief. He hadn't expected this young officer, so shamelessly audacious moments before, to prove unexpectedly dependable in crisis. Then his gaze fell upon the triangular ruler in Suyu's hand.
You're a test taker too. As he spoke, Zhang Daoliang raised his semicircular protractor to block Lin Chushan-Yang's charge.
Ignoring him, Suyu stepped forward and slashed horizontally with the triangular ruler. Simultaneously, two burly youths surged forward from the flank to strike the monster. They were Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu, the pair Zhang Daoliang had mentioned earlier. Yet their blows struck Lin Chushan-Yang without stirring so much as a ripple. The creature didn't flinch, only pitiful numbers, 2-2, flickered above its head.
Bad sign, its defense is too high. No sooner had Zhang Daoliang spoken than a stark numeral erupted into view as Suyu's ruler descended. 12. Truth be told, the damage wasn't extraordinary, but perception hinges on contrast. Especially when Zhang Daoliang witnessed Suyu matching strength with Lin Chushan-Yang.
Your physique attribute is astonishingly high. Did you activate a skill?
Are you always this talkative?
Ha! Maybe, I've heard that before. Still, I find speaking while acting helps keep things flowing.
As he spoke rapidly, he hammered Lin Chushan-Yang's skull with his semicircular protractor.
Suyu pressed his lips together and retreated one measured step. Are those people just going to stand there and watch?
Zhang Daoliang shook his head. They're afraid of the monster.
Suyu said nothing, only backed away step by deliberate step.
Zhang Daoliang blinked in surprise. Officer.
If only we few fight, we'll surely be slain by this beast.
In that case, self-preservation becomes my only viable choice.
Suyu's face remained impassive. The moment he withdrew, Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu crumbled under pressure, forced into steady retreat. Fortunately, the monster, perhaps wary of Suyu, chose not to pursue, allowing the two men to fall back unscathed. Witnessing this, Zhang Daoliang's brow furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he retracted his protractor and pointed toward Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu.
Fine, I've long found them insufferable.
Still, these two brothers show courage.
Can all three of us join you?
At those words, the onlookers behind them instantly panicked.
Old Zhan, what nonsense is this? How could you say such a thing? Exactly.
You're tall and strong, you're supposed to protect us. Now, Xiao Zhang and young officer, don't act rashly. You clearly have fighting prowess. As they spoke, they shuffled backward, putting ever more distance between themselves and the monster.
Others stole glances toward the police cruiser parked nearby, fingers itching to seize it and flee.
Wu Tao, standing guard beside the vehicle, simply raised his bloodstained fire axe, enough to freeze them in place. His cracked sternum rendered him unfit for battle, so he'd assumed the role of sentinel. Suyu paid no heed to their clamor. He held Lin Chushan-Yang's gaze, retreating step by careful step. Perhaps his earlier display had already instilled a measure of wariness in the beast. Before Suyu, the creature exhibited marked caution, refusing to charge blindly.
Across its deep emerald pupils flickered an unervingly human-like glint of calculation.
At a safe distance, Suyu turned back toward the huddled crowd and smiled.
Are you truly unwilling to step forward? How dare you behave like this?
A middle-aged woman in garish attire planted her hands on her hips and shouted.
You're an officer, we're civilians. Protection is your sworn duty, not some optional favor.
Hearing her, the others seized upon moral high ground, rushing to voice agreement, hoping to bind Suyu with ethical obligation, compelling him to shield them in battle.
Sigh. Suyu exhaled disappointment, coloring his breath.
It seemed impossible to coax them onto the field, to aid him in slaying the monster and thereby claim its essence.
Truthfully, Suyu coveted the monster's specialties deeply. Both conferred tangible advantage, yet their very presence rendered the creature extraordinarily perilous. Especially the specialty Walking Ancient Wood.
Walking Ancient Wood boosts your evolvable 10% of all damage you receive, converts directly into HP.
An elite rarity monster possessing an evolvable boss tier specialty, utterly anomalous.
Such imbalance defied reason. Where strangeness arose, something unnatural was surely at work. Equally vexing were the creature's skills.
Skill named Seasonal Shift.
Effects cycle through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each granting unique buffs.
Currently it stood in spring mode, restoring 0.5 of maximum HP per second.
A grotesquely potent ability, growing ever more oppressive over time.
Within 200 seconds, even near death would reverse into full vitality. How then could one possibly prevail?
Thus Suyu was certain alone, or with only this handful, we stood no chance against it.
Had the onlookers mustered courage, perhaps victory might still be within reach. But they chose retreat.
So Suyu abandoned them, retreating steadily until he reached the cruiser.
Throughout Lin Chushan Yang made no move to impede him, instead its eyes gleamed with unmistakable delight. As if watching thorny barriers peel away from a sumptuous feast. Thud. The car door slammed shut. In the wake of frantic cries the cruiser roared into motion and sped away. Qin Shifei, wait, didn't you say the cruiser was out of fuel? Su Yui lied. Qin Shifei. I stopped because I saw a supermarket nearby, you did notice it didn't you? Qin Shifei. Before she could react guttural screams tore from behind. Zhang Daliang instinctively glanced back, his expression unreadable. Brother Zhang, don't look. You've done enough for them, they were strangers to begin with, Xiao Wang murmured softly. Zhang Daliang shook his head, it just feels wrong. At that moment Xiao Lu smacked his forehead and stared wide-eyed. Wrong. Brother Zhang, what is this? Auntie Zhang and Uncle Sun fought alongside us just moments ago. Yes, yes. Xiao Wang clutched his head, pain twisting his features. They were fearless against monsters. I remember Auntie Wang's profession, Mars literary artist, she could conjure bizarre avant-garde texts. Quite formidable. In the driver's seat Suye's expression gradually became serious. Are you suggesting that your understanding has suffered some degree of deviation during a previous process? He turned his head to look at Zhang Daliang. What is your mysterious attribute? 2 points. What about you two? I also have 2 points. I have 3 points. Without needing Suyu to ask again, Qin Shifei directly said, I have 3 points. Wu Tao quickly followed, I have 2 points. Suye's mysterious attribute was 4 points, which he had previously thought was lower than average. However, considering their situations, it seemed that 4 points was relatively high. The mysterious attribute of the Lin Chushan goat was 12 points. This meant that if the Lin Chushan goat had a skill that affected cognition, then naturally the higher the mysterious attribute the lower the influence received. A bold thought flashed through Suye's mind. Those who were just shrinking in the back must all have 1 point in their mysterious attributes, right? With this thought came a deep chill. That monster was definitely not of elite quality. His own cognition had also been skewed, influenced by the skill. Suyu immediately opened the panel, looking at the prompt bar after using the Pelican's eye. Name Lin Chushan goat LV. 3. Quality boss health 480, energy 280, attributes physique 12, spirit 6, mystery 16, charm 9, luck 3, specialties 1. Walking ancient tree 2. Imposter. Skills 1. Tentacle strangulation 2. Seasonal change 3. Deep forest trap 4. Cognitive interference, comprehensive combat power 50. Sure enough, that monster is a boss level creature with the skill of cognitive interference. But still something's not right. We all saw that when the monster descended from the sky it was accompanied by a green light. Zhang Daliang had a look of anxiety on his face. It's an imposter. Suyu shook his head. It seems we all jumped to conclusions thinking that the monster's arrival was unconscious. It now appears that even during the arrival process some monsters can remain alert. That Lin Chushan goat, from the moment it descended, used its specialty to disguise itself as an elite quality monster. Everyone's expressions became somewhat grim. Ordinary monsters were already challenging enough, let alone a monster with intelligence. Wu Tao furrowed his brows. But why did it let us go? Suyu shot him a sidelong glance while stepping on the gas. It likely wanted to divide and conquer, but perhaps it doesn't realize that this vehicle is quite fast. Moo. A howl that sent chills deep into the bones faintly came from behind. Zhang Daliang looked back. It has killed Aunt Wang and the others and is now chasing us. However, Xiao Wang swallowed hard, picking up the conversation. Indeed, it can't run as fast as the car. Qin Shifei suddenly spoke up. Speaking of which, why are we running? Why not try to ram it with the car? Because of its skills and specialties. Suyu calmly articulated the Lin Chushan goat's specialties and skills. Qin Shifei asked, so can this car run any faster? Everyone else fell silent. Suyu cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, there's some bad news. The car is indeed low on fuel. Qin Shifei instantly became alert. Huh? No way. You trying to trick me? Suyu shook his head. I'm not that bored, I'm just being honest. Zhang Daliang clenched his fists and turned to Suyu. Officer, how about I go down and hold it off while you guys go first? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wang, who had been looking back, exclaimed in surprise. Great. Zhang Daliang. No, even if sacrificing myself allows you to survive, you shouldn't say it so directly. That's too hurtful. Yet Xiao Wang paid no attention to Zhang Daliang's suddenly darkened face, continuing to speak. That monster seems to have realized it can't catch up and has stopped chasing. Zhang Daliang was taken aback, realizing he had misunderstood, and quickly turned to look back. It really isn't chasing anymore, it's gone in another direction. Everyone sighed with relief, a feeling of having survived a disaster washing over them. Xiao Lu exhaled deeply. Damn it, I never thought I'd be chased by a goat one day. But it's okay, we can level up. Once we level up, a mere goat won't be able to turn the tide. Su Yu, however, did not agree with this viewpoint. Monsters, can't they level up as well?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback, then fell into a long silence. After a while, Wu Tao, sitting by the window, seemed to see something incredible, his face showing excitement.
Did I see it wrong?
Those cracks, why do they seem to be gradually closing?
You didn't see it wrong.
Qin Jifei in the passenger seat squinted his eyes. Not only that. Bronze pillars gradually extended from the closing cracks in the sky, descending towards the ground. What are those pillars? Su Yu looked up, staring intently at the pillar closest to them. Suddenly he slammed the steering wheel and spoke with an undeniable tone.
No matter what that pillar is under the current circumstances, it's an opportunity and we must seize it.
Then the police car ran out of gas completely.
Everyone. Su Yu. Let's get out of the car.
Fortunately, the bronze pillar that was falling nearby wasn't too far from them. Moments later, Su Yu and the others arrived at the landing spot of the bronze pillar, only to find that there were already people there. Upon seeing Su Yu and the others arrive, a balding middle-aged man waved at them, his expression invigorated.
Friends, hurry over, we have hope.
Su Yu released his grip on Wu Tao. Wu Tao's sternum was fractured, and if he ran by himself it would worsen his injuries.
Among those present, Su Yu had the highest physique. Therefore, while ensuring overall speed, he supported Wu Tao and ran all the way, preventing Wu Tao's injuries from worsening.
What is the situation with this pillar?
It's a good thing. As long as we complete the tasks on this pillar, we can establish a player base.
Su Yu's eyes lit up. A player base. What that meant was crystal clear. The balding man took the opportunity to say, friends, we all trust this big brother here.
What do you think?
Should we join together under the leadership of this big brother to set up this player base? He pointed to a young man leaning against the pillar who was closing his eyes and resting. The young man slowly opened his eyes, looked at Su Yu and revealed a faint smile. What is your name?
Su Yu, what is your name?
Zhang Fan's expression slowly turned cold, mimicking my way of speaking.
It seems you are a bit unconvinced.
Though he spoke thus, a quiet elation stirred within him. What he needed now was to assert his authority, and in his eyes Su Yu had conveniently presented himself as the perfect instrument for that purpose. With that thought, he stepped forward calmly. Suddenly a pair of brass knuckles materialized in his hands. Today I shall brother. 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 I was wrong, brother, I truly was wrong. Zhang Fan shot both hands high into the air, his face contorted in terror as a pistol barrel pressed coldly against his forehead.
Bang. Su Yu fired a single shot skyward, expressionless.
Zhang Daoliang understood instantly and stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Zhang Fan.
You're quite bold, aren't you? Do you even know who this elder brother is?
He's a security officer. You've just assaulted an officer, do you realize that?
I didn't know.
Had I known his honor was an officer, not even 10 lives would grant me the courage to provoke him. Zhang Fan capitulated without hesitation, his demeanor shifting instantly from arrogance to obsequiousness as he beamed at Su Yu with forced deference. His men, witnessing this, followed suit, falling silent one by one, cowed into submission. In an instant the entire scene fell under Su Yu's absolute control.
You, what's your name?
Zhang Fan bowed his head meekly. Zhang Fan, sir. You may call me Xiao Zhang.
Whom? Did you say you intend to stage a rebellion?
No, officer, you misheard. My name is Zhang Fan, not rebellion.
What?
You dare claim I misheard?
Then isn't that precisely rebellion?
A faint tick flickered at the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth, then in one swift motion he raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face.
Officer, I was wrong.
Oh. Su Yu nodded indifferently, then strode toward the bronze pillar.
After a brief inspection he placed his palm upon its surface.
Notice you have touched the outpost core bronze tier.
Notice upon completing all outpost missions a bronze tier outpost may be established.
Notice completing outpost missions grants contribution points. The top contributor upon successful establishment becomes the outpost leader. Notice the bronze tier leader receives additional template enhancements.
Mission 1, eliminate 100 common tier monsters. Mission 2, eliminate 10 elite tier monsters. Mission 3, eliminate 1 boss tier monster.
Mission 4, submit 10 white quality equipment pieces.
Mission 5, submit 1 green quality equipment piece. TCH. There's no returning to the world as it once was.
Su Yu wore an enigmatic smile as he gestured for the others to approach and touch the core to accept their missions. Qin Jifei narrowed his eyes, pondered briefly, then leaned close and murmured softly beside Su Yu's ear. Su Yu, do you intend to become the leader?
Yes. Su Yu nodded without hesitation, his gaze sweeping deliberately across every person present. Wu Tao, Zhang Daoliang and the rest naturally voiced their full support.
As for Zhang Fan and his 6 companions, their expression shifted uneasily, awaiting Zhang Fan's lead. Zhang Fan lowered his head.
Officer, might we perhaps split up and operate independently?
Su Yu smiled faintly. I see you're already itching to slap your own face again.
Zhang Fan's throat bobbed. He swallowed his resentment whole, forcing a brittle smile onto his face. I only worry we won't coordinate well. Since officer has such confidence, we'll follow your lead without question. Ha! Su Yu's lips curled slightly. Wu Tao, you stay behind. These two also remain to guard the outpost core. Should anyone arrive, let them freely accept missions, do not interfere. He pointed to two of Zhang Fan's men who instinctively glanced toward their leader. Zhang Fan gave a subtle silent nod. Noting the exchange, Su Yu turned back to Zhang Fan with a serene smile. Xiao Zhang, shall we go? There are monsters nearby. We must work together heart in hand. Yes, officer, rest assured. Su Yu turned and began walking. Qin Jifei and the others fell into step behind him. At the very rear of the group, Zhang Fan's expression darkened instantly, cold and unreadable. The bald man slowed his pace, drawing alongside him and exchanging a knowing glance. Zhang Fan shook his head, then formed a pistol shape with his fingers and traced the character Ren Endure onto his palm. Hey! Xiao Zhang, come here, come join us. Su Yu waved casually over his shoulder. Zhang Fan's facial muscles twitched, but in an instant he plastered on a bright obedient grin and trotted eagerly to Su Yu's side. Officer, I only feared I'd obstruct your view. Ah, Xiao Zhang, I have high hopes for you. You'll go first when we engage, show us what you're made of. Rage boiled silently within Zhang Fan, but fear of Su Yu's firearm held him in check, compelling him to maintain his servile smile. For now I endure, he vowed inwardly. Once my level rises, I'll make you pay. He harbored deep confidence in that promise, for his profession was exceptionally powerful. Soon after, the party encountered monsters 3Z Nuwa Pao. They hovered above a mangled, unrecognizable corpse. Sensing the group's approach, violet light flared across their bodies, and they launched their abilities without delay. Yet everyone present had fought these creatures before, and none fell prey to their assault. Zhang Fan easily evaded 1Z Nuwa Pao's charged brass knuckles appearing in his fists as he drove them downward with brutal force. An immediate debuff manifested. Physical vulnerability. Physical damage taken increases by 10 for 10 seconds, stackable up to 4 times. Bang! 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 Zhang Fan struck with savage precision, each blow landing like a hammer, imagining Su Yu's face beneath his knuckles. Shii. Just as he prepared to deliver the killing blow, Su Yu's cane swept in effortlessly and stole the kill. Zhang Fan's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, but seeing most of the experience points flow to him, he exhaled inwardly in relief. That fool. All he cares about is stealing kills, but what good is that? I claimed the lion's share of XP. Just wait, once my level surges ahead, your gun won't intimidate me anymore. The future is mine. Meanwhile, Su Yu glanced fleetingly at the notification panel, his lips lifting in quiet satisfaction. Excellent. Another 3 points of physique accrued. My momentum has truly begun to gather. Having secured all 3 kills, Su Yu absorbed 3 points of physique. His base physique now stood at 14, bolstered by 2 more from his shadow step boots, totaling 16. Such a physique score placed him far beyond the vast majority of players, without exaggeration. Su Yu smiled. Let's move on. Zhang Fan echoed the sentiment with a bright, practiced smile. Everyone, let's push harder today, we'll slay as many monsters as we can. On the surface, harmony reigned. Qin Jifei's brow furrowed faintly. She glanced repeatedly at Su Yu, hesitating on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately chose silence, placing her trust in him. You're an officer too, right? At the bronze tier outpost, Kornya Haibang gazed at Wu Tao with a deferential smile. Wu Tao blinked slowly. How long had it been since someone looked at him like that? Oh, just a day or two. Yet why did it feel like ages? As this thought crossed his mind, his voice remained quick and steady. What is it? Do you need something? No, not at all. I merely wish to ask, your leader seems remarkably imposing, doesn't he? Wu Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. He heard the unspoken implication beneath those words. At that moment, footsteps approached, the sound of newcomers arriving. There was a group of students dressed in school uniforms, around 7 or 8 of them, and judging by their height they appeared to be high school students. Wu Tao's eyes brightened as he thought of his son. But soon his expression dimmed, for his son did not attend school in Fengtai district. He took a deep breath and looked at the students, only to realize that the leader was a strikingly beautiful girl. The girl was walking briskly towards the bronze pillar, her expression calm as she looked at Wu Tao. Excuse me, what is the purpose of this bronze pillar? You'll know once you touch it, Wu Tao replied, following Su Yu's instructions and not stopping them. However, the girl frowned and raised her hand, signaling a tall boy behind her to step forward. No way. The boy grimaced, looking at Wu Tao with some wariness, and reluctantly placed his hand on the bronze pillar. This is Shuijie. This is the core of the player's stronghold. As long as we complete the task, we can establish a player's stronghold. Only then did Shuijie place her hand on the bronze pillar, revealing a contemplative expression. Are you 3 here to guard this core of the bronze stronghold? Wu Tao asked, somewhat surprised. How did you figure that out? Shuijie replied, how many of you are there? Wu Tao frowned, asking, what do you want to do?
Xue Qingya responded, we can unite to seize the opportunity and maximize the benefits of this stronghold.
Your students, surely you can't just be this few. Wu Tao probed.
Xue Qingya said, a very strong monster landed in the school, it killed many people and we escaped in small groups.
Wu Tao nodded, in that case you should wait here for Yu Ge to return.
Swoosh, a triangular ruler cleanly pierced through a sand-scaled beast's neck, taking away its final trace of life. Hint, you have consumed the sand-scaled beast LV.
1 and you have gained 2 points of physique.
Hint, you have digested the sand-scaled beast LV.
1 and are extracting its specialties.
Hint, you have gained the specialty, sand scale. Hint, you already possess this specialty and it has been enhanced. Sand scale 1 elite level, your resistance to earth attributes increases by 15 and your physical resistance increases by 15.
Ha!
Suyu was taken aback. Did swallowing his own specialty strengthen it? But the problem was when he repeatedly killed the purple sticky bubble, he had also drawn the specialty of protective shell several times. However, the original protective shell specialty had not been enhanced. This left Suyu somewhat puzzled. Could it be that because the protective shell was an ordinary level specialty it couldn't be enhanced at all? With this in mind, he took a glance at his current player panel. Player ID 6721 LV. 165,100. Class True Pelican, Unique Health 220, Energy 135, Attributes Physique 242, Spirit 5, Mystery 4, Charm 7, Luck 9, Specialties 1.
Protective Shell 2. Sand Scale 1 3.
Swift Step.
Skills 1.
Pelican's Eye, Passive Unique Equipment, Triangular Ruler, Shadow Boots, Overall Combat Power 40 with a base physique of 24 points. It was indeed luxurious. The hunting results from nearly half a day yielded 8 purple sticky bubbles and 1 sand-scaled beast, providing him with a total of 10 points in physique. At this moment Suyu was brimming with confidence, able to easily suppress Zhang Fan and the others. However, Zhang Fan was completely unaware of this. In fact, he was feeling quite pleased, his eyes full of joy.
Awesome, I've leveled up. Hahaha, that fool has been slacking off and definitely hasn't leveled up.
With this level up, my physique attribute increases by 1 point, my spirit attribute increases by 1 point, and I also have 2 free attribute points. Zhang Fan tried allocating all the free attribute points to physique and his whole spirit was lifted. Seeing the physique on his panel soar to 9 points, his confidence surged to an unprecedented level. At that moment he felt an illusion that dodging bullets might not be that difficult after all. No, I can't, I should hold on a bit longer, wait until I reach level 3, then it will be the most stable. Zhang Fan forced himself to suppress his emotions and looked at Suyu, a sincere smile appearing on his face.
Yu Ge, it's getting dark, should we continue or head back?
Suyu looked at him with a half smile, saying, oh, then let's go back.
Zhang Fan nodded eagerly, alright.
When Suyu and his group returned to the core of the stronghold, the sky had completely darkened. A bright moon hung high, casting a cold clear light that illuminated the earth. If one were to look down from the sky at this moment, they would see the bronze pillars randomly scattered across the ground. Each bronze pillar was spaced at a certain distance from one another, marking out distinct territories. It was easy to foresee that in the future conflicts would inevitably erupt between different strongholds. The reason was simple: some strongholds were located in industrial areas severely lacking food sources. What to do without food? Growing food would surely take too much time, so they could only resort to robbing. Fortunately, the bronze-level stronghold core Suyu encountered was situated in a relatively good position. This was Fengtai Square with a wide field of vision, and nearby was a large supermarket. The only downside was that when the apocalyptic game descended, some supplies had already been taken from the supermarket. Apart from that large supermarket, if you go left, there is Hanglian Bridge, which can serve as our retreat. At the same time, we can utilize the water resources under the bridge to ensure the stronghold doesn't lack water. Xue Qingya sat on a small stool looking seriously at Suyu as she continued, in short, this stronghold is quite good. By the way, I had them transport these supplies here. She pointed at a small pile of various food items and several boxes of mineral water placed under the bronze pillar. Suyu nodded slightly. So what do you want? Xue Qingya said, of course, to survive. This stronghold has already been regarded by you as your own and I can't seize it. If I leave this stronghold, it would be difficult for me to occupy another one in a short time. Therefore, I wish to join you and become a beneficiary of this stronghold. Her expression was serious and her words were blunt, her eyes showing no sign of wavering as she continued. At present, many people lack the courage to come out, fearing encounters with monsters. So currently competition for the core of the stronghold is relatively mild. But if some time passes and those people muster up their courage, they will undoubtedly venture out. I don't want to fall into the same predicament as those people. I want to take the initiative, so I brought them to seek the bronze pillar.
Now that I have shared my mental journey with you, can you give me an answer?
Suyu gazed at Xue Qingya and read sincerity in her expression.
Agreed. So long as you follow my instructions and lend me your strength, I shall naturally grant you commensurate authority. He weighed the matter carefully. His current followers were numerous yet fragmented into rival factions.
Zhang Daliang and his 2 companions Zhang Fan and his 6 subordinates, and Xue Qingya with her 6 allies, these were all recent additions. As for Wu Tao, he remained an open question. In truth, the only person Suyu genuinely trusted was Qin Jifei. Fortunately, his own martial prowess was steadily expanding, sufficient to maintain control over the situation. Hearing Suyu's assurance, Xue Qingya, a young woman whose cheeks still held a faint trace of childhood softness, broke into a charming smile. Then I'll call you Brother Yu just like that uncle does.
You may address me as Uncle Yu if you prefer.
Xue Qingya blinked, momentarily flustered. Ah. Brother Yu, where shall we sleep tonight?
Brother Yu. Qin Jifei approached from a distance, her face stern.
She placed a hand on Suyu's shoulder and gave it a firm, measured squeeze.
Also, monsters now wander outside. We must assign night watch duties. Senior Sister Qin.
Xue Qingya rose promptly, her demeanor perfectly obedient. We're students, we stay up late and rise early.
Any of us can take shifts guarding through the night.
Senior Sister Qin smiled faintly at her, then turned to Suyu. By the way, scattered individuals have noticed our large group gathered here and drawn near.
How shall we handle them?
May they approach the bronze pillar? Suyu cast a casual glance toward the newcomers, roughly 6 or 7 people currently barred by Zhang Fan from touching the bronze pillar.
Let them touch it. The more who do, the better.
The logic was simple: the greater the number who accepted the outpost mission, the more thinly the total contribution points would be divided among them. For instance, if only 10 people accepted the mission, the entire pool of contribution points would be contested solely among those 10. Thus, even one who seized an early advantage might not ultimately prevail.
But what if 100 accepted?
Each would claim a share, however small, of the contribution pool, thereby diminishing the portion available to those arriving later. Suyu, having seized the initiative, naturally wished the overall contribution pool to be as small as possible. The smaller it was, the faster he could consolidate his dominance and secure the position of outpost leader. Zhang Fan had also grasped this logic. That was precisely why he blocked others from touching the bronze pillar to accept the mission. In his view, any contributions earned by those outsiders through slaying monsters rightfully belonged to him. He had already resolved once he reached level 3 he would confront Suyu directly. He certainly did not wish to see his rightful contribution points siphoned off by others.
A faint self-satisfied smirk flickered across Zhang Fan's face.
That fool probably hasn't considered this at all, perhaps even thinks I'm shielding him by keeping these people back. Then he saw Suyu rise and stride toward him. Zhang Fan hastily composed himself and offered a deferential smile. Officer, I've prevented these people from touching the outpost core.
You may accept the mission.
Ah. You mean, we're permitted to touch the outpost core?
Truly. Zhang Fan was stunned, so too were the newcomers.
In the next instant they rushed forward, joyfully touched the core and accepted the mission. They exchanged glances, their expressions varied, clearly each intended to depart. They understood well this place was now under Suyu's dominion, remaining meant forfeiting any chance at the leadership.
Yet a question lingered: would the master of this place allow them to leave?
Under their anxious, uncertain gazes, Suyu's lips curved into a subtle smile. If you wish to go, feel free, I shall not detain you. At those words Zhang Fan clenched his fists, he longed to leave as well.
But alas.
How unjust! Why should these latecomers enjoy such freedom of movement while he remained bound?
This Su fellow truly was despicable.
Under Zhang Fan's resentful gaze most departed, leaving only one behind, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses of average height, dressed casually in loose-fitting trousers. Suyu studied him curiously.
Why do you remain? Sun Bowen sighed. They cling to hope, but I do not.
He calls you officer, so you're a security officer.
May I accompany you?
Suyu replied, if you choose to stay. Understand this, I require obedience.
Officer, I harbor no ambition, only the desire to survive.
So long as you don't send me to certain death, I'll obey. Suyu inwardly marveled. The mantle of officer proved remarkably effective. Without that veneer, Sun Bowen likely would not have stayed at all. With that thought, Suyu gestured toward the rear.
Go assist, first erect the tents, then collect rations.
Yes, I'll get to work right away. The tents had been scavenged from a nearby large supermarket. Qin Jifei had dispatched people earlier to retrieve them. Her visit to Suyu had never been about lodging arrangements. Clearly her purpose lay elsewhere. Suyu shook his head, slowly choosing not to dwell further.
As dusk deepened, the tents were erected and rations distributed.
Suyu sat cross-legged upon the ground, eating bread and drinking water, his expression inscrutable. Beside him Qin Jifei leaned close, arm linked with Xue Qingya, both laughing softly. Farther away Wu Tao stood alone, gazing upward at the star-strewn sky, lost in silent contemplation.
At that moment Zhang Daoliang spoke up. Brother Yu, do you think we'll survive?
At his words silence fell over the group.
Even Zhang Fan's face flickered with fleeting uncertainty.
Indeed, the cataclysm had erupted without warning, shattering the world overnight. All that had been familiar lay in ruins, every vestige of former order had dissolved.
And now monstrous beings descended from the heavens, plunging all into profound instability.
Faced with such upheaval, each heart harbored, at least in part, the same unspoken question.
How long will I live? In that heavy silence, Suyu suddenly laughed. Don't be greedy. Live one day at a time, nothing more, nothing less. No one spoke.
The air thickened with quiet tension.
This was not the answer they'd hoped for.
At the very least, had Suyu offered some encouraging words, even hollow ones, they might have accepted them. But then his voice drifted calmly onward. Of course, if you've chosen, however, temporarily to follow my lead, I offer you this certainty. Once the outpost is established, your odds of survival will significantly increase. Brother Yu, I believe you. Na slightly hoarse voice rang out. En Wu Tao met the gazes of the others and continued, and I want shy from your laughter. I trembled when I first encountered the monsters. Had it not been for Brother Yu, I'd likely be dead already. Ni's expression was solemn. The group naturally trusted his words, and their glances towards Suyu now carried a quiet note of acknowledgement. I believe Brother Yu too. Zhang Daoliang chimed in aptly. Enthan paused, intending to praise Suyu's formidable combat prowess. Yet he hesitated, recalling Suyu's lackluster performance during the earlier monster hunt and Zhang Fan's looming presence.
A possibility quietly took root in his mind.
And he shifted course. After all, Brother Yu is a security officer. En Shuiqingya stole a subtle glance at Suyu. She suspected he was no such thing. The reason was simple. She had seen his hands, nth calluses on his palms and the base of his index fingers were utterly absent, pristine beyond belief. This suggested he had never undergone intensive firearms training. And of course it wasn't conclusive. After all, not every security officer underwent rigorous gun drills. And besides, who cared whether Suyu truly held that title? And the fact that he had rallied so many people in such a short time proved unequivocally that he possessed real capability.
Capability, that was what mattered most now.
And with that thought, Shuiqingya nodded obediently and said, and yes, Brother Yu is a security officer.
I'm certain he'll lead us all to survival.
As one by one the others voiced their support, Zhang Fan suddenly grew restless.
And what was happening?
This Suyu had claimed all the kills today and now commanded such loyalty.
Ah, it must be the gun.
And Zhang Fan felt he'd cracked it. And they were clearly intimidated by Suyu's firearm.
Once I reach level 3, I'll confront him head-on, and they'll finally realize guns hold no terror.
And fueled by this conviction, Zhang Fan felt invigorated, convinced even that he was enduring hardship with strategic patience. Alright everyone, eat well, drink well, then take night watch as assigned. And having finished his last bite of bread, Suyu dismissed the group and retreated into his own tent. Not ideal, and inside the tent Suyu sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed in contemplation. And my physical attribute has increased, my appetite has surged. Even after consuming all that food, I remain only half satisfied. If this trend continues, how much sustenance will I require each day? And then again, if everyone's physical attributes rise similarly, daily food consumption will balloon into an astronomical figure. Suyu surmised that once the player's stronghold is established, new channels for high-calorie provisions may emerge. And otherwise, in later stages, players might need to eat constantly or risk starvation. Yet constructing the stronghold demands completing a series of quests. And the others posed little difficulty, but the directive to slay a boss-tier monster presented a genuine challenge. The sole boss-tier monster Suyu had yet encountered was the Linshu goat. And he knew firsthand just how perilous it was. A single cognitive distortion ability could reduce its victims to helpless euphoric wrecks, utterly defenseless. But it's not invincible. A flicker ignited in Suyu's eyes as schemes and stratagems flooded his thoughts. And first lure out its cognitive distortion ability, and, the next morning. Everyone rose early, or rather most hadn't slept well at all. And each carried private anxieties, uncertain fates of family, friends, loved ones. Yet Zhang Fan bore the heaviest gloom. And last night he'd considered slipping away under cover of darkness, but the Night Watch roster included people he didn't command. Moreover, fixated on leveling up to topple Suyu, he'd opted against the risk. And when breakfast concluded, Suyu clapped his hands, drawing every gaze toward him. Now that our numbers have grown, moving as one slows us down. And so today I propose we disperse, to seek out monsters and lure them here. This was Suyu's design for them: extend his reach like tendrils, drawing monsters inward, while he remained seated feasting upon the bounty. At once Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. He blurted out eagerly, and excellent. Then we'll complete the stronghold quest sooner. I fully support Brother Yu. Oh, and Zhang Fan, you'll stay behind.
Lend me a hand.
Zhang Fan nearly slapped himself.
What was wrong with him? Why had he spoken up at all?
Shuiqingya pondered briefly, then asked softly, and Brother Yu, if too many monsters are drawn at once, can you handle them all? Null eyes turned to Suyu, their shared unspoken question. What if they lured monsters back only for Suyu to falter?
That would spell disaster.
And Zhang Fan frowned inwardly, something felt subtly off.
Could Suyu intend to use firearms against the monsters?
NSU, you offered no explanation. Go ahead, all of you. Don't worry, I'll manage whatever comes.
One more thing, if you encounter a goat-like monster, flee immediately.
Run straight to me. And Wu Tao stood first. Brother Yu, I'm off. His action set the tone. The others for now chose trust, departing in pairs or small clusters.
Enchin Jifei watched them go, then lingered, her gaze sharp with suspicion fixed on Suyu. Suyu arched a brow. Why are you staring like that, Enchin Jifei? That goat, you're confident you can defeat it? Enjeng Fan listless. What goat? Suyu clapped his shoulder lightly. Come on Xiao Zhang, perk up. You'll lead the charge shortly. Zhang Fan, Enchin Jifei sighed inwardly. She'd stayed behind precisely out of fear someone might actually summon the Linshu goat. Yet Suyu seemed utterly unconcerned, almost dismissive. Since the stronghold quest explicitly requires slaying a boss-tier monster, confronting the Linshu goat is inevitable. It's only a matter of time.
An uncharacteristic gravity settled across Suyu's features as he continued in. Based on my deduction, each stronghold core likely harbors one such boss-tier monster. And wouldn't slaying a boss-tier monster yield exceptional gear or artifacts? And thus eliminating the one near our own stronghold should be our first priority. Thereafter we may proceed to other stronghold cores and assist their occupants in defeating their respective bosses, and of course for Suyu the true prize lay in claiming the boss's unique expertise, not mere equipment. After all, gear grows obsolete, but expertise endures. And still there was no need to voice the truth aloud. NSUU ever compassionate preferred sparing them the shattering revelation of human disparity, lest their Dao hearts fracture. Zhang Fan had never faced the Linshu goat, yet he knew the tenacity of elite-grade monsters like the Sha Lin beast. And that knowledge alone sent a chill through him. So now unease prickled his nerves. And wait, brother, you, with just us we're really going after a boss-tier monster.
Are you backing down? How could I possibly back down?
Zhang Fan hated being called a coward. The truth was always the sharpest blade.
But a boss-tier monster.
His words had barely left his lips when he spotted two figures sprinting desperately toward them.
Those aren't our people, are they?
Zhang Fan leapt to his feet, rising onto his toes and widening his eyes in scrutiny.
Brother, you, it looks like a mountain goat is chasing them.
Qin Jifei saw it too, her lips pressing into a faint line. That's the boss-tier monster Linshu mountain goat. From afar the two fugitives screamed hoarsely toward Suyu and the others. Help us.
Help us.
In truth, news of the Bronze Pillar's descent had spread across the vicinity the previous night. Yet most survivors remained scattered and disorganized, and with Suyu's group guarding the site none dared approach. These two were no exception. But this morning while searching for food they'd unluckily encountered the Linshu mountain goat. Fortunately they were still near the outpost's core and maintained a modest distance from the beast. After a split-second calculation they chose to flee toward the densely populated core, gambling on that slender thread of survival. As for whether those at the core could handle such a terrifying creature, in life or death panic, who had time for such fine considerations? Zhang Fan's eyes bulged with fury. Damn it. Those idiots just lured a boss-tier monster straight to us. In that instant despair flooded his heart. In his estimation only three stood ready: himself, Suyu and Qin Jifei. Even counting the two newcomers they numbered no more than 5. 5 people might hold their own against elite-tier monsters, but face a boss-tier one. It was like trying to wrestle a roof beam. The Linshu mountain goat possessed a staggering physique stat of 12. After a brief chase it overtook the pair. And under Zhang Fan's suddenly widened horrified gaze, its horn tendrils shot forth like serpents, coiling tightly around both victims' necks. Crack! A grating bone-shattering sound echoed, and 2 heads were wrenched clean off.
I damn. Zhang Fan's teeth chattered violently, his legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly buckling beneath him.
Yet a fragile sliver of hope remained. Brother, you, we've got guns. In the face of death that title, brother, you, spilled from his lips with startling sincerity. Then he watched Suyu stride forward, brandishing a set square, charging headlong at the Linshu mountain goat.
Suyu remained utterly calm. His confidence stemmed from his extraordinary physique attribute. Its dramatic increase had amplified his raw offensive power, rendering today's situation wholly unlike yesterday's.
Moo. The Linshu mountain goat growled low, its cunning emerald eyes narrowing with cautious wariness.
Clearly it remembered Suyu.
In its mind this human possessed above-average physique, capable of prolonged resistance and mild nuisance. But no more than that, merely an inconvenient obstacle.
Its green pupils flared, activating its cognitive interference skill.
Instantly Suyu's perception warped. The beast swelled to colossal height, looming over him like a mountain.
An invisible dread constricted his spirit, stealing his breath.
He fell prey to profound perceptual distortion, yet he thought, this is all it can do.
My mystical attribute far exceeds the norm, its interference barely grazes me. Suyu drew a deep breath, forcibly steadying his mind.
He knew full well Wu Tao and the others hadn't gone far, they would surely hear the commotion. All he needed was to stall the beast briefly until reinforcements arrived. Though, wasn't this cognitive interference rather underwhelming? Suyu raised his arm, blocking the goat's descending forehoof, then with a surge of effort lifted the entire creature overhead.
Boom! Raw power erupted.
Gripping the hoof he drove the set square straight toward its eye.
Moo!
Panic flashed across the Linshu mountain goat's gaze. It had never imagined this human strength could now rival or surpass its own. Just yesterday this man's strength had been no different from its own.
How then had his might so dramatically surged overnight? Abba.
Beside him, Zhang Fan stared dumbfounded as Suyu hoisted the Linshu mountain goat and hurled it crashing to the ground.
He felt as though hallucinating.
Yesterday's Suyu, slacking off snatching kills, how could he possibly be this formidable?
It defied all logic. Had he truly lost his grip on reality?
Just then Qin Jifei spoke, that creature disrupts cognition.
Oh. Right. Relief washed over Zhang Fan. Of course, that explained everything.
His perception must have been distorted.
And in that very realization a brilliant opportunity dawned.
Suyu was rushing to his doom, so why not slip away now?
As for the beast,
he'd level up further, gather allies, and crush it in due time. He took a silent step backward only to hear Qin Jifei murmur, "Go assist Suyu." Zhang Fan turned and saw her raise a handgun.
"Wait, you've got a gun. Why don't you shoot it?"
"Foolish. My cognition may already be compromised. If I misfire I might strike Suyu." Though she voiced that concern, the true reason was simpler. She'd never fired a gun before, and her aim was abysmal. Zhang Fan's face darkened, then he spotted a short stout figure sprinting down the left street.
He recognized the man, a loyalist of Suyu's. Damn it.
Zhang Fan cursed inwardly, feigning hesitation. My cognition may be compromised too, I might accidentally harm Suyu. Qin Jifei ignored him, stepping forward quietly to prepare healing support at the critical moment.
Then more allies arrived and Zhang Fan realized escape was no longer possible. It's that mountain goat. Zhang Daliang spotted the Linshu mountain goat from afar and hatred flared in his eyes.
Without hesitation he charged forward to aid Suyu, shouting aloud. Everyone take heed, this creature distorts cognition to a degree, those with low mystical attribute must keep their distance. As he spoke his expression hardened into grim resolve.
Then, the goat bolted. Zhang Daliang.
Suyu gazed at the handful of dry leaves in his palm, eyes narrowing, truly slippery.
Moments earlier gripping the goat's hoof he'd intended to trade wounds.
But the beast refused such a brutal exchange, activating its seasonal shift skill, transforming itself from spring state to autumn state. In autumn state its fleece shed instantly into brittle desiccated leaves, slipping free from Suyu's grasp. This little thing certainly boasts flashy active skills. Suyu crushed the withered leaves between his fingers, pushed off hard with his feet, and gave chase.
Pity.
Against sheer numerical superiority such flourishes mean nothing. He had already discovered that the attacks of this Lin Shushan goat posed no significant trouble for him.
Striking his body felt neither painful nor itchy.
However, his attacks dealt about 30 points of damage to it.
This was precisely why this cunning creature chose to flee.
But how could it possibly run faster than Suyu? In just a few seconds Suyu caught up, even grabbing its hind leg. A look of intense fear flashed in the Lin Shushan goat's eyes. This time Suyu learned his lesson and held on tightly, not giving it a chance to escape.
At the same time Zhang Daliang arrived just in time, shouting Espire superscript 22.
The radius R is randomly selected, and this time the radius R 1m. Zhang Daliang swung his semicircular ruler with full force, striking its side, but only managed to knock down a few dry leaves. His attack power was insufficient. Moreover, in the autumn state the Lin Shushan goat would also mitigate 15 of the damage. Back and forth it resulted in only single-digit damage. Yet it was precisely his obstruction that allowed Suyu to seize the opportunity and completely control it, pinning it down. Sizzle. The triangular ruler violently pierced deep into the left side of the Lin Shushan goat's chest. At that moment the creature that had once forced Suyu to retreat strategically was slowly sliding into the abyss of death. Seeing itself in a dire situation, the Lin Shushan goat activated its skill seasonal change, transforming from autumn to winter. In an instant its body became rigid and unable to move. Simultaneously a layer of solid ice appeared on its surface, quickly spreading and covering its body. Zhang Daoliang's attack landed on the solid ice, leaving only a white mark before returning in vain. You goo. He glanced at Suyu, who remained silent, stabbing down with the ruler. Soon a tiny crack appeared on the surface of the solid ice. Aha! Wu Tao's roar suddenly rang out. He had finished charging, his body engulfed in white flames. The white flames spread, dyeing the firefighting axe in his hand with a layer of white fire. Take this axe. He raised the axe high and swung down forcefully, as if wanting to chop away all the fear he had endured during this time. Crack! Perhaps the flames truly had a restraining effect on the solid ice, as signs of melting began to appear on the outer surface of the Lin Shushan goat. Well done! Zhang Daliang exclaimed with joy, swinging the semicircular ruler even more vigorously. Yet Suyu did not believe the situation was that favorable. This Lin Shushan goat was extremely cunning. How could it simply use a time-delaying skill when in dire straits? This meant it was stalling for some purpose. What was that purpose? Suyu suddenly looked up, abandoning the Lin Shushan goat encased in solid ice beneath him, and rushed towards the left front. Ha! Zhang Daliang was startled, unsure of what madness had overtaken Suyu. Had his cognition been disrupted? But soon he realized he was wrong. How is this possible?
Wu Tao's astonished voice rang out. On the ground the solid ice gradually melted under the flames and the Lin Shushan goat flickered, vanishing like a bubble. Wu Tao immediately reacted. What was in the ice wasn't the monster it escaped. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Suyu clutched the Lin Shushan goat's neck with his left hand, pinning it firmly to the ground. Imposter, this specialty combined with cognitive interference is truly impressive, he said in a low voice, a cold glint in his eyes. Unfortunately, I possess the Pelican's eye, allowing me to see your data. In Suyu's vision, a series of data floated above the Lin Shushan goat, which had disguised itself as air. To be precise, he saw rows of data floating in the air. Undoubtedly beneath the data was the Lin Shushan goat disguised as air. Thus, realizing that the Lin Shushan goat's transformation into solid ice was a ploy to buy time, Suyu used the Pelican's eye to scan his surroundings and locate its true form. From this perspective, the Pelican's eye skill was incredibly domineering. However, he wondered if this skill could reveal invisible units. Moo. The Lin Shushan goat's eyes were filled with terror. It could not comprehend why this human before it could see through its disguise. Yet it understood that it seemed to have truly fallen into a desperate situation. Its horns stretched like vines attempting to wrap around Suyu's neck, but Suyu gripped them tightly. Is that all the strength you have? Suyu grinned, his knee pressing down on it as the triangular ruler struck down again and again. Initially the Lin Shushan goat could still struggle, but gradually its attempts weakened. Until finally its deep green pupils lost all luster and its last life points were reduced to 0. It died. Notification: you have slain the Lin Shushan goat LV. 3. Based on the damage dealt, experience points 150. Notification: you have consumed the Lin Shushan goat LV. 3, gaining 4 points of mystery. Notification: you have digested the Lin Shushan goat LV. 3, extracting its specialty. Notification: you have acquired the specialty, Walking Ancient Wood. Walking Ancient Wood, boss level 10. Of the damage you take will convert to your health. Suyu slowly rose the Lin Shushan goat's corpse, gradually dissipating, leaving behind a blue treasure chest in its place. This was the first time he had killed a monster and received a treasure chest. This time, however, no one dared to covet the chest. Zhang Daliang Wu Tao Shueqingya. All those who rushed back, including Zhang Fan, stared at him in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Indeed, the process of Suyu slaying the Lin Shushan goat was too violent. A formidable boss-level monster was thoroughly ravaged by him from start to finish. How could he have achieved such terrifying combat power? No one could comprehend, leading to an inevitable fear of Suyu deep within their hearts. This fear had nothing to do with Suyu's usual actions, it was purely a fear of his overwhelming strength. Yu Gu. Yu Yi is mighty. Zhang Fan snapped back to reality with a start, disregarding the cold sweat on his face, and clapped his hands vigorously. He now felt incredibly fortunate that the Lin Shushan goat had appeared at this time. Otherwise, by the time he leveled up to level 3 and confronted Suyu, he would have no idea how miserably he would die. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, and the more forcefully he clapped. His previous subordinates looked at Suyu with eyes full of reverence, gradually growing fervent. After all, compared to Suyu, what was Zhang Fan's meager combat power? They had followed Zhang Fan merely because he could offer them a sense of security. But now, having witnessed Suyu's combat power firsthand, they felt that Suyu was the one who could truly help them survive. Moreover, Zhang Fan was still clapping. Without any hesitation, Nya Haibang, who had previously attempted to extract information from Wu Tao, shouted loudly, Yu Yi is the one everyone looks up to. To be honest, seeing his subordinate praise Suyu made Zhang Fan feel somewhat uncomfortable deep down. It was as if he had been humiliated by a bull. It simply did not feel good. However, he had clapped so much that his hands were nearly numb. Alright, stop clapping, it's a bit noisy. Suyu held the treasure chest in his hand and casually glanced at Zhang Fan. Yes. Zhang Fan immediately stood at attention, his hands firmly against his pant seams, his posture impeccable. Suyu scanned the crowd. Who has the highest luck? Me. Shueqingjia's heart stirred and she quickly raised her hand. Brother, my luck is 4 points. She had previously calculated that the average person's luck attribute was 1 point, with only a few having 2 points. Compared to these people, her luck attribute was undoubtedly high, boasting a full 4 points. This way she could leverage her luck attribute to further highlight her importance. Having witnessed Suyu's strength, she felt that following him would enable her to survive in this apocalypse. Since she had such thoughts, she needed to demonstrate her value as much as possible. In her view, this was a great opportunity. Only 4 points. Suyu merely glanced at her before turning to the others. 4 points is too low. What about your luck? Does anyone have a higher luck attribute? Shueqingya. What does it mean that 4 points is too low? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Their luck attributes didn't even reach 4 points. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Was there really no one with a luck attribute higher than his own 9 points? Then he would have to open the treasure chest himself. He slowly lifted the lid of the chest, revealing 2 items glowing with a purple light. The rich purple glow radiated beautiful and mysterious, completely capturing everyone's attention. Nia Haibang instinctively asked Brother Yu what's inside. What are you asking for? This is Brother Yes item, who are you to ask? Zhang Fan finally seized the opportunity and slapped him on the back of the head, scolding. Wrong.
Nia Haibang winced in pain, shaking his hands repeatedly, yet he felt some discontent towards Zhang Fan.
Goodness, everyone is now Brother Yes people, why are you acting so arrogant?
Suyu ignored the two of them. He merely looked at the two items in his hands, his brow slightly furrowing.
These are two pieces of equipment of purple quality.
Name: Withered Sheep Bracelet. Unlimited category. Equipment quality purple. Effect: grants active skill Forest Trap upon equipping. Evaluation: best used in conjunction with cognitive interference. Name: Twisted Sheep Ring. Unlimited category. Equipment quality purple. Effect: grants active skill cognitive interference upon equipping. Evaluation: best used with Forest Trap. According to Suya's understanding, equipment that provides skills should be the rarest of its kind at the same quality level, because in battle having an additional skill could lead to many different tactical approaches. In other words, these are two pieces of equipment that can increase combat power limits. Suya's 9 points of luck undoubtedly demonstrated immense power, allowing him to acquire these two precious pieces of equipment.
But the issue is, due to my profession, I cannot acquire any active skills.
Suyu chose to equip these two pieces of equipment. Indeed, he found that he could not obtain the two skills Forest Trap and cognitive interference. Thus Suyu silently removed these two pieces of equipment, feeling that sometimes being too lucky was not necessarily a good thing. He looked up at the crowd, his expression neutral. All right, disperse, let's go lure the monsters. We aim to complete the outpost task as soon as possible.
Yes. All right, Brother Yu. Understood. We will go right away.
The crowd responded enthusiastically. Suya's combat strength gave them a renewed hope of surviving in the future. With hope comes motivation. Only Zhang Fan looked at Suyu with a surprised expression, cautiously asking, Brother Yu, do I also need to go lure monsters? Suyu shot him a sidelong glance. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to go lure monsters, go lure monsters. This left Zhang Fan unsure of what to do. A feeling akin to being a companion to a tiger surged within him, making Zhang Fan feel desolate and think that he was truly unfortunate. Clearly things had started off smoothly, but after encountering Suyu everything reset. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and turned to leave. At this moment the only one still present besides Suyu was Qin Jifei. I thought about it, this item is better suited for you. Qin Jifei took out a ring from her pocket and handed it to Suyu. What is this? An item dropped by the monster that caused the deaths of most of the crew. A blue quality equipment. It's yours, keep it for yourself. Forget it, my luck isn't high, so it won't be of much use to me. Qin Jifei tossed a milky white ring to Suyu. Having witnessed Suyu open purple equipment from the blue treasure chest in two pieces, that she was determined to give this equipment to the most suitable person. Name: Deadly Cut. Requires luck attribute greater than 3. Category Equipment quality blue. Effect: luck 1. Crit rate increases 10.
8 luck max increase 15.
Evaluation: TSK.
Crit rate.
Suyu was slightly taken aback. Crit rate is a secondary attribute displayed in the panel's branch menu. Secondary attributes like physical resistance are also found in the branch menu. After equipping Deadly Cut, his crit rate reached 9. This value is already quite substantial. Approximately every 10 attacks one would trigger a critical hit. This equipment. Just keep it. I mean, this equipment is indeed of no use to you. Qin Jifei shot Suyu an annoyed glare and turned to leave.
Where are you going?
To lure monsters. What monsters can a healer like you lure? Qin Jifei's mouth twitched slightly. She wanted to say that she was not a healer at all. Her profession was a debt collector, and from the skill system's perspective she was clearly a strong single combat assassin. This was why she had kept Deadly Cut earlier.
Qin Jifei looked at Suyu with exasperation.
Do you remember what I said when we played games at the orphanage as kids? You said you didn't like playing support.
Suyu raised an eyebrow.
Qin Jifei smiled. Right, I don't like playing support, I enjoy playing assassins. Killing is exhilarating. As she said this, she waved her hand and turned to leave.
Alright, then you can use this item for now.
Suyu expressionlessly tossed the Withered Sheep Bracelet, which had the skill Forest Trap, attached to Qin Jifei, and continued. This skill has a certain degree of compatibility with your profession. After you lend your health, the opponent will surely be anxious to quickly kill you within a short period. Thus you can use this to make them stumble into the Forest Trap and their recklessness gaining a greater advantage.
Qin Jifei smirked. Tisk, so is this a token of affection?
Suyu scoffed. Ha, you think too much. I merely said you can use it, I didn't say I was gifting it to you.
Qin Jifei.
Qin Jifei walked away without looking back. Only Suyu remained standing in front of the bronze pillar utterly alone. However, shortly after, about 10 minutes later, someone returned with the monster. It was Nia Haibang. He brought back 2 purple sticky bubbles. In the early days when the apocalyptic game had just begun, Suyu still needed Wu Tao to deal damage. But now, under the admiring gaze of Nia Haibang, he easily killed the 2 monsters.
Brother Yu, you are truly amazing. You say we are all human, how can there be such a gap?
Seeing Suyu glance over calmly, Nya Haibang deliberately lowered his voice, wanting to complain.
Brother, you need to be careful of that Zhang Fan.
I saw him trying to leave here several times last night.
Were you with Zhang Fan before?
Yes, he takes advantage of his strong profession to bully others. Nya Haibang looked aggrieved as if he had been forced to follow Zhang Fan before.
Suyu waved his hand. Alright, you can go. Okay brother, you don't worry, you'll go attract the monsters right away. Nya Haibang nodded and left eagerly.
He felt that he had shown loyalty well and Suyu would surely value him more in the future.
But in Suyu's eyes it was entirely the opposite.
Now you can betray Zhang Fan without any psychological burden. Who knows if you won't do the same to me in the future. Of course, given Suyu's current status, it was also time to consider the balance of power.
As the saying goes, one should not neglect the murky Yellow River nor favor the clear Yangtze.
Balancing the different forces under his command would be the political skill he needed to cultivate.
Suyu clearly knew that many eyes were watching this place. They lacked the courage to come now, but once the stronghold was established and they saw the benefits, their courage would grow. Ultimately, it all comes down to strength.
As Suyu had thought, indeed someone was eyeing this core stronghold. Firstly, one must consider a question: why did the Lin Shushan goat appear near the core of the stronghold? The answer is quite simple: someone deliberately lured the Lin Shushan goat here. In a large private room, a dozen people were scattered around. Various open foods and several packs of beer were placed on the table. The room was filled with smoke and noise, a chaotic mix of men and women, some of whom were quite unsightly. The person in the main seat, dressed in a black suit, was tapping a copper lighter with a somewhat irritated expression. Qin Hai indeed had reasons to be irritated. At 27 years old, with his father's support, he had his own company yielding considerable profits each year.
He should have been living a successful life, enjoying himself next.
But who would have thought that the emergence of the apocalyptic game would wipe out all his past achievements in a day? Fortunately, his profession excelled in combat, allowing him to temporarily keep at bay his former friends who had surrounded him. Suddenly Qin Hai seemed to grow impatient, turning his face to look at a young man wearing glasses. I say, Xiao Xiao, is this plan of yours reliable? What if that goat kills someone near the bronze pillar and doesn't leave? As he spoke, the noise in the private room fell silent and everyone looked over. Xiao Xiao adjusted his glasses, wearing a confident smile.
Brother Hai, you don't need to worry about that.
In my plan, once the goat kills those people, it will definitely be in poor condition. Or those people might pay a heavy price to kill that goat. But regardless of which situation occurs, we can take advantage of their weakened state to attack them.
As if to corroborate his words, hurried footsteps sounded.
Shortly after, a thin figure rushed in, looking panicked.
Brother Hai, it's bad. Xiao Xiao's brow immediately furrowed. What are you panicking about? Tell me, did they start fighting? No, that's not it.
The person's face was filled with terror. It's a single person killed that goat. The goat seemed like a toy in front of him, not even causing a splash.
Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked.
Xiao Xiao jumped up. What nonsense are you talking?
How powerful the goat is, do you think we wouldn't know?
Qin Hai stared at the person tightly, his face dark, saying nothing. The person looked mournful. Brother Hai, how could I joke about something like this? But the fact is just as it is. Seeing him say this, everyone had no choice but to believe.
Qin Hai took a deep breath. You weren't discovered, were you?
The person nodded repeatedly. I found a good spot and watched with binoculars. I definitely won't be discovered.
That's good, that's good.
Qin Hai exhaled a breath of turbid air. Incredible, such a powerful individual.
Given this, that stronghold can only be theirs. What a pity.
Xiao Xiao clenched his teeth, feeling somewhat unwilling. He turned his eyes and opened his mouth to persuade.
Brother Hai, there are many people around who want that stronghold. If we form an alliance, we might still have a chance to fight for it again.
Qin Hai's eyes brightened for a moment, but he immediately shook his head. Forget it, how can I risk my brother's lives?
Xiao Xiao understood and immediately patted his chest, promising.
Brother Hai, don't worry, I have a plan that guarantees the safety of our brothers and can also take that stronghold. It wasn't necessary before, just that plan was too damaging, but now it doesn't matter. One after another, the purple sticky bubbles died under Suyu's triangular ruler.
Among them there were also several sand-scaled beasts.
A massive amount of experience points surged into his experience bar, rapidly leveling him up to level 3.
Level 3 was sufficient to equip the triangular ruler and enjoy its effects.
Of course, a mere increase of 1 in physique meant little to the current Suyu.
Not to say it was immediate, but it could only be described as of little use. As for the other benefits from leveling up,
Suyu's experience was that it felt no different from not leveling up at all, with no changes whatsoever. This was also a flaw of his profession, unable to gain any attribute points through leveling. Brother Yu, there are hardly any monsters left nearby. It was already noon and most people had returned looking fatigued.
Naturally, although tired, they were happy.
Because in terms of experience points, Suyu did not hog all the benefits but involved them in the monster kills. This way they could also gain experience points and not fall behind in their growth. Even compared to hunting on their own, this was safer and yielded much.
In their eyes, this showed Suyu's broad-mindedness, his capacity to accommodate others, undoubtedly reinforcing their determination to follow him. But in reality,
the main reason was that experience points were completely useless to Suyu. Tasteless to eat, regrettable to discard. Since that was the case, distributing them to his subordinates could also gather their hearts. Why not do it? Suyu secretly glanced at his attributes panel. Attributes: Constitution 523, Spirit 5, Mystery 8, Charm 7, Luck 91.
Specialization 1. Body Armor 2. Sand Scales 4-3. Swift Steps 4. Walking Ancient Tree. Sand Scales 4 Elite level. Your resistance to earth attributes increases by 20 and physical resistance increases by 20. 20 Purple Glutinous Bubbles 3 Sand Scale Beasts. This is Suyu's harvest for the morning. A total of 26 points in Constitution plus the specialization Sand Scales enhanced 3 times. An unprecedented powerful force surged within him.
And this was not the end. After reaching 40 points in Constitution, he triggered a second genetic optimization.
Tip: your current Constitution is above 40 points, triggering a genetic optimization.
Tip: please choose one option from the following 4 to undergo genetic optimization.
1. Wind Trace Shadowless. The agility coefficient provided by Constitution is permanently increased by 10.
While moving continuously, the agility coefficient provided by Constitution will gradually increase up to a maximum of 30.
2. Rock Charge Earth Affinity. While moving continuously, you can gain 1 layer of rock armor fragment, stacking up to 4 layers. Each layer of rock armor fragment reduces the damage of the next hit by 5, consuming 1 layer after taking damage. 3. Honey Light Vitality Rhythm. While moving continuously, you can gain 1 layer of vitality, and after accumulating 5 layers, you can heal yourself. Each layer of vitality can heal 0.2 Constitution points of health, and you can choose the target of healing. 4. Shock Step Impact Burst. While moving continuously, you can gain 1 layer of energy accumulation up to a maximum of 6 layers. Each layer of energy accumulation increases the damage of your next active skill by 6. Without a doubt, all 4 genetic optimizations are based on swift steps, each with its own strengths. In Suyu's view, except for the 4th option, all are quite useful. As for why the 4th option is useless, because Suyu's profession does not allow him to obtain any active skills.
The 2nd and 3rd options are also just flashy. One reduces damage, the other heals, which looks good, but that's about it. After all, the premise of needing damage reduction or healing is that you have already been attacked. In that case, can't one just avoid being touched by others? Thus Suyu decisively chose Wind Trace Shadowless. Of course, he chose this option also because this specialization is very suitable for strategic retreat. Without considering victory, first consider defeat. Suyu felt that only in this way could he better survive in this apocalypse. After all, his current stats are still too low. Apart from Constitution, the other attributes are quite average and there isn't a significant gap compared to others. But the problem is both Purple Glutinous Bubbles and Sand Scale Beasts only provide Constitution. The Lin Touch Goat does provide mystery, but he only encountered one, and once killed it was gone. This made Suyu even more covetous of the boss-level monsters near other strongholds. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Qin Shifei and the others. Did you encounter anyone else while attracting monsters? At this moment, everyone was dividing food, preparing to have lunch. Upon hearing Suyu's question, they immediately put down their food and spoke up. I encountered some. I didn't encounter anyone. I saw a few from a distance, but they all ran away when they saw monsters. Does encountering the dead count? If you say that, I also encountered the dead, and quite a few. Suyu raised his hand and everyone fell silent. Alright, what I want to say is when you attract monsters in the afternoon, you might as well try to communicate with them. Just tell them I can kill boss-level monsters and try to spread this message. Xue Qingya thought for a moment. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Brother, do you want to get involved with other strongholds? Is it too early to consider this now? Her implication was that this stronghold was not even fully established yet, fearing that taking too large a step would lead to unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Daliang slowly nodded. Yes, the people from the other strongholds are certainly thinking of ways to kill boss-level monsters themselves. After all, completing the task of killing boss-level monsters at this stronghold provides the highest contribution points. It can be said that whoever kills the boss-level monster almost determines who the leader of this stronghold is. In this situation, how could the core members of other strongholds allow Suyu to intervene and steal their boss-level monsters? Wu Tao sat down beside Suyu, speaking sincerely. Brother, let's prioritize stability. Suyu knew that their suggestion had some validity. But this was all based on them not knowing the extent of his power. Joking with a bare constitution of 52 plus 2 genetic optimizations, Suyu was terrifyingly strong. Old Wu, go ahead and do it. Suyu patted Wu Tao's shoulder and smiled at the others. Remember, you are my people, and if anything happens, I will naturally take responsibility, and I will definitely be able to take responsibility. This statement was undeniably domineering. However, the scene of Suyu single-handedly killing the Lin Touch Goat was still fresh in their minds, making his words resonate. Qin Jifei looked at Suyu in surprise. In the past days she had never seen such dominance in Suyu. Tisk, indeed, men are like eels. Unlike herself, who remained as ruthless and cunning as ever. With so many people in the previous crew, she was the only one who survived to the end and gained the greatest benefits. This was already enough to say a lot. While Qin Jifei was reflecting, she suddenly heard Suyu change the subject. Of course, if you die because of your own reckless actions, then I won't take responsibility. Everyone is an adult and should bear some responsibility for their choices. Otherwise, can they expect Suyu to be their babysitter? This reasoning was understood by Wu Tao, Zhang Dalian, Xueqing, Zhang Fan, and others. Moreover, they wanted Suyu's protection becoming the vested interests of this stronghold. They also needed to demonstrate their value as much as possible. So after having lunch, they dispersed to continue attracting monsters for Suyu, to ensure Suyu could maintain high efficiency in monster hunting. But the problem was there were indeed not many monsters nearby. To attract monsters, they had to go further away. As a result, the efficiency inevitably declined. Throughout the entire afternoon, they only attracted 13 purple glutinous bubbles plus 1 sand scale beast. Moreover, as time went on, the fewer monsters they attracted, the lower the efficiency became. Suyu realized that the period of rapid improvement in his strength had already passed. Next, to maintain the rapid increase in strength, he would have to personally explore and develop. Although the others did not know this, the decrease in monster attraction efficiency also made them restless. So during dinner, Suyu took the initiative to stop them, saying that they wouldn't need to attract monsters tomorrow. In other words, tomorrow I will leave here and try to sweep monsters over a larger area centered on the core of the stronghold. Wu Tao picked up the conversation. Then brother, you, what about us? Yes, what about us? Should we still follow you? Wu Tao picked up the conversation. Then brother, you, what about us? Yes, what about us? Should we still follow you? To this, Suyu replied calmly, form your own teams, act freely so long as you ensure your safety. Had he heard these words before, Zhang Fan would have rejoiced inwardly, for they signified an opportunity to slip beyond Suyu's watchful gaze. Yet after witnessing Suyu's utterly unreasonable, overwhelming power, Zhang Fan no longer harbored the slightest thought of defiance. It was not that Zhang Fan lacked resolve, rather Suyu's strength was simply absurdly overpowered. Reflecting upon it, Zhang Fan found a certain quiet comfort in yielding, for a time. After all, a true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand tall. But not everyone shared this view. Several li away from the outpost's core, inside a private room atop a high-rise building. This is gasoline. This is laundry detergent, hee hee. Xiao Guang wore an excited grin as he directed others to pour bucket after bucket of gasoline into large containers already filled with detergent. Ha ha. That does it. Qin Hai watched the entire process with furrowed brows. As the gasoline and detergent mixed, the liquid turned into a cloudy, milky suspension. He turned to Xiao Guang. Xiao, how exactly do we use this? Xiao Guang's face lit up with unrestrained delight. Brother Hai, you're unaware. When gasoline mixes with detergent, surfactants drastically lower its flash point, thus transforming it into a highly concentrated combustible aerosol mist. Speak plainly, Qin Hai said, expressionless. Xiao Guang paused. We'll bottle this mixture and hurl it during combat. Once it strikes its target, a single spark will ignite it and burn them alive. Qin Hai frowned again. How do you guarantee accuracy? Under cover of night, we'll creep forward unseen, encircle them and throw from a distance. By the time they awaken in alarm, if our timing is swift enough, we can saturate the area with this mixture. Then, we'll ignite it remotely with flaming arrows, sending them skyward in an explosive inferno. A bald man grinned broadly, his voice thick and resonant. Brother Hai, I've trained extensively in archery, leave the firing to me. Xiao Guang gestured toward the door. Also, Brother Hai, we've secured alliances with 3 other factions. I've tallied them, over 60 fighters in total. All are bold, battle-hardened players, mostly level 2, combat-ready and reliable. With such numbers, and this weaponized mixture paving our way, we'll seize that outpost without fail. Qin Hai listened in silence, but within his mind churned like storm-tossed seas. For every detail had been arranged by Xiao Guang and the others, without his consultation. A faint unsettling sense arose, he was being quietly sidelined. Or perhaps this was merely a test, a probing gesture. At that thought, Qin Hai suddenly smiled. We won't use flaming arrows. What era is this? Arrows are obsolete. Use this instead. With that, he drew a sleek metallic handgun from within his coat. Xiao Guang's pupils contracted. He'd known it all along. Though firearms were strictly prohibited for civilians in Tianxia Nation, Qin Hai's former social standing had been exceptionally high. And his father, truly a towering figure in his own right. Thus Xiao Guang and the others had long suspected Qin Hai carried a firearm, having witnessed it firsthand. 2 years prior, during a hunting trip in the forest, Qin Hai had shot a man dead before their very eyes. Xiao Guang still recalled the disbelief frozen in that man's dying gaze. Snapping back to the present, he exclaimed, Brother Hai, excellent. A firearm will maximize effectiveness. Beside the bronze pillar, Suyu noticed something remarkable. As his physical constitution strengthened, so too did his night vision, undoubtedly a welcome boon.
Yet Qin Zhifei and Xue Qingya faced a pressing dilemma.
Qin Zhifei sat beside Suyu. At our current rate of food distribution, supplies will run out within days.
Xue Qingya nodded. Brother, you, that supermarket has been completely emptied. We now have only enough provisions to last 1 week.
This was inevitable. The store had already been looted once before. It hadn't been fully stripped then because the supermarket was vast, its stock abundant, and the earlier looters few in number.
When Suyu's group arrived, they naturally removed every edible item remaining.
Suyu understood well, in the apocalypse food remained the most critical resource.
Once the outpost is established, if no alternative arises.
His sentence broke off midword as Nia Haibang burst forward, dragging a captive by the collar.
Brother, you.
This fellow, shifty-eyed and lurking nearby, clearly up to no good.
No, I'm not.
The young man Nia Haibang held down trembled violently, terror etched across his face. Suyu raised an eyebrow. You've come seeking the outpost mission. The youth shook his head frantically. No, I know you slew the boss-level monster alone.
This outpost is already yours by right.
Yet precisely because of that, many now seek your life, plotting against you in shadows. Qin Zhifei narrowed his eyes and sprang upright. What did you say?
Someone plots against Suyu. Speak plainly, now.
Suyu chuckled softly, rising to gently press Qin Zhifei back into his seat. See? You rush again. What is there to rush about? Turning back to the youth, his expression turned wry and knowing. Go on, tell me who seeks my downfall. Clutching his fists tight, the youth whispered. Qin Hai, he's gathered several factions, over 60 strong, to launch a night assault upon you.
Suyu gave a slight nod, signaling him to continue. The youth swallowed hard. Qin Hai plans to strike under darkness, seize the initiative, strike first and hardest.
But now that you know his design, why not turn his scheme against him?
Gather everyone into 1 or 2 large tents.
When they attack at night and find the front tents empty, confusion will grip them. That moment, rested and ready, you may counterstrike with perfect timing, crushing Qin Hai decisively.
Ah, I see.
Then tell me, why come to me? Sensing the gravity of the moment, the youth's face twisted with raw anguish. Because Qin Hai is a beast. My sister, beautiful, gentle, drew his eye, and then. His voice cracked, tears welled in his eyes, blurring his vision. His words rang with conviction, his sorrow palpable, enough to move any heart. Yet Xue Qingya frowned faintly, glancing sideways at Suyu with quiet reservation.
She sensed something amiss. Recall the ancient maxim, great deeds succeed through secrecy, failure flows from loose tongues. What is paramount before undertaking a great endeavor? Above all, silence.
Such a meticulously planned night raid should never be common knowledge. Were she Qin Hai, she would disclose the scheme solely to faction leaders, not to rank-and-file fighters.
The rest need only execute orders without needing to comprehend the strategy.
Of course, Xue Qingya thought for a moment. What if this Qin Hai is a fool?
No, that shouldn't be possible.
How could a fool become a leader under the circumstances of an impending apocalypse? Even Zhang Fan, who seemed rather incompetent and not too bright, was like that. But that was only because he had encountered Suyu. Xue Qingya believed that one must conjecture about their opponent with the utmost malice and vigilance. So she took a step forward, stretched out her small hand and gently tugged at Suyu's sleeve. Seeing Suyu turn to look at her, she moved closer, standing on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear.
Brother, you, logically this person should not know about the night raid plan.
Her words were brief and lacking context, but Suyu instantly understood her meaning. It wasn't that Suyu guessed what Xue Qingya was thinking in an instant. After all, that would be quite troublesome. For Suyu, this matter was actually very simple. It was still that reason, due to the enhancement of his physique, or rather the 2 rounds of gene optimization. His night vision ability improved and his eyesight became significantly sharper. Although the theoretical human field of vision is limitless, the farther one looks, the blurrier the details become. Generally speaking, around 2,000 meters is the limit beyond that one cannot see many details. But Suyu was different. His visual limit now exceeded 2,000 meters. At the very least, he could clearly see. About 3,000 meters away on the rooftop of a tall building, someone was using binoculars, looking this way under the moonlight. It seemed that the person thought the distance was far enough that he could not be discovered. Perhaps for safety, the person was lying on the rooftop, only his head poking out. One could say he was being overly cautious. Unfortunately, even if he was this careful, it was useless because I have already opened up.
No, that's not right.
What a joke! How could this be considered opening up?
This profession has significant flaws, I just happen to be better at it.
With that thought, Suyu first winked at Xue Qingya, then raised his voice.
What do you want in cosmetics? Ha! You're so young yet wearing makeup. Go away, go stand over there.
Xue Qingya was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face showing a brief look of confusion, but she quickly understood. She pouted her small lips, looking displeased. You're so annoying.
You clearly promised before.
This performance left Wu Tao and the others puzzled, each wearing a face full of question marks. Though their interaction was short, they all clearly knew that Xue Qingya would not make such a fuss over something as trivial as cosmetics. But to the young man this seemed reasonable. After all, Xueqingya was still wearing that school uniform. A student girl would likely be quite pampered, becoming arrogant due to that and with not much intelligence. Wasn't it quite normal for her to act like this? The young man even imagined part of the reason. It was probably because of his appearance that this student girl thought Suyu would choose to flee. After all, there were more than 60 of them on this side. But something seemed off. What did cosmetics have to do with fleeing? Or did he misunderstand something? Before the young man could figure out the connection, Suyu had already stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder. His tone was sincere. Brother, I am truly grateful that you would risk danger to inform me of this matter. Let's go, let's go. We will launch a surprise attack on Qin Hai and catch him off guard. Saying this, Suyu smiled at Wu Tao and the others. You all go move the tents, try to gather everyone together. Wu Tao and the others were puzzled, but since it was Suyu's order, they complied. Soon tents were clustered together, making them particularly easy to set on fire. The young man felt invigorated no matter what. His task was finally complete. Next, when Qin Hai launched a full-scale attack, he only needed to use the props he was given to escape. The young man thought this way, being warmly embraced by Suyu, and led into a spacious tent. Xueqingya and Qin Jifei also walked in. Seeing this, the young man felt that his previous guess was partially correct. These two women were indeed Suyu's. He felt a bit regretful about this. Because after today, these two uniquely charming beauties would meet their demise. Then he saw Suyu take out a triangular ruler. Swoosh! Suyu's expression was emotionless as the ruler swept past, and the young man's head immediately flew high into the air. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he had died just like this. In his fading consciousness, he saw that student girl showing him a cold smile. Then all his awareness faded and he truly died. Oh. It seems that players drop equipment or items upon death. It was an object similar to a map floating above the young man's corpse. Suyu picked it up. Name: Maritime Map. Anchor Point Beacon. 3 category item. Quality: green. Effect: after activating the beacon, it can transport you to the vicinity of the map owner. It becomes ineffective beyond a range of 10000 meters. Evaluation: please use with caution. After all, it only transports you to the vicinity of the map owner. Suyu squinted his eyes. He had previously suspected that this young man was clearly a pawn. How could he willingly cooperate? It turned out there was a way to escape, which is why he cooperated. Putting it away, Suyu approached the tent's curtain, squinted, and looked outside through a small gap. After slightly adjusting his angle, he spotted the tall building. At this moment, the person who had been observing the situation with binoculars had already disappeared. Suyu could guess that the person must have gone to report the situation to Qin Hai. This meant that Qin Hai and the others would soon launch an attack. Combining this with their purpose in sending the young man over here, it was to make sure everyone's tents were clustered together. An answer emerged clearly. Shall we use fire to attack? Suyu looked at Qin Jifei and Xueqingya. Go gather everyone, follow me. MHM. Okay. Soon Wu Tao, Zhang Daoliang, Zhang Fan and others gathered together. Although they were unaware of the truth, they knew something significant must have happened, otherwise Suyu wouldn't act this way. Suyu did not hesitate. Follow me, I'll explain on the way. After saying this, he turned and left, heading straight for the nearby large supermarket. This large supermarket was situated between that tall building and the stronghold. This meant that if the people from the tall building wanted to attack the stronghold, they would have to pass through the street where the supermarket is located. Indeed, what Suyu intended to do was a genuine backdoor ambush. Once they thought their fire attack was effective, he would stab them hard from behind. Soon Wu Tao and the others learned the whole story from Suyu. Zhang Fan was the first to shout, "Brother, you let's kill them." Even with more than 60 opponents, Zhang Fan remained confident. It wasn't that he was overly assured of his strength, rather he had complete faith in Suyu's capabilities. After all, without Suyu, that Lin Shushan goat could have truly killed them. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of a leader-level monster. Especially now in the early stages, players were at pathetically low levels and their skill systems were not yet established. Yet under such circumstances, Zhang Fan witnessed Suyu defeat the Lin Shushan goat. Thus Zhang Fan gained insight. In this world there would always be unreasonable individuals, and right now Suyu was that unreasonable person. Given this, he would immediately follow Suyu, perhaps allowing him to benefit from the situation later. As for his previous thoughts of confronting Suyu after reaching level 3. What a joke. In the past he was nothing but a fool akin to a mere passerby, and he should not get involved. Sever all ties, cut everything. Suyu nodded. "Oh, Xiao Zheng, you take the lead." Zhang Fan was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me take the lead. What a joke. There were more than 60 opponents. Taking the lead could genuinely lead to death. Suyu scrutinized him and suddenly laughed. Forget it, you're too weak to take the lead. Instead you might miss the opportunity. I'll handle it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan fell silent. He felt he wasn't actually that weak, at least stronger than most players. Moreover, did Suyu truly trust him now? This was a question he had to ponder. If he hesitated and retreated at this moment, would it result in Suyu looking down on him completely from now on? How could he continue to follow behind him and enjoy the spoils? Zhang Fan shivered, gritted his teeth. Yugu, I will take the lead, I can do it. At this point they had already entered the supermarket and concealed themselves well. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's assurance, Suyu raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face. Alright Zhang Fan, you take the lead. Qin Jifei and Wu Tao, you two lead everyone to follow from the rear and launch the attack. Qin Jifei asked, what about you? Suyu stood up and walked away. I will go around the side. After you engage in close combat, I'll strike at their flanks. Haigu, good news, Sanzi succeeded, they've indeed gathered some tents together. Xiao Guan wore a grin, rubbing his fists. Qin Hai was also filled with ambition. Good. Make sure they bring the gasoline bottles. Xiao Guang felt delighted. They are probably still gathered in their tents waiting for us to deliver ourselves to them. Qin Hai nodded. Unfortunately, what they will receive is fire, a great fire. As he spoke, he gripped his handgun tighter. In his mind he began to contemplate how to reasonably eliminate Xiao Guang. There was no choice, Xiao Guan was too cunning and insidious. More importantly, he had dared to test him before. If he had no gun, would he indeed be at his mercy? But the problem was that the gun was still useful now. Would it still be effective when everyone's levels increased in the future? Thus Xiao Guang had to die. It would be best if this time the people in the stronghold could eliminate Xiao Guang. In that case they would have done me a favor allowing them to die swiftly. Let me think about how to proceed. In the blink of an eye a scheme surfaced in Qin Hai's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to slightly rise. Throughout he never considered the possibility of failing the attack on the stronghold. After all, more than 60 against 20, the advantage is mine. Moreover, with the fire attack, how could they lose? As for that lone player who killed a leader-level opponent. What a joke. Qin Hai don't believe that those extra 40 people combined can't defeat him. In such a confident state, Qin Hai gathered all personnel and headed towards the core of the stronghold. The night was hazy and the moonlight was cold as they set off in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Qin Jifei and the others had already hidden inside the supermarket, keeping a close watch on the entrance. As for Suyu, he was concealed in a nearby abandoned shop, conserving his energy. Soon those inside the supermarket saw a number of people carrying several large boxes heading towards the core of the stronghold. Nya Haibang lowered his voice. Those boxes. Before he could finish, Zhang Fan covered his mouth. Zhang Fan glared fiercely at Nya Haibang, feeling that this person was simply out of his mind. Now everyone was lying in ambush for the others. Although there was still some distance between the two sides, one shouldn't make a sound. Moreover, he was supposed to take the lead soon. If due to your stupidity the opponents became vigilant early, would he still be able to survive? Dark clouds loomed in Zhang Fan's heart. He felt that Nya Haibang might be doing it intentionally. In reality, Nya Haibang was indeed being intentional. In his view, with Suyu around they would surely win in the end. If so, could he take the opportunity to cause some trouble for Zhang Fan, who was to take the lead? If Zhang Fan died because of this, he could also vent the anger in his heart. Clearly, due to previous incidents, Nya Haibang had already harbored a grudge against Zhang Fan. He believed that Suyu should have grown more wary of Zhang Fan under his provocation and thus would value him more. Yet from the developments it seemed that Zhang Fan was becoming more favored by Suyu. As for himself, he felt somewhat marginalized. For Nya Haibang, who was eager to cling to Suyu, such a situation must be thoroughly eradicated. Nya Haibang felt regretful in his heart, but his eyes promptly revealed a flattering expression, his demeanor turning humble. Seeing this, Zhang Fan finally released his mouth, believing that Nya Haibang was likely not intentional, just a mistake. Fortunately, the listening ability of the vast majority of players was no different from before. Thus Qin Hai and the others did not discover Zhang Fan and the others hiding in the supermarket and boldly rushed towards the core of the stronghold. Qin Hai had originally been at the forefront, but quietly his figure blended into the crowd. By the time they truly approached that area of tents, he had steadily shielded everyone in front of him. Beside him were Xiao Guang and a few other leaders. Attack! Xiao Guang whispered sharply, and the people in front immediately followed the earlier instructions. They hurled the prepared gasoline mixture bottles towards the gathered tents. Following closely, Qin Hai raised his gun. With a loud bang, the bullet struck the bottle, igniting the gasoline mixture in an instant. Boom! In an instant the flames surged, engulfing the piled-up tents. It worked! Under the soaring flames, Xiao Guang clapped his hands, a smug expression illuminating his face. In his view, his plan was simply perfect. First they sent someone to feign a warning, attempting to gain the trust of those within the core of the stronghold. Then they half-truthfully revealed their plans and lured the core individuals to gather together. During this process, the lives of the dispatched individuals were controlled by those at the core of the stronghold. Thus the core members would have a high likelihood of believing the lies of their dispatched persons. After all, if the dispatched individuals knew they were undertaking a certain death mission, what reason would they have to proceed? How could they ensure that the dispatched individuals would not betray them? Thus Xiao Guan used a particular tool to perfectly resolve this issue. The best part was that the apocalypse game had just begun and everyone was a novice with little understanding of the tools.
Then under the objective information gap between both sides the scheme took shape flawlessly.
And if the individuals they sent out were exposed, then they would only need to use the tool to escape and let their side know the plan had failed. Unless of course the dispatched individuals had no opportunity to use the tool.
But is that possible? No matter how capable you are, there must be signs when you act. Moreover, could you really strike without any forewarning and kill someone in one move?
The dispatched individuals were only level 2 players and they had allocated their physique points to a total of 9. Such durability in Xiao Guang's view made it impossible for any player to kill them in one hit.
However, the information gap is something both you and I possess.
Xiao Guang felt his layout was smooth, but the problem was that he had no idea how terrifying Suyu was now. You calculated endlessly, yet you do not realize that my values are high enough that I only need a glance to see through everything. As for your assumption that one hit cannot kill a level 2 player with 9 physique, that is because you do not understand how powerful pure numbers can be.
No, that's not right.
Under the glow of the flames, Xiao Guang's heartbeat quickened, his mouth dry, and he felt a sense of panic. The reason was simple: he had not heard any screams. Logically, in the face of such a fierce fire, how could those being burned not scream?
Are they robots unafraid of pain?
Or is it that there is no one in those tents where they gathered? Xiao Guang's expression changed and he was about to shout that there was an ambush, but at that moment,
attack!
A fierce shout erupted from behind like a silver vase shattering with blades and guns clashing. The originally immersed Qin Hai and others who believed their fiery plan had succeeded all turned pale in horror. Qin Hai shouted in shock, "Not good, there's an ambush." In the darkness of the night coupled with the panic, he couldn't see how many people were charging from behind.
In an instant they were in disarray, their morale plummeting.
Yet Xiao Guang was acutely aware that they still held a numerical advantage. So he shouted loudly, "Don't panic. They are just those people from the stronghold and they are outnumbered." After saying this, he stepped forward, gripping his steel machete tightly, leading the charge. At this moment Xiao Guang was clear-minded. It was time to take a gamble. If their side could retaliate under his leadership and win in the end, his achievements would undoubtedly be the greatest. At that point, if Qin Hai's gun ran out of bullets, he could genuinely rise to power, taking advantage of the situation to eliminate the more than 60 people, thus laying the foundation for future development. Indeed, with him as a model, more people gathered their courage and followed closely.
Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was too preoccupied to think about anything else.
His adrenaline surged and the white-blue flames ignited on his finger tiger, indicating he had activated a skill. In the next moment he punched out, knocking Xiao Guang's steel knife aside, and the next punch was a black tiger pouncing on the heart. But Xiao Guang had ambitions and thus the corresponding confidence which stemmed from his profession. He was a cleansing master.
Your physique expenditure is abnormal, I will have to settle the accounts on this.
Xiao Guang's left hand glowed with white light and he promptly directed this white light towards Zhang Fan. Startled Zhang Fan tried to dodge but couldn't in time, only able to watch the white light strike him. As a result, a prompt appeared on his player panel. Notice you have entered the cleansing state. Based on the difference in both sides' spiritual attributes, this cleansing will last for 3 seconds. Notice your physique is 9 points, of which 2 points are free attribute points classified as abnormal income. Notice your physique decreases by 2 points for 3 seconds. The originally abundant power suddenly dropped and Zhang Fan lost control, staggering and falling into a gap that Xiao Guang seized. Xiao Guang's steel knife came down mercilessly, aiming to deal a heavy blow to Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was determined to take them both down. Unexpectedly, Xiao Guang did not want to be injured and was instead pushed back, both parties falling back into a scuffle. Meanwhile, Wu Tao, Qin Jifei and others had already engaged with Qin Hai and his group. The two factions clashed together. Initially, Qin Jifei and his group had the advantage due to their surprise attack, but soon due to numbers they began to fall behind. But just as Xiao Guang, Qin Hai and others began to relax, believing the situation was in their favor, suddenly a flash of white light appeared next to Qin Hai. This sudden change left everyone feeling uncertain. But then, as if recalling something, Qin Hai's expression changed and he recklessly attempted to flee. In the next moment, Su Ye's figure tore through the white light and appeared fiercely. His expression calm, he swung a triangular ruler through the air and Qin Hai's head immediately flew into the sky. With just a light strike, he decapitated Qin Hai. This scene was so shocking that some on Qin Hai's side were left stunned. We lost. Xiao Guang looked at Suyu, who charged into the flock like a tiger among sheep, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had always known that the tool had fallen into the hands of the enemy. But the map was in Qin Hai's possession. If misfortune struck, it would be Qin Hai's misfortune. Moreover, could Qin Hai not struggle a bit with his gun? But now Xiao Guang felt he was mistaken, and gravely so. He should have reminded Qin Hai to throw that tool far away. Because, watching those heads soaring into the sky, Xiao Guang's body trembled uncontrollably. Too terrifying, too terrifying. How could there be such a player at this moment? Impossible, impossible. Is it an illusion? Could it be an illusion? Then he was caught off guard as Zhang Fan took the opportunity to punch him in the chest, causing him to pale and collapse to the ground.
Bam! Zhang Fan's finger tiger landed precisely on Xiao Guang's temple, knocking him unconscious. Surrender, we surrender. Zhang Fan looked over only to see everyone retreating around Suyu, not daring to approach. At this moment the one shouting for surrender was a middle-aged man in glasses, his face filled with fear. It was as if a switch had been flipped and more people dropped their weapons as if burned, shouting for surrender. They were utterly frightened by Suyu's ferocity. Surrender. He. Suyu smiled. When you employed such fiery and treacherous tactics, did you ever think about what would happen if we were defeated? Would you have allowed us any chance to surrender? The answer is self-evident. The acrid smell of burning tents lingered in the air and the blazing fire illuminated Suyu's face. If it weren't for his high stats and Shui Qingjia's vague awareness of the issue, this fire would have likely burned everyone except him to death. Even if it didn't kill them, they would be engulfed in immense pain, for how unbearable is the sensation of being burned. Perhaps once players' levels generally increased they wouldn't care about such burns. Yet at present the gap between most players and their former selves as ordinary people, although existent, is indeed not significant. Zhang Daliang strode up to Suyu, his eyes filled with ruthlessness, and shouted loudly, "Brother Yu, we can't show mercy at this time, they intend to burn us alive." Hearing him, those across the way immediately bore a grudge against him, yet they still wore obsequious smiles on their faces. "Brother, you can't say that. This plan was devised by that guy named Xiao, we are merely accomplices." Yes, we are accomplices. Accomplices should be treated leniently. Indeed, we are just following orders, you can't blame us for that. Suyu listened to their noisy words with a blank expression, finding it somewhat humorous. When he wasn't present during the stalemate between the two sides, why didn't you all proclaim yourselves as accomplices? Was it not because upon witnessing your side's crushing defeat you sought to save your own skin that you spoke such words? Suyu raised his hand, pointing to the tents that had already turned to a sea of fire, and slowly spoke, "This fire is fierce. If your scheme succeeds, my people will not survive. Since that is the case, having employed such ruthless tactics, do not expect me to harbor even a shred of mercy for you. Remember, when I kill you, it is for the sake of my people, for they will truly perish in this great fire." As his words fell, he had already rushed forward, wielding his triangular scale with either a thrust or a slash in one hand after another rolled to the ground. "Kill!" Zhang Fan yelled fiercely, closely followed by Wu Tao and others, showing no mercy. Just as Suyu had said, this fire would indeed burn them alive. Given this situation, how could they not harbor resentment against those who set the fire? If Suyu were to allow them to surrender while Wu Tao and the others would not voice it, they would certainly feel discontented. Now Suyu's remarks resonated perfectly with their hearts. Thus they recognized him even more. Because Suyu considered their predicament, it proved that he cared about them. Meanwhile, those who had attempted to surrender found themselves torn between resentment and fear. Some wanted to exchange themselves for Suyu and the others, while others desperately sought to escape. In an instant, chaos ensued, and they were utterly defeated, losing all cohesion. In the end, Suyu had already ceased his actions, allowing Zhang Fan and the others to vent their pent-up anger. However, most of the people here were killing for the first time. Especially those students brought by Shui Qingjia. Only one buzzcut boy, after killing 2 people, showed no hesitation, his expression indifferent. The other students, after their adrenaline wore off, appeared somewhat disheveled. Of course, they were not the only ones. Among the crowd, aside from Qin Jifei, who looked excited and somewhat flushed, even Zhang Fan, Zhang Daliang and others had slightly unnatural expressions. Yet Wu Tao, the mid-aged short and stout man, breathed steadily. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed Suyu slaughtering guards and even participated himself, sustaining injuries in the process. "You, brother, you." Nia Haibang ran over next to Suyu with a large box in hand. "We need to find a way to put out the fire, but I discovered." Nia Haibang pointed at the liquid stains inside the large box, his face slightly pale. "This should be a gasoline mixture, it's hard to extinguish this fire with water." Suyu pointed toward the supermarket. "There are foam extinguishers inside the supermarket." Nia Haibang's lips twitched slightly. "That's the problem, the extinguishers in the supermarket are gone. I was just at that supermarket gathering supplies, and when I was looking for food I didn't find any extinguishers." Just then, after calming down, Shui Qingjia walked up to Suyu. "The extinguishers must have been taken away by those arsonists. We can only use a large amount of mud and sand to extinguish the fire." Suyu nodded. "Shui Qingjia, you tell them to stay away from the fire and calm down, I'll go put it out." Shui Qingjia took a deep breath and relayed Suyu's orders. However, despite most people feeling unwell, they still held on, all mobilizing to extinguish the fire. The reason they did so was clearly because they recognized Suyu. Everyone worked together, finally managing to bring the fire under control and extinguishing it bit by bit. This was thanks to a large bridge not far away where the soil was relatively moist, which helped in extinguishing the fire. "It's a pity that our tents have been burned down." Qin Jifei stood beside Suyu. Although she lamented the loss, her expression showed no signs of regret. Suyu glanced at her. "It seems your illness hasn't improved." Qin Jifei was taken aback, then revealed a sincere smile. "What are you talking about? What illness do I have?" Suyu shook his head, wanting to say something but suddenly paused.
During their time at the orphanage he clearly remembered that Qin Jifei had suffered from delusions. Most delusions in ordinary people are common, including persecutory delusions and obsessional delusions. But this extraordinary girl Qin Jifei was different. Her delusions manifested in her firm belief that killing life was a means of liberation, thus making killing a good deed. In the end she even attempted to hang herself to liberate her own life, nearly scaring everyone in the orphanage to death. Suyu had scolded Qin Jifei severely at that time. Because the rope she used to hang herself was a line from Suyu's yo-yo, and it wasn't just one line. She had used the lines from 3 yo-yos to attempt hanging herself. That incident nearly drove Suyu to madness. After the hanging incident Qin Jifei's delusions had not manifested again. But looking at her now, frankly Suyu was unsure about what her current condition was. Seeing him silent, Qin Jifei pouted and went to find Xue Qingya, joining them in cleaning up the trash. As soon as she left, Wu Tao, Zhang Fan and Zhang Dalian approached. "Brother Yu, these are the items they dropped." Wu Tao took out a green quality piece of equipment, 7 white quality pieces of equipment and some items. Zhang Fan's expression was somewhat serious. "Brother Yu, how should we handle these items?" "We will follow your lead." Suyu glanced at the equipment, realizing there was nothing of value, and paid no further attention. "You all distribute according to your contributions. I'll take these few items." He selected a few useful items while Zhang Fan and the others insisted he should take the green quality equipment. "Brother Yu, this equipment adds a full 4 points to physique." Suyu replied. To be honest, he didn't care much for a mere 4 points in physique. For him, only items with special effects or those providing passive skills were truly valuable. Of course, at present, equipment providing attributes other than physique would also be decent. However, all these items only offered physique attributes, which felt quite rigid. Suyu smiled faintly. "If you don't want to distribute, just give all this equipment to me. I happen to need it for submitting a stronghold task." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan scratched his head. Wu Tao cleared his throat. "Brother Yu, it's not that we don't want to take it, it's just that we can't if you don't." Zhang Daliang echoed. "That's right, brother Yu, you're the stabilizing force here. You can take this green quality equipment to submit the task, that way the stronghold can be established sooner." The three of them exchanged words, leaving Suyu feeling quite speechless. All right. Taking the green quality equipment, Suyu submitted it in front of them, thus completing the stronghold task immediately. Seeing this, Wu Tao and the others finally felt justified in going to distribute the equipment with Qin Jifei. After a flurry of activity, they managed to clean up the corpses on the ground, and the sun was already high in the sky. After a simple breakfast, Suyu called Qin Jifei, gave a few instructions, and then set off alone towards the southeast. Xue Qingya curiously whispered to Qin Jifei, "What is brother Yu going to do?" Qin Jifei sighed. "You wouldn't understand, and still too weak." Xue Qingya was confused. At Fengtai City, in the security bureau inside the director's office. "Director Zhang, the situation is quite dire right now. The emergence of the stronghold core has caused some people to become restless." In the smoke-filled room, Zhang Wentao looked at the old guard reporting to him. He slowly extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and a fleeting moment of sorrow appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. But soon Zhang Wentao suppressed all his emotions and spoke in a deep voice. "Have we found any leader-level monsters near the stronghold core?" Perhaps due to luck, a bronze pillar had conveniently descended near the security bureau, which he naturally had under his control. "No, but based on the situation of the other stronghold cores, we can deduce that there must be leader-level monsters near the stronghold core." The old guard thought for a moment and continued, "According to some feedback, leader-level monsters are intelligent, and I suspect that one of them might be hiding." Zhang Wentao shook his head. "Time is running out, we can't wait any longer. You go arrange for the personnel, we will set off now to hunt down the leader-level monster we've already locked onto. It appears frog-like but is quite large, about 1.5 meters tall, with snow-white skin exuding a chilling aura." Suyu recalled the information he obtained from Xue Qingya. When he attracted the monsters earlier, he had instructed Xue Qingya and the others to gather information, especially about leader-level monsters. This particular monster's information was provided by the buzzcut man that Xue Qingya had met. Suyu remembered the buzzcut man who had remained calm after killing during the battle last night. Additionally, since he provided information about the leader-level monster, Suyu learned his name, Shangguan Yunce. In the information provided by Shangguan Yunce, it was specifically noted that this leader-level monster was exceptionally arrogant. It delighted in hunting players, slipping away quickly after killing, often without a trace. The people at that stronghold core had attempted to work together to hunt it down multiple times, yet it managed to escape repeatedly. Indeed, Suyu's target for hunting was this frog monster. Moving swiftly, he soon arrived at the bathhouse that Shangguan Yunce mentioned, and also saw the stronghold core not far away. At this moment, several people were gathered near the stronghold core, seemingly playing cards. Just then someone walked out from the bathhouse and approached Suyu. "Hey kid, I saw you upstairs, what are you here for? Are you trying to join my boss Su?" Suyu was surprised. "Your boss' surname is also Su." Han Guibing looked Suyu up and down. "What, do you also have the surname Su?" Suyu shook his head. "No, my boss' surname is Su." Han Guibing's expression changed. "Then what are you doing here?"
Suyu replied, I heard that you guys are being bullied to death by a frog. My boss asked me to try my hand at killing it. Han Guibing initially looked disdainful, but then as if he thought of something he cautiously asked, wait a minute big brother, may I ask if your boss is the one near Hangyun supermarket? The Hangyun supermarket he mentioned was the large supermarket near Suyu's stronghold core. I guess so. Oh. Han Guibing swallowed hard, quietly approached Suyu and asked in a low voice, does your boss still recruit people? Suyu was puzzled. Goodness, are you betraying your side right here? However, what he was most curious about was how this person knew about him. Perhaps seeing the question in Suyu's eyes, Han Guibing immediately explained, big brother, the great fire last night lit up the sky and many forces sent people to observe from a distance. Your boss wielded a triangular ruler and with a flick of the wrist that meant one head. It was enough to instill fear in everyone. With such strength I believe he can protect his subordinates far better than that other Su around here. Saying this, Han Guibing expressed some resentment. There was no way around it, this place had been thrown into disarray by that snow-white frog. Having failed multiple attempts to hunt it down, he had witnessed the injuries of those around him, and comparing it to Suyu's performance, how could he not feel resentful? Based on this, it was entirely reasonable for him to ask Suyu if he was still recruiting. His thoughts were akin to someone whose original company was on the verge of bankruptcy looking to find a new one. Suyu was somewhat silent. He had noticed that someone was observing from a distance last night, but he hadn't paid it much mind. He never expected that what he did last night had already spread. Could it be that good deeds stay within the house while bad deeds travel 1,000 miles? No, wait, what bad deeds? This was self-defense. Realizing this, Suyu felt he had been too lenient. He had unconsciously thought that killing surrendering enemies was wrong. One must know mercy does not govern troops. Suyu decided to reflect on his mistakes immediately. He couldn't let the subconscious of the old era hold back the new era himself. He looked at Han Guibing and said, take me to meet your boss. Han Guibing was utterly bewildered by Suyu's sudden remark and instinctively blurted out, no brother, please don't repeat what I just said to my boss. Suyu replied. Lead the way. I need to speak with your boss, it has nothing to do with you. Han Guibing blinked rapidly, his mind racing. He realized he'd overreacted. He turned and gestured, then follow me. Entering the bathhouse, he guided Suyu straight to the 3rd floor and stopped before a certain office door. Faint sounds drifted from within the room and Han Guibing's expression turned oddly strained. Brother, would you mind waiting a moment until my boss finishes? Leaning closer, he lowered his voice, don't worry, she'll be done in no time. Suyu remained silent. Frankly, mere lechery wasn't inherently problematic. After all, as the ancient verse says, a graceful lady stirs the noble heart. But the real issue was this, does your boss prefer men? Ha! Han Guibing recoiled in shock and waved his hands emphatically. Absolutely not, it's simply that her tastes are unusually distinctive. Oh. Ahem. In such matters she prefers the receptive role. Ah. Suyu's eyes widened in sudden comprehension, then deepened into solemn reverence. Such a person had risen to lead this entire group, how formidable must her strength be? Yet. A thoughtful glint flickered in his eyes. Could it possibly relate to her profession? For instance, could assuming the receptive role in such acts enhance her power? Thanks to Qin Jifei Zhang Doliang and his own vocation, Suyu already understood one truth. The professions in this apocalyptic game were anything but conventional, no standard warriors or mages here. Rather, they were grotesque kaleidoscopic amalgamations, each forged by fusing and distorting real-world concepts. His own profession bore the prefix true. Until now he hadn't dwelled on it, but suddenly he yearned to know were there others whose professions also carried the true prefix. Put differently, did any Pelican-class professions exist without the true prefix? Suyu suspected that even if other true prefixed professions did exist, none could rival the sheer aberration of his own. He theorized that non-true Pelicans might gain only temporary attributes or talents upon devouring monsters. That would create an unbridgeable chasm between them, and yet adding the true prefix to the Pelican class triggered such an astonishing alchemical transformation. Could other professions achieve the same? Surely not. After all, this was permanent growth. While Suyu's mind churned with these revelations, the sounds from within the room gradually faded. Moments later the door opened, and out stepped a statuesque beauty, radiant, voluptuous, clad in daring attire. Spotting figures outside, her eyes flew wide open. Teetering on high heels, she nearly lost her balance, only managing to steady herself by leaning against the doorframe. She glared at Han Guibing, exasperated. What is this? Scaring people at the door. What's wrong? A deep resonant voice echoed from inside. Then a woman emerged, delicate features, slender grace draped in a flowing white dress. Suyu's eyes slowly widened. Han Guibing bowed obsequiously. Senior Su, he says he wishes to see you. Oh, and he's from Hongyun supermarket. Only then did Su Xiangbai turn her gaze upon Suyu, arching a brow with that same commanding timbre. What brings you here? Not for that. Never mind. Suyu suppressed the dissonance rising within him and spoke expressionless.
I heard you've been thoroughly humiliated by a toad, so I came to lend a hand.
Tell me, do you know its current location?
Su Xiangbai's expression shifted subtly. She gave the woman's backside a playful pat signaling her to leave, then shot Han Guibing a sharp glance. Once both had departed she pointed toward the room, come inside and speak. She entered first, Suyu followed and closed the door behind him. Seated she cut straight to the point, does your side have designs on this base? Suyu shook his head. Only the boss level monster interests us. After a pause he added, we won't take the base mission, let each party claim what it needs. And frankly, you cannot defeat that boss level creature, can you? Su Xiangbai snorted softly. Hoof. Of course we can. Your side may be stronger if you chose to force your way in, I'd concede defeat. But a mere boss level monster. With so many under my command, a coordinated assault would surely end it. Truthfully, I'm keeping it for a purpose. So please tell your side to abandon that notion entirely. Though Su Xiangbai sounded supremely confident. Even telling Suyu to stop thinking about it, she had no idea he sat directly across from her. May I ask why? What use do you have for that boss-level creature? Why should I explain myself to you? If that Suyu stood here and I found myself outmatched, I'd speak plainly. But you. I suggest you rein in your curiosity. Su Xiangbai knew the name Suyu Xueqingya and others naturally mentioned it when speaking with outsiders. Oh, I am Suyu. Su Xiangbai froze, stammering, Yuri Suyu. Internally she raged, what era is this, some imperial disguise farce? Would revealing your identity at the start have cost you your life? Utterly baffling. Suyu's brow furrowed faintly, he'd detected something amiss. Wait, so you can speak in a woman's voice? Her earlier voice had been unmistakably feminine and melodious too. Aargh, I slipped and used my true voice. This is catastrophic. With a battle cry she crushed the teacup in her hand, tea leaves and scalding liquid spraying across the floor. She stared at Suyu with profound anguish as though she just missed out on a fortune worth 100 million. Suyu remained silent. When she finally calmed she sighed listlessly, it's all because of this wretched profession of mine. I swear, I'm not a deviant. Don't misunderstand. Suyu had already deduced precisely that, but it held little interest for him. Two far more critical questions occupied his thoughts. So, you're retaining that boss-level creature because of your profession. And when you said you'd lost big, what did you mean by that? So, you're retaining that boss-level creature because of your profession. And when you said you'd lost big, what did you mean by that? Su Xiongbai sighed, alas, my strength is far inferior to yours and naturally I lack the confidence to conceal anything. So we'll speak plainly, my profession is negative review collector. Suyu was taken aback. Negative review collector. What is that? Su Xiongbai maintained a blank expression. Your earlier remark, what is that? To me seems like a slight negative review. Thus I can expend 10 points of energy to temporarily lock this phrase. As she spoke she raised her hand pointing towards a stone ornament in the room. Suddenly 5 large black characters materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards the stone ornament at an astonishing speed. So you clearly saw that the 5 characters were, what is that? Boom. The characters collided with the stone and in an instant the stone ornament was blown to smithereens, debris scattered all over the floor. Suyu's eyes lit up. What tremendous power. Your profession is quite impressive. As he spoke he turned to look at Su Xiongbai only to find her face as pale as a ghost, her complexion unnaturally flushed. Cough cough. Su Xiongbai suddenly began to cough violently, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth which she hastily wiped away with her sleeve. You're your highest attribute, how high could it possibly be? Suyu realized that Su Xiangbai's energy expenditure when using this skill depended on the source of the negative review. Evidently as the source of the negative review Suyu was still too much for Su Xiongbai at this moment. And indeed that was the case. Su Xiongbai had originally intended to showcase her strength a bit, hoping to vie for the upcoming right to speak. But unexpectedly the strength displayed was not her own but that of Suyu. In that moment alone she had exhausted her energy and even sacrificed 20 points of health. Su Xiongbai felt a surge of dread. If Suyu had been even a little stronger, wouldn't she have effectively committed suicide just now? She inwardly cursed. This skill was indeed a trap, not even showing the energy cost. Previously she had not noticed this issue, but after taking such a significant loss she immediately committed it to memory. So you allowed that boss-level monster to exist just so that your subordinates could give you negative reviews? That's about right, Su Xiongbai replied. Including the earlier incident, was that also for negative reviews? Su Xiongbai remained expressionless, pulling out her portable recorder and familiar voices immediately echoed forth. Suyu nodded in understanding. I see, no wonder this room is so clean. So your voice was also disguised? Su Xiongbai replied. That's correct, it was intentional. This was my first bucket of gold. From the way she spoke it seemed her profession carried some hidden mysteries. It made sense. If her profession weren't powerful enough, how could she become the leader of these people?
In any case, I don't need help for the time being, so Su Xiongbai paused abruptly, quickly walking to the window to look outside. Her gaze fell upon 5 police cars racing towards them, finally coming to a stop at the entrance of the bathhouse. Suyu stepped to the window and upon seeing this scene raised his eyebrows. Wow, they must be here to rescue the fallen girls from the bathhouse. Su Xiongbay's expression darkened, clearly realizing she was in trouble. She was quite well informed and naturally knew that the guards aimed to gather the crowds as much as possible. But now that she occupied a core stronghold, she could develop securely. However, if this place were to fall under the control of the guards, could she maintain her current position? The answer was self-evident. With the arrival of the apocalyptic game, many perished in the first wave of monsters, and the survivors realized that the era had changed. Moreover, with the emergence of core strongholds and the large-scale collapse of communication systems, ambitions that could not have arisen in the past sprouted like weeds. Suyu observed the expression on Su Xiongbay's face and suddenly laughed. Just wait here, they're going upstairs. Sure enough, merely a few seconds later a knock echoed at the door. Su Xiongbai sighed, suppressing her chaotic thoughts, and walked slowly to the door, opening it. I am Zhang Wentao and I need your help to find that boss-level monster. Zhang Wentao's expression was calm as he continued, according to our intelligence, you have the ability to know the whereabouts of that boss-level monster. We can cooperate. Su Xiongbai fell silent, knowing that Zhang Wentao was correct. Her profession possessed a skill that could mark a source of negative reviews. Once marked, she could obtain the real-time location of the negative review source. The negative reviews she received were rooted in that boss-level monster. Thus that boss-level white frog monster could indeed be counted as a source of negative reviews. Although Suyu didn't possess as much intelligence as Zhang Wentao, he vaguely guessed that the people here could find that white frog monster. After all, these people had besieged that boss-level monster multiple times. If it were only once or twice, it could be explained away as a coincidence. But Suyu learned that within just a few days they had besieged it 4 times, this could hardly be a coincidence. Based on this, he came directly to their door. Yet unexpectedly, others had also set their sights on this boss-level monster. Moreover, Zhang Wentao. Memories from days past resurfaced, and Suyu recalled that this name had been mentioned by a guard named Hanzhou. According to Hanzhou, Zhang Wentao wanted to prioritize protecting civilians while he wished to empower his brothers first. Viewed this way, Zhang Wentao's approach seemed rather positive. But the question remains, how would he act against the civilians he didn't want to protect? In the silence, Suyu observed Zhang Wentao with great interest, curiosity evident in his eyes. Breaking the silence was Su Xiongbai, and only she could. Sorry, I have other uses for that boss-level monster. Su Xiongbay's expression was calm as she decisively chose to decline. Zhang Wentao's brows furrowed slightly. From what we understand, you are not a match for that boss-level monster. Su Xiongbai replied, I have other plans, I currently do not need your assistance. Thank you. The progression of events was starkly different from Zhang Wentao's expectations. In his mind, since these people were temporarily no match for the boss-level monster and were overwhelmed by it, then they should have a welcoming attitude towards his arrival. As for the boss-level monster required in the core stronghold mission, Zhang Wentao believed that since they lacked the capability, they should not expect to grasp things beyond their capabilities. They should recognize their own strength and accept his protection afterward. So what caused the development of events to deviate from his expectations? His gaze swept over the shattered stone ornament and the debris on the floor. Finally, it landed on another person in the room. May I ask, who are you? Seeing Zhang Wentao looking at him, Suyu smiled. I must say your perspective is still quite narrow. Zhang Wentao keenly caught the phrase you two, pondering, it seems you two really aren't on the same side. Su Xiongbai subconsciously glanced at Suyu, who nodded with a smile. I just met her today, but that's not important. What matters is that I have a proposal. Zhang Wentao sensed a turning point. What proposal? Suyu replied, you are the director of the security bureau, so you must have information on quite a few leader-level monsters. Why not share it? Zhang Wentao looked at him in surprise. How did you know I am the director of the security bureau? Su Xiongbai looked at Zhang Wentao with even more confusion. Isn't Suyu one of your security bureau's guards? The fact that Suyu was a guard was something his subordinates had spread. After all, to those who were unaware of the real situation, guards seemed reliable, increasing their likelihood of siding with Suyu. Thus several nearby forces all knew that Suyu had a gun and was a guard. Zhang Wentao scrutinized Suyu from head to toe, then frowned deeply. Suyu, the fire last night was caused by you. Suyu chuckled. You have quite an informative network. Zhang Wentao asked, so those 60+ people were killed by you and your men? Suyu nodded without changing his expression. Zhang Wentao's face immediately turned pale. That was over 60 people. Think of the value they could have brought in the future. Setting aside the law, I know that the law is just a piece of scrap paper now. But you could just kill the main culprit and then recruit the rest. This way they could work towards helping us get through this apocalypse better. Suyu shook his head, indicating for him to come in to talk. Su Xiongbai watched as Zhang Wentao walked in without so much as a glance at her. For a moment she felt quite awkward, as if she were the guest instead.
She was being ignored by both Su Yu and Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao sat down on the sofa. Su Yu, I know you are strong, but one person's strength is always limited. Su Yu did not explain but shifted the topic. Director Zhang, how many people do you have now? Zhang Wentao squinted his eyes contemplating for a moment and finally replied, not many, 200 to 300. This was a vague number but it still reflected many things.
Su Yu said, we can collaborate. Provide me with the information on the leader-level monsters you know. I will hunt down those leader-level monsters which will temporarily hinder the core tasks of the nearby bases. Without the hope of establishing bases, they would then be at your mercy. In the future, as leader-level monsters increase, you can easily have your trusted subordinates become leaders of various bases. So how about this? You'll take on the role of the villain and you can be the good guy. Are you willing to cooperate? Zhang Wentao gazed deeply at Su Yu, knowing that this person had discerned his true thoughts. It wasn't hard to guess, especially since he had implicitly hinted as much. No, it should be said that he had almost explicitly indicated it. Did Zhang Wentao want the other core members of the bases to complete their tasks?
Of course he did not want that. If the other bases were established one by one, what would he have left to further expand his own power? But could he openly express this intention to the outside world? That would not work either. For if he revealed this intention, it would mean that he was actively nullifying the inherent trust stemming from his identity. Moreover, he would fall into a position of losing the greater righteousness, which would be unpopular. In other words, it would be detrimental to his current rule. Indeed, Zhang Wentao was in fact protecting the populace. Yet at a deeper level his ambition was gradually swelling, wishing to establish a great achievement in this apocalypse. After all, with the arrival of the apocalypse, all past orders had been shattered. The sentiment of nobility and commoner who has the power could completely summarize Zhang Wentao's current mindset.
Thus, after pretending to hesitate, Zhang Wentao readily nodded. Su Yu, you are a clever person. I hope our upcoming collaboration will be very pleasant.
As he spoke, he turned to look at Su Xiong, by his expression gradually turning serious. I must have this leader-level monster.
Su Xiong's face began to look increasingly grim.
She realized that when Su Yu and Zhang Wentao reached an agreement, she had no ability to resist. At first she had thought to leverage Su Yu's strength to push Zhang Wentao back. Or to play both sides, thus seeking benefits for herself. But unexpectedly the development of events completely exceeded her expectations. Neither Su Yu nor Zhang Wentao had given her any chance at all.
Fine, all right then.
In the face of overwhelming circumstances, even if she was reluctant, Su Xiong knew what she should do. Indeed, upon seeing her compromise, a gentle smile appeared on Zhang Wentao's face.
Very good, Ms. Su, I will remember your contribution at this moment.
After saying this, he looked at Su Yu again, his smile becoming even broader. Su Yu, here is the general activity range of the leader-level monsters I have information on. He did not avoid Su Xiong by revealing all 6 leader-level monsters' locations to Su Yu.
Pleasant cooperation.
Su Yu smiled, knowing that exchanging one leader-level monster for 6 was a significant profit for him. Zhang Wentao was naturally also gaining. Su Xiong's heart was bleeding as she was the only one at a loss.
Oh.
This is the consequence of being outmatched. If only I had Su Yu's strength. Her thoughts churned silently, vowing to work harder in the future. She must step by step obtain the power to determine her own fate. Otherwise, how is she any different from the fish on the chopping block? Just as Su Yu stood up about to walk out the door,
Zhang Wentao suddenly spoke. Su Yu.
Whom? One of the people you killed last night was named Qin Hai. His father is the deputy director of the Provincial Security Bureau.
Oh. Zhang Wentao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid?
Su Yu turned to look at him, suddenly smiling. A deputy director? Perhaps he is already dead.
Dead in the struggle for power. Moreover, in today's situation, what difference is there between the Provincial Security Bureau and your Municipal Security Bureau Director Zhang? Zhang Wentao smiled. Indeed, I was blinded. You may go.
Su Yu pushed the door open and stepped out, while Zhang Wentao's smile gradually faded, his brow becoming serious. The reason he pointed out Qin Hai's background was actually to try and leverage Su Yu.
However, Su Yu's reaction made him realize that this was not someone easy to manipulate.
The reason he pointed out Qin Hai's background was actually to try and leverage Su Yu.
However, Su Yu's reaction made him realize that this was not someone easy to manipulate.
When the king loses his deer, the world joins in the hunt. Zhang Wentao sighed softly, then looked at Su Xiong with a half smile. You are a smart person, so you should know that today's conversation must be kept well hidden in your heart. Su Xiong nodded slowly. I understand, but I need to clarify one thing first.
Speak. After the matter is accomplished, I will take my subordinates to join Su Yu.
Zhang Wentao's expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal. Do as you wish.
Fengtai District consists of 7 districts, and Su Yu and Zhang Wentao are in Baihe District.
Baihe District covers an area of 862 square kilometers, taking on a crescent shape with a total of 13 bronze pillars descending upon this place. The core strongholds controlled by Zhang Wentao Suyu and Su Xiongbai are located in the lower part of the crescent shape. Meanwhile, the monster location information provided by Zhang Wentao is concentrated in the upper part of the crescent.
There is a certain distance between the two. However, with Suyu's current physique, his speed is naturally not slow. Moreover, he has chosen 2 agility specialized genetic optimizations.
By noon, Suyu successfully found his first target, a massive black pig.
Its body was covered in layers of shiny black armor-like skin.
The skin, connected like turtle shells, shimmered with a dull metallic luster under the sun.
Its snout was as robust as a battering ram with 2 massive upward-curving jet-black tusks at the front.
Its legs were short and stout, appearing heavy when it walked, yet its speed was anything but slow.
Name Black Yu Gang Pig LV.
4. Quality Leader, Health 800, Energy 260, Attributes, Physique 20, Spirit 6, Mystery 4, Charm 5, Luck 3, Specialties 1.
Heart of Obsidian 2. Unmovable as a Mountain 3. Beastly Frenzy. Skills 1. Earth Crust Uplift 2. Earth Vein Absorption 3. Crushing Charge 4. Mind Source Resonance.
Overall combat power 55, a level 4 leader monster with 20 points in physique and 800 points in health. Leader level monsters possess a leader level template where the conversion of physique and health is no longer 1-1 but rather 1-4.
The elite level template is 1-2.
However, energy values, whether for elite level or leader level templates, are calculated the same as ordinary monsters.
"'Tis truly amazing, it's just a useless physique monster."
Suyu looked disdainful. This kind of monster with the highest physique attribute would definitely provide him with physique attributes after consumption.
But right now he was not in need of physique, he lacked the other attributes.
Fortunately, the 3 specialties of this Black Yu mountain pig looked quite impressive. Suyu took out a triangular ruler, moving like a meteor charging towards it. Humph, the Black Yu gang pig lazily watched the small figure rushing towards it, its small black eyes filled with indifference. Since arriving in this land, it had encountered numerous humans. However, those people's attacks were too weak, hitting it felt like mere scratching.
Relying on its currently unreasonable defensive power and extremely high health, it had become an exceedingly troublesome existence.
In the eyes of the Black Yu gang pig, this person rushing towards it was just a reflection of those previous humans. Not worth mentioning.
However, why was this person so fast?
Before it could ponder, Suyu had already closed the distance, followed by a seemingly ordinary attack.
80. A number that was still quite shocking even after numerous reductions popped up. Ow.
The black armor on the surface of the Black Yu mountain pig shattered instantly, as fragile as thin paper. The triangular ruler sliced through the armor, penetrating its muscles and smoothly cutting through layers of flesh, gushing out a large amount of blood.
Extreme pain nearly robbed the Black Yu gang pig of its ability to think.
Its small black eyes instantly turned blood red, indicating that it had entered a beastly frenzy state. But with insufficient stats, this so-called frenzy was merely the death throes of the powerless. Suyu kicked it over, leaped onto its back and struck down again with the ruler.
This strike coincidentally triggered a critical hit. 160.
After the critical hit, the damage doubled and 3-digit damage deducted another fifth of the Black Yu gang pig's health. This highly impactful scene was just in time to catch the eyes of a group of people who had just arrived. They were the forces controlling the core of the nearby strongholds, already prepared to hunt this Black Yu gang pig. At this moment, the leader among the crowd had a somewhat ugly expression. His name was Gohong, a tall middle-aged man with prominent muscles wielding a large knife. Curiously, however, apart from him, most of the people in the crowd displayed varying degrees of relaxation on their faces.
Why was that? The answer is quite simple. Suyu had told Zhang Wentao to be the villain while he would be the good person.
But in reality, the villain he played was only against those who wanted to become the stronghold leader.
As for the others,
they were unable to become stronghold leaders and had to risk their lives to hunt leader-level monsters. Had it not been for the dire situation, they would have long since given up.
Of course, those who wanted to become stronghold leaders would also paint a rosy picture.
For example, once I become the leader, we brothers hunting the leader-level monsters will all benefit in the future. But that was an empty promise. If there were no other options, they could only accept it. However, the current situation had changed. The target they were to hunt was being battered by one person. This meant they no longer needed to fight, which also implied that they wouldn't face life-threatening dangers any longer. Given this, how could most of the people here view Suyu as a villain? Instead, they regarded Suyu as a good person, a savior. Only Gohong and his true loyalists would detest Suyu fiercely, seeing him as a great scourge.
"This friend, please hold back,"
Gohong shouted loudly. After all, he still harbored thoughts of becoming the stronghold leader. In his view, he still had a chance. The reason is also quite simple. Firstly, the experience from this monster is not awarded to the last player who kills it. Instead, it is precisely divided according to the damage dealt, or more accurately, the contributions made during the battle.
If that is the case, how much experience could he earn by just landing the last hit?
Furthermore, he planned to directly give up on the potential treasure box that could drop after killing this leader-level monster. In that case he was merely seeking to complete the task and he thought there should still be room for negotiation. Swish. Suyu accurately thrust the triangular ruler into the small brain of the Black Yu mountain pig, completely incapacitating it. Then he turned his face towards the direction of the voice. Upon seeing a group of unfamiliar faces he averted his gaze and casually struck down with the ruler, taking the Black Yu gang pig's life completely. You have slain the Black Mountain Boar LV. For gaining 150 experience points based on the damage dealt. You have consumed the Black Mountain Boar LV. For gaining 8 points of physique. You are extracting the opponent's specialty. You have gained the specialty Unmoving as a Mountain. Unmoving as a Mountain boss level, your resilience receives a permanent increase of 30. Any enemy with lower physique attributes than yours will be unable to inflict any displacement or stun effects on you. Suyu was somewhat speechless. He had yet to acquire a single offensive specialty. However, in the current environment, being tanky equated to being safe. So, is this actually a good thing? With that thought, Suyu casually picked up the treasure chest dropped by the mountain boar and opened it nonchalantly. His eyes then gleamed slightly. Inside the chest was a piece of purple quality equipment, and it was a weapon. It was a massive sword that appeared quite heavy. The entire sword was dark black, covered with intertwining patterns of armor plates. The material at the handguard was the same as the Black Mountain Boar's back armor, arched to almost envelop the entire hilt. As for the blade, this sword had no blade. The sides of the sword body were rough black bone pieces exuding a primitive beauty of violence. Name: Mountain Corpse. Physique attribute greater than 20 points. Category: Equipment. Quality: Purple. Effect: inflicts an additional physical damage of 10/2 of maximum health when attacking. The requirement for triggering the crushing effect is reduced by 10. Evaluation: don't ask why there's no blade, you'll know once you hit with it. Good sword. Suyu was overjoyed, feeling a sudden urge to wield it. This sword was simply perfect for him. With two effects that perfectly matched his high physique, it elevated his offensive capabilities to a new level. Most importantly, he no longer had to carry around a measuring stick everywhere. Meanwhile, Gohan, witnessing the death of the Black Mountain Boar and the subsequent treasure chest drop, had a myriad of expressions on his face. But in the end he suppressed all his emotions and forced a smile, saying loudly, "Thank you, my friend. This monster has injured many of my brothers, and now you have eliminated it, which is truly gratifying." However, despite saying that, Gohan's heart was bleeding. Especially when he saw the imposing sword in Suyu's hand. That sword should rightfully be mine. Yet thinking about how Suyu had effortlessly taken down such a large boss-level monster in just a few moves, he dared not think further. Suyu glanced at him again but showed no interest in responding, as time was of the essence. There were still 5 boss-level monsters waiting for him to hunt. So he turned and left. Gohan's expression stiffened, not expecting that even after he had backed down, Suyu would still maintain such an aloof attitude. He couldn't even be bothered to exchange a word with him. He felt very uncomfortable and his face darkened further. "Hongo, why was that person so strong?" Gohan impatiently replied, "How would I know? That person can't be the rumored. That's Suyu, right?" Gohan's breath caught the one from last night's Great Fire who supposedly killed many people. "I heard he killed over 100. That's an understatement. I heard from the brothers over there looking for food that he killed over 200. My goodness, to kill so many people and look so young, who would have thought he could be so ruthless?" Gohan shivered, suddenly feeling fortunate that Suyu had ignored him earlier. "Damn, I must be out of my mind. Why did I even open my mouth to that killer?" Hearing this, those beside him also looked relieved. "Hongo, let's just leave and see if we can find another boss-level monster." Gohan shook his head. It will be hard to find that. Suyu is clearly hunting boss-level monsters. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. But we must still kill a boss-level monster. Let's head in the opposite direction of Suyu. Suyu was unaware that his mere presence made others want to avoid his edge. However, that no longer mattered. Because he had encountered something unprecedented. His second hunting target, according to Zhang Wentao's description, was a walking mushroom. In fact, Suyu successfully found it. But the problem was, beside this large mushroom lay the skulls of dozens of people. Translucent wisps of smoke emanated from the skulls and converged in midair, forming an unstable image. In the image there was a humanoid creature showing only its upper body. Unfortunately, it is only now trying to escape, which is indeed too late. Suyu stepped on its mushroom stalk, rendering it completely immobile. "Hey, can you understand what I'm saying?" He leaned down, getting close to the large mushroom's bright blue eyes. "Goo. Goo." Suyu clearly heard the sound emanating from the mushroom's cap. "There's a language barrier." He frowned slightly, wondering if there was any way to communicate with this large mushroom. There should be some way. For instance, mental communication, spiritual exchange, or perhaps a fungal language. Suyu thought that since the professions are so varied, it's possible that there are players whose careers can solve communication issues. Or if the players can't solve it for now, he could focus on those monsters.
For example, if certain monsters have specialties like mental communication, then after defeating them he could acquire those specialties.
Wouldn't that allow him to communicate with this large mushroom? Yes, Suyu did not intend to kill this large mushroom, he wanted to communicate with it further.
If he could extract some useful information, it would greatly benefit him.
I won't kill you for now, just follow me obediently, can you understand?
Goo. Goo.
The large mushroom, seeing that Suyu did not immediately kill it but was instead trying to communicate, immediately showed a glimmer of hope in its eyes.
Goo. Goo.
It tried to communicate back with Suyu, blinking its big eyes. At the same time, the white tendrils on its stalk began to stretch out, and upon touching the ground it started to write.
Suyu glanced at the characters, then looked away.
There was no way to him, those characters were completely incomprehensible.
Seeing that it couldn't communicate through writing, the large mushroom retracted its tendrils and its eyes showed visible anxiety.
Alright, stop with the useless stuff.
Suyu gently lifted his foot off it, then pulled it up and took a step back.
Goo. The large mushroom looked at Suyu and cautiously took a step back.
Bang.
Suyu expressionlessly brought down the great sword in his hand. The large mushroom shivered and a little mushroom juice seeped from its broken cap, clearly frightened.
It cautiously took a step forward towards Suyu, revealing a timid curiosity.
Suyu tapped its cap with the great sword, nodded, took 2 steps forward, then turned to look at it. Seeing it still standing in place, Suyu raised his great sword.
Goo.
The large mushroom immediately reacted, moving its white legs and quickly standing next to Suyu, obediently motionless.
Not bad, a bit clever. Wait, do you even have a brain? Goo. Forget it, that's not important.
Suyu repeated the previous process to ensure the large mushroom truly understood him. Having completed the initial taming, no matter where he went, the large mushroom would follow closely, not daring to fall behind. It was afraid that Suyu's heavy sword might fall on it at any moment.
The problem is,
Suyu stroked his chin. The speed of this large mushroom was a bit slow. If he took it with him, wouldn't it slow down his hunting speed for other boss-level monsters?
Forget it, you can't have both fish in bear's paw.
As if he thought of something, his eyes brightened slightly and he flipped over, directly jumping onto the large mushroom's cap. The cap was wide and slightly elastic, not hard at all, making it very comfortable to sit on. Suyu sat down satisfactorily, patted its cap with his hand and pointed the great sword in a direction.
Can you understand this? Walk in the direction my sword points.
Goo. The large mushroom did not understand Suyu's words, but it could guess what Suyu wanted it to do. Thus it stretched out its 2 white legs and ran towards the direction indicated by the great sword. Suyu took the opportunity to pull out food from his backpack and began to eat leisurely. Due to his extremely high physique, his appetite was quite large. He consumed more than half of a backpack full of high-calorie food in one go to feel satisfied. This was also a source of concern for him. The higher his physique, the more he needed to eat, and sooner or later the food supply on Earth would fail to meet his demands. Therefore, Suyu could only hope that after establishing a base there would be channels to obtain high-energy food from it.
Goo. Goo.
Suddenly the large mushroom called out and abruptly stopped, no longer advancing. Suyu frowned, pressing the great sword lightly on its cap. Why did you stop?
Goo. What a hassle.
Suyu flipped down, squinting at it. Why aren't you moving? The large mushroom's eyes showed anxiety as it stammered for a while, then suddenly seemed to think of something and its eyes lit up. A moment later the tendrils on its stalk extended, drawing a somewhat abstract pattern on the ground.
Goo 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 goo.
Suyu looked down, then frowned because the pattern seemed somewhat familiar.
Isn't this the Lin Touch goat?
He looked at the large mushroom, thought for a moment, and lightly traced the pattern on the ground with his great sword.
Goo.
The large mushroom weakly lowered its massive cap, slumping to the ground. At the same time, a white tendril like a living thing reached out, gently swaying in front of Suyu.
Are you implying that I can't do it?
Suyu drew an X on the ground with his great sword and pointed to himself. The large mushroom tilted its cap, thought for a moment, then vigorously nodded its cap and stood up, signaling him to follow it away from there.
Suyu did not move.
Seeing he did not react, the large mushroom seemed anxious, using its white tendril to draw on the ground. Suyu frowned, observing as another slightly abstract drawing appeared on the ground. The drawing depicted a fierce-looking goat, one hoof on the large mushroom and the other on a human.
Suyu felt belittled.
A mere Lin Touch goat, he had killed them before, it was truly laughable.
But the problem was,
this large mushroom was aware of his strength. The mountain bone great sword had smashed its cap open. It was not like the fish's memory where it could forget the pain of being hit.
Suyu squinted, realizing there must be something he hadn't considered.
For instance, there should be a higher quality of monster beyond the boss level, right? So is there a possibility that what this large mushroom is afraid of is actually
a monster above the boss level?
Suyu's heartbeat quickened slightly.
Monsters above the boss level should be more delicious, right? Moreover, another obvious piece of information was revealed in this matter.
That is, these monsters are not all from the same camp.
This is good news, but it seems unlikely to be good news for me. Suyu quickly realized the pros and cons of this matter for humanity as a whole and for himself. For humanity as a whole, the existence of factions among monsters is naturally a good thing.
Perhaps in the future he might witness two monsters fighting each other, allowing human players to reap the benefits. However, for Suyu the situation was entirely different. If two leader-level monsters from different factions started fighting, it could result in one side being killed by the other. Wouldn't that mean that the number of leader-level monsters Suyu could hunt would be reduced by one? Of course, if there were plenty of monsters in the future, it wouldn't be a significant loss.
Moreover, perhaps these monsters could reproduce.
Suyu suddenly froze. Reproduce. An extremely bold and wicked thought began to sprout in his mind. If he could tame other monsters that could produce offspring just like he tamed this big mushroom,
and then systematically eliminate the smaller monsters they birthed, it would be promising, very promising.
Building a monster breeding farm would allow him to grow stronger while lying down, wouldn't it? But the premise is that these monsters could reproduce and that he could tame them. The former is unknown while the latter is extremely difficult to achieve. So Suyu just thought about it for a moment, sealed away that thought, and turned his gaze back to the still slacking big mushroom.
Lift the cap.
He raised the big mushroom's cap with his great sword and then struck forcefully at the fierce goat pattern.
The big mushroom blinked, promptly shaking its cap and shrinking back. Goo 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 goo. While calling out, it lay down in resignation.
It adopted an attitude of not moving forward even if Suyu tried to kill it.
But suddenly its body trembled and a mushroom stood upright and darted away. While running, it entwined Suyu's body with its white tendrils, urging him to run with it.
Suyu was taken aback, looking around but found nothing unusual. But in the next moment the situation changed. In the sky, pale purple branches gradually transformed from ethereal to solid, sprouting emerald green leaves. Bright yellow eyes opened leisurely on the leaves as translucent threads fell from them. Meanwhile, many brown withered vines quietly emerged from the ground, trapping Suyu and the big mushroom in between.
Goo!
The big mushroom trembled, its azure eyes filled with despair as it collapsed to the ground. It tried to hide its entire body under the massive cap, but the cap was damaged and incomplete from the earlier blow. Through the damaged part of the cap, Suyu could see the despair in the big mushroom's eyes.
How flashy!
Suyu was entangled by the translucent threads which tried to lift him, but to no avail.
Specialization: unmovable as a mountain.
So this thing is essentially a physical attack. He reached out with his empty right hand, grasped a large bunch of translucent threads and yanked down hard.
Moo!
A sound that instilled primal fear echoed from the sky, and the pale purple branches struggled violently. One by one the bright yellow eyes closed and all the translucent threads fell away.
But Suyu's expression gradually became serious.
Because the Pelican eye had already revealed the true nature of this monster.
Name: Linchua Mountain Goat, Royal LV.
4. Quality: Lord, Health 1440, Energy 460, Attributes: Physique 18, Spirit 10, Mystery 28, Charm 15, Luck 5, Specialization 1.
Walking Ancient Wood 2. Imposter 3. Crown of 1,000 Eyes. Skills 1. Tentacle Strangulation 2. Seasonal Transformation 3. Forest Trap 4. Cognitive Interference 5.
Nightfall Comprehensive Combat Power 80, a monster, a true monster. Being a Lord level quality, it is unsurprising that it is above leader level, possessing 1440 health points and 460 energy points. For Lord level monsters, the health to physic ratio is a terrifying 1:8. The energy value conversion relationship has also changed for the first time compared to leader level monsters. Compared to the leader level Linchua Mountain Goat, the royal version has an additional specialization in skill. The skill it just used was Nightfall. Or rather, it was only part of Nightfall. Buzz. In the sky, accompanied by a buzzing sound, the emerald green leaves had their eyes open once more. This time there were no translucent threads falling, but rather dark rays. They were densely packed, offering no chance for evasion. But Suyu was not foolish enough to stand still, allowing the enemy to unleash their skills freely. As soon as the translucent threads began to fall away, he grabbed the big mushroom's white leg and ran outward. What blocked him were the withered vines. The withered vines were like a sea, layered upon layered, surrounding him tightly, trying to keep him there. Seeing this scene, the big mushroom felt an overwhelming sense of despair. It did not believe that it and the person holding its stalk could survive. Because it knew how terrifying the royal Linchua Mountain Goat was. How flashy! Suyu held the mountain skeleton greatsword horizontally, disregarding everything, and charged forward.
Crack, crack. With his extremely high physique enhancement, those seemingly intimidating withered vines were nothing but decayed wood.
As soon as a withered vine wrapped around Suyu's calf, it was forcefully broken free, achieving nothing. The big mushroom, being dragged along, widened its eyes little by little. At that moment it surprisingly felt a bit of relief. Previously, when Suyu had beaten it so badly, it felt somewhat distressed, thinking it was itself that was weak. But now, seeing Suyu braving such a wave of withered vines and about to break through, the big mushroom understood it wasn't that it was weak, but this upright ape was simply not human.
Moo! Hidden in the shadows witnessing Suyu actually managed to break free from the Nightfall's shroud in such a manner the royal Linchua mountain goat fell silent. In the next moment it turned and fled using its imposter skill to disguise itself as it ran. Clearly it was very self-aware knowing it was no match for that terrifying upright ape. Goo 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 goo. The big mushroom saw the withered vines disappear and the pale purple branches in the sky turn into nothingness, causing the whole mushroom to become excited. If Suyu hadn't been holding onto its white leg it might have jumped up and celebrated. Where's the goat? Suyu broke free from the withered vine circle looking around but finding no trace of the royal Linchua mountain goat. This made him realize that he still lacked quite a bit. For example, reconnaissance methods or rather means to sense monsters. Suyu was currently in a situation where he had none, relying solely on his 2 eyes to see, which was undoubtedly a very inefficient method. Suyu was currently in a situation where he had none, relying solely on his 2 eyes to see, which was undoubtedly a very inefficient method. For instance, right now he didn't even know where the royal Lin Shushan goat was. With all his stats he was troubled by the lack of a place to exert himself. Why are these monsters so cowardly, running away one by one? It's truly pathetic. Suyu was quite displeased. This monster's active attack was a serious provocation. Could he really let it escape? Cowardly. He looked at the large mushroom lying on the ground, its white leg gripped in his hand, narrowing his eyes. Hey, get up first. Releasing his grip, Suyu lifted his large sword. The large mushroom understood and promptly stood up. Then he spent 3 seconds quickly drawing an extremely abstract pattern on the ground with his sword. The large mushroom looked at it and saw a stick figure goat in front, followed by a stick figure person and a stick. It was very curious and wanted to ask Suyu what the horizontal and vertical lines represented. Could it be referring to itself? Seeing it, dazed Suyu furrowed his brow. This horizontal line is the umbrella cap and the vertical line is the mushroom stem. Can you understand? As he spoke he drew an arrow between the stick figure person, stick mushroom and stick goat. Understand. Goo. A look of realization flashed in the large mushroom's eyes. It understood that it was supposed to track down the royal Lin Shushan goat. Could it do that? Of course it could. Goo goo goo. It had sensed the Lin Shushan goat's presence earlier, which was why it wanted to take Suyu away. This meant that the large mushroom had a strong sense of perception. As for helping a human track down the Lin Shushan goat that had descended into this world at the same time as itself, the large mushroom felt no issue with this. Instead it was quite excited. Because in the past it was always the Lin Shushan goat hunting them and now it could turn the tables. That was simply thrilling. Not only did it want to chase, but it wanted to chase fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation the large mushroom took off running, only to be caught in Suyu's hands, who looked utterly speechless. Why are you running? Your speed is as slow as a mushroom. When will you ever catch up? I have you and you are responsible for guiding me with those white tendrils, understood? While speaking he pointed to the white tendrils on the large mushroom's stem. Goo. The large mushroom immediately understood and eagerly extended one of its white tendrils to indicate the path for Suyu. This guiding mushroom was definitely set. As it turned out the large mushroom indeed had some skills. Under its guidance and with Suyu's incredible speed they quickly caught up to the royal Lin Shushan goat. Moo. From a distance, seeing a terrifying upright ape charging towards it while holding a large mushroom, the royal Lin Shushan goat's pupils momentarily dilated. It sprinted desperately into the distance, not stopping for a moment, but the more it ran the more hopeless it felt. Because Suyu was getting closer and closer. Run, I command you to run. The distance between them quickly shrank to within 10 meters. Suyu casually released the large mushroom, then delivered a flying kick. Boom! A deep sound erupted from the collision between Suyu's foot and the goat's rear like a drum. Ubu, the royal Lin Shushan goat, filled with terror, was kicked to the ground and caught by Suyu by its leg. A force of sheer strength pinned it firmly to the ground. But it still struggled. Its coiled horns suddenly shot out, aiming to wrap around Suyu's neck. At the same time a multitude of tiny eyes appeared on the horns, its specialty, thousand-eyed crown. If the judgment passed it could confuse the enemy and put them to sleep. The attribute that needed judgment was the mysterious attribute. Moo. Suddenly a surprising scene unfolded for the royal Lin Shushan goat. Suyu failed to pass the judgment for the mysterious attribute and fell into a state of sleep. The royal Lin Shushan goat looked on in disbelief. It never expected that this terrifying upright ape had such low mysterious attributes. Logically it shouldn't be like this. With such high physical attributes, if it were a normal upgrade the mysterious attribute wouldn't be too low. But it wouldn't know that Suyu's upgrade did not enhance attributes or grant free attribute points. The high physical attributes were purely due to the Pelican eating well. Of course, whether the royal Lin Shushan goat knew this or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that it had a chance. Moo. A cruel glint appeared in its eyes as it attempted to strangle Suyu's neck with its tentacles. At the same time it activated Night Descend once more. With a double-pronged approach. Goo. The large mushroom, however, was already dumbfounded.
It never expected that Suyu, who had previously appeared so powerful, would suddenly collapse.
This was not scientific.
Looking at the surrounding withered vines closing in on it again, it felt that its decision to be a guiding mushroom was an unprecedented mistake. Indeed, the royal Lin Shushan goat was unstoppable. It felt disheartened, thinking it was surely going to die. Goo. Then it saw Suyu slowly open his eyes.
Have you had enough fun?
He gripped the goat's leg tightly, taking the black ray falling from the sky Hedon, and struck fiercely at the royal Lin Shushan goat's horn with his sword. Indeed, his mysterious attribute was too low, leading to a failure in judgment and falling into a state of sleep. However, the duration of the sleep state was determined by both the mysterious and physical attributes.
Suyu's mysterious attribute was indeed low, but his physical attribute compensated for it.
Therefore, he only slept for less than a second before waking up.
Die.
The large sword fell mercilessly, smashing the royal Lin Shushan goat's skull flat.
Moo.
The shrill wail echoed as the Lin Shushan goat attempted to put Suyu to sleep again.
But Suyu was faster.
With the large sword descending with a whistling sound, it struck first, completely crushing the two tentacles on its head. This scene was extremely violent, but Suyu went even further as his sword fell like a meteor.
Crack, crack.
The sound of splintering bones echoed continuously. The royal Lin Shushan goat's health was quietly nearing its end.
Die.
With the final sword strike, Suyu completed his first hunt of a lord-level monster. His clothes were stained with fragments of bones and blood, even leaving traces of blood in the gaps of the mountain skull great sword. Yet he wore a genuine smile, for the rewards exceeded his expectations.
Hint: you have slain the royal Lin Shushan goat LV.
For based on the damage you dealt, experience points 600. Hint: you have consumed the royal Lin Shushan goat LV. For you gain 6 points of mysterious attributes. Hint: you have digested the royal Lin Shushan goat LV.
For extracting its specialty. Hint: you have gained the specialty. Thousand-eyed crown lord level permanently increases perception range by 30, can perceive the invisibility of beings below lord level. Every 10 seconds your next attack will be accompanied by a sleep effect. But before this step the hint sound had not yet ended. Hint: you have slain a lord level monster. Lord level template fragment 1. Lord tier template fragment, its name reveals its nature. Assembling all fragments grants a template akin to that of a lord tier monster.
But just how formidable is such a template? Consider merely the 1:8 ratio between physical constitution and health points, and the sheer terror of this template becomes unmistakable.
An 8-fold increase in health confers extraordinary margin for error and dramatically enhances survivability. Let me see.
Collecting 20 lord tier template fragments unlocks the lord tier template.
Frankly, this requirement is not unreasonable.
Yet the issue lies in probability. Slaying a lord tier monster does not guarantee a lord tier template fragment. In truth, such a kill may yield fragments of elite boss or lord tier templates alike. Suyu's exceptionally high luck attribute simply granted him extraordinary fortune, thus he obtained a lord tier template fragment on his very first lord tier kill. According to the notification panel, Suyu learned the drop rates: 1 for lord tier, 10 for boss tier, and 30 for elite tier template fragments. Clearly this was an exceedingly rare item. Yet precisely because it was so scarce, acquiring as many as possible became imperative. Such templates would prove one of the decisive factors widening the power gap among players in the future. Recall how terrified the giant mushroom had been of the royal forest toucher goat. At this thought, Suyu glanced downward at the giant mushroom still lying motionless on the ground, his gaze sharpening with quiet contemplation. The giant mushroom possessed acute sensory perception. Taking it alone would undoubtedly expedite the location of other boss tier monsters. But what then would happen if he brought it back to the core of his stronghold? Should he claim he had tamed it? Admittedly, that question held little weight. Suyu's current authority remained unchallenged. Even if others harbored objections, none would dare voice them aloud. Yet, what if the giant mushroom fled while he slept?
Moreover, let us be clear, this was still a boss tier monster.
Before him it cowered like a timid puppy, but only because his overwhelming stats overawed it.
Qin Shifei and the others lacked such dominance. Should it ever break free in blind fury, it could inflict devastating casualties within moments.
The giant mushroom remained oblivious to Suyu's inner deliberations, yet it sensed the human's gaze growing steadily colder.
Goo. Goo goo goo. Bewildered and alarmed, the giant mushroom instantly panicked. Silence.
Suyu's rebuke rang sharp and absolute. His greatsword struck the earth and the creature clamped its mouth shut, uttering not a single sound. After a moment's thought, Suyu traced a crude diagram onto the ground with his greatsword, a cluster of stick figures standing atop a stick figure mushroom.
Goo. It stared, utterly perplexed.
Suyu pointed first to himself, then to the stick figure.
Goo. Its confusion deepened.
He gestured toward the other stick figures, then alternated his finger between the giant mushroom and himself.
Goo. As if struck by sudden revelation, understanding dawned.
It grasped the meaning. The human had companions and wished them all to ride upon its cap.
How trivial a request. Its white tendrils stretched forth vigorously, patting its own cap in eager affirmation, anything so long as it wasn't slain. Its sapphire blue eyes gazed up at Suyu, blinking rapidly.
Suyu frowned faintly, he sensed uneasily that the giant mushroom had misunderstood him entirely. Otherwise why would it pat its own cap? His true intent had been for it to treat Qin Jifei and the others with the same deference it showed him.
Enough, let it be for now. Language barriers rendered precise communication impossible.
With a fluid leap he mounted the giant mushroom's cap.
Lead on, I'll navigate you since. Together we hunt boss-tier monsters.
The giant mushroom set off at once, swelling with quiet pride.
It knew it had understood the human perfectly.
Wasn't this simply about sparing him the effort of walking? A mere ride upon its back. Such a demand was effortlessly fulfilled, far simpler than those of other monsters like those accursed forest toucher goats. They raided its kin, abducting countless companions, not to devour them but to force them to bear offspring, tiny mushrooms. It dared not imagine the despair those newborns would endure, born only to be chewed by those vile forest toucher goats.
Utterly tragic. Evening fell.
The sky dimmed, the pale moon ascended, spilling its cool silver radiance across the land. Suyu sat astride the giant mushroom, finishing his last remaining loaf of bread, and sighed softly. After an afternoon of relentless pursuit he had slain 2 more boss-tier monsters. One was the Blackeway bore, the other an entirely new species. Tallying the day's kills, 1 Lord tier and 3 boss-tier monsters, he deemed his harvest exceptionally rich. His level, boosted substantially by the vast experience from Lord and boss-tier foes, had risen to level 7. Yet level held little practical value for Suyu, his class restrictions rendered it largely irrelevant. Still, his current stat sheet was nothing short of opulent. Player ID 6721LV. 715,700 class true Pelican, unique HP 860 MP 500 critical hit rate 9 attributes constitution 833 spirit 10 mystery 14 charm 7 luck 91 talents 1. Protective carapace 2. Sand scale 5-3. Swift stride 4. Walking ancient wood 5. Wind trace shadowless step 6. Immovable as mountain 1-7. Crown of thousand eyes 8. Intimidation. Skills 1. Pelican's gaze, passive unique equipment triangular ruler shadow step boots lethal cleave mountain carcass spinal marrow ring composite combat power 165 apocalypse ladder rank 6. The apocalypse ladder records only the top 10000 players by composite combat power. 8 talents in total. Intimidation acquired after slaying a boss tier monster whose primary attribute was spirit. The spinal marrow ring too originated from that same kill. Naturally these assets were not the cause of Suyu's sigh. His lament stemmed solely from his rank on the apocalypse ladder. A composite combat power of 165, luxuriously high stats for this stage coupled with an abundance of talents, yet his active skill repertoire remained barren, leaving him without a single offensive ability. Was it truly the absence of skills that confined his apocalypse ladder rank to 6th place? To stand 6th among all human players planet-wide was objectively extraordinary. Yet Suyu felt only absurdity. He could not fathom how the 5 players ranked above him had achieved such supremacy. Could any class possibly surpass the sheer aberrance of his own? Or did active skills genuinely wield such overwhelming influence over combat efficacy? As Suyu pondered this very question, sudden resonant chimes echoed simultaneously across the minds of every human player on the planet. Alert: number of players with composite combat power exceeding 100 has reached 10. Apocalypse ladder activation conditions met. Alert: the Apocalypse ladder has been officially published, accessible to all players. Alert: the top 10 players on this inaugural Apocalypse ladder will receive substantial rewards scaled according to rank. Alert: players are urged to maximize their Apocalypse ladder ranking. This ranking bears critical significance. The Apocalypse ladder ranking announced a plethora of rewards. Suyu was taken aback, and soon after he saw several individual prompts flashing across the panel. Prompt: your Apocalypse ladder ranking is 6th. Prompt: you have received a Lord level treasure chest. Prompt: congratulations, your Apocalypse ladder ranking is in the top 10, wishing you a pleasant future. A Lord level treasure chest. Previously, when he killed the royal Lin Shushan goat, it did not drop a treasure chest. Suyu believed it was because he had obtained a Lord level template fragment. He speculated that after killing a Lord level monster a treasure chest or a template might drop, but not both. At the time he felt a bit regretful. However, this small regret was quickly compensated. Unexpectedly, after the announcement of the Apocalypse ladder ranking, he was directly rewarded with a Lord-level treasure chest. Indeed, it was a plethora of rewards. Of course, compared to this treasure chest, Suyu felt that the last prompt had more emotional value. Goodness, this Apocalypse game even wished him a pleasant future. It was quite outrageous. Suyu shook his head and looked down at the Lord-level treasure chest that appeared beside him. The treasure chest glowed with a faint purple light, looking exquisite and enticing. Yet he did not open it immediately. Let me first see who the 5 people ranking above me are. Apocalypse ladder ranking. First, Wang Tianfeng 210. Second, Luca Rossi 175. Third, Li Mu 173. Fourth, Hans Muller 170.
5th hidden 168. 6th Suyu 165. 10 Th Chui Taiyuan 105.
Wait a minute, why is there a hidden in here?
Suyu blinked, expressing confusion.
His name as well as the others were displayed directly.
Why was he the only one hidden?
Suyu took a careful look at the prompt bar and found that there was no indication about whether to hide names.
Impressive, perhaps it's a professional characteristic.
He speculated, casually focusing on the overall combat power. 210 points of overall combat power. Wang Tianfeng. There is a huge gap compared to the second place.
However, the gap between us from second to sixth place isn't that big, one could even say it's quite minute. And the gap in combat power from 7th to 10th beneath me is substantial.
In fact, the 10th place only has 105 points of overall combat power. After glancing at the ladder ranking for a while, Suyu had a general idea and decided to ignore it, preparing to return to the stronghold. But besides him, almost all the other players were frantically discussing this ranking with those around them. It should be known that the overall combat power of most players was only between 10 and 20. For them, even the last place in the top 10 Chui Taiyuan was an insurmountable mountain. Fengtai City, within the guard bureau. Before the ladder ranking was announced, Zhang Wentao was still contentedly sipping tea while looking at the stronghold mission panel.
He believed his situation was very favorable. Under Su Xiongbei's guidance, he led his team to successfully hunt a boss-level monster.
Not only had they completed the most difficult stronghold task, but they also obtained a treasure chest and a considerable amount of experience, raising his level to 4. However, when he heard the prompt for the Apocalypse ladder ranking being announced, he was inexplicably stunned. What did it mean that the number of players with overall combat power over 100 reached 10? Zhang Wentao glanced at his overall combat power, 28 points. Compared to most players, this overall combat power was actually considered high.
What's going on?
How is it possible for someone to raise their overall combat power to over 100 points in such a short time?
With this doubt, he opened the Apocalypse ladder ranking.
Then he saw Wang Tianfeng ranked first with 210 points of overall combat power, rendering him speechless. However, Zhang Wentao had never interacted with Wang Tianfeng, so the shock wasn't particularly overwhelming. However, when he lowered his gaze and saw a certain name, he froze completely.
6th Suyu 165 Su Suyu.
Zhang Wentao instinctively straightened up, the image of the young man he had seen today flashing through his mind.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's a coincidence, it must be a coincidence.
His voice trembled slightly, unable to believe that this Suyu was indeed the same one. Because if so, a person with such high overall combat power was right next to him.
How could he possibly expand his influence then?
And if this Suyu had ambitions to expand his influence as well, then what would happen to him?
Zhang Wentao's face turned pale and he accidentally knocked over his teacup, the scalding tea soaking the table.
He awkwardly picked up the teacup, vigorously wiping the tea off the table.
I need to probe, I must find a way to probe. Meanwhile,
in the core area of Suya's stronghold. After a day of hunting outdoors, everyone had just finished dinner and were chatting together. Upon hearing the announcement of the Apocalypse ladder ranking, they naturally checked it immediately.
Seeing the list, Zhang Fan was taken aback. Suyu. There's actually someone on the list with the same name as our boss. Wu Tao blinked. Coincidence.
It really is. How did this Suyu achieve an overall combat power of 165 points?
Currently my overall combat power is only 22 points.
I can't even imagine how strong 165 points of overall combat power would be.
Is there a possibility that this person on the list is indeed our boss? Nia Haibang rolled his eyes.
Shui Qingya shook her head. Brother Yu is indeed very strong, but I estimate he isn't quite that strong yet. Qin Jifei suddenly spoke up. I wouldn't be so sure.
Everyone looked at her in unison. Qin Jifei pointed into the distance, looking amazed. Look, Suyu is back.
Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Hiss. Along with a synchronized intake of breath, everyone instinctively stood up, staring blankly at Suyu. To be precise, they were staring in confusion at Suyu, who was sitting atop a giant mushroom. The giant mushroom was swiftly moving its 2 white legs, running towards the core of the stronghold. Zhang Fan was astonished. What in the world did Brother Yu bring back?
A mushroom.
Wu Tao seemed to realize something, his expression suddenly changing. Brother Yu wouldn't want to make soup with this mushroom, would he? He clearly remembered that on the very first day of the Apocalypse game, Suyu had said in front of him that the purple sticky rice mushroom looked delicious.
Shui Qingya took a deep breath. Are you saying that the ingredients brought themselves back?
Qin Jifei patted her head. Not just that it should be that while the ingredients came back, they also brought the person who was going to eat them.
Shui Qingya was speechless.
Not far away, Suyu saw them looking at him and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Hey, are you all here?
Have you eaten?
As he spoke, he patted the mushroom's cap, signaling it to run faster.
Goo. The giant mushroom exerted more effort with its 2 white legs. In reality, after running all day, it was somewhat tired. But it dared not say anything, fearing that it would anger Suyu and jeopardize its life.
Seeing Suyu asking if they had eaten, Qin Jifei and the others were alarmed.
Could it be that this giant mushroom was truly meant to be eaten? By the heavens, when they previously joked that the giant mushroom was an ingredient, it was merely a quip. If they were truly made to eat it, they wouldn't dare take a bite. Who knows if this giant mushroom is poisonous? With such complicated feelings, they hurried a few steps to greet Suyu, who was about to descend from the giant mushroom. Shuiqingya cautiously asked, "Brother, you aren't going to make us eat this thing, are you?" Suyu. He looked speechless. If only there were no language barrier, the giant mushroom would probably have started thinking about making a run for it by now. At this moment, the giant mushroom was observing the people in front of it with a scrutinizing gaze. Uncertain if it was an illusion, why did it feel like these people seemed weak? But that shouldn't be the case. The upright ape that brought it back was so terrifying, how could his companions be weak? The giant mushroom expressed its confusion. And why did these people look at it with such strange eyes? Goo. It cautiously took a step back, attempting to shield Suyu behind it. Everyone. Suyu. Ahem, in any case, this is not for eating, it is actually a boss-level monster. Everyone. Zheng Fan widened his eyes. Brother, what do you mean? This mushroom is a boss-level monster. The Lin Shushan goat, another boss-level monster, had left a very strong impression on him. Looking at this obedient giant mushroom, he simply couldn't imagine how it could be a boss-level monster. Qin Zhifei exclaimed, Suyu. You brought back a boss-level monster and you want us to kill it. This was the only reason she could think of, otherwise she truly didn't know what Suyu was planning. Suyu looked at her with disdain. Qin Zhifei, can't you stop thinking about fighting and killing all the time? As he spoke, he casually patted the giant mushroom stalk and continued. It has intelligence and can communicate. If we can solve the language barrier, we can obtain a wealth of information from it. Everyone exchanged glances, somewhat unable to keep up with Suyu's line of thought. Thus Suyu had to recount his experiences from today. Qin Zhifei looked curious and asked, so it means it can communicate with monsters from another world? Suyu nodded. Exactly. Shuiqingya pondered, in that case what would be the essence of this apocalyptic game? Qin Zhifei looked at her in surprise. Essence. Wu Tao agreed, saying, yeah, we should be thinking about how to survive. By the way, our food supply is running low. Zhang Fan nodded repeatedly. Brother Tao is right, especially after my upgrade my physical attributes have increased. Consequently, my appetite has also grown and our food reserves are about to run out. Qin Zhifei looked at the two of them with exasperation. You two gluttons, why are you only thinking about food? Meanwhile, Zhang Daliang, who had been silent, instinctively glanced at Suyu. He wanted to say that among them Suyu was actually the biggest glutton. This morning he had set off with a backpack full of high-calorie food, but by the time he returned in the evening it was empty. Of course he kept that thought to himself. Shuiqingya, on the other hand, ignored them entirely and was lost in her own thoughts, her brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly she looked at Suyu and asked, Brother, do you think there's a possibility that we might go to the monster's world in the future? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Is there such a good thing? If they could reach the world where the monsters were, it would be no different from entering a buffet restaurant for him. What was currently restricting Suyu's rapid improvement in strength? The answer was simple: there weren't enough monsters. Since the rift in the sky closed, no new monsters had descended. For most people who dared not fight monsters, this was naturally a huge blessing. But for Suyu, if there were no monsters, what would he eat? Of course Shuiqingya wouldn't understand this, so she looked at Suyu in confusion. Why is that a good thing? You're still young, you don't understand. Shuiqingya fell silent while Qin Zhifei smiled faintly and tugged at her school uniform. Qingya, this uniform suits you well. I almost forgot you are still a high school student. I'm an adult now. Shuiqingya pulled the uniform back from Qin Zhifei's hands and continued, Brother, I believe our situation will become even harsher in the future. This is just an appetizer. As her words fell, most people's expressions darkened. Suyu too unusually refrained from joking around, his expression serious. He couldn't laugh at this moment. After all, people experience joy and sorrow differently. He looked at Shuiqingya, maintaining a serious demeanor. Yes, you are correct. When I saw the giant mushroom communicating with another world, I realized this. Therefore, we need to seize the initiative, such as obtaining some information from it. He glanced at the giant mushroom and then at everyone. Does anyone here have the ability to communicate with it? Everyone fell silent, indicating that they were at a loss. Although he had anticipated this, Suyu still felt a bit disappointed. Alright then, how has the task I assigned you been completed? It has been completed. Qin Zhifei spoke. Here you go. She handed a piece of white quality equipment to Suyu. The other base tasks had already been completed and only the last piece of white equipment remained to be submitted. This was the task Suyu had assigned them before leaving. Naturally, he had to submit this last piece of white quality equipment himself. Very good. Although he still couldn't communicate deeply with the giant mushroom, being able to establish a base was an important breakthrough. Suyu took the equipment and approached the bronze pillar. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he chose to submit the equipment in his hands. Prompt: you have completed base task 4. Submit 10 pieces of white quality equipment. Prompt: all core tasks of this bronze level base have been completed meeting the conditions for base establishment. Prompt: your contribution points are 9,200 making you the highest contributor. Prompt: you have become the leader of this base core and you received the bronze level leader template. Prompt: please name this base. Naming. So you looked at them. What do you think we should name our base? Think for yourself. Brother, you decide. I have no opinion. Anything is fine. Agreed. Suyu. Then let's call it restaurant. Everyone was like. Zhang Daoliang even nodded vigorously in his heart. What did he say? Suyu was indeed the biggest glutton. Look, even when naming a base he couldn't forget to connect it with food. Without waiting for others to express their opinions, Suyu submitted the name that carried his deep expectations. He hoped that humanity could stand at the top of the food chain again and bring the monsters to the dining table, thus making the entire planet a restaurant for humans. Qin Shifei and the others clearly did not grasp Suyu's lofty golden spirit. One by one they looked like wilted eggplants, their expressions dazed. When someone asks you what your base's name is. Restaurant. Just thinking of this scene brings a faint sense of social death that lingers in the heart, hard to shake off. Cough cough, can this name be changed? No, it can't. Suyu decisively chose to confirm, and everyone who had received tasks at this base core heard the prompt sound. Prompt: the bronze level base restaurant has been established. Very good. Suyu nodded with satisfaction and casually checked the bronze level leader template. Bronze level leader: your damage dealt increases by 5 and damage taken decreases by 5, a plain effect but strong enough. Moreover, this template does not conflict with those obtained from defeating lord level monsters. The two effects stacking will undoubtedly provide a significant boost to combat power. Suyu suspected that the first place on the ladder, Wang Tianfeng, must have simultaneously possessed these two templates. But is it really possible to achieve that at this stage? Let me see what my overall combat power and ranking are now. Overall combat power 180. Apocalyptic ladder ranking 2. The apocalyptic ladder only records the top 10,000 players in overall combat power. Tisk second place. The calculation of overall combat power is extremely complex. After obtaining the bronze level leader template, Suyu increased his overall combat power by 15 points. As his base attributes enhanced, this template would provide increasingly more overall combat power. At this moment the apocalyptic ladder ranking was as follows: first place Wang Tianfeng 215, second place Suyu 180. 10th place Cui Taiyuan 105. It could be seen that Wang Tianfeng had actually increased his overall combat power by another 5 points. The last place Cui Taiyuan remained the same, while the rest of the ranked players had not changed much either. Second. Since Suyu had not avoided mentioning others, Qin Jifei and the others could clearly hear what he said. Zheng Fan glanced at the current leaderboard and then cautiously looked towards Suyu. Brother Yu, is that really you on the apocalyptic ladder? Suyu was not one to hide his thoughts. He nodded openly and then smiled at Wu Tao. I've said it before, my profession is quite strong in the early stages, right Lao Wu? Wu Tao's eyes glistened with tears. He had finally graduated from Xiao Wu to Lao Wu. Who understands the hardships in between? By the way, as promised, here's this ruler for you, although you probably don't lack a white equipment now. Wu Tao took the triangular ruler, and indeed he had another white quality weapon. As he stroked the triangular ruler with his hand, he felt as if he was transported back to that night. At that time there weren't so many people, it was just himself, Suyu, and Qin Jifei. The thought of Qin Jifei suddenly gave him a jolt, leading him to feel that having more people was indeed better. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean he would be the only one to consume the dog food of these two? However, since the number of people increased, these two have. Wu Tao's gaze drifted, feeling that it was better not to think too much. As for this triangular ruler, he decided to cherish it might come in handy in the future. Hey, Qin Jifei leaned closer to Suyu. Why is there no movement after the stronghold was established? She asked the question on everyone's mind. Indeed, the stronghold was established, but why was there no special response? I said don't rush. Suyu touched the bronze pillar, and in the next moment a light curtain appeared before everyone. Stronghold name: level restaurant, bronze level 0, number of stronghold members 22, stronghold warehouse none, stronghold buildings none, buildable small water well, small plantation, simple watchtower, basic workshop, small plantation. Wait, this stronghold can also build a watchtower. Ha! Does this mean that monsters will come to attack our stronghold in the future? What I'm most curious about is what's the use of this basic workshop? The crowd began to chatter excitedly. Their excitement was naturally because the items available to build in the stronghold were useful. Just like the small plantation and small water well. Once these two were completed, the stronghold would be self-sufficient, freeing them from the plight of lacking food and water. Suyu immediately clicked on the small plantation and a pop-up appeared. Do you want to build a small plantation? Yes. Building a small plantation requires consuming 300 experience points. Do you want to consume experience points and build it? Zhang Fan's eyes widened in shock. Huh? So unfair, this thing actually requires consuming experience points. Zhang Daoliang frowned slightly. If the experience points are consumed excessively, will it directly lower the level? Confirmed. Suyu calmly consumed his own experience points. In the next moment, a small light point flew out from the bronze pillar and landed in his hand. Qin Shifei halted her steps toward the bronze pillar, her brow furrowed. She had just intended to consume her experience points to build the small plantation. It wasn't that she was particularly kind, she simply didn't want Suyu to lose experience points. So she hoped to set an example, encouraging everyone to take turns consuming experience points to build various buildings. But she did not expect Suyu to decisively choose to consume his own experience points. Not just her. The others also did not expect Suyu to choose to consume his own experience points. Most people thought he had no need to do so. He could have easily let others consume their experience points. After all, the apocalyptic ladder ranking had just been announced and there were rewards. They should find a way to stabilize their ranking. I'll do it. Wu Tao quickly walked to the bronze pillar, gritted his teeth and clicked on the small plantation. You are not the leader, you do not have building permissions, Wu Tao. Good grief, I had resolved to set an example, but it turns out I don't have the permissions at all. Everyone. Suyu. Only the leader has building permissions, but you can contribute experience points. Wu Tao checked his notification panel and indeed saw the corresponding message. As a member of the stronghold, you can contribute up to 20 experience points daily and gain stronghold contributions. Suyu nodded. Currently, that's how it is for the bronze level stronghold. Once the stronghold level increases, you'll be able to contribute more. Everyone. Suyu smiled. Stronghold contributions can be exchanged for items stored in the stronghold warehouse. Saying this, he casually placed an item into the stronghold warehouse and set the corresponding contribution points. This is the fundamental logic of managing a stronghold. Through various items, stronghold members willingly contribute experience points to build various buildings. Of course, this is just one way to manage a stronghold. One can also coerce stronghold members by force, compelling them to contribute experience. There are various methods, but in the end they all revolve around the precious experience points. Precious experience points. TSK. Suyu shook his head internally, for others' experience points were indeed incredibly valuable. But for him, experience points, are they even useful? As a Pelican, leveling up does not increase attributes, nor does he gain any free attribute points. Moreover, he was unable to obtain active skills. Thus for Suyu, the only remaining purpose of leveling was to restrict his ability to equip certain items. But this does not mean he would unconditionally burn through his experience points. He looked at the crowd. Right now the stronghold has just been established and there aren't many good items. However, as development progresses step by step, good items will not be scarce. I will place those good items in the warehouse. If you want to obtain the desired items, just use contribution points to exchange for them. Suyu's words indicated his choice of the first method of stronghold management. The crowd was genuinely pleased. Especially those who were not very familiar with Suyu. They were worried that Suyu would force them to contribute experience. Seeing him say this, those people relaxed, began to praise Suyu. Coupled with the fact that contributing 20 experience points was not painful, they all chose to contribute and received 1 contribution point. As a result, the experience points stored in the stronghold reached 340 points. This was because 4 people had previously taken on tasks here but chose not to stay. Subtracting Suyu, there were a total of 17 people, each contributing 20 experience points, totaling 340 experience points. Suyu nodded secretly and placed the small light point he held down. In an instant, a small farmland measuring 15 meters in length and width materialized from the void. Everyone looked over. The soil in the farmland was brown, appearing very fertile. Qin Shifei tilted her head and looked at Suyu. So where are the seeds? Suyu shook his head. None, you'll have to find them yourself. Qin Shifei rolled her eyes and Xue Qingya timely spoke up. I just checked the panel notification, and after the stronghold was established, stronghold members have a chance to obtain food seeds by defeating monsters. Moreover, the better the quality of the monsters, the better the quality of the food seeds dropped. She suddenly paused, instinctively glancing at the large mushroom that had been following Suyu. Not just her, Qin Shifei and the others also unconsciously shifted their gaze. Large mushroom. In any case, the future development direction of the base has become clear. Suyu clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention as he continued. By defeating monsters and obtaining seeds, we can plant them and wait for harvest, thus forming a good food cycle. Meanwhile, for the base to develop better, we need to recruit new members to gain more experience points. At this point, Suyu looked at the people beside him. They were all pioneers of this base, and naturally it was necessary to establish a hierarchy. After all, the treatment of newcomers cannot be the same as theirs. If that were the case, it would inevitably lead to unrest and ultimately a disastrous outcome. Our base is called restaurant, so the hierarchy of base members will be named after diners. From 1-star diners to 5-star diners, the higher the star rating, the higher the status. Of course, since the base has just been established, the corresponding benefits are still limited, but once the base develops, I can guarantee that everyone will get what they desire. This sounded very much like a pipe dream. Indeed, it was a pipe dream. However, Suya's name was on the Apocalypse ladder ranking, so everyone believed they would certainly be able to partake in this dream. In a moment everyone felt joy in their hearts, realizing that their previous efforts had yielded sweet rewards. They had been diligent in attracting monsters for Suyu, and he had seen it all. Of course, it was impossible for their member levels to be the same. After all, before joining Suyu there were already leaders and followers among them. The subjective initiative displayed among them could not be generalized. Therefore Suyu assigned Wu Tao, Qin Jifei, Zhang Daoliang, Zhang Fan and Xue Qingya the level of 3-star diners. As for Nya Haibang and Shangguan Yunsa, who were originally followers, they were assigned the level of 2-star diners. As for the new recruits to the base, they also couldn't be directly made into 1-star diners. Instead, they would be temporary waiters. Only after they contributed a certain amount of experience points and performed well would they be allowed to become diners. The vast majority of people expressed satisfaction with this arrangement. Only Nya Haibang, while outwardly compliant, harbored deep-seated resentment. He couldn't understand why, despite his continuous efforts to cling to Suya's leg, he still ended up as a 2-star diner. Instead, the Zhang Fan, didn't he have a conflict with Suyu at the beginning? Why did he get assigned a 3-star diner in the end? At this moment he completely forgot about Zhang Fan's earlier act of risking his life to prove himself. It's unfair. Unfair. Why am I just a 2-star diner? Nya Haibang screamed frantically in his heart. It must be Zhang Fan, he must have said bad things about me behind my back, leading Yu Gu to misunderstand me. Damn it, just wait. I will climb up and one day I will make Yu Gu see me. And Zhang Fan, you better not fall into my hands or you'll be in for it. Without mentioning Nya Haibang's inner turmoil after everyone dispersed, so you kept the 5 3-star diners behind. Yu Gu, I think we can have the waiter member level permanent in the future. Oh. It's simple if everyone is a diner, although there is a star level division, low star members might inevitably lack motivation. Xue Qingya said earnestly, her face serious, continuing, if there are 2 different stages of waiters and diners, it will motivate newcomers to contribute more. Just imagine who would want to be just a waiter for their entire life. After she finished speaking, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a chill. He looked at Xue Qingya, whose face showed little expression, and for a moment he felt somewhat afraid of her. This feeling came out of nowhere as if it had no root, yet it was deeply engraved in Zhang Fan's heart. Waiter. Diner. Permanent. Suyu squinted his eyes and then slowly shook his head. No need, not for now. We'll discuss this issue later. Upon hearing Suyu say this, Xue Qingya nodded obediently, indicating her understanding. Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief, feeling the atmosphere relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face as he echoed. Exactly. We're just getting started, let's go with what Yu Gu said for now. All right. Suyu raised his hand to interrupt him, then straightened his expression and began to discuss serious matters. Tomorrow send someone to spread the news about the establishment of this base and the planting garden. Try to recruit as many people as possible and temporarily allow you to use my name to do this. In addition, I won't be stationed at the base for long, so you 5 will take turns keeping watch over the base and support each other. As he spoke, Suyu shared part of his leader's authority. What's this? Qin Shifei looked at the sudden notification sound and blinked. Suyu, did you give us the leader's authority? It's just a part of the authority, but it's enough for you to manage the base on a daily basis. Suyu spoke lightly, but in reality this was a form of delegation of power. Of course, at this time the delegation was very necessary for him. The reason was simple: Suyu had realized that he wasn't very good at developing the base. Or rather, he wasn't particularly skilled at being a manager and didn't know much about logistics or internal affairs. Since that was the case, it was better to delegate power and let others handle it. If they couldn't handle it either, then he would gradually filter them out and let the capable ones take charge. However, there was only one main reason. That was Suyu couldn't remain at the base, he had to go out to hunt monsters. Because in the apocalypse, strength is fundamental. Alright, everyone disperse. Xue Qingya, stay for a moment. Qin Shifei was taken aback and swept his gaze between Suyu and Xue Qingya, his eyes narrowing slightly. Wu Tao and the other 3 exchanged glances and immediately left tactfully. Xue Qingya cleared her throat, deliberately ignoring Qin Shifei's presence, and looked at Suyu with a face of obedience. Yu Gu, is there something you need? I haven't asked you in a long time. What does your family do, Chungya? They are in politics. Oh. Suyu nodded. After you go out, ask your classmates and gather information about their families' locations. And then also gather information about the locations of other families. Xue Changya. She suddenly felt a bit confused as Suyu's question seemed entirely unrelated to his requests. Qin Shifei couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Based on her understanding of Suyu, this was completely something his brain would come up with. She guessed that he thought it would be more fitting for an adult to engage in casual conversation, right? Therefore, in Suyu's eyes, Xue Qingya in her school uniform was just a child. The next day, the dawn broke, casting a gentle warmth upon those who had risen early. Oh, and upon the sleepless mushroom. Goo.
The large mushroom wearily moved its white legs while Suyu lay relaxed on its umbrella cap. Last night, to prevent it from escaping, Suyu simply slept on top of its umbrella. To be honest, the umbrella cap was soft and warm, quite comfortable.
Goo.
Yet the large mushroom's azure eyes were filled with a sense of desolation. The mushrooms at home, who understands?
It's exhausting to maintain a single position all night without moving. What? The mushrooms on this planet are inherently immobile. No matter.
After temporarily leaving the development of the stronghold to Qin Jifei and others, Suyu felt unburdened and rose early to prepare for hunting monsters.
Right, almost forgot. He took out a pale purple treasure chest, the reward from the Doomsday ladder ranking.
Casually opening it, 2 beams of purple light flashed into view. Name: Hanshu headband, level 10 spirit, 15 points, charm 20 points, category equipment, quality purple, effect grants an active skill, numerical roller coaster. When equipped, evaluation. It is said that there exists a magical tree in the world called Hanshu. Name: arithmetic sequence, intermediate, category item, quality purple, effect generates an arithmetic sequence randomly upon use. The next 10 attacks will deal additional true damage, the value of which is determined by the common difference of the arithmetic sequence. The common difference ranges from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 99. When the profession is problem solver, one can forcibly add the highest common difference of true damage to one attack. Evaluation not recommended unless you have the profession of problem solver. Looking at these 2 items, so you couldn't help but gasp.
Especially that item.
It appeared as a palm-sized grayish-white stone slab covered in random eerie carvings. But its effect was indeed frightening. The maximum additional true damage of 99 points at this stage. It's really a one-hit kill for anyone.
Of course, this was the ideal scenario. So you put it away, feeling that with his luck this item could definitely be useful. As for the other piece of equipment, trash. Can't these pieces of equipment with active skills just stop coming? As a harmless pelican, he simply could not acquire any active skills. It was all because of his exceptionally good luck. However, the appearance of this piece of equipment answered one of his questions. Why was it that despite opening the treasure chest yesterday, the combat power of the other 9 people on the ladder hadn't changed? Now it seemed likely that it was because the equipment drawn from the treasure chest had strict level and attribute restrictions. So you casually placed the Hanshu headband into his backpack. The next moment. Boom.
A sound like thunder roaring down erupted, and Suyu instinctively looked up at the sky. Immediately he noticed that another fissure had appeared in the sky. Just like last time, the fissures tore open the heavens as if the firmament had opened its eyes, exuding an overwhelming pressure. But this time what descended from the cracks were not monsters. Instead, there were colorful portals. There were white, green, blue, and purple doors. From Suyu's perspective, it looked like countless meteors falling to the ground, flames dazzling.
Last time it was monsters, this time it's
doors. What are these doors for? Suyu didn't know, but he immediately headed toward the landing point of one of the purple portals. As for why he chose purple,
naturally purple is more.
The color of a lord-level treasure chest is purple, so among these portals the purple one should hold the greatest value. Suyu pondered, dismounting from the mushroom and pulling the large mushroom along.
Goo.
There was no helping it, the speed of the large mushroom was indeed average, unable to keep up with Suyu.
After a moment,
in a rush and with the purple portal landing not far from him, he finally arrived. But the problem was, the location where that portal descended was near the core of a stronghold. 3 or 4 people were guarding in front of the purple portal, clearly not intending to let anyone else in. Suyu furrowed his brow slightly, placing the large mushroom, whose azure pupils had become a bit dazed, down. At this moment he was still a distance away from the portal and the guards had not yet noticed him. After thinking for a moment, he took a step forward, intending to first understand the situation. As he approached the portal, the guards naturally noticed him. Not only did they spot Suyu, but they also saw the large mushroom following behind him.
What a big mushroom. Could it be a summoned beast? Perhaps seeing the large mushroom following Suyu, they didn't consider it as a monster.
One person quickly stepped forward, blocking Suyu's path.
Friend, please turn back.
Our boss has a bad temper. This portal. Just as he was saying this, suddenly there was a commotion at the portal. One after another people stumbled out from the portal, almost all of them injured and bleeding.
Pa.
The leader spat out a mouthful of blood, his face bearing the expression of having survived a calamity. Suyu frowned at him, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. Had he seen him recently? Ga-hung gasped, glancing nervously at the purple portal before sweeping his gaze towards Suyu and the others. To be honest, he was somewhat prepared for someone to come over. But that didn't mean he was willing to share this purple portal. But when he saw the face of the incoming person, he froze. The reprimand that had been on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back, and he exclaimed, Suyu. Seeing him call out his name directly, Suyu raised an eyebrow, curious. You know me?
Gu-hung. Good grief, it seems Suyu had forgotten all about him.
He forced a bitter smile. Suyu, do you remember? Earlier you killed a big black pig.
Suyu thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Oh, I remember you were the one who thanked me for killing that big black pig." He thought to himself, no wonder he felt that he had seen this person before. Turns out he had really met him before. Gohan's expression stiffened, feeling sorry for his previous casual remark. Surely this Suyu wouldn't take it seriously. Cough cough, I am Gohang, the temporary leader of this stronghold. Gohang cleared his throat, feigning ignorance. Suyu, what brings you to my stronghold? Seeing him play dumb, Suyu pointed at the portal with a raised eyebrow. Naturally, I am going to enter this portal. After saying that, he looked at Gohang in surprise and continued. You don't think that just because this portal landed near your stronghold it belongs to you, do you? Gohang's mouth twitched slightly, realizing he had tested the waters. This Suyu is just like him, utterly shameless. Since that was the case, there was no need to impose moral pressures on him. So he sighed and directly changed his demeanor. Suyu, if you want to enter this portal, I have no objections at all. It's just, the inside of this portal is quite dangerous. Would you like my brothers and I to assist you? Gohang spoke with honeyed words, yet his true intent was merely to leverage Suyu's strength to probe as deeply as possible into the luminous gateway. Staying close to Suyu might even allow him a modest share of whatever spoils emerged. And should Suyu fall before the gateway's denizens, Gohang would at least escape blame. After all, he had pledged his aid. Yet Gohang suspected Suyu would likely refuse his company. Suyu said, I truly require your assistance. Very well, wait, what did you just say? Gohang nearly doubted his own ears, then surged with elation. Had fortune finally granted him a taste of the feast? Suyu approached the giant mushroom and drew a circle around it with his massive sword. Remain within this circle, do you understand? Go. The mushroom glanced down at the ring beneath its feet, hesitated, then cautiously extended one leg beyond it. Snap. Suyu tapped it back, neither harsh nor gentle. Go. The mushroom bobbed its cap repeatedly. Now it understood this circle was its boundary. Satisfied by its comprehension, Suyu nodded and turned toward Gohang. Watch it for me, don't let it wander off. Gohang blinked. So he wasn't being invited to follow Suyu into the gateway for a share of glory, he was being assigned to guard a pet. But why couldn't Suyu simply bring the creature through the gateway himself? And what did "don't let it wander off" even mean? Did his pet possess the capacity for mutiny? Bewildered Gohang stood frozen in confusion, his subordinates stared blankly as well. Without another word, Suyu turned and strode into the luminous gateway. His consciousness flickered, then steadied. When he regained full awareness, he found himself in an utterly alien world. Before him loomed a palace carved entirely from a milky white mineral. At its entrance stood two humanoid automatons, identical in form, pale violet in hue, each gripping a white jade spear. At Suyu's appearance, they lunged forward without hesitation, thrusting their weapons. Clang! With effortless grace, Suyu parried both strikes, then countered with a single sweeping slash that sent the automatons staggering backward. They seemed remarkably weak. A single blow had already drained roughly 1/3 of their vitality. Suyu advanced, raised the Shanghai greatsword overhead, and in 3 swift decisive strokes shattered them utterly. Then his expression hardened into grave solemnity. These automatons are artificial constructs, crafted by hand, not natural monsters. So the Pelican won't consume them. Whether the Pelican fed upon them was irrelevant. What mattered was that these automatons had been deliberately forged, designed and placed here by some sentient intelligence. They were not spontaneous manifestations of the apocalyptic game that had descended upon launching, they bore the unmistakable imprint of deliberate creation. According to the notification that flickered across his vision, they had been forged by an entity named Awaken. Suyu committed the name to memory and stepped into the palace. With that single step, the world inverted, space twisted, time dissolved, and all sense of direction vanished. When his senses reassembled, he found himself enclosed within a sealed chamber. The chamber was modest, roughly 100 square meters, with walls embedded with dimly glowing crystal stones. By their faint luminescence, Suyu discerned other figures within. The fourth. One more remains. A refined middle-aged man smiled warmly at Suyu and gestured to himself. My name is Pei Gingyuan. Young master, may I ask yours? Suyu blinked, suddenly comprehending the palace beyond the violet gateway was interconnected. Defeat the guardians, enter the palace, and one would be transported directly to this chamber. He gave Pei Gingyuan a curt nod. Suyu. Ah, how fascinating. You share your name with the famed Suyu atop the celestial ladder rankings. Pei Gingyuan smiled, but Suyu remained silent, asking instead, you three entered together? Pei Gingyuan nodded. Indeed, we defeated 6 automatons stationed before the palace and passed through to arrive here. 6 automatons. Suyu understood instantly. The number of guardians scaled with the number of entrants. No wonder those two had been so feeble. Even Gohang's group, however unskilled, could overwhelm them through sheer numbers. He scanned his notification panel, finding no new prompts, and asked casually, you mentioned one more person is needed, what does that mean? Pei Gingyuan replied, we were the first to arrive. Upon entering, we found a rabbit plush toy waiting here.
It told us that once 5 individuals gather within this chamber it will reappear to reveal the method of escape.
Escape? Suyu echoed. Pei Jingyuan nodded. This chamber is sealed. We must find a way to unlock that door.
Suyu gazed across the room. The wooden door was indeed locked, requiring a key. He frowned faintly, saying nothing, instead pacing the chamber, slowly absorbing every detail.
Yet something felt profoundly off ever since his arrival.
Why had the rabbit plush not remained inside? Why had it vanished immediately after delivering its message to Pei Jingyuan? What logic governed its behavior?
Suyu turned to Pei Jingyuan. What happens if the 5th never arrives? Pei Jingyuan offered a wry smile.
Who knows, but surely such misfortune won't befall us.
Suyu fell silent, his unease deepening.
Then, rippling visibly through the air like heat haze, another figure materialized. She wore a beige athletic suit, graceful features, lithe frame, yet gripped a colossal hammer in arresting contradiction. Instantly alert, she swept her gaze across the chamber, then instinctively distanced herself from Suyu and the others. Pei Jingyuan observed this keenly, and cast a subtle, almost imperceptible glance toward Suyu.
Inwardly he thought, now, that is the reaction of a normal person. Yes, suddenly thrust into an unknown realm surrounded by strangers.
In this era of apocalypse where all prior order has crumbled, most would respond with immediate vigilance.
Yet Suyu had shown none.
From the moment Suyu appeared, Pei Jingyuan had studied him closely, yet detected not a trace of wariness in his eyes. Dismissing the possibility that Suyu was simply naive or overly trusting. Only one conclusion remained: he was the Suyu of the celestial ladder rankings. Only absolute mastery could grant such serene composure amid the unknown. Thus Pei Jingyuan had deduced Suyu's identity, yet chose to feign ignorance, claiming mere coincidence of names. For only by cultivating such a persona, convincing even a peerless warrior like Suyu, could his own comprehensive combat prowess ascend to unprecedented heights. Pei Jingyuan suppressed his thoughts and smiled at the woman in the beige tracksuit.
Hello, my name is Pei Jingyuan. With you our group is complete. By the way, how should I address you? Li Yuanyan, what did you mean by what you just said? Dong dong. Before Pei Jingyuan could explain, a playful voice echoed from the corner.
The crowd instinctively looked in the direction of the sound but saw nothing. When they turned back, they found a rabbit doll floating in front of them. It was a slightly tattered rabbit doll, appearing somewhat old and yellowed with patches on its belly. In its hand was a carrot, which it was pointing at Suyu and the others. Wow, everyone is finally here. Now our game can begin. This key can open that door. Go ahead, enjoy your game. I wish you a fun and enjoyable time, it said as it pulled out an ancient bronze key from the patch on its belly. Pei Jingyuan was taken aback. Wait, didn't you say we should wait for everyone to arrive before we try to solve the secret chamber? The rabbit doll laughed heartily. Haha, I was just kidding. You're so gullible to believe that. Pei Jingyuan. Suyu. Anyway, just give me the key for now. Pei Jingyuan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger from being toyed with, and was about to nod to let Suyu take the key. But at that moment Li Yuanyan suddenly spoke up. I think I should keep this key. Pei Jingyuan's heart stirred and he decisively remained silent, looking at Suyu. He wanted to see what Suyu would do, thus judging what kind of person Suyu was and adjusting his method of shaping his persona. Then he saw that Suyu completely ignored Li Yuanyan and took the key from the rabbit doll's hand. Name unknown, category item, quality unknown, effect unlocked upon revealing name, evaluation unlocked upon revealing name. Li Yuanyan narrowed her eyes but didn't act as if she hadn't said anything. She even smiled and asked Suyu, hey, can you share the information about this key? Suyu nodded and shared the information about the key. Seeing this, Pei Jingyuan sighed, inwardly realizing that neither of these two individuals would easily be swayed by emotions. After all, how could someone who managed to seize a violet portal and defeat those powerful puppets be an ordinary person? Thinking this way, he looked at the key information shared by Suyu. This is almost entirely unknown. No wonder Suyu was so straightforward in sharing it. Turned out there was hardly any information at all. Li Yuanyan noticed the lack of useful information and directly said, then let's open the door. However, Suyu did not move. Instead, he looked at the rabbit doll. Why are you still here? The rabbit doll replied. Its bright red circular gemstones representing its eyes flickered rapidly. That's none of your business. Suyu replied, oh. After saying this, he stepped toward the wooden door. The rabbit doll fixed its gaze on him. Suyu quickly reached the wooden door but suddenly stopped. Pei Jingyuan and the others who were originally following behind him halted as well when they saw him not moving. Li Yuanyan asked in confusion, what's wrong? Why aren't you opening the door? Suyu remained motionless. Pei Jingyuan and Li Yuanyan frowned, unsure of what Suyu was up to. However, they both sensed that something was off. So in a tacit understanding, they chose to remain silent and trust Suyu. Pei Jingyuan's trust stemmed from his deduction that Suyu was the one on the heavenly ladder ranking. As for Li Yuanyan, she simply believed that Suyu was on the same side as Pei Jingyuan and the others. With their numbers and being alone herself, it was unnecessary to seek trouble. Meanwhile, behind them, the rabbit doll observed that they had not opened the door, its bright red eyes flickering. After a full 2 minutes of stalemate, the rabbit doll suddenly urged them.
If you don't open the door soon, I will have to declare your game a failure.
Wow, quite impressive. So you turned around smiling at the rabbit doll.
Can't you hold it in any longer?
Pei Jingyuan was taken aback and quickly looked at the rabbit doll, his mind racing. What do you mean by that, Brother Su?
It's simple. Just wait patiently for a moment and you'll know the answer.
Everyone was puzzled, unsure of what Suyu meant.
But the rabbit doll remained silent, not uttering a word. Seeing this, Pei Jingyuan felt even more confused and suddenly felt a bit powerless.
After the apocalyptic game arrived, he had quickly risen to prominence with his profession as a persona creator and his superb acting skills. Yet now he realized that his profession was not suited for high-level play, only suitable for developing in casual games. At this point, he had basically given up on the idea of shaping a persona to make Suyu believe him and gain benefits from it. Because he truly could not see through Suyu, could not grasp Suyu's thoughts, and even could not keep up with Suyu's way of thinking. If that were the case, how could he tailor his approach to make Suyu believe in the persona he created? The casual game is more suitable for me. It's so much easier to shape a persona in front of those people. Pei Jingyuan glanced at the two who had been following him and had remained silent. These two were actually his subordinates and tools for further shaping his persona. He had originally been waiting for Suyu to ask why these two were not speaking. Then he could say that these two were actually mute, gradually unfolding his persona. But unexpectedly, Suyu did not ask at all. Pei Jingyuan was very curious. Didn't Suyu wonder why the two following him were not speaking? He couldn't figure it out, so he simply chose to clear his mind and wait to watch the show. As for the concern of being declared a game failure and needing to quickly snatch the key from Suyu's hand,
Pei Jingyuan wasn't quite ready to die yet. Time passed second by second.
Suddenly, a visible fluctuation in the air occurred and another person appeared in the secret chamber.
The sixth person. Pei Jingyuan exclaimed, how is that possible?
He looked at the silent rabbit doll, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. Didn't that rabbit doll tell him that they needed to gather 5 people before the game could start? Why was a 6th person appearing now?
Wait, no.
Pei Jingyuan's expression changed as he took a step back, instinctively protecting Suyu.
That was the 7th person. Correct.
Suyu slowly nodded, smiling at the rabbit doll.
Stop pretending, come out now.
He he he.
A deep laughter emanated from within the rabbit doll as it curiously looked at Suyu. Can you tell me which part went wrong? How did you guess that I am also a player? The rabbit doll is actually a player. This revelation was far beyond Pei Jingyuan's expectations.
His face turned ashen, struggling to accept the truth that he had been tricked right from the start. If the persona he wanted to create was that of a clown, then perhaps he had already succeeded.
Damn it. What is your true intention behind this?
The rabbit doll dismissed Pei Jingyuan with contempt, completely ignoring him, and instead turned to Suyu with a serious expression.
May I ask, how did you determine that I am a player? Did you not realize? The character you are playing is superfluous. Superfluous. It means useless. It makes no difference whether you're here or not. The rabbit doll. Suyu, additionally, I guess your transformation into this form must have a time limit, right?
Otherwise you wouldn't choose to disappear directly in front of us, as you couldn't be sure how much time it would take to gather 5 people. The rabbit doll nodded, and then under everyone's gaze it reverted from the doll form. In Suyu's line of sight stood a short boy about 1.5 meters tall with a delicate appearance. He looked at Suyu and said, "You're Suyu, right? You're impressive, far better than some fool."
Pei Jingyuan.
His fists clenched. It was the first time in his life he was regarded as a fool. Yet he couldn't argue against it, for it was indeed true, he had been deceived. But Pei Jingyuan thought this couldn't be his fault. Who would have thought that something that looked like an NPC in the secret chamber would be a player in disguise? What was he after? Could it be due to a profession? Pei Jingyuan's expression changed slightly as he decisively approached Suyu and whispered in his ear, "Brother Su, some professions can gain benefits based on certain actions." He chose to inform Suyu without hesitation. His intention was naturally to prevent the damned little brat from gaining some advantage from Suyu. After all, he had abandoned the idea of building a persona in front of Suyu. Since he could not gain benefits from this absolute powerhouse, no one else should be able to. However, he did not know that Suyu had already figured this out. During his previous encounter with Su Xiongbai, he had guessed that certain professions could obtain benefits based on specific actions. It was precisely for this reason that Suyu found the existence of the rabbit doll in the secret chamber to be unusual. Of course, this was not the decisive factor in his judgment that the rabbit doll was a player. The real reason was quite ordinary. It was simply that Suyu's stats were too high. High enough that the rabbit doll deliberately created noise in the corner and appeared behind everyone for a brief moment. Suyu caught a glimpse of a blurred shadow flash by. This was quite awkward. The rabbit doll must have been certain that its skill would go unnoticed as everyone's stats were not high at this stage.
But Su Yu was an exception.
He did not possess flashy active skills like the rabbit doll, but his stats were sufficiently high.
No, it couldn't be said to be merely high at this stage, it could be described as extraordinarily high.
Thus in the face of pure stats all actions lost their meaning. Perhaps this is the charm of stats.
In any case, you tricked me right. So how do you plan to make up for it?
With your life.
Don't kill me. The boy raised his hands high. I am very useful, I can give you anything you want. He immediately surrendered, clearly having guessed Su Yu's identity. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. First tell me your name.
The boy replied, Wu Qinglin.
Su Yu's heart stirred. Someone with the surname Wu.
He looked Wu Qinglin up and down. What is your father's name?
Wu Qinglin.
He was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Su Yu's thought process worked in such a peculiar way.
Why would he ask what his father's name was? Was he conducting a household registration check?
However, due to his speculation about Su Yu's strength, he honestly replied Wu Tao.
Wu Tao. Su Yu's expression remained calm. Which Tao? Wu Qinglin said, 3 dots on the left and the character for longevity on the right. Su Yu responded with an O and asked, what does your father do?
Wu Qinglin replied, my father is a director, although not a very well-known one.
Su Yu nodded, that makes sense. Wu Qinglin. He was taken aback, then quickly asked, what do you mean by that?
Su Yu smirked, no wonder you're so short, it turns out to be hereditary.
Wu Qinglin.
He widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Su Yu.
Do you know my dad? First call me uncle and let's see how it sounds. Wu Qinglin immediately called out uncle. Su Yu said, well. Given that you called me uncle, I won't pursue the matter of you deceiving me for now. Wu Qinglin, however, did not pay attention to this and instead looked anxious. Uncle, Su Yu is my dad, okay? He hasn't died, right?
He is overweight and has a bad temper. I have always worried that he would be killed by monsters or get into a conflict with someone and get beaten to death. I have always wanted to quickly improve my strength just to go find him in Fengtai City. He mentioned he would be on a business trip to Fengtai City.
Su Yu.
Goodness, this kid is quite the devoted son. Seeing that Su Yu was silent, Wu Qinglin became anxious.
No, it can't be my dad.
Your dad is fine, he is currently at the same stronghold as me, alive and well.
That's great. Wu Qinglin let out a sigh of relief, visibly delighted.
By the way, he hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Know who exactly is the father here?
Su Yu was speechless. He usually heard this kind of statement from the parent.
No, your dad is very capable, he is a wild king and has helped me a lot. Moreover, he is also very concerned about you, but it seems you are much stronger than him. Su Yu recalled when the apocalypse game had just arrived. Wu Tao's first words were about wanting to find his son. Tisk, he never expected that he would meet his son first instead of the other way around. Wu Qinglin was unaware of what Su Yu was thinking. However, when he heard Wu Tao worrying about him, a bitter smile appeared on his face.
Worry? Forget it, let's not talk about that here. This item is for you, uncle. Also, please help me pass this to my dad.
By the way, please tell my dad that I can't go find him for the time being because I encountered. Wu Qinglin paused and did not continue, handing 2 identical items to Su Yu. Name: substitute doll. Category: item. Quality: green. Effect: when receiving a fatal attack, the doll shatters, nullifying the attack received.
The damage that can be nullified has a limit of 100 points.
Evaluation: the technique is immature, but it has great potential. Perhaps it could become a master of doll making. Su Yu took the substitute doll without much thought and put it away, but then curiously asked, what have you encountered?
I encountered.
Wu Qinglin had a conflicted expression but finally spoke up.
Uncle Su Yu, did you know that some monsters can communicate and even teach skills? No, that's not right.
Such beings may not be monsters, they should be referred to as neutral creatures.
Neutral creatures.
Su Yu immediately thought of the giant mushroom but quickly dismissed it. So you're saying that this apocalyptic game has NPCs? Suddenly Pei Jingyuan, who had been silent, spoke up. As he spoke, he looked at Wu Qinglin filled with envy.
Why envy?
The reason was simple: Wu Qinglin could recognize Su Yu as his uncle. If it were possible, Pei Jingyuan wanted to recognize Su Yu as his uncle too, as this was a rare and substantial support. As long as Su Yu could maintain his ranking on the apocalypse ladder, his future status would be unshakable. After losing in his first high-end match, Pei Jingyuan no longer wanted to strive, he just wanted to cling to a big shot.
NPCs can be described that way, it's close enough. Wu Qinglin nodded and continued. My profession is puppet master, and initially I couldn't create puppets.
But I met a very beautiful big sister, a neutral creature, who taught me the skill of puppet making.
Is this puppet making skill an active skill, or do you have other life skills? It seems there isn't a classification for life skills. Puppet making is an active skill.
Oh.
Su Yu nodded, losing interest in the skill and changing the subject.
Shaolin, tell me, what else did you hide in this hidden room?
Hee, Uncle Su Yu, you're really smart.
Wu Qinglin tried to please Su Yu. This is all that's left.
he took out a piece of parchment. So you looked down and saw a message written on it. When you return here, the person with the most red candles will receive the best reward. Pei Jingyuan and Li Yuanyan leaned in to look at the parchment. Besides the two of them, there was another person who had been ignored who also leaned in. Red candles. That person slowly spoke and Pei Jingyuan next to him seemed to shiver reflexively. Who are you and when did you appear? Pei Jingyuan looked at the person beside him with a terrified expression. The person scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. What are you talking about, brother? Didn't you see me come in earlier? Pei Jingyuan replied, I think I saw you. You were the seventh to come here, but I. He frowned, realizing he had unconsciously overlooked this person's presence. As a result, he even forgot that such a person existed. Not just him, but Wu Qinglin and Li Yuanyan felt the same. The only one unaffected was Su Yu. He looked at the startled Pei Jingyuan and felt quite speechless. This person seemed to be in good spirits, yet he was so forgetful. Cough, it might be because of my profession. My name is Gu Xuanan and my profession is. Gu Xuanan began to explain. But as he spoke, he noticed that everyone had stopped paying attention to him and turned their gaze back to the parchment. It was as if that moment had never happened. Gu Xuanan fell silent, smiling wryly and shaking his head. Gu Xuanan. That sounds like the name of a famous actor. So you looked up with great interest. You weren't affected by my passive skill. Gu Xuanan felt a surge of joy. Finally he had found someone to communicate with. Hearing it was a passive skill, so you immediately showed an expression of admiration. I see. I was wondering why their reactions were so strange. Gu Xuanan nodded vigorously, sighing. Brother, you are the first one unaffected by it. Heaven must be merciful, at last I can have a decent conversation with someone. Beside him, Pei Jingyuan and the others had varying reactions, clearly realizing the problem. Su Yu ignored them and simply gestured for Wu Qinglin to follow him. Then he walked to the hidden room door, unlocked it and pushed the door open. Whoosh whoosh, the biting cold wind immediately surged into the room. Su Yu squinted his eyes. Outside the room was a vast expanse of ice and snow. I thought it would be something like a labyrinth. Wu Qinglin, following behind Su Yu, was stunned by the sight outside the door. According to the style of this hidden room, the outside should have been something similar to a labyrinth. The reason Wu Qinglin wanted to play as an NPC, aside from professional factors, was that one important reason was he wanted to take advantage. Because everyone was unaware of this critical information, once they stepped out he could quietly follow behind them, thus letting them exert effort while he collected the crucial red candles. Without taking risks, he could gain the maximum benefits. However, the problem was that outside the door was not the labyrinth he imagined, but an endless expanse of ice. Let's go. Su Yu stepped into the thick snow covering his ankles. The crunching sound was quite crisp. Wu Qinglin followed closely while Pei Jingyuan quickly ran to Su Yu's side. Little brother, let's go together. Su Yu looked at him with amusement. Pei Jingyuan felt uneasy under Su Yu's gaze. His expression stiffened. You brother, you. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Su Yu smiled. So tell me, who are those two to you? They are tools, you don't need to mind them. They listen to me and I listen to you. Pei Jingyuan straightforwardly revealed his background. Not only that, but to reassure Su Yu, he shared the information about one of his professional skills with Su Yu. Name, character, endowment, category, active skill, profession, quality, purple effect. Forcefully endow the crafted character to the target, requiring judgment through physical, mental and mysterious attributes. If the judgment is successful, the target will be controlled by the endowed character with the duration determined by both parties' charm attributes. Evaluation: it's like this, once you wear a mask for too long you can't take it off. That's absurd, it's too absurd. Is this the power of active skills? Su Yu looked at Pei Jingyuan calmly, remaining silent. Brother Yu. Do you have any instructions? It's nothing, let's go. Su Yu turned and left, leaving Pei Jingyuan utterly bewildered. He thought that by voluntarily revealing his background he would gain some of Su Yu's trust. But judging by Su Yu's reaction, did he really earn his trust? Never mind, anyway, he let me follow him. I'll just follow for now. I must cultivate a relationship with such a person. Although he's not very useful right now, he will be crucial when order is restored in the future. Pei Jingyuan chose to follow Su Yu, and Li Yuanyan silently followed as well. She was not foolish, she could sense the faint awe these people had for Su Yu and could roughly guess some key information. Of course, the most important thing was, she was directionally challenged. In this frigid and snowy landscape, not a single red candle nor even a white candle could be found. Su Yu and his companions had been wandering this ice field for 15 minutes, yet they had nothing to show for it. Pei Jingyuan let out a sigh, completely at a loss as to how to break the stalemate. Li Yuanyan remarked, this light gate is quite deceptive. I initially thought it was a monster hunting dungeon. She idly swung the massive hammer in her hand. Suddenly Su Yu stopped in his tracks, a hint of confusion on his face. He spotted a very familiar house standing in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the style of that house was identical to the one he had previously occupied. Could it be a ghost wall? Suyu quickly dismissed this possibility when he saw several people emerge from the house. Uncle Suyu, what's wrong? Wu Qinglin asked in confusion as he noticed Suyu had come to a halt. His physique was far inferior to Suyu's and his vision was likewise lacking. He could not see what Suyu could. This ice field is not just occupied by us. As Suyu's words fell, Pei Jinjuan's heart sank slightly and he hurriedly asked, Brother Yu, do you mean to say that we have many competitors? Li Yuanyan seemed to ponder. If that's the case, it's very likely that the different purple light gates lead to the same place. Pei Jinjuan's expression changed slightly. If so, does that mean we might encounter the top of the heavenly ladder list here? Suyu shook his head, stepping forward with increasing speed. He intended to meet those people and gather information. The group hurriedly did their best to keep up. Of course they were able to do so because Suyu hadn't exerted himself fully, having only used about 20% of his strength. Even so, they struggled to keep pace, their hearts filled with trepidation. Earlier in the room, Suyu had not made a move and they had no idea just how vast the gap between them and Suyu truly was. But at this moment they clearly recognized the extent of the difference between themselves and those on the heavenly ladder. Moments later, as the two groups crossed paths, Suyu noticed that the people opposite them were all dressed in school uniforms, presumably high school students. He got straight to the point. What is your mission? A wary boy looked at Suyu and replied, Why should we tell you? Suyu replied expressionlessly, Because I am stronger than all of you combined. The boy could only respond with silence, feeling that this was a shockingly valid reason he could not refute. In the next moment he felt the world spin around him. By the time he regained his senses, he realized that his head was already buried in the snow. Throughout the entire process he had not even the slightest resistance, as if he were merely a toy being tossed around at will. Soon after, he felt a tremendous force yank him out of the snow, shaking him as if he were a rag. Alright, I've shaken the snow off your hair, no need to thank me. The boy staggered and fell to the ground, feeling a bit nauseous but more so filled with fear. His overall combat power reached a staggering 65 points, even higher than that of monsters at the same rank. Before entering this place he had been quite arrogant, and the girl he secretly admired had been increasingly friendly towards him. He had thought he had reached the pinnacle of his life. However, as he caught sight of Suyu's calm demeanor, he felt that there was still room for upward progression in his life. Moreover, the potential for growth was substantial. He stood up and softly said, Our task is to collect white candles. The more one collects, the better the reward. There really are white candles? Pei Jingyuan exclaimed, having only mentioned it offhandedly, never expecting it to be true. However, in this icy world, finding white candles would be far more challenging than finding red ones. The boy glanced at him but said nothing. Suyu furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss. After some thought he turned to the students. You all will come with us from now on. The students had no objections, rather Pei Jingyuan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. If possible he would have preferred it to be just him and Suyu. That way it would be easier to interact and build a bond. Now with more and more people it was easy to foresee that it would become increasingly difficult to lean on this pillar. Alright, the boy, intimidated by Suyu's strength, reluctantly agreed. I'm Han Baron, what should I call you? Suyu replied. Suyu. Suyu. A pretty girl stepped forward, revealing a sweet smile towards Suyu. Are you the Suyu on the heavenly ladder list? No wonder you're so formidable. Han Baron looked at her, momentarily lost in thought. He had never seen his white moonlight smile so sweetly at anyone. How wonderful it would be if she smiled at him like that. Then he noticed that Suyu completely ignored his white moonlight and turned to leave. Fang Yuyu's smile froze, her expression turned dejected, which made Han Baron feel a pang of heartache. However, having just been treated like a puppet by Suyu, he dared not utter a single word. Fang Yuyu caught a glimpse of his expression and felt an inexplicable disdain in her heart. To her, Han Baron was only lucky to have obtained a good profession, but he was fundamentally quite timid. Such a person she had no interest in at all. It was only because she wanted to utilize his combat power that she had shown him some acknowledgement. Yet now, looking at Suyu's back, Fang Yuyu felt a surge of fighting spirit rising within her. Suyu, such a strong individual, is the kind of person I want to pursue. Just now he didn't even glance at me. How charming he is. It was as if her former self had also ignored those boys who so eagerly courted her. Pei Jingyuan, who had witnessed this entire scene, secretly chuckled, finding the student's thoughts too easy to guess. If only Suyu's thoughts were as easy to decipher. However, the most important thing right now is to figure out how to find the white and red candles. With this in mind, Pei Jingyuan looked at Suyu with newfound understanding. Could it be that Suyu already had a lead? The answer, of course, was no. Suyu was not a person of unparalleled intelligence, he simply had slightly higher stats. The group walked across the snowy field, all deep in thought while keeping a close eye on their surroundings, fearful of missing anything. Meanwhile, outside a certain room in the snowfield, a group of people had gathered. My crow spotted new prey. How many? 12. That's too many. With Dr. Lin around, what is there to fear? Let's go. Suyu, leading the group, suddenly stopped again. Someone is coming. He watched with keen interest as a group of people approached them quickly from the distance.
The intentions of those people were quite clear. It was evident they were coming for Suyu and the others.
He raised his hand. Rest here and wait for them to arrive.
Pei Jingyuan and the others also noticed that Suyu possessed some means of perception allowing him to sense things they could not see.
They speculated it might be some kind of skill.
Unfortunately, their guess was entirely wrong. It was simply that Suyu's vision was superior to theirs. They would likely never guess that the truth was this simple. Of course, that is not important. What matters is that they now obey Suyu's commands. However, the pause from Suyu and the others made that group of people hesitant. The leader of that group is the one referred to as Dr. Lin.
Do not misunderstand, Dr. Lin is not actually a doctor.
Lin Yuan before the arrival of the Doomsday Game was a genuine mental patient.
The kind that needs to wear a straitjacket. However, after the Doomsday Game arrived, his mental illness miraculously improved and he unexpectedly gained a very powerful skill.
Those following him are the doctors from that private mental hospital along with his attending physician, Su Rong. Of course, now it is no longer the doctors who control Lin Yuan but rather Lin Yuan who controls them. It can be said that a polar reversal has occurred to some extent. At this moment, Su Rong, who was controlling a crow to monitor Suyu and the others, slowly spoke up.
Dr. Lin, they suddenly stopped. I understand, patient no. 1. Lin Yuan's expression was calm as he continued forward. Keep following me. Hearing Lin Yuan call himself patient no.
1. Su Rong's lips twitched slightly. He actually felt that Lin Yuan's mental illness had never truly healed. He was merely capable of thinking like a normal person. Soon Lin Yuan led a group of doctors to a spot a few dozen meters in front of Suyu and the others. He tilted his head and looked at Suyu standing in front of the crowd, suddenly laughing.
Why are you waiting for me here? What is your mission?
He. Lin Yuan grinned widely, his eyes gleaming with madness. In a flash he appeared in front of Suyu. Without saying a word, his fingernails suddenly elongated, glinting with a cold light reaching for Suyu's heart. His movements were swift, so fast that Pei Jingyuan and the others did not even have time to react.
Slap! Suyu casually struck Lin Yuan's face, sending him spiraling into the air before he crashed into the snow.
Seeing this, Pei Jingyuan and the others fell silent, gaining a deeper understanding of Suyu's strength. Lin Yuan covered half of his face, struggling to get up from the snow, and his gaze towards Suyu became clear. Mainly because it was too terrifying that slap took a third of his life. Seeing him stand up, Suyu stepped forward, pointing the mountain corpse greatsword at his head.
Lin Yuan's pupils constricted and without a word he closed his eyes. Everything is fake.
In the next moment, Suyu's greatsword passed through his body, causing not a scratch.
Lin Yuan's face turned pale as he quickly retreated and activated another skill.
His body twisted as if he had entered another world.
Immediately afterward he vanished before Suyu.
A space-type teleportation skill.
Or another type of teleportation skill.
Suyu frowned, straining his eyes to look but not seeing Lin Yuan.
He then looked at the people accompanying Lin Yuan, his eyes flashing with curiosity.
These individuals wore identical patient uniforms with numbers written on their foreheads ranging from 1 to 9.
Thud. Su Rong, Lin Yuan's attending physician, suddenly knelt before Suyu, tears glistening in his eyes. Brother, thank you for saving us from suffering. Quickly the others in patient uniforms reacted in kind, leaving Pei Jingyuan and the others utterly bewildered.
Su Rong had already begun to weep as he accused Lin Yuan.
That person just now is a mental patient. We were originally doctors at a mental hospital.
After the Doomsday Game arrived, he could think like a normal person, but his mental illness definitely hasn't healed. He forced us to wear patient uniforms and even wrote numbers on our heads with a brush.
Since I am his attending physician, he wrote a 1 on my head saying I am patient no. 1. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand why he is so strong. We wanted to run but we couldn't escape at all.
Now he has been driven away by you. You have truly saved our lives.
Suyu blinked and then said with certainty, then you must be doomed. Su Rong. Suyu looked at him with pity. Once you leave here, won't you still encounter him in reality? Su Rong.
Right. Especially since he had knelt before this person to save his life. Heaven knows whether Lin Yuan has a way to learn of his current actions. What if he didn't leave but instead was hiding nearby by some means? Upon thinking this, Su Rong's face turned pale and despair washed over him.
Unless I kill Lin Yuan right here.
Su Rong muttered to himself, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes.
Suyu, what is your mission?
Su Rong suddenly looked up at Suyu. Lin Yuan has red candles and white candles.
Suyu, where did you find them? Su Rong, well. He brought us to kill several monsters and the candles were dropped as loot. Suyu, if that's the case, why does he want to kill me?
Su Rong, because he thinks you must have killed monsters as well and have candles.
Suyu, you are lying.
Su Rong was startled, unsure where the mistake lay, and could only brace himself and say, I am not lying, everything I said is true.
He.
Suyu slowly raised his head, looking at the sky, but he could no longer see the crow that had been following them from afar. When he noticed that Lin Yuan and the others were approaching him with a clear target, he knew he had been pinpointed. So how were they discovered?
The answer is self-evident. Moreover, Su Yu remembered that the crow had been following him from the beginning.
This indicated that their movements had always been monitored. Su Yu speculated that the owner of the crow must have sent it to keep watch over the room.
Once the room opened and someone exited, they would be detected and hunted down.
In this way, wouldn't they know whether or not they had encountered monsters?
This is completely unreasonable.
As for the crow's disappearance now, was it a gamble that he had not noticed such a crow all along?
Seeing Su Yu look up, Su Rong's complexion suddenly turned pale and his body trembled. He.
What a pity Lin Yuan has an escape skill and he couldn't die here. Su Rong murmured to himself, resigned as he closed his eyes. In fact, he did not notify Lin Yuan immediately upon discovering Lin Chang and the others leaving the room. In reality, he controlled a total of 7 crows.
But very often he would not inform Lin Yuan of the true situation. Instead, he would wait until someone displayed great prowess before telling Lin Yuan that the crows had detected enemies.
The reason for this was that he wanted Lin Yuan to encounter formidable foes, thus sustaining injuries or even dying. When he saw Su Yu showcasing his strength through the crows, one could only imagine how happy he was. He saw hope for Lin Yuan's demise. At that moment, he had already devised a way to absolve himself. Although there was no guarantee of victory, since there was a chance to win, he decided to take the gamble. Unfortunately, he lost the bet and Su Yu saw through his lies. Equally unfortunate was that he did not know Lin Yuan possessed such a powerful life-saving skill. Because previously no one had ever forced Lin Yuan to flee in disgrace. Tell me, how do you find white candles and red candles? Su Rong did not meet the death he had anticipated. He opened his eyes to find Su Yu gazing at him with cold, detached indifference. After a moment's pause, he spoke low and cautiously, I believe you've already deduced the answer. Su Yu replied, But I require you to speak it aloud, to confirm it yourself. A nearly imperceptible tremor ran through Su Rong. He understood the words carried double meaning. If he attempted to deceive Su Yu, he would be struck down on the spot, his falsehood thus verified by his own death. By killing, Su Rong breathed deeply before confessing. When a person dies, their flesh and blood touch snow and transmute into red candles. Their bones upon contact with snow become white candles, that is how one obtains them. At these words, every person present, except Su Yu and Wu Qinglin, felt alarm surge within them. The reason was simple: Su Yu's very presence eroded any sense of safety. They wondered whether he might slaughter indiscriminately for reward. After all, this was a Vilethud Gate, unmistakably the highest tier portal among those that had descended.
And could Su Yu truly remain indifferent to rewards given his standing on the celestial ladder rankings?
The answer was clear: he could not.
Yet neither would he descend into frenzy, for who knew what final reward awaited? To Su Yu, dispatching a few monsters seemed far more reliable, at least those yielded tangible attributes and unique talents.
Still, he had no intention of letting Lin Yuan leave alive. Anyone who had ever directed murderous intent toward him would not be spared.
He fixed Su Rong with a steady gaze. Find Lin Yuan. Locate him and you may live.
Su Rong recoiled in shock, then erupted into uncontainable elation.
Agreed.
I'll go immediately, I'm exceptionally skilled at tracking people. Not only he but the other psychiatrists likewise rejoiced wildly.
Though they lacked such aptitude themselves, they placed all their hope upon Su Rong.
Even Pei Gingyuan and his companions fervently wished for Lin Yuan's discovery. For once Lin Yuan was found and slain by Su Yu, enough red and white candles would be generated, perhaps sparing them all from his blade. Of course, this assumption betrayed petty suspicion, misjudging a noble spirit by base motives. Had Su Yu truly intended to kill them, he would have done so long ago.
I too am quite adept at tracking people.
A voice cut unexpectedly from behind, startling everyone. Pei Jingyuan whirled around, staring blankly at Gu Sunan.
Do you realize how frightening you are? Can't blame me, it's this wretched profession.
Gu Sunan offered a wry smile before turning to Su Yu. I possess a skill that may locate Lin Yuan.
Thank you, Su Yu murmured softly. Hearing gratitude from him, Gu Sunan flushed faintly. I'll merely attempt it, it may not succeed.
With that, he closed his eyes and vanished entirely from sight.
Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Even he could no longer detect Gu Sunan's presence. Indeed, these bizarre professions had birthed astonishingly intricate active abilities. Su Rong and Gu Sunan now committed themselves fully to the search. Yet Lin Yuan had seemingly dissolved into thin air, leaving no trace. Moments later, Su Rong's expression darkened. I dispatched crows to survey every direction, yet saw no sign of him. He knows my ability, perhaps he's buried himself beneath the snow, rendering my crows blind to him. This was a vast snowfield submerging deep within its thick drifts, was indeed an ideal evasion against aerial surveillance. I've found him.
Su Rong jolted, not from joy but sheer fright. He turned left to see Gu Sunan standing there, yet had sensed nothing of his presence moments earlier. Only when Gu Sunan spoke did he register his existence.
Terrifying.
This ability is pure assassination artistry, this man will surely rise to greatness. Such thoughts flickered briefly in Su Rong's mind before vanishing. He had just learned Lin Yuan had been found.
Where is he? Gu Sunen's voice sharpened with urgency, racing toward a chamber, likely intending to submit the candles for his reward. We must move now or we'll lose him.
Impossible, I scanned every nearby chamber thoroughly.
Su Rong instinctively objected, then swiftly reconsidered. Perhaps Lin Yuan possessed some ability to obscure perception. Su Yu seized Gu Sunen's coat at the back. Direction. That way, wah. Su Yu launched forward like a bolt of lightning, the rest of Gu Sunen's sentence swallowed by the biting wind. Gu Sunen felt weightless, as though soaring through clouds, while snowscapes blurred past in a dizzying rush. How can his speed be so incomprehensible? Bewildered Gu Sunen could only marvel inwardly. No wonder Su Yu ranked second on the celestial ladder. Truly today has broadened my horizons. A moment later, Su Yu clearly discerned a tiny black speck sprinting desperately ahead.
Beyond it stood a solitary chamber stoic amid the blizzard, already perilously close.
Brother Gu, I apologize. Wait here. Su Yu released him.
Freed of that 100-gene burden, his velocity surged anew.
Cough, cough, no problem.
Gu Sunen plummeted headlong into the snow, mouth full of icy powder, but that was the least of his concerns. His true fear was whether Su Yu could ever relocate him again. True, Su Yu hadn't ignored him earlier, but only because he'd remained within proximity. As this thought settled, Gu Sunen fell silent. He looked around, realizing with dismay that Su Yu's breakneck speed had erased all memory of the return path. More precisely, his head buzzed, his vision swam, he could no longer distinguish cardinal directions.
And footprints. Obliterated by the storm.
He suddenly felt quite literally dead. Wind howled. Su Yu unleashed his full power, catching Lin Yuan just 20 paces from the wooden hut.
No!
Lin Yuan's eyes bulged with terror. He'd seen Su Yu closing in, but was utterly powerless to resist. Su Yu moved so fast that each blink narrowed the gap between them anew. Facing imminent death, Lin Yuan abandoned all caution regarding side effects.
You leave me no choice.
He ripped off his left arm and hurled it backward. In the next instant, the blood-soaked limb twisted violently in midair, transforming into a grotesque fleshy monstrosity.
Roar!
It roared, charging Su Yu without hesitation, desperate to buy Lin Yuan time.
But Su Yu didn't glance at it. With a fluid shift of stance, he evaded effortlessly.
The creature lunged after him, bellowing fiercely, straining to intercept, to delay. Yet its speed was pitifully slow.
Crack!
Just 2 steps from the chamber's threshold, Su Yu overtook him.
The mountain remnant greatsword descended, shattering countless bones in a single crushing blow.
A low beast-like roar erupted from Lin Yuan's mouth as he abruptly turned his head, a look of determination on his face. Let's die together. As soon as he finished speaking, a red glow flickered around Lin Yuan. At the same moment, the flesh and blood monster roared and charged towards Su Yu. Without flinching, Su Yu brought down the mountain skeleton greatsword, shattering Lin Yuan's skull, causing the red glow to dissipate. In that brief moment, the flesh and blood monster took a step forward, almost rolling into the room.
Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh echoed from within the room. I win. I am going to submit the candles.
By the way, thank you for helping me kill the mad version of myself, ha ha. At this moment, all was silent.
Su Yu furrowed his brow and glanced into the room.
So the flesh and blood monster that Lin Yuan had transformed from his left arm was his true form. At this time, Lin Yuan still bore the terrifying visage of the flesh and blood monster. Or rather, he could only maintain this form from now on. This was his price, accompanied by a significant permanent reduction in attributes, but he felt it was worth it. Because he had survived, he had escaped from the pursuit of the second place on the ladder ranking. Moreover, he had received a reward. Reward?
Reward? Why isn't there any response?
Didn't they say I could leave after receiving the reward?
The flesh and blood monster roared in disbelief, descending into madness.
Su Yu raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and poked Lin Yuan's corpse with the mountain skeleton greatsword, indeed discovering a piece of parchment. Upon unfolding it, the content differed greatly from what was written on the parchment in his hand.
Go find the white candles.
Once you find 3 white candles, you will receive a basic reward and be able to leave this place. If you can obtain more white candles, you will receive better rewards. Su Yu's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the room before him.
So that's how it is.
From the very beginning, this was a scam. The parchment was fake, or rather it was written by some unknown entity and placed in the room. The words on these 2 pieces of parchment are not even in my native language. Su Yu rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat of a headache. The moment he realized there was a problem with the parchment, some form of suggestion placed upon it failed. The true words revealed themselves, words Su Yu had never seen before. Comparing the 2 pieces of parchment, it was clear that the bizarre characters were different.
This is the clue and the reason I always felt something was off.
How could it be possible for different people to collect red and white candles separately?
Just thinking about it is unreasonable. You collect red candles, I collect white candles, yet both types of candles drop after a kill.
This was the biggest hint.
The parchment is luring us to kill, so killing here is wrong. Su Ye's gaze flickered as he looked at Lin Yuan, who had already transformed into a flesh and blood monster. In the next moment he stepped forward, the mountain skeleton crashing down. It doesn't matter if there's one more. No. Without any means of resistance, Lin Yuan wailed in despair, unable to escape his fate beneath Su Ye's sword. This time he was truly dead, completely and utterly dead. Flesh and shattered bones flowed out of the room, mingling with the snow to become two candles. One was a crystal-clear white candle, the other a warm red candle. Su Ye weighed the two candles in his hand, his expression inscrutable. Lin Yuan should have had more candles, but he had already submitted, causing those candles to vanish. Conversely, because he died, several pieces of equipment and items dropped. Su Ye took a quick glance, not finding anything valuable, and thus paid it no mind. But what exactly were these two candles for? When Lin Yuan submitted the candles, Su Ye witnessed a strange ritual pattern appear. Lin Yuan had thrown those candles into the ritual pattern. It's impossible to submit, better to keep them for now. After stowing the two candles, he turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Forget it, I must be mistaken, I don't have amnesia. After walking several hundred meters, Su Ye blinked, vaguely remembering. Gu Xuanan. He remembered that it was Gu Xuanan who found Lin Yuan and pointed him in the right direction. Such impressive effects, but my current stats are still not high enough. Besides my physique, the rest are mediocre. Gu Zunan's passive skill that reduced presence was linked to his mysterious attribute. Su Ye's mysterious attribute was 14 points thanks to Lin Chushan's goat. Although this mysterious attribute was already higher than most, it was still not high enough. Gu Xuanan was focused on raising his mysterious attribute at level 4 with a mysterious attribute of 15 points, just 1 point higher than Su Ye. It was precisely this 1 point difference that led Su Ye to not think of Gu Xuanan immediately. A moment later, Gu Xuanan looked at Su Ye, who was returning with an expression of surprise. I knew you were impressive, Su brother, you certainly won't forget me. Su Ye nodded without changing his expression, it's only natural. He did not mention nearly forgetting him and decisively changed the subject. Let's go back and find them. Okay. Gu Xuanan let out a long breath, not mentioning that his skill sensed Su Ye had strayed from the path for a while. The two walked in a front and back formation, the atmosphere quite amicable. By the way, what exactly is the effect of your perception skill? This is a bit abstract to explain, but in short it relates to presence. Oh. Su Ye nodded. Can you sense how many people are in this snowy plain? No, because I haven't seen them and can't anchor their presence, and this skill has a long cooldown. As Gu Xuanan spoke, he suddenly froze. Su brother, is it just my illusion, or does it feel like the wind is stronger here? Perhaps because there are enough dead people. Gu Xuanan was momentarily stunned, completely unable to understand what Su Ye was saying. What did he mean by enough dead people? Su Ye quickened his pace and Gu Xuanan hurriedly followed. As time passed, the wind grew increasingly fierce, the swirling snow rising like a rain of pear blossoms. When the two found Pei Jingyuan and others, a tornado was even forming from all directions. Amidst the howling wind, a pillar of orange light shot up into the sky from the northwest. The long-awaited panel notification sound rang out. Notification: the destined moment has arrived. The Wind Skeleton Snow Lord awakens. Awakening ritual completion. 89 Notification: survive as long as possible. Surviving for 30 minutes will grant a basic reward and allow you to leave. Notification: you can choose to hunt the Wind Skeleton Snow Lord for a perfect reward. Warning: the Wind Skeleton Snow Lord is a king-level creature, extremely powerful. Su Ye received the notification, and naturally the others did as well. Wait, isn't this game supposed to have us find the red candles? Wu Qinglin's eyes widened, the sudden turn of events leaving him in a state of confusion. On the contrary, Pei Jingyuan remained relatively calm. Hee, when you were deceiving us, did you ever consider that you might have been deceived from the very beginning? He finally seized the opportunity to mock Wu Qinglin. Let's run. Su Rong whispered, a monarch-level monster should be above the chief level. Lin Yuan was dead and he had nothing more to seek. Su Ye shook his head. Above the chief level is the lord level. I assume the monarch level should be above the lord level. Su Rong's expression changed slightly. Hearing Su Ye's words made him eager to flee. Then he saw Su Ye walking towards the orange light column. An unbelievable thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that Su Ye intended to hunt down the Wind-Bone Snow Lord? It's not impossible, after all it's ranked second on the ladder. Su Rong gritted his teeth and decided to follow. The reason was simple: Su Ye had not killed him before and had even slain Lin Yuan, so he planned to repay the favor. Of course, he also hoped that Su Ye would succeed so that he could benefit, but that was no longer important. Because his bargaining chip was his own life. Aside from him, the other several mental health doctors chose to flee. Among the others, Wu Qinglin naturally stayed close to Su Ye. Pei Jingyuan and Gu Xuanan also chose to hunt the Wind-Bone Snow Lord, while the few high school students and Li Yuanyan opted to leave. Su Ye was indifferent to this. Everyone had their own choices, and that was understandable. He only wanted to devour that Wind-Bone Snow Lord. What kind of powerful specialties would a monarch-level monster possess? Ever since entering the Light Gate, he hadn't made a move yet.
Now that a monarch-level monster had come crashing in, could he possibly let it escape? Meanwhile, the orange light column slowly dissipated, revealing a figure. It was a 2-meter-tall humanoid creature clad in ornate light blue armor wielding a sharp white bone sword. Its skin was pale, its face indistinguishable from a human's except for a water blue ice crystal embedded in its forehead. Snow swirled around it as if it were the king commanding the storm. No escape. It murmured, taking a step forward, seemingly melding into the snowstorm, its figure becoming almost invisible. In just half a minute it locked onto its first target using its special sensing ability. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The moment they saw the wind-bone snow lord, they turned to flee without a thought of resistance. But they were too slow. Slow enough that the wind-bone snow lord even had time to raise a hand, summoning a wisp of snow to gently wipe its bone sword. Utterly meaningless. It flickered, and in the next moment a splash of blood appeared on the bone sword, 3 heads lying in the snow. Immediately afterward, the bodies of the 3 turned into red and white candles quietly lying in the snow. The wind-bone snow lord raised its hand, thick snow swirling to envelop the red and white candles into its grasp. Crunch, crunch, it savored the candles as if tasting a delicacy, chewing slowly and consuming them all. The flavor this time is actually mediocre. It stood still, reflecting for a moment before stepping forward to hunt the second target. Ha! Suddenly it froze for a moment and turned its gaze to the left rear. The wind and snow from that direction informed it that several people were approaching in pairs. So it stopped and patiently waited. Then it sensed that among those people 5 had stopped while only 1 continued forward, walking step by step toward it. It looked at the newcomer. Why didn't the other 5 come with you? Did they abandon you? Suyu replied calmly, you can speak our language. The wind-bone snow lord replied. This is a certain twisted interest, I suppose. Suyu frowned. He couldn't understand that statement for the moment. Can we communicate? No. Oh. Suyu tightened his grip on the mountain bone greatsword, the Pelican's eye, revealing part of its panel. Name Wind-bone snow lord LV. 5 original LV. 40 sealed quality monarch, health 8000, energy 1800, attributes significantly weakened, physique 50, spirit 40, mystery 20, charm 20, luck 5, specialties 1. Winter sovereignty 2. Monarch's will 3. Body of eternal winter 4. Heart of eternal frost, sealed 5. Sealed 6. Sealed skills 1. Frost realm 2. Snow lord shadow 3. Extreme cold storm 4. Breath of eternal silence 5. Swordsmanship master level, sealed 6. Sealed 7. Sealed comprehensive combat power 200, original 5500, sealed. This was the first time the Pelican's eye was unable to completely uncover a monster's panel. The reason was that the original level of the wind-bone snow lord was too high. Before being sealed, it was a terrifying LV 40 monarch level monster. Its original comprehensive combat power was 5500, an utterly despairing number. But fortunately it was sealed now with a level of only LV 5, and some specialties and skills were unusable. Even so, its comprehensive combat power was still 20 points higher than Suyu. The sealed specialties must be even stronger. Can I consume them? Suyu did not hesitate. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Block. In an instant, the mountain bone greatsword collided with the bone sword, causing the wind-bone snow lord to stagger, its gaze toward Suyu shifting. It had not expected that this human strength would be so great. If my skill swordsmanship master level wasn't sealed. The wind-bone snow lord felt the pressure. It flickered and 3 identical figures of itself appeared in front of Suyu, attacking from different directions. Suyu stepped back, his figure swaying, bursting forth with speed surpassing that of the wind-bone snow lord. Specialty, Wind Trace Shadowless Pursuit. While continuously moving, the agility coefficient provided by the physique attribute will gradually increase up to a maximum of 30. The agility coefficient does not merely include physical flexibility. What truly matters is that it provides a neural reflex speed far beyond human limits and dynamic vision. Thus, what Suyu truly excelled at was not direct confrontation but evasive maneuvering. The previous battles were merely a result of his high stats. Swish swish swish, the sound of swords pierced the air, piercing through 2 phantoms in quick succession, instantly locating the true body of the wind-bone snow lord. Before the wind-bone snow lord could react, the mountain bone greatsword came crashing down. Boom! A layer of solid ice crystal appeared above its head, blocking the mountain bone greatsword by a hair's breadth but shattering in the process. The wind-bone snow lord's expression remained indifferent as the swirling wind and snow transformed into blades attacking Suyu. At the same time, it stepped back, melding into the snowstorm, completely abandoning close combat with Suyu. The weakness has been found. The wind skeleton snow lord is quite intelligent, or rather it possesses a strong battle instinct. After just a few rounds of entanglement, it has discovered Suyu's vulnerable point. That is, apart from having an exceptionally strong physique, both its mental and mystical attributes are rather mediocre. In contrast, the wind skeleton snow lord embodies the primary physical attribute and the secondary mental attribute. Compared to the ever-changing and unpredictable mystical attributes, the mental attributes lean more towards direct destructive spells.
Extreme cold storm.
The wind skeleton snow lord clenched its fist, and in an instant 3 small tornadoes formed, sweeping sharp shards of ice crystals towards Suyu, aiming to grind him down. The speed of the icy storm was incredibly fast, surrounding Suyu in an instant, ready to shred him into pieces.
Suyu's reaction was equally swift.
He did not dodge or evade, but instead charged through a small icy storm, breaking the encirclement and pursuing the wind skeleton snow lord.
What a hard rock!
The wind skeleton snow lord's eyes twitched slightly. Although Suyu's spell resistance was low, his physique was undeniably high. This allowed him to endure part of the skills.
Wait, his health.
Seeing Suyu's health bar drop more than expected, the wind skeleton snow lord instantly realized.
You don't have a template.
Answering it was Suyu's mountain skeleton greatsword. The wind skeleton snow lord's skill of merging with the wind and snow has a cooldown, and it could not evade this sword. At the same time, the skill to manifest ice crystals was also on cooldown. Therefore this sword struck solidly against its forehead.
Crack!
A faint sound of bone cracking echoed, and the wind skeleton snow lord fell to a half kneel.
Yet it smiled. Continue, let's trade blows and see who dies first.
Suyu said nothing, his sword like a shooting star violently crashing against the wind skeleton snow lord.
80. 95. 72.
The damage seemed significant, but the problem was the wind skeleton snow lord had 8,000 points of health. Whoosh! The cooldown for the wind skeleton snow lord's skill ended, and it quickly merged back into the wind and snow, distancing itself from Suyu.
Suyu pursued relentlessly, only to be met by the icy storm. 12. 11. 13.
Each minor damage number appeared, but the issue was that Suyu only had 860 points of health.
Fortunately, he had a specialty, walking ancient tree. 10 of the damage received would convert into health.
He quickly broke free from the icy storm's encirclement, a scene that caused the wind skeleton snow lord's heart to sink. Because Suyu's movements were too quick, logically speaking, its icy storm should have freezing and slowing negative effects. It was unaware that Suyu had a specialty, immovable as a mountain. One effect of this specialty is a permanent increase of 30 in resilience.
Bang!
Suyu struck down with his sword, and ice crystals appeared on the wind skeleton snow lord's surface to block it, but the next moment the ice crystals shattered and the greatsword hit it. Damage values popped up. The wind skeleton snow lord attempted to resist, but quickly realized it was futile, as its current physique was far inferior to Suyu's. Thus it spoke: in an attempt to shake Suyu's will, a singular extreme growth method may allow you to hold an advantage now. But I tell you, if you continue developing this way, one day you will be eliminated and become a weakling. Suyu remained silent, merely continuing to smash with the mountain skeleton greatsword. A singular extreme growth method.
Ha! If he could consume the mental attributes after killing it, that would somewhat compensate.
Seeing Suyu completely unfazed, the wind skeleton snow lord immediately fell silent, instead attempting to reduce the damage it received.
After some calculation, it realized that if this continued, it would ultimately be the winner.
Indeed, as time passed, its health remained at 30, while Suyu's health had dropped to only 20.
I have one. I will remember you. You are a respectable opponent.
The wind skeleton snow lord merged with the wind and snow for what seemed like the umpteenth time and summoned the icy storm. Then it saw Suyu suddenly take out a bottle containing a red liquid and gulp it down.
100.
A single potion restored him 100 points of health. The wind skeleton snow lord momentarily failed to react.
No, we're in a fair duel. How can you drink potions? Isn't that cheating? Is there any justice in this? This is completely unfair.
This potion was given to Suyu by Wu Qinglin. While Suyu and others were still a distance away from the wind skeleton snow lord, he had already spotted it and used the Pelican's eye to unveil part of the panel information. Thus he clearly understood that Wu Qinglin and the others would not be of any help in the subsequent battle.
They would even be killed in an instant.
Because their overall combat power was far too high, they would only be crushed. Wu Qinglin then gave this potion, which he regarded as his trump card, to Suyu. This is the compensation for the deception I played on you earlier. Now the wind skeleton snow lord visibly grew anxious. Because if this trend continued, it would be the one to lose. Sure enough, as both sides continued to trade blows, the wind skeleton snow lord's health gradually fell below 5. Faced with such a situation, the wind skeleton snow lord chose to gamble everything.
Eternal silence. In that moment, its remaining health rapidly dwindled.
At the same time, a dark swirling ball mixed with wind and snow began to form in its hand.
Name: Eternal Silence. Category: Active Skill. Race: Quality Purple. Effect: Consumes current health minimum 30, maximum 70.
Summoning Eternal Silence with the power of wind and snow causes damage equal to current health 1.
5 physique, 1 mental in true damage. Evaluation: may kill an enemy but may also plunge oneself into Eternal Silence. This is a skill capable of turning the tide in a desperate situation. The lower the health, the higher the cost effectiveness of using this skill. Such a skill is akin to walking a tightrope, requiring precise timing.
However, the Wind Skeleton Snow Lord with its rich combat experience found an opportune moment. It decisively burned 70 of its current health.
In that instant it had only 1/5 of its health left, equating to 120 points of health. Enough to withstand one of Suyu's strikes without dying. The damage it was about to deal would amount to 85 points of true damage.
Suyu now had approximately 9 of his health left, which was about 77 points. Thus the outcome was evident. The true damage exceeded the health. Suyu died. A calm smile spread across the Wind Skeleton Snow Lord's face. It had relied on the eternal silence as a race skill to turn the tide of battle many times before. This time it believed there would be no exception. Time seemed to freeze as Suyu's mountain skeleton greatsword struck it while its eternal silence hit Suyu's chest.
85-0.
The former was the damage dealt by Suyu, while the latter was the damage inflicted by the Wind Skeleton Snow Lord.
Crack!
Accompanied by a faint shattering sound, a substitute doll broke apart, blocking this fatal attack for Suyu.
No.
This is not fair. The Wind Skeleton Snow Lord's eyes widened in rage as it helplessly watched Suyu's second sword descend upon it.
It had no means of defense left. 82. Crack!
Accompanied by the sound of its skull shattering, this powerful monarch-level creature perished under Suyu's sword. In its final moments, its eyes bulged wide, leaving it unable to close its eyes in death. You have slain the Wind Scourge Snow Lord LV.
5, gaining 1000 experience points based on the damage dealt.
You have consumed the Wind Scourge Snow Lord LV.
40, earning 25 points of spirit.
You are extracting the special ability from the Wind Scourge Snow Lord LV.
40.
You have acquired the special ability, Eternal Winter Physique. Eternal Winter Physique King level increases critical resistance by 60.
Suyu was taken aback, feeling that something was amiss.
He examined the panel hints closely.
The first hint confirmed he had slain the LV. 5 Wind Scourge Snow Lord, which was evidently correct.
However, the second and third hints indicated that he had consumed the LV. 40 Wind Scourge Snow Lord. His true class, the real Pelican, had ignored its sealed appearance and directly devoured it at its prime.
A full 25 points of spirit attribute.
The originally barren spirit attribute value instantly became appealing, rising from 10 to 35 points. At the same time, Suyu also obtained his first king level special ability. Eternal Winter Physique, which increases critical resistance by 60, seems modest yet is incredibly powerful.
To trigger a critical hit, one must first subtract the enemy's critical resistance from their own critical rate.
Then the remaining critical rate determines whether a critical hit occurs. With a 60 critical resistance, it practically means one can ignore critical rates below 60. No wonder I haven't landed a single critical hit. It turns out the Wind Scourge Snow Lord possessed such formidable resistance. Suyu understood. He thought his luck couldn't be that bad, but it was just that the Wind Scourge Snow Lord had such a powerful ability.
However, now this ability belongs to me.
He stretched his body, feeling a newfound power within him that made his form more solid. Of course, this was not all he had gained.
After the Wind Scourge Snow Lord's death, it dropped a treasure chest radiating a faint orange glow. An orange quality treasure chest.
Suyu decisively opened it, discovering an equipment piece and 2 items inside. Name: Scourge Snow Bone Sword Unlimited.
Category: Equipment. Quality: Orange. Effect: increases sword damage dealt by 15. Sword skill level 3.
Evaluation: each Wind Scourge Snow Lord is a twin. Once they reach adulthood, they engage in duels. The victor will remove the spine from the loser and forge it into a sword to carry for life.
This sword must be quite powerful, but unfortunately I can't use it just yet.
Suyu felt a bit regretful. Objectively speaking, this sword was much better than the Mountain Scourge Great Sword. As for the other 2 items, one was a health potion and the other was a very precious item. It was an orange quality item that permanently increases attributes.
Name: Snowfield Essence. Category: Item. Quality: Orange.
Effect: drinking it permanently increases physique by 3 points. Evaluation: not drinking it for even a second after obtaining it is disrespectful to the permanent attribute.
This is a full 3 points of physique. Not much use.
Suyu was speechless. He could easily get more permanent attributes by casually killing 2 weak monsters. This item was incredibly precious to others, but for him it was the epitome of uselessness. After some thought, he decided to give this bottle of Snowfield Essence to Wu Qinglin. After all, it was the substitute doll that had blocked the fatal blow from the Wind Scourge Snow Lord. Without the substitute doll, Suyu would have to hope that the special ability Walking Ancient Tree could affect real damage. But since the effect of the substitute doll was calculated first, he could not yet verify whether the special ability affected real damage.
Suyu felt it should work since real damage is still damage. Nevertheless, that substitute doll was extremely important, as was the potion that restored 100 health points. That was really thrilling. It was frightening to watch. Are you alright, Yugu?
As Suyu was collecting the spoils, Pei Jingyuan and the others gathered around after the battle ended. Nodding to them, Suyu looked at Wu Qinglin.
This is for you.
He handed the snowfield essence to Wu Qinglin. Wu Qinglin instinctively took it, then widened his eyes looking at Suyu in disbelief, pointing at himself.
This thing is for me.
It's no wonder he was so surprised. After all, this was an item that could increase permanent attributes.
Its value was self-evident.
The substitute doll is very useful, Suyu said straightforwardly.
Take it. MMHM.
Wu Qinglin nodded vigorously. He had previously given Suyu the substitute doll simply to express his gratitude for Suyu's care for his father. However, he did not expect to receive such a sweet reward now. This made him feel that Suyu was a person of great vision and courage, someone very worth befriending. When he questioned whether he could part with such a useful item, it proved he did not possess that kind of courage. After some thought, he secretly resolved to seek out Suyu in Fengtai City after completing his studies with the big sister. Together with his father, he would carve a path through this apocalyptic world alongside Suyu. Beside them, although he did not know what Suyu had given Wu Qinglin, just by looking at Wu Qinglin's expression he could tell it was something very good. Pei Gingyuan felt envious, but he also knew that since he hadn't been able to help much before, he shouldn't think too much about it. Rather, Suyu had managed to kill the Wind-Scourged Snow Lord and spared himself from being killed. After all, considering the performance of the Wind-Scourged Snow Lord in battle, he would have surely perished if he had encountered it. He glanced at the panel hints and found that the Wind-Scourged Snow Lord had already died and everyone could receive basic rewards. Players who participated in slaying the Wind-Scourged Snow Lord would receive perfect rewards.
Thank you. Gu Xuanan suddenly spoke, smiling at Suyu.
Like Suyu, he also received perfect rewards. This is your payment for helping me find Lin Yuan.
Ah. Pei Gingyuan was taken aback, looking at Gu Xuanan in disbelief. When did you participate in the battle?
So it turns out only I got nothing. Gu Xuanan replied with a smile. That's the benefit of the mysterious class, or rather my profession is very good at leeching experience. He didn't explain further and Pei Gingyuan felt sour all over. However, fortunately, just a few seconds later he felt much better. Because he had forgotten Gu Zunan's existence again. Suyu on the other hand checked his panel hints and claimed the perfect rewards, gaining a large amount of experience points along with 2 items. Additionally, there was a purple quality equipment, but it was rather mediocre, barely worth having. Because it was yet another garbage equipment providing active skills. After tidying up a bit, he glanced at his overall combat power and then opened the Apocalypse Ladder leaderboard.
Let me see. The Doomsday Ladder rankings. First, Wang Tianfeng 240. Second, Suyu 230. Third, Luca Rossi 190. Fourth, Li Niu 188. Fifth, Hans Muller 186. Sixth, Hidden 182. 10th, Chui Taiyuan 125. Is this open?
Suyu was speechless. Despite a surge of 50 points in his combat power, he still couldn't catch up to Wang Tianfeng. He was convinced that the cause of all this was Wang Tianfeng possessing some incredibly powerful active skill. It might not even be just one, there could be several. The evaluation of combat power is comprehensive, but the core foundation lies in the player's base attribute values. Based on the base attribute values, specialty skills and equipment can provide dynamic boosts to combat power. In other words, if a player possesses exceptionally powerful skills, then as the base attributes increase, the comprehensive combat power provided by those skills will also rise accordingly. Of course, if one base attribute differs too much from the others, it negatively impacts the comprehensive combat power. For example, Suyu has a very high physique attribute, but his other attributes are just average. Thus, in the assessment of comprehensive combat power, he couldn't exhibit the strength his physique was supposed to have, resulting in a decrease in comprehensive combat power. This corresponds to what Feng Haixue once said. A singular extreme growth method becomes weaker as one progresses, as it is too easily targeted. At least ensure one primary attribute, one secondary attribute, and allow the others to grow steadily. This is a sound growth approach. Thus, the enthusiastic Feng Haixue chose to use his life to help Suyu compensate for his spiritual attributes. This character trait is what people often refer to as being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Meanwhile, as Suyu was checking the ladder rankings, a middle-aged man looking ordinary and seemingly taciturn also opened the ladder rankings. Suyu. He glanced at Suyu's comprehensive combat power and closed the ladder rankings. I still need to work harder. I'm back. Suyu stepped out from the purple light gate. In the next moment, that light gate transformed into purple stardust and vanished. Gohong, who had been waiting here, instinctively widened his eyes. It's gone. He found it hard to accept that this light gate was actually one-time use. You should be grateful it's gone. Suyu turned to look at him. Don't enter the purple light gate without sufficient combat power. This time the light gates came in 4 colors: white, green, blue and purple, with purple clearly being the most challenging. In Suyu's view, Gohong and the others might fare well against a green light gate. But trying to breach a purple light gate would be tantamount to seeking death. Suyu had already fully experienced the malice of the purple light gate. Of course there were corresponding hints, but they were quite subtle. He clearly understood. If everyone didn't engage in mutual slaughter, the Feng Haishue that appeared in the end would not be so strong.
But Ge Hong was unaware of these.
All he knew was that Suyu went in and out and his comprehensive combat power soared by 50 points. Yes, he would occasionally check the ladder rankings to confirm whether Suyu was alive or dead. If Suyu died, he would mercilessly lead his team to kill that big mushroom.
Ge Hong had already guessed that the big mushroom must be a monster, most likely a boss-level monster.
And his base needed a task to hunt a boss-level monster.
Unfortunately, Suyu not only survived but also gained immense benefits.
So when Ge Hong heard Suyu telling him not to enter the purple light gate, he took it lightly.
It's just a few puppets, right? How could he not be able to fight back or flee?
Clearly at this moment Ge Hong had no awareness of what the real purple light gate was like.
Ahem, he cleared his throat. Suyu, your pet is still here.
He refrained from mentioning that he had discovered the true nature of the big mushroom was a monster. Suyu nodded at him, and in appreciation for his keeping an eye on the big mushroom he reminded him, remember, don't enter the light gate recklessly. Ge Hong appeared solemn, but in his heart he was dismissive, repeatedly nodding, yes, I remember. Suyu lightly jumped and landed steadily on the cap of the big mushroom, feeling the familiar sensation.
Let's go. Goo.
The big mushroom lumbered forward, clearly having adapted to becoming Suyu's mount. After watching Suyu leave, Ge Hong immediately turned to his subordinates. You all go look for the light gate, we need to enter the light gate too. The combat power of those on the ladder rankings has increased and there must be a wealth of benefits inside the light gate. After leaving Ge Hong's base, Suyu wanted to find another light gate. But at this moment all the light gates had landed and the city of Fengtai was filled with towering buildings severely obstructing the view.
Finding a light gate could only rely on luck.
Unfortunately, Suyu's luck this time was average. He didn't find a light gate but instead encountered a boss-level monster. It was the Heiyue gang pig he had killed before. After swiftly dispatching it, he gained 4 points in physique and a 1 level in the specialty immovable as a mountain.
The permanent increase in resilience went from 30 to 35. This doesn't make sense.
Suyu clearly remembered that after his first kill of the Heiyue gang pig he had received a full 8 points in physique. And these two Heiyue gang pigs had the same physique, both at 20 points. Could it be that when swallowing attributes the outcome is randomly determined within a certain range? However, when he swallowed the purple glutinous bubble before, it was a stable increase of 1 point in physique. Upon careful reflection, Suyu realized that he hadn't killed many monsters yet. In other words, he couldn't accurately deduce the mechanism of attribute swallowing based on the current data. Perhaps when he had killed more monsters in the future he would be able to summarize what this mechanism truly was.
The problem is that the first batch of monsters that descended has been mostly killed. When will they be restocked?
Seeing no way to find a light gate for the time being, Suyu chose to return to the base. It was also time to tell Wu Tao that his son was still alive.
A moment later,
with the big mushroom's diligent running, he returned to the base. He discovered that besides Qin Jifei, Xueqingya and others, there were others waiting for him.
Su Xiongbai.
Su Xiongbai smiled broadly. I've come to ally with you. Are you welcoming me?
Are you abandoning your base? I'm against the third. I can't afford it.
Oh. Suyu understood. Zhang Wentao must have taken over that base.
So when did you meet? Qin Jifei looked at Suyu with curiosity. The Snow White toad mentioned by Shangwan Yunkai is her target. Oh, I remember now, I see. Shangwan Yunkai was that short-haired guy from high school who remained calm after the killings during the fire attack night.
Xueqingya saw that they hadn't gotten to the point and immediately spoke up, trying to steer the conversation back on track.
Brother Yu, we found a light gate and are just waiting for your return.
Yes, in Xueqingya's view, Su Xiongbay's alliance was hardly important. What truly mattered now was to explore the light gate. Clearly Xueqingya was still unaware that Suyu had already explored a purple light gate. Suyu recalled carefully that when the light gate appeared he indeed saw 2 purple light gates descend in the sky nearby. One of the purple light gates was closer to him, so he decided to investigate. However, the direction of the other light gate that descended was not towards his base according to his memory.
Suyu asked, where is that light gate?
Xueqingya replied, it's quite far from us.
It was Jifei who saw it and arranged for someone to find it, and they did.
Qin Jifei asked, so Suyu, do you want to venture into the purple light gate? Suyu responded, what is your overall combat power now?
Qin Jifei answered, 46 points.
She said this number with a calm expression, expecting Suyu to show some reaction. After all, such combat power already surpassed that of most people. It was entirely due to her obtaining a powerful new professional skill when she reached level 5, and of course her increased base attributes were also crucial. Suyu shook his head, saying that's too low. With such overall combat power, entering the purple gate is tantamount to seeking death. Qin Jifei raised an eyebrow. You haven't already been through the purple gate, have you? Suyu replied, what a silly question. Otherwise how would I know that entering the purple gate with your current strength is like courting death? Qin Jifei began, but before she could finish a boy rushed over from a distance panting heavily.
It's bad.
Brother Shangwan and the others are surrounded and someone is trying to steal the purple light gate from us.
Xue Qingya frowned slightly and stepped forward to block him. What happened? Didn't we tell you that our leader is Su Yu?
The boy replied, we told them, but those people said we were just bluffing and that they wanted to.
Wanted to? Wanted to what?
Seeing Su Yu smile at him, the boy braced himself and said, Brother Yu, they want you to go over and verify your identity.
They want to see which
rotten fish dares to impersonate Su Yu from the ladder ranking. After he finished speaking, everyone was astonished, finding it hard to believe.
Zhang Fan laughed in anger. Is there anyone around here who doesn't know who our boss Brother Yu is?
Zhang Daliang speculated, could it be that they came from somewhere else and still don't know Brother Yu?
Wu Tao pondered, wait, how can they be so sure we are imposters?
Su Yu patted the back of his head, saying, let me tell you some good news.
Wu Tao was taken aback. What?
So you said your son is still alive?
Wu Tao's eyes widened in shock. Really? When have I ever lied to you? This is your son's token. To be honest, your son is quite impressive.
In short, you don't need to worry about his safety, his class has good survival skills.
He handed the substitute doll to Wu Tao. Wu Tao's hands trembled slightly.
After receiving the doll, he examined it with joy as if it were his son.
This is wonderful, just wonderful. Tears welled up in his eyes, almost overwhelmed by this sudden and immense joy. By the way, Brother Yu, where did you see my son?
Su Yu replied, at the purple gate. Wu Tao immediately felt regret. If only I were strong enough to hunt monsters with you, Brother Yu.
Maybe then I could see that little rascal.
He didn't ask how Su Yu was so certain that the other was his son. Clearly he now had almost blind trust in Su Yu. Zhang Daliang patted his shoulder, his gaze somewhat distant, lost in thought. Xue Qingya suddenly spoke, Brother Yu, does that mean the purple gate is actually some sort of teleportation gate? Su Yu shook his head and said, let's go meet those people. Once you enter the purple gate you'll understand. Xue Qingya nodded silently in her heart, thinking that things were finally getting back on track. However, why did she also feel a strong desire to see her parents? She had clearly disliked them before because of their strict demands, forcing her to do many things she didn't like while often ignoring her feelings. I don't miss them, I just want to rise higher in this newly rebuilt order so they know my strength. Xue Qingya suppressed the turbulent emotions within her. In a certain park, Shangwan Yun stood firmly in front of the purple light gate with 2 boys beside him. Opposite them stood 8 or 9 people, one of whom had a fierce expression, clearly impatient.
I say, kid, if you don't send someone over soon you better scram.
Our Brother Yu is magnanimous, he gave you time not for you to waste. Next to him a handsome and tall young man wore a calm expression. Alright Yan Fei, I keep my word, giving them time means giving them time, just wait.
Okay. Han Yanfei nodded eagerly upon hearing the young man's words, his previously fierce face now as docile as a puppy. Shangwan Yunce remained silent, coldly observing them, his feet unmoving as if welded to the ground before the gate.
Suddenly his gaze shifted slightly.
Han Yanfei's expression also changed.
They all saw a group of people marching towards them.
Upon seeing the person at the front, Shangwan Yunce felt relieved and let out a breath.
A sense of inexplicable relaxation spread through him. There are quite a few people. Han Yanfei muttered softly, but when he looked at the young man next to him, all his emotions evaporated and he felt a surge of confidence. He firmly believed that as long as this young man was present it wouldn't matter how many people were on the other side. What he didn't know was that the young man was actually quite nervous now. Su Yu silently observed the approaching crowd, knowing it was time to test his acting skills again. I have no way back, I must take risks for wealth and nobility, let's do this. I'll gamble that he shares the same name or class as me. He slowly stepped forward, actively meeting Su Yu and the others, wearing a calm expression as he began to speak. I heard that your leader is also named Su Yu. Han Yanfei arrogantly stepped forward from behind him, crossing his arms.
Come on, let me see which little punk dares to impersonate my brother.
Zhang Fan, seeing that the other party had directly insulted him, immediately sneered, who is this idiot? Han Yanfei widened his eyes, you're dead meat, my brother will be the first to kill you. Xin Jifei smirked and poked Su Yu's waist, saying that big fool just called you a punk. Su Yu, expressionless, poked back. Watching this scene, Su Yu looked at Su Yu, knowing that this was the real deal. His palms were slightly sweaty, but a mysterious smile appeared on his face.
You are the one impersonating me, tell me, why are you doing this?
Su Yu finally looked at him directly, and a single question made him break into a cold sweat.
What profession? You. This has nothing to do with you. My question is, why are you impersonating me? Interesting.
Su Yu nodded slowly, realizing everything clearly by now. Why was the other party so certain that he was the impersonator? Because in their eyes Su Yu was their leader. He himself was the imposter. It seemed that this person had been impersonating him for quite some time, and his followers believed him without doubt.
This indicated that the opponent's overall combat strength was at least not low.
With this thought, Su Yu stepped forward and delivered a seemingly ordinary punch. His movement was very simple, but due to its incredible speed all the onlookers couldn't react in time. Suyu, who still wore a mysterious smile, was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground.
In an instant everyone fell silent.
Han Yanfei looked at Suyu on the ground in disbelief, then quickly turned his gaze to Suyu. Suyu watched him with calm composure. At this point, who was real and who was fake was incredibly clear. He was curious about what these people would do next. Then he saw Han Yanfei tremblingly extend a finger pointing at himself.
You. Could it be that you are the number one on the ladder ranking? Wang Tianfeng. Yes, it must be like that. Anyone who could easily defeat the second on the ladder ranking must surely be the first.
Or a ghost. Han Yanfei was not foolish. Under similar overall combat strength, there was absolutely no way it could be so overwhelming. This meant that the one on his side was most likely an imposter. And he was being deceived by an imposter. Han Yanfei wished he could slap himself. He had actually been fooled. So what was he supposed to do now? Naturally, it was to save his life. How to save his life? Act tough. Han Yanfei strode over to Suyu, who had been knocked down, and anxiously helped him up.
Brother, it's fine. The one opposite is the number one on the ladder ranking. Let's avoid confrontation for now and fight another day.
Suyu looked at Han Yanfei in confusion. His confusion was partly due to the punch from Suyu. The other part was the difficulty in accepting that the person he had been deceiving all along was actually a fool.
Oh, he shouldn't say it like that.
He glanced at the rest of the people who had originally followed him. He found that most of their faces were mixed with astonishment, regret, and even terror. Fortunately, he had still managed to deceive some normal people.
Moreover, it was a good thing that Han Yanfei was a fool.
Just as Suyu was about to speak, he realized his chest was crushed and every breath was painful. He could only endure the pain and say, "Good brother, you are right, let's leave first." Then he prepared to activate one of his skills. But then he was horrified to discover that the skill had failed. Notice missing materials, unable to activate skill, fraudulent company. Notice your current number of deceived individuals is 0. Number of deceived individuals is 0. Watching Han Yanfei, who was anxiously supporting him, Suyu felt a chill deep within. It turned out that he was quite impressive, deceiving all normal people. But now he hoped even more that the people he had deceived before were a bunch of fools. Suyu stiffly turned his neck to look at Suyu, who was nearby and watching him with great interest.
What profession? It was the same question again.
Suyu broke free from Han Yanfei's grasp, a bitter smile on his face.
A fraudster. You could deceive them, but why impersonate me?
Suyu asked. Suyu replied, after they believed the things I described, I could activate my skills and gain benefits. Of course, there were many restrictions, and I did not intend to offend you.
Ahem, actually.
I am called Suyu, just the character for language. As he spoke, he glanced at the others who had previously followed him, giving a wry smile. My profession is actually quite strong. I had showcased my strength to them earlier and they asked what my name was. I said I was called Suyu and they were all shocked and asked if I was the Suyu on the ladder ranking. Naturally, I wouldn't refuse such a benefit that came to me and I accepted it wholeheartedly. As they believed more and more that I was Suyu, the benefits I received from my professional skills increased. The more benefits I got, the harder it was to cut ties, and who would have known I would run into the real deal. Suyu felt quite unfortunate. In such a vast world, why did he have to encounter the real Suyu?
What?
Han Yanfei stumbled backward, staring wide-eyed at Suyu.
You were actually deceiving me. I admired the powerhouse on the ladder ranking wholeheartedly, only to find you are an imposter. He.
Suyu looked at him with malicious delight.
Stop pretending.
Han Yanfei froze, his bravado collapsing. I don't know what you're talking about. Then he suddenly slid to his knees beside Suyu. Please don't believe him, he is still trying to deceive you. I say you can't trust a word from his mouth. It's better to kill him now and be done with it. Perhaps even the profession he just mentioned is also a lie. Suyu nodded slowly. He also felt that this impersonator Suyu was a nuisance.
But that didn't mean he would let Han Yanfei off.
I don't like strangers deceiving me, and also your acting skills are somewhat lacking.
Ah.
Han Yanfei looked up and what entered his view was the massive sword of Shanghai. Suyu slowly closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death. He had thought about struggling such as deceiving all those present to seek a chance of survival. But as he said, his profession had limitations. That is, against players who already knew he was a fraud, his skills could not activate. And since he had been sent flying by Suyu, the fact that he was a fraud had already been branded in everyone's minds like a steel brand.
If it weren't for this limitation, how powerful could my profession be?
With such thoughts, his world fell into darkness.
Brother Yu, how should we deal with these people?
Zhang Fan kicked Han Yanfei's corpse and pointed at the remaining individuals.
Suyu waved his hand and Zhang Fan understood, immediately speaking up. You may leave. The group looked uncertain. Originally they thought they were doomed.
But before they could express their gratitude, they saw Suyu tap Zhang Fan's head. Their hearts jumped to their throats, trembling in fear.
Were they not going to let them go? Can't you use your brain?
Zhang Fan said,
Brother, you mean to kill them? Suyu sighed.
Shueqingya said softly, brother, you means to let them come to our base and work as waiters.
Zhang Fan looked dazed, instantly realizing. The reason was simple, these people had been deceived by Suyu. Moreover, they had not attempted to deceive Suyu like Han Yanfei. Since that was the case, they would be taken in as waiters at the base to contribute experience points. In this way, the subordinates of his group, those 2-star diners, would have people to command. When recruiting at the base in the future, since there were already waiters, newcomers would not feel resistance. After all, if there were no waiters, others would see that you were all diners while they were waiters, and naturally some discord would arise. Now it's good with this existing batch of waiters as examples, it will be much easier when recruiting on a larger scale. Wonderful, this is making them come to our restaurant to work off their debt. Zhang Fan looked at Suyu with admiration, thinking that he still had much to learn about utilizing resources. There were a total of 7 people who previously followed Suyu, but now they were all waiters in the restaurant. They had no dissatisfaction with this outcome. Rather, they even felt a bit fortunate. After all, they were now following the genuine Suyu. After Shueqingya explained the rules of the base and what they needed to do, they eagerly looked at Suyu and asked, brother, shall we enter the light gate? Suyu thought for a moment and said, those with a comprehensive battle power of over 40 points come with me through the light gate. The others were to wait here and keep an eye on this giant mushroom. Saying this, he once again surrounded the giant mushroom with a circle. Goo. The giant mushroom calmly accepted all of this, which is commonly known as being numb. It had once thought of escaping, but then reconsidered. What if it couldn't escape? Right now, not running meant at least not dying for the time being. If it tried to flee but failed, it would likely face real death. The giant mushroom believed that a gentleman mushroom does not stand under a dangerous wall. Therefore, the thought of fleeing from Suyu was extremely perilous and should not exist. Brother, can I enter with a comprehensive battle power of 39 points? Wu Tao asked anxiously as his battle power seemed to fall short. No. Suyu dismissed him, who had revealed his battle power. My comprehensive battle power is 42 points. I am 43 points. And I 46 points. You also have 46 points. Qin Jifei looked at Shueqingya in surprise. Shueqingya smiled and said, after reaching level 5, the new skills I obtained are quite powerful, significantly improving my comprehensive battle power. Evidently, for players other than Suyu, a significant way to enhance comprehensive battle power is through leveling up and acquiring new class skills. Zhang Fan, Zhang Daliang, Qin Jifei and Shueqingya, you 4 come with me through the light gate. Suyu then looked at Wu Tao and continued speaking. I'll leave this to you. All right. Wu Tao nodded, feeling somewhat dejected and as if he couldn't keep up with the main group. He could only watch as Suyu and the others stepped into the light gate. As expected, they are still puppets. Looking at the familiar palace and those white jade puppets, Suyu took a step back. It's up to you now, let me see your strength. As soon as the words fell, Qin Jifei was the first to rush out. Holding 2 light blue short daggers, her movements were extremely swift as she targeted the nearest white jade puppet. Borrow. Her health dropped by a full 30, which was added to the target puppet. In the next moment, she waved her daggers and considerable damage numbers appeared. Reap. When the target puppet's health dropped to a certain level, Qin Jifei activated her skill again, reclaiming the previously borrowed health along with corresponding interest. Thus, a white jade puppet collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan smashed the skull of a white jade puppet with his finger tiger. Zhang Dalian used his semicircular ruler, shouting Espire superscript 22, and beheaded a white jade puppet. As for Shueqingya, the north wind sweeps the earth, the evening clouds dim, heavy snow falls upon the distant village. She softly recited, and a gust of wind blew, scattering snowflakes and slowing the movements of all the puppets. No trace of wild paths, the cold branches cast shadows as magpies' voices swallow. A stream of grayish-white aura enveloped the puppets and a phantom branch appeared out of nowhere upon which a magpie stood. Chirp chirp, the magpie flapped its wings, opened its beak, and all the puppets began to lose health continuously. In 1,000 mountains of white silk the return path is obscured and the sparse trees conceal the door. With a crackle the puppets fell into chaos, even beginning to attack each other. From afar I see a flickering candlelight, the clay stove warms the wine just beginning to warm. Shueqingya gently raised her hand, a bright lantern enveloped Suyu and the others, and cups of fine wine appeared merging into their bodies. Tip, you have gained a buff status, Tipsy Tip, your health recovers by 1 per second lasting for 5 seconds. Goodness. Suyu looked at Shueqingya, surprised that she was the healer. No, based on Shueqingya's performance, her profession should be of a supportive nature. She can weaken others while enhancing herself. This is my skill, Windswept Snowy Night Returner, which leans towards support. Shueqingya smiled and explained to everyone, but that doesn't mean I'm just a support. If I acquire combat-related poems, my damage output can be quite considerable. Suyu blinked and asked, so that means for every 5 levels you gain a poem? Shueqingya looked at him in confusion and said, no, I just like you and brother, you get a new skill at level 5. Then at level 15 I get the second new skill and the third new skill at level 30. Oh. Suyu nodded, not saying anything further. He truly did not know this. If Xueqingya hadn't mentioned it, he would have thought that other players gained a new skill every 5 levels. He couldn't help it, his profession didn't allow for skills to be acquired through leveling, so he was unaware of this. Sister Shui, your skills are quite powerful. Zheng Fan took advantage of the puppets being in chaos to unleash his full output, achieving great results. It's just average, my spiritual attribute is still too low to affect them for long. Xueqingya shook her head, and as she had said, the puppets quickly broke free from their chaotic state. But Qin Jifei and the others had already established dominance, and the final outcome was naturally the destruction of all puppets. Without needing Suyu to intervene, they dealt with these puppets. Let's go, we shall enter the palace. Suyu was aware of their battle strength and led them into the palace. In the next moment, still feeling the familiar dizziness, Suyu slowly opened his eyes to see a desk, a podium, a blackboard. And even beside the blackboard there hung a moving red flag. Am I now in a classroom? Looking around, Qin Jifei and the others were also here, along with some other people, all seated at their desks. In this class we will discuss how to control one's emotions. A beautiful woman's head slowly rose from below the podium. A strand of her black hair wrapped around a piece of chalk, writing the word emotions on the blackboard. Tip: judgment in progress, physique judgment passed, mental judgment passed, mysterious judgment failed. Tip 3: judgments passed 2, you are immune to this debuff effect. Nonsense. A cold voice rang out, and Suyu turned to look. It was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Take my sword. He brandished a sharp blade, his foot flashed, and the blade aimed at the woman's head. Swish. The woman's long black hair shot out like needles, piercing the young man all over. In an instant his health was depleted and he died completely. Bad students should not exist. The woman's head slowly spoke, her gaze sweeping through the classroom. Finally it landed on Suyu, who was observing her with great interest. This student, why are you looking at me instead of the blackboard? Suyu, you look good. The woman with a head. Her gaze flickered. She had just established authority over the newly appeared person, and now someone wanted to provoke her again. From Suyu's perspective. Name: Heartstring Weaver, LV. 5, previously LV. 40, sealed. Quality: Monarch, health points 4800, energy points 1600, attributes: significantly weakened, physique 30, spirit 40, mystery 50, charm 30, luck 5, specialty 1. Heartstring Resonance 2. Extremification 3. Weaving Workshop, domain 4. Sealed 5. Sealed skills 1. Gentle Gaze 2. Soothing Words 3. Empathy Link 4. Delirium 5. Emotional Cage, sealed 6. Sealed 7. Sealed Comprehensive Combat Power 200, originally 5300, sealed Special State. Heartstring Weaver is in a restricted state. For every 5 students that die in the classroom, one of her specialties or skills will be unsealed. The Heartstring Weaver cannot actively attack students. When a student actively attacks the Heartstring Weaver, she has the right to retaliate. It seems you've been in this class for a while. Suyu slowly stood up, feeling a bit regretful. Clearly many had arrived here through the purple portal before Suyu and the others. They naturally encountered the Heartstring Weaver as well. As for the outcome, it can be inferred from the specialties and skills that have already been unsealed. At least 35 people have died here. If they hadn't died, the current Heartstring Weaver should be quite weak. Suyu regretted this. If he had come here from the start, he could have easily killed this Heartstring Weaver. Then he would have swallowed her and gained a large number of attributes and powerful specialties. But with the increase in the death toll, the Heartstring Weaver's comprehensive combat power had now risen to a terrifying 200 points, just 35 points lower than Suyu. Brother Yu, what do you say? Zheng Fan stood up quickly upon seeing Suyu rise. But before Suyu could speak, a middle-aged man stood up wearing a warning expression. I advise you not to move recklessly. As long as we don't move, we can leave here after 10 judgments. He's right. A cold, bespectacled woman looked at Suyu. Sit down. When the newcomers appear, she will initiate the judgment. There will definitely be newcomers. Seeing this, the woman on the podium looked a bit disappointed. She actually hoped that Suyu would attack her so that she could kill him. This way she could gather 40 dead students and unseal a skill. Suyu glanced at the two who had just spoken and shook his head. It can only be said that they were not on the same path. Their goal was to survive, while Suyu's goal was to devour this woman. He spoke, don't make a move or you'll be harming me. Zhang Fan was taken aback, not understanding why Suyu said that. But he naturally trusted Suyu, and so did Qin Jifei and the others. The middle-aged man looked disappointedly at Suyu's side and sat back down. Sigh, it's hard to persuade the damned. He suddenly widened his eyes, watching Suyu charge forward, watching the woman's long black hair scatter. Just when he thought Suyu would be erased in an instant like everyone else before him, he saw Suyu reach out, grab the woman's black hair and pull her down from midair, slamming her hard onto the podium. A sharp and piercing scream erupted from the woman's mouth. This scene was too violent and visually shocking, leaving him momentarily speechless.
Why did the monster that was originally so terrifying appear so powerless now?
The contrast was simply too great. The previously indifferent bespectacled woman was also left dumbfounded. In the next second, as if she thought of something, her eyes flickered with a spark of adventure. It seemed that the newcomer had high battle power and might have a chance to kill this monster. If that's the case, if she assisted from the side, could she not gain some experience or other benefits? I advise you not to have any ulterior motives. Qin Jifei placed a dagger against her neck, looking coldly at her. After Suyu said that and made his move, Qin Jifei quickly observed the expressions of everyone. She didn't know why Suyu said that, but what she could do was to eliminate the source of anyone acting recklessly. The bespectacled woman looked at the dagger against her neck, her expression darkening. She had entered the purple door, so her own battle power was naturally not weak and wouldn't fear a dagger. But perhaps Suyu's performance was too astonishing, causing her to misjudge Qin Jifei's strength. You misunderstood, I wasn't thinking anything just now. The bespectacled woman's face was calm, still wearing a cold demeanor, slightly raising her head to look at Qin Jifei. Can you remove this rude thing from my neck now? No. The bespectacled woman was momentarily speechless, feeling very humiliated, and simply asked directly. How did you know I was having ulterior motives just now? Qin Jifei didn't answer this question. If she had to say, it was about reading people's expressions. When Suyu was in the orphanage, she was already proficient in this skill. This bespectacled woman seemed aloof, but from her reminding Suyu about this matter, Qin Jifei analyzed that her personality was probably reserved yet passionate, outwardly calm, inwardly fervent. After observing her facial expressions a bit more, Qin Jifei guessed she must have some impure thoughts. Of course, she was not 100% certain. But now that the bespectacled woman had said it herself, it undoubtedly proved her correct. After eliminating the potential for unexpected situations, Qin Jifei finally looked towards the podium. Then she saw a large hole in the blackboard with Suyu, and the woman's head completely vanished. Did they break through? The bespectacled woman also saw this scene, blinking her eyes. So there's not just one classroom here. She immediately looked at Qin Jifei. Hey, now that both of them have broken through, why aren't you taking this thing away? Qin Jifei put away her dagger and quickly walked to the hole in the blackboard, looking outside. What she saw was a classroom turned into ruins with Suyu and the woman's head nowhere to be found. Xueqingyao walked beside her. Sister Qin, should we go out and take a look? In a classroom. You bad student. The woman's head looked disheveled, her originally beautiful face turned grotesque with her health points nearly depleted. She was unwilling, as her core skill emotional cage was still sealed. Now she couldn't exert the comprehensive combat power on paper at all. Suyu remained silent, swinging his sword to strike. He also realized that this monarch-level monster was weaker than expected. If nothing unexpected happened, he could easily take her down and devour her. Stop! Who allowed you to beat up a teacher in school? A powerful voice came from outside the door. Immediately after, a humanoid creature with a triangular head like an iron tower strode into the classroom. The woman's head was overjoyed, having delayed for so long. Reinforcements finally arrived. Then she saw the triangular-headed creature turn and run away even faster than it had come. The woman's head. Suyu raised an eyebrow. So polite. Is there dessert after the meal? The pointed triangular head quickly flew away. The reason was simple, it could see clearly that the woman's life force was almost depleted. On the other hand, Suyu still had a solid 90% of his life force remaining. One can only imagine the disparity in combat power between the two sides. Staying behind would only mean accompanying her to death. The woman was in a state of panic while Suyu appeared contemplative. His assault continued unabated as he inquired, how many teachers does this school have? The woman let out a cold laugh. Will you let me go if I tell you? No, Suyu responded. The woman's expression suddenly turned calm. Then I won't tell you anything. Why do you speak our language? No comment. Suyu sighed inwardly. Obtaining information from these monsters proved to be quite a challenge. His purpose for entering the light portal, besides devouring monsters, was to acquire some useful information. He was far too curious about where these monsters in the light portals came from. And why they could speak human languages. Feng Haixue had once answered, saying it was a form of dark humor. But this only left Suyu even more confused, making him speechless. Now that he encountered a monster capable of communication, he naturally seized the opportunity to ask, your companion abandoned you, don't you hate him? Suyu pointed in the direction of the triangular head's escape. The woman let out a cold laugh, and upon realizing her inevitable demise, she gave up struggling. If you want to kill me, then just do it. Then what? Realizing she had misspoken, the woman fell silent, completely refusing to engage with Suyu. Sigh. Suyu sighed, then I can only send you to your death. With a swift strike, the second monarch-level monster perished beneath his sword. Hint, you have slain the heartstring weaver LV. 5. Based on the damage you dealt, you gain 1000 experience. Hint, you have swallowed the heartstring weaver LV. 40, you gain 25 points of mystery. Hint you have digested the heartstring weaver LV. 40 extracting its specialties.
Hint you have acquired the specialty extremization monarch level. Your current highest base attribute increases by 30 boom.
A resounding roar echoed within Suyu's body as his physique underwent changes due to some force's intervention. This was the effect of the specialty extremization acquired through devouring. Physical attributes increased by 30. The effect was plain and simple, merely pure numbers, yet extraordinarily powerful.
Suyu opened his panel and found his life force had already surpassed 1,000. His physical attributes stood at 113 points, already breaking the 100 mark. Unfortunately, the attributes increased by this specialty were not permanent.
Thus he could not trigger the gene optimization of 100 points. The effect of extremization was an increase in the current highest base attributes.
This was somewhat regrettable. However, Suyu's gains were already substantial, especially after devouring the woman and obtaining 25 points of mysterious attributes. It could be said that while enhancing his strengths he had also compensated for his weaknesses. This point was particularly evident in the change in his overall combat power. Overall combat power 300. Apocalypse Ladder ranking 1. The Apocalypse Ladder only records the top 10,000 players in overall combat power. First place Suyu 300, second place Wang Tianfeng 260. 10th place Chui Taiyuan 125 with an overall combat power of 300. Suyu topped the Apocalypse Ladder leaderboard.
Wait a minute, something seems off.
He looked at the second place Wang Tianfeng, recalling that before entering the purple gate his overall combat power was around 240. In such a short time he had increased by 20 points in overall combat power. Goodness, he must have activated something, Suyu thought with certainty.
Meanwhile, on a certain mountain peak finally completed, Wang Tianfeng let out a deep breath, having just undergone unimaginable trials, yet he had persevered.
Feeling a slight rise in his strength, he opened the Apocalypse Ladder leaderboard to see how much combat power he had gained compared to Suyu.
Ha! Did this increase so much? My overall combat power has already risen to 300 points.
Wang Tianfeng raised an eyebrow, feeling that such a significant increase in overall combat power was unexpected. Then he blinked and realized that something seemed off. Upon closer inspection his overall combat power was correct, but the name at the top was not his.
At that moment Wang Tianfeng fell into a long silence. It seems I need to work even harder. Activated. This isn't reasonable.
Why is it that both Suyu and Wang Tianfeng's overall combat power increases so rapidly?
I don't understand.
The others on the ladder, seeing Suyu suddenly leap to first place and Wang Tianfeng's steadily rising overall combat power, felt a shift in their mentality. They wondered what more they could do to achieve such rapid increases in combat power. Feeling the most pressure was the third-ranked player Luca Rossi of the White Egret Empire. 2 people from the Tianxia Kingdom occupying the top spots is unacceptable. Luca clenched his fist, looking at the beautiful secretary sent by the White Egret Empire to assist him. Have them send more boss-level monsters quickly, my profession thrives on slaughter. Understood, mister. Luca, the beautiful secretary, nodded, turning to leave with a slight smirk, a trace of disdain flashing in her heart.
Neat pig.
Suyu closed the ladder leaderboard. He found that the feeling of reaching the top was actually just so-so.
Reaching the top of the ladder was merely completing a small goal. I don't actually care about overall combat power.
The happiest moment for me was actually when I killed the first purple glutinous bubble and gained 1 point of physical power. Suyu slowly shook his head, even he found it hard to listen to his own words. He casually picked up the orange treasure chest that the woman had dropped and opened it.
Good stuff. 1 piece of equipment, 2 items.
The items were somewhat useful and Suyu casually stored them away, but the focus was on this piece of equipment.
It was a pair of crescent-shaped ear pendants, 1 black and 1 white.
Name dual-sided moon pendant, no restrictions, category equipment, quality orange, effect grants passive skill bidirectional symbiosis upon equipping, comment
No one would think the heartstring weaver's true form is a head, right? It's actually hair. It's a passive skill that I can also use.
Suyu's face lit up with joy. Heaven had finally shown him an equipment piece that provided a passive skill. What trash are those items that provide active skills?
It seems that equipment can indeed provide passive skills. Very good, my next goal is to gather a full set of such equipment.
Suyu set a new small goal for himself, filled with motivation. He looked at the effect panel of this passive skill.
Name mutual symbiosis. Category passive skill equipment. Quality orange.
Effect increases health points by 20 of energy points and increases energy points by 20 of health points.
Evaluation: stepping on the left foot with the right foot. Unfortunately, it can only be stepped on once.
Not bad at all, Suyu was quite satisfied with this passive skill. He was pleased with any passive skill.
After closing the panel, he pondered. Killing this monster didn't prompt me to leave. What does that signify?
Along with the triangular head that had suddenly appeared earlier, Suyu believed that this place still held great potential for exploration. Of course, he should first find Xin Jifei and the others to see what they had discovered to provide him with insights.
A moment later.
When Suyu returned to the previous classroom he only saw Zhang Fan.
Why are you the only one here? Brother Yu, you're back.
Zhang Fan immediately approached and continued. Sister Qin and the others discovered a suspicious point and said they needed to investigate this teaching building, asking me to wait for you here.
Oh.
Suyu's heart stirred. What suspicious point? They said this teaching building is full of classrooms and has no toilets. Suyu was momentarily perplexed. What kind of suspicious point was this? This was not a real campus.
A real campus.
Suyu carefully surveyed his surroundings and a sense of incongruity surged within him. He looked at the flowing red flag that he had merely glanced over before.
Brother Yu, what's wrong?
Zhang Fan asked curiously, not understanding why Suyu was staring at the flowing red flag. Zhang Fan, what does this flowing red flag say? Zhang Fan felt even more puzzled and read aloud what was written on the flowing red flag. It says Class 2 of Senior Year 3 and below it says Civilized Class.
After saying this he couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, what a coincidence, I was in Class 2 of Senior Year 3 back in the day.
Zhang Fan's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Suyu nodded silently, realizing where his sense of incongruity stemmed from. From his perspective this flowing red flag read Class 37 of Senior Year 3 Civilized Class. He walked out of the classroom and there were indeed class names on the wall.
It was Class 37 of Senior Year 3.
What did you see? Suyu asked Zhang Fan, who followed him out of the classroom. Class 2 of Senior Year 3, Zhang Fan replied matter-of-factly, exactly the same as what's on the flowing red flag.
That's where the problem lies.
Ah. What I saw was Class 37 of Senior Year 3.
Oh. Ha.
Zhang Fan was taken aback, quickly realizing the chilling sensation creeping up his heart. Is there a ghost? Are you afraid of ghosts?
A little. But that's not the point, Brother Yu.
Zhang Fan said with a forlorn expression, continuing. What should we do?
I thought if we killed that woman's head we could go back. That was just the beginning.
Suyu had now figured it out. If he could persist through 10 judgments in the woman's head's classroom he could leave this place. However, this would only grant him basic rewards. Those like him who directly killed the woman's head would receive additional rewards. At the same time it would also touch upon the true content of the purple light door, which was even more dangerous.
The existence of the flowing red flag in the class nameplate served as a hint. Of course, perhaps the lack of toilets in the teaching building was also a hint.
First, this campus should be pieced together based on our memories.
Secondly, while maintaining a general consistency, subtle hints were left in the details.
This aligns with my experience from the previous purple light door. Zhang Fan looked eagerly at Suyu, hoping he would propose a solution. Then he saw Suyu turn to look at him.
Do you have any ideas? Ah. Me.
Zhang Fan pointed at himself.
Suyu nodded.
Zhang Fan immediately wilted. Well, I'm not very good at thinking about this kind of problem.
Oh.
Where did Qin Jifei say she was waiting for me?
On the 6th floor. Let's go, let's find them on the 6th floor and see what they discovered. Zhang Fan followed Suyu, quietly asking, Brother Yu, we won't be unable to go back, right?
Suyu casually replied, don't worry, the probability of us dying here is greater than the probability of not being able to go back.
Zhang Fan. What kind of reassurance is this?
And the probability of us dying here is 0. Zhang Fan's eyes brightened. Really? Suyu continued walking toward the 6th floor. False.
Zhang Fan.
He somewhat understood this was Brother Yes' way of telling him not to talk nonsense. So he decisively fell silent. Soon Suyu met Qin Jifei and the others on the 6th floor. Shuiqingya Zhang Dalian were also there, along with the seemingly aloof yet actually introverted glasses girl. As for the others, they were not present, clearly not having gone with Qin Jifei and the others.
Suyu, something bad has happened.
Qin Jifei said solemnly, continuing, we investigated all the way to the 1st floor, but when I tried to go outside I was blocked by an invisible wall.
In other words, we are trapped in this teaching building.
Shuiqingya added. Suyu shared his discoveries and then asked, do you have any ideas?
Shuiqingya looked bewildered. So that's how it is if that's the case.
She pondered for a moment, raised her small face and looked at Suyu.
Brother Yu, I thought of something.
If this school is pieced together from our memories, then could it be that some rules were also added during this process? Suyu nodded slightly. Go on. Shuiqingya said, for example, during class students cannot leave the teaching building.
Zhang Fan looked astonished. Why can't students leave the classroom instead?
Shuiqingya pouted. During class you can report to the teacher to go to the bathroom, so naturally you can leave the classroom.
Qin Jifei suddenly spoke. Wait, there are no toilets in this teaching building either, right?
Zhang Daliang also looked puzzled. I remember in my school the toilets were built outside the teaching building.
Shuiqingya nodded. That's right, so I guess the entire school might not have toilets. Zhang Fan was confused. Why?
Shuiqingya explained, because that way students can't leave the teaching building by saying I need to go to the bathroom.
Everyone. Suyu summarized. In other words, the rules restrict us to temporarily only being able to move within the teaching building.
As for the absence of toilets, it serves as a patch that strengthens this restriction. Shui Qingya bobbed her head. Yes, I guess if someone had previously asked that woman's head, asking if they could go to the bathroom to attempt to leave the classroom, it is likely that the woman's head would refuse with the excuse that there are no toilets here.
I can attest that what you said is correct. The glasses girl looked at Shui Qingya in admiration and continued.
I arrived earlier than you, and indeed someone had asked that but was rejected by the woman's head with the reason of no toilets. Suya's heart stirred. He seemed to know how to break the situation and gain even greater benefits.
Wait, something's still off.
Zhang Fan scratched his head, speaking with bewildered confusion. If there's truly no restroom at all, then how could we possibly leave the classroom?
Yes, theoretically that's correct. Shui Qingya nodded faintly.
Zhang Fan grew even more puzzled. Then how are we able to leave the classroom? Shui Qingya fell silent for a moment before murmuring softly, perhaps, because Yu Gu killed the teacher.
Qin Zhifei's eyes suddenly lit up. Then whoever killed the teacher must be the bad student, right?
So, could a bad student simply ignore the rule forbidding departure from the teaching building? Zhang Daoliang glanced quietly at Suyu, lips parted as if to speak, then hesitated.
Zhang Fan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh! I get it, I've figured it out.
If we'd attacked the woman head earlier, we'd already be free to leave the teaching building."
Ahem.
Zhang Daoliang cleared his throat.
I think you're mistaken. Zhang Fan immediately furrowed his brow. Explain, why exactly am I wrong?
He'd struggled hard to reach that conclusion.
Shui Qingya cast him a quiet, wordless glance. Qin Zhifei stifled a laugh. Enough. Suyu raised a hand.
There is more than one way to leave the teaching building. Becoming a bad student is not the only path. Zhang Fan blinked and froze, utterly stunned. Right, if attacking the woman head turns one into a bad student, thereby permitting departure, then who was it that stopped us all from swarming her together?
How difficult to guess. Cough, cough, cough.
Zhang Fan straightened his expression gravely.
I think old Zhang is right and I'm wrong. That's unimportant.
Suyu shook his head and continued. Besides becoming a bad student, there exists another condition under which students may leave the teaching building.
The bespectacled girl raised her left hand. I know, during PE class students are allowed to leave.
Suyu, seeing his gaze shift toward her, Qin Zhifei added, let me introduce her, her name is Yimin.
Suyu nodded.
Good, but what I mean is this students may leave the teaching building after class ends.
Shui Qingya mused aloud. Indeed, if one passes the woman head's 10 judgments, it is equivalent to class dismissal. After dismissal, one may choose either to return or perhaps continue exploring.
Suyu replied, but since I killed the woman head, the lesson was interrupted, and thus no dismissal ever occurred.
Qin Zhifei asked, then, what do we do now?
It felt as though every path had been sealed shut. A chilling dread rose in the hearts of everyone except Suyu.
Simple. Suyu smiled.
We just need the dismissal bell to ring. Saying this, he walked to the railing and gazed outward. Beyond the teaching building stood 3 others of identical scale.
And 1 administrative building.
A corner of the sports field was also visible, presumably where PE classes were held. Zhang Fan seized upon hope and blurted out, make the dismissal bell ring. Brother, you tell us what to do, I'll follow your lead without question. Suyu replied, your task is to explore this teaching building, dig deeper, uncover useful information.
Qin Zhifei arched a brow, so, we're useless right now.
Suyu said, this time I won't call your remark pointless.
Shui Qingya curved her lips slightly. Senior sister Qin, let's continue exploring this teaching building. Perhaps, we'll discover something valuable yet.
Suyu gave her a slight nod, then descended the stairs and stepped out of the teaching building without hindrance. As the group watched his retreating figure, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke up.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Shouldn't the broadcast room be in the administrative building?
Why is brother Yu heading toward another teaching building?
Zhang Daoliang clapped his shoulder. Old Zhang, don't overthink it. You're not built for this.
Zhang Fan flushed crimson. Nonsense.
I won an award certificate back in elementary school. Zhang Daoliang countered, and junior high.
Zhang Fan, that's different.
Entirely unrelated, inside the second teaching building. Suyu entered smoothly, unimpeded by any restriction. Excellent. This teaching building's sovereignty or monster now belongs to me.
Indeed, there were 4 teaching buildings in total. It defied logic that only the one Suyu's group occupied would harbor such a creature. He reasoned that the other 3 teaching buildings must each house their own sovereignty or monster.
And if so, wouldn't it be sheer waste not to claim them all? I wondered, do all these teaching buildings host heartstring weavers? He ascended floor by floor until halting outside a classroom on the 3rd floor. Through the glass window, Suyu clearly saw the scene within. How best to describe it? It was frankly unsuitable for minors and unfit for explicit narration. Surely schools don't teach this.
Suyu felt profoundly exasperated.
Would any school instruct students in human cadaver dissection? Well, perhaps medical students did. But this was a high school campus. A human corpse surgically opened lay upon the teacher's desk. Beside the podium floated a woman's head, sweet-faced, charming, and utterly eerie. Her hair coiled around several scalpels slicing methodically into the corpse. Inside the classroom most players' faces were ashen, health bars critically low, some verging on depletion. With one precise incision from the sweet-faced woman's head, a player's health bar drained to 0. Excellent, we have fresh material for practice. Her hair surged violently onto the corpse atop the podium, devouring it entirely, then swiftly dragged the newly deceased player's body onto the desk. A saccharine smile bloomed across her face. Classmates, let's continue. Boom. Suyu kicked open the door, strode in, and raised his sword to strike. Stop. A hoarse shout erupted from the corner of the classroom. A clean-featured young man, health bar hovering at roughly 20%, rose to his feet and locked eyes with Suyu. Don't attack her, everyone who has tried is dead. And who are you? Where did you come from? The others stared at Suyu, stunned and deeply unsettled. They were utterly bewildered. They'd all appeared inside the classroom without warning. Never in their wildest imaginings had they conceived of someone bursting in through the door from outside. This event shattered their understanding, leaving their minds momentarily blank. Then, before their very eyes, the sweet-faced woman's head slammed through the blackboard and fled, never looking back. The clean-featured boy stared dumbfounded. Suyu, however, offered no explanation. He crashed through the blackboard in pursuit, outpacing her effortlessly. What was that? They stared in disbelief. The monster that had tormented them relentlessly had simply fled. Slap. Someone suddenly slapped their own face. It hurts, so this isn't a dream. After specializing in his expertise to an extreme degree, Suyu's physique advanced to a new level. As a result, he swiftly caught up with the heartstring weaver. Grabbing her hair, he forcefully swung her to the ground and stepped on her. Can we communicate? Mum. MMM. The sweet woman whimpered, wanting to speak but unable to open her mouth due to Suyu's foot on her. Suyu slightly lifted his foot. The sweet woman's head immediately floated up, attempting to escape. However, Suyu reacted faster, stamping down heavily to prevent her from fleeing. The sweet woman tried to struggle, but to no avail. After repeating this several times, when Suyu lifted his foot again, she remained motionless, clearly having given up on resisting. Can we communicate? Suyu asked for the second time. He. The sweet woman coldly laughed, her eyes filled with mockery. It seems we cannot. Suyu had grown accustomed to this anticipated outcome. He was about to send her on her way when suddenly the sweet woman spoke. Which teaching building did you come from? Suyu paused, placing the mountain skull greatsword next to her temple building. No. 3. How many have you killed? The sweet woman asked. Suyu replied, 1. The sweet woman laughed wickedly. Are you curious why I asked that? Ha ha ha. The sweet woman burst into loud laughter. Then be curious. Boom. A gust of wind howled as a fist the size of a cooking pot smashed towards Suyu's back. Accompanying it were 9 negative debuff judgments. In that moment, Suyu's stats came into play. All 9 judgments failed and he was unaffected. The next second he turned around, decisively lifting his foot to kick the attacker away. When he saw the monster he had kicked away, he nodded, secretly realizing it was indeed as he suspected. The one who had attacked him from behind was none other than the triangular-headed creature that had fled before. Besides him, 2 heads, each distinct in appearance yet both conforming to human aesthetics, floated in the air. You are surrounded by us. The sweet woman's hair twisted like little snakes, breaking free from her scalp and gathering into a chaotic mass in midair. Just as described in the dual-faced moon pendant. The true form of the heartstring weaver was never the head but rather the hair attached to it. Or rather, it was not hair at all. He, my friend, that was a strategic retreat on my part, you see. The triangular-headed creature crawled up from the ground, clenched its fist and looked at Suyu defiantly. In a very forceful tone it said, you can leave here now. Please hurry and go. One of the heartstring weavers beside it also spoke up. Why go for total annihilation? If you leave now, we promise we won't hinder you. Another heartstring weaver threatened, you don't want to fight all 4 of us at once, do you? What if you lose? Seeing this, Suyu smiled, a deeply satisfied expression on his face. The moment the triangular-headed creature first appeared before him, he had known that the monsters here could communicate at a distance. Thus he had long predicted this scene. After all, from another perspective, in the eyes of these monsters he was just a complete nuisance, one that they could not handle. Since he posed a threat to them, they would not sit idle. Therefore they would surely attempt to surround him or force him to leave. It was likely that the moment he stepped into this teaching building, the sweet woman had already been aware of his arrival. She had deliberately pretended not to know while also contacting the other monsters, trying to set up an ambush. If the triangular-headed creature succeeded, or if he showed signs of weakness, they would undoubtedly strike hard to kill him. Unfortunately, he had ignored all negative judgments and the triangular-headed creature had been kicked away by him, causing them to back down. I am quite curious. Suyu looked at the 2 heartstring weavers floating in midair. Did you two finish your class and leave the classroom to find me?
Perhaps not expecting Suyu to ask like this, the two heartstring weavers' mouths twitched and one of them slowly spoke up.
Because of you, I had them end class early. What do you mean? I let your kind go from here. Implicitly it asked if he would also let them go.
Suyu turned to the triangular-headed creature. Don't you have class?
The triangular-headed creature huffed. I teach physical education. Suyu raised an eyebrow. So what?
I don't know, but the rules state that I can give away my class, so I voluntarily did. It firmly believed it was voluntary, not because there were 4 heartstring weavers and only one triangular-headed creature.
Suyu gently prodded. Rules? What rules?
The triangular-headed creature replied, of course. It suddenly covered its mouth eyes wide and stepped back several paces.
Suyu stepped forward, about to speak. Run, scatter.
The sweet woman, having unknowingly reformed ahead, turned and fled. The 4 king-level beings abandoned their assault on Suyu and scattered in all directions.
The expression on Suyu's face gradually faded. Seeing his prey escape, he was understandably unhappy. How could he let a cooked duck fly away? He pushed off the ground and chose to chase after the sweet woman, as her health had already dropped to 70 due to his attacks. Seeing Suyu pursue her, the sweet woman felt immense regret. She thought that if she hadn't toyed with Suyu earlier, perhaps she wouldn't be the first to be chased. Fly a bit faster. Damn rule restricting flight height, or why would I be in such a predicament? The sweet woman roared in her heart, only to find she could no longer fly. Suyu grasped her hair, which was her true form, and gently pulled it to the sides. With a snap, strands of black hair broke under the strain. Ah! A piercing wail erupted from the heartstring weaver as she fell into a severely injured state. Impossible, you were clearly not this strong before.
If I had used my full strength, wouldn't you have not come to surround me? Suyu's expression remained calm, his movements unfaltering as the heartstring weaver's health plummeted like flowing water. I ask you again, what were the rules mentioned by that triangular-headed creature?
Ha, you can't possibly find out anything.
Oh. Suyu stopped speaking swiftly, sending her on her way. The familiar panel notification sounded. 1,000 experience points, 25 points of mysterious attributes gained. Along with a new king-level specialization, Heartstring Resonance. Heartstring Resonance King level can read the thoughts of creatures below king level on a mental level.
Resonance of the heartstrings. At first glance it appears to be a trivial aptitude.
In truth, however, it proves exceptionally potent in combat.
Directly reading an opponent's thoughts grants perfect self-knowledge and insight into the enemy, anticipating their moves before they act. The sole limitation is that it functions only against beings below the monarch tier. Of course, none of this matters to Suyu. What truly matters is, this aptitude lets me read the giant mushroom's thoughts.
A surge of exhilaration flooded Suyu's heart. He could finally discern what the giant mushroom was thinking.
The monster communication initiative had taken its first decisive step.
He swiftly gathered the orange treasure chest from the ground, not bothering to open it yet, and turned to pursue his next target. Truth be told, Suyu hadn't anticipated that the 4 monarch tier monsters would flee without engaging in battle.
Was he truly that terrifying?
As a result, his plan succeeded only halfway. He had lured the monsters in, but nothing more. He had originally intended to devour them all, yet that now seemed impossible. In the blink of an eye, the other 3 monarch tier monsters had vanished into the distance.
Especially the 2 heartstring weavers. Compact in size, they were exceptionally agile and adept at concealment, already lost from Suyu's sight.
Only the triangular-headed one remained within his field of vision.
You're the one.
Suyu locked onto his target, pushed off the ground and surged forward at blinding speed. Wind roared past his ears. Within moments he closed the gap.
No, don't come after me. I'm just a physical education teacher.
The triangular-headed one sprinted frantically, his face twisted in sheer terror, as if clinging desperately to life. Suyu remained silent.
At less than 10 meters distance, he launched a precise airborne kick squarely into the creature's rear.
Thwack! The triangular-headed one soared into the air and crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Only to find a foot pinning him down immobile. Suyu, what rules are you referring to? Triangular-headed one rules. Well, rules are simply rules.
Suyu, no evasions. I'm asking what those rules signify. What do they represent?
Then tell me, would you rather hang or drown? Suyu narrowed his eyes.
So these monsters too were bound by some unseen edict.
And should they reveal the meaning behind such rules to players, they would suffer punishment, even instant death. Thus the situation grew markedly more intriguing.
An obvious question surfaced in Suyu's mind.
Do the monsters emerging from these luminous gates differ fundamentally from those outside? Suyu, according to your rules as a PE teacher, you may voluntarily relinquish your class. After speaking those words, you clearly suffered no fatal penalty. Does this imply you can disclose the nature of your binding rules to me without triggering death?
You wouldn't understand. Punishment.
The triangular-headed one shut his eyes, refusing to continue. His stance was unequivocal. He feared punishment far more than death at Suyu's hands. What then could possibly be more dreadful than dying? Suyu frowned faintly, realizing no further information would be forthcoming from this creature. He raised his hand, the mountain remnant greatsword descended with crushing force.
Notice you have slain Ironwall LV. 5.
Experience gained 1000.
Notice you have consumed Ironwall LV. 40. Physical prowess increased by 25 points. Notice you have digested Ironwall LV. 40. Extracting aptitudes. Notice aptitude acquired Steelbone and Iron Flesh. Steelbone and Iron Flesh Monarchtier reduces all damage taken by 10. Suyu stretched his limbs, satisfied with his newly acquired aptitude. Broadly speaking, reduced damage equates to prolonged survival in combat. And prolonged survival translates directly into greater total output. Therefore, reduced damage equals amplified offensive yield. Having forcibly reinterpreted a defensive aptitude through an offensive lens, Suyu glanced toward the notification panel. His base physical prowess stat had reached 112, surpassing the threshold of 100. He was now eligible for his third physical prowess gene optimization. Naturally, gene optimization was no longer limited to physical prowess alone. Once his mystical attribute reached 40 points, he would unlock his first mystical attribute gene optimization. Unlike physical prowess, both mental and mystical attributes trigger gene optimization only upon reaching 40 points. Why such asymmetry? Could it be that professions centered on physical prowess are inherently weaker and thus granted compensatory advantages? The triangular-headed one was clearly a physical prowess dominant being. Hence his assignment as a PE teacher, one who couldn't even hold on to his own class. Suyu blinked. His own physical prowess stat stood at the highest level possible. Fortunately, I'm no physical prowess dominant profession, I am. Wait, what was his profession's primary attribute? Never mind. It doesn't matter as long as it isn't physical prowess. Let's see what gene optimizations await for mystical and physical prowess. Notice your current physical prowess exceeds 100, gene optimization triggered. Notice, please select one option below for immediate gene optimization. 1. Wind Shadow Thousandfold Illusory Forms permanently increases agility coefficient granted by physical prowess by 50 inch. 2. Wind Eye Absolute First Strike grants a small chance to enter future sight state during combat, allowing preemptive reading of enemy movements. 3. Wind Burial Trajectory Severance, final damage dealt receives bonus scaling from agility coefficient, each one of agility coefficient yields 0. 5 final damage. 4. Wind God Ever Moving Body, while moving at high speed restores 0. 5 of maximum HP and energy per second. I choose the first Wind Shadow Thousandfold Illusory Forms. After reviewing all 4 options, Suyu chose decisively. Why? Because the numerical benefit offered by Wind Shadow Thousandfold Illusory Forms was simply irresistible. A full 50 boost to agility coefficient. Here one must recall the effect of its prerequisite gene optimization, Wind Trace Unseen Shadow. It increases agility coefficient by 10 with further gains while in continuous motion up to a maximum 30. Yet its rate of accumulation is painfully slow. It takes roughly 10 seconds of uninterrupted movement to gain merely 0. 5 achieving the full 30 requires 600 seconds. On paper it sounds reasonable, but how long does a typical battle last for Suyu? Moreover, the effect resets instantly the moment motion ceases. In essence, Wind Trace Unseen Shadow is in truth an aptitude superbly suited for tactical retreats. Still, such considerations were secondary now. What mattered was that the Wind Shadow Thousandfold Illusory Forms gene optimization was still unfolding. Suyu felt a tingling numbness spread across his skull, the world around him seeming to slow perceptibly. This was the unmistakable sign of dramatically heightened neural reaction speed and dynamic visual acuity. Not good. Suyu suddenly exclaimed. If my dynamic vision becomes too acute, won't watching videos feel like viewing a slideshow? This was the unmistakable sign of dramatically heightened neural reaction speed and dynamic visual acuity. Not good. Suyu suddenly exclaimed. If my dynamic vision becomes too acute, won't watching videos feel like viewing a slideshow? Oh, I can't watch the video now, then it's fine. Suyu blinked, having already adapted to his new body, feeling quite good. Next is the gene optimization of the mysterious attribute. Let me see. Hint: your current mystery is above 40 points, triggering a gene optimization. Hint: please choose one option from the following 4 as soon as possible for gene optimization. Mind Fog: you cannot be read by entities of a lower level than yourself. 2. Skills Abundant: the more active skills you possess, the lower the damage you receive. 3. Abyssal Gaze: when dealing damage to a target, the final damage will increase over time. 4. Cognitive Bias: there is a certain chance that damage dealt to you will disappear. Mind Fog. Without any hesitation, the moment he saw its effect, Suyu decisively chose it. After all, no one likes to be read by others.
With 2 consecutive gene optimizations, Suya's overall combat power surged. But he couldn't afford to think about that now. The most important thing was to find the remaining 2 king-level monsters.
And then devour them.
I don't understand. The advantage should clearly be on our side. It's that player who's too abnormal at this stage. I think it's impossible for something like him to appear. In the depths of a teaching building 100 meters underground, 2 tangled masses of hair intertwined.
He reminds me of she. She? I feel like she might be even worse than him. Is that something you can say?
At least we can say it here.
The 2 heartstring weavers, having discarded their heads burrowed underground to save their lives, fell silent. Hiding so tightly.
Suyu frowned. He had already searched the campus for over half an hour yet found nothing. The mysterious system is troublesome. If only the heartstring weavers were as easy to find as the triangular-headed monsters. By the way, why not restrict the movement range of these monsters? Why should players be restricted to the teaching building while these monsters can go wherever they want?
It's actually quite simple.
Normally at this stage within the purple light gate, monsters are undoubtedly the dominant force.
Players should be the ones trying everything to survive.
But because Suya's stats were slightly higher, a spectacle occurred where king-level monsters actually started avoiding him.
It's simply outrageous.
Suyu speculated that those 2 heartstring weavers were probably hiding in a place he couldn't even imagine.
I wonder if others have any way to help me find them. His gaze fell on the administrative building not far away.
The broadcasting room is in the administrative building. To ring the class bell, he must go to the broadcasting room.
The administrative building. I wonder if there are any delicious king-level monsters inside. With this expectation, Suyu quickly walked towards the administrative building. Wait. As if suddenly remembering something, he walked even faster.
Putting aside the class bell, if I make the class bell ring.
As teachers, those 2 heartstring weavers surely have to go teach the students right. Suya's eyes lit up. Yes, he really was blinded by the details. Forget about the class bell.
What he should be doing now is to ring the class bell to make those 2 hiding heartstring weavers hurry back to class. As a student who loves class, he could hardly wait. Oh my god, how could he be judged as a bad student?
He should clearly be a good student. Suyu arrived at the administrative building, and just as he entered the administrative building. Detection in progress. Detected that you have killed a teacher possessing the bad student identity. You may enter the administrative building.
What the heck, can't it talk?
I'm a good student. Hearing the prompt, Suyu looked displeased. If it can't detect, then don't make random detections.
He looked around. The surroundings were empty and the atmosphere was very quiet. He checked one office after another and found that there was no one in the offices on the first floor.
After wandering around all 5 floors of the administrative building inside and out, Suyu looked disappointed.
There are no teachers here, how boring. He returned to the broadcasting room, and after some operations the cheerful class bell immediately rang.
Class is starting. In the depths of a certain teaching building. Did you hear any sound?
Yes, I heard a ringing sound that I don't understand. So why do we have to go to class just because this sound rang?
I don't know, the rules say so. The 2 heartstring weavers fell into silence. I don't want to go to class. Neither do I.
By the way, did you see if the rules say that we teachers can skip class?
I looked, it says we can't.
A sense of despair enveloped them. It was as if they saw a big danger character appearing above their heads. Meanwhile, in the administrative building, through the glass of the broadcasting room, Suyu looked outside with anticipation. Then he saw 2 masses of black hair emerging from the underground, sluggishly flying in different directions.
The 2 of them were going to 2 different teaching buildings for class. Great. They actually burrowed underground. No wonder I couldn't find them.
Suyu squinted. He really didn't expect these 2 king-level monsters to burrow underground to save their lives. But no matter where you burrowed before, when it's time for class you still have to obediently go back to the classroom. He opened the window of the broadcasting room and jumped out, landing smoothly. This scene was evidently seen by the 2 heartstring weavers. They instinctively wanted to distance themselves from Suyu, but the class bell was still ringing. They had to return to their respective classrooms.
This is unfair. This is unreasonable.
The 2 heartstring weavers despaired. The rules they had originally disregarded had now become the noose around their necks.
Oh, they don't have necks. Then it's fine.
Suyu quickly caught up with the first heartstring weaver, and the Mountain Remains greatsword fell heavily. The result, of course, was without any suspense.
The remaining 2 heartstring weavers had no means of resistance and were completely devoured by Suyu. 2,000 experience points, 50 points of mystery attribute, plus 2 orange treasure chests. Including the treasure chests dropped by the previous 2 king-level monsters, he now had a total of 4 orange treasure chests.
Wait. Suyu's mouth twitched slightly. He felt a significant portion of his power had inexplicably diminished.
As for the reason,
after devouring these 2 heartstring weavers, my mystery attribute reached 114 points, higher than the physique attribute's 112 points.
Thus specialization extremization began to enhance the mystery attribute instead of the physique attribute. But the problem is I seem to have no ability to utilize these mystery attributes.
No way looking at it this way, the main attribute of my profession.
Could it really be physique? No, it can't be, absolutely impossible. Suyu looked serious.
I just temporarily lack a way to utilize the mystery attribute.
Suyu firmly believed that his profession was not of the physical type. In the future it would be great to eat something from the mysterious or psychic specialization.
Thinking this, he glanced again at the specialization he obtained after defeating the 2 heartstring weavers. Extreme 2 King level, your current highest base attribute increases by 36. Both times it was extreme, thus the original specialization was upgraded to 2 and the value increased a bit more.
And the second gene optimization after the mysterious attribute reaches 100 points. Hint: your current mysterious attribute exceeds 100 points, triggering a gene optimization.
Hint: please choose one of the following 4 options for gene optimization. Soul Devour: when you become the target of a psychic skill, a mysterious attribute judgment will take place. If the judgment passes, you are exempt from this skill's effects and inflict 20 backlash damage. 2. Mind Domain: eavesdrop: you can hear the surface thoughts of organisms within a certain range determined by your mysterious attribute.
3.
Mind Fog Manifestation: after you inflict psychic damage on the same target 10 times, the target will enter a silent state for 5 seconds. 4. Mind Separation: when you become the target of a skill, a mysterious attribute judgment will take place. This judgment is difficult to pass, but if successful, the target's skill will fail to hit you.
They are all good options.
Honestly, Suyu wanted all these gene optimizations except for the third one. After all, he had no psychic skills at all. It seems that there is a psychic branch within the mysterious specialization, and the first gene optimization I chose is indeed psychic. Thus the subsequent gene optimizations will also be focused on the psychic aspect.
After a brief contemplation, Suyu ultimately chose Mind Separation.
The reason was simple: this gene optimization had a more violent effect, though it was difficult to trigger. But he was confident he could consume enough mysterious attributes to make the originally difficult judgment easier to pass. In that case, the mysterious attributes I consume in the future can be put to great use. In the later stages, perhaps he could achieve a state akin to being invulnerable to all methods with this specialization. After counting his gains, Suyu returned to the broadcasting room of the administrative building. This time he played the class dismissal bell. As the dismissal bell rang, he opened 4 orange treasure chests at once.
Let's bask in the joy of class dismissal.
3 pieces of equipment and 7 items. The items were somewhat useful as for the equipment.
I feel like this apocalyptic game is targeting me. Why are there so many pieces of equipment with active skills?
Suyu was speechless. He decided to put these pieces of equipment in the base's warehouse to become the driving force for the base's members to actively contribute. He would also check if his base members had any equipment that provided passive skills.
Inside the teaching building. This should be the dismissal bell, right?
Zhang Fan's forehead turned slightly red as he looked nervously at the air in front of him. When Suyu made the class bell ring, he thought it was the dismissal bell and rushed out excitedly. As a result, he was blocked by an invisible wall and bumped his head.
Haha, I didn't expect you couldn't even tell the difference between the class bell and the dismissal bell.
Zhang Daliang patted his shoulder with a mischievous smile.
Well, that's because our schools are different, so the bells are different.
Zhang Fan stubbornly defended himself, but Zhang Daliang did not press the issue and strode out of the teaching building.
The invisible wall had truly disappeared and he encountered no obstacles in successfully walking out.
It's done, Sister Qin, let's go.
Shui Qinjia's eyes curved happily upon seeing her and Suya's speculation become reality.
I feel like there's no rush. Qin Jifei shook her head, her face showing a rather strange expression.
Qinjia, don't you think something is still missing? Missing what?
A school has students and teachers, that's normal, but there should also be a principal, right?
Shui Qingjia was taken aback. This reasoning was indeed valid. But it might not be the case. If Yu Gu went to the administrative building, if there is a principal, he should have solved it by now, right? Do you have so much confidence in Suyu? Shui Qingjia smirked, not continuing the conversation, and hugged Qin Zifei's arm.
Sister Qin, if there is such a principal, where do you think he would be?
Let's go find Suyu first and ask him what he saw in the administrative building.
Qin Jifei felt there had to be a principal, and she had already discovered something that could support her speculation. A moment later in the school square, Suyu met up with Qin Jifei and the others.
Was there anything in the administrative building? Before Suyu could speak, Qin Jifei got straight to the point.
Yes.
What was it? A lot like desks and office chairs. Qin Zifei's lips twitched slightly. I was asking if there were any monsters.
Suyu replied, oh, there were none.
Qin Jifei asked, don't you think a school should have a principal?
Suyu raised an eyebrow, what have you discovered?
The moving red flag.
Zhang Fan was taken aback and instinctively spoke up, Sister Qin, isn't the moving red flag a hint for us? He clearly remembered that it was Suyu who discovered the abnormality of the moving red flag.
Then everyone concluded that this school was pieced together from their memories. Thus they unraveled the clues and successfully found a way to break the situation. But now why was Qin Jifei mentioning the moving red flag again? He was puzzled while Suyu appeared thoughtful. The moving red flag. Yes, the moving red flag. Xue Qingyao blinked, she had thought of it too. Qin Zifei's lips curved upward slightly. The ownership of the moving red flag cannot be determined by a teacher. At least there needs to be an evaluation group to decide which class can obtain the moving red flag. So since a moving red flag appeared here, it signifies that there exists someone above the teachers. Oh. Zheng Fan clapped his hands. Brilliant. Xue Qingyao nodded slightly. I didn't expect that this moving red flag would provide so many hints. Qin Jifei looked at Suyu with a triumphant expression as if saying praise me. Suyu asked, so where should we look for such a principal? Qin Jifei replied, Xue Qingyao tilted her little face. Considering there are a total of 5 teachers, I have a guess. What guess? Suyu asked. Xue Qingyao said, there is a possibility that after attending the classes of these 5 teachers, if we become good students, we can meet the principal. In other words, if we could endure through 10 judgments during class before, it might allow us to choose whether to return or to attend the second teacher's class. In this way, if we manage to complete all 5 classes, we would receive a high evaluation and meet the principal. Although Suyu considered himself a good student, attending class honestly would be a waste of the teacher's time. He looked at Xue Qingyao and asked, so besides good students, are there other possibilities to meet the principal? Xue Qingyao replied, there should be. Good students can meet the principal and bad students should be able to meet him as well. She did not continue. Suyu pondered a possibility forming in his mind. For instance, if all the students became bad students, would the principal come out to set things right? Everyone fell silent, believing that the scenario Suyu described was quite likely. The question then was. No one spoke. They all pretended to be deaf and mute as if nothing had happened. However, Suyu smiled. It seems you've entered a cognitive trap. Zhang Fan was taken aback, asking, what cognitive trap? Suyu responded, besides turning everyone into bad students, there's actually another way. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, not expecting Yugo to think of a solution, and he immediately looked at Suyu with admiration. What's the solution? Suyu explained, it's simple. You all walk out of the school gate and I'll be the only bad student left here. Xue Qingyao slapped her face lightly and exclaimed, oh right, I really did fall into a cognitive trap. Qin Jifei smirked, I almost thought of that too. Zhang Daoliang interjected at the right moment, you good, there are others in this school, I'll go and make them leave. Yi Min, who had maintained a cold demeanor, suddenly said, don't tell them there's a principal. Pausing for a moment, she continued expressionlessly, just say they can leave here directly. After speaking, she nodded to Suyu and the others walking towards the school gate and waving her hand back. I hope we can all live well. Let's go. After she stepped out of the school gate and left, Zhang Daoliang stroked his chin, saying, I have a feeling she might have imagined a grand drama, which is why she feels this way. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes and mocked, you understand her so well, you wouldn't be a closet pervert too, would you? Zhang Daoliang gasped. Get lost. All right. Suyu raised his hand to silence the two, saying, go and get everyone in the school to leave. In reality, Suyu and the others didn't need to do much. They just needed to tell those tormented by the heartstring weaver in class that they could leave. It was that simple, and they hurriedly rushed towards the school gate. Some even shouted loudly that they would never enter the purple light gate again, for it was too terrifying. Clearly they had been severely tormented by the heartstring weaver before, some might already have psychological scars. Soon the vast majority had left. Suyu, why don't you come with us? Qin Jifei frowned slightly, suddenly worried about Suyu's safety. She even felt a bit regretful, wondering if she hadn't mentioned the principal would things have been different. Suyu glanced at her and said, I say, Qin Jifei, even if everyone stayed, it wouldn't help me much. Qin Jifei was taken aback, subconsciously opening the ladder rankings to take a look at Suyu's overall combat power. Alright, if you accidentally die, don't worry, I'll burn incense for you. She walked away without looking back. It was truly ridiculous, she actually worried about Suyu's safety like a maid feeling sorry for her well-fed master. With an overall combat power of 420 points, it was nearly 10 times her own. Truly insane. Cough cough, you go, we're leaving too. Zheng Fan cleared his throat and left the school gate with Zhang Daoliang. In an instant, only Suyu and Xue Qingyao remained on the spot. Seeing Suyu looking over, she said obediently, you go, are you really not considering having the waitstaff stay permanently? Suyu hadn't expected her to bring this up. Suddenly he thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. Still the same, no rush. Let's wait until the base expands and the number of waitstaff increases before discussing it. Xue Qingyao stepped forward, getting to within half a meter of Suyu. The development of the base relies on a large number of contributors, of course we also provide them protection. This is a mutual choice. So I think we should not only have the waitstaff stay but also assign different levels of waitstaff. The class of diners must be rare, we can't let everyone become diners. Because if that happens, without enough waitstaff to support it, our restaurant will collapse. Xue Qingyao looked at Suyu seriously, then suddenly relaxed her tone.
You go when our base develops or when the doomsday game ends. When that time comes, can we let everyone become diners?
Do you know why I named our base a restaurant?
Why?
Because I am the chef. Shuiqingya stared blankly at Suyu, momentarily lost in thought. I understand now. Suyu added, remember what you said today. Shuiqingya was taken aback, asking what? She quickly realized you agreed.
Suyu replied, the road is always winding, as long as the future is bright, that's enough.
You may leave now. Shuiqingya left feeling quite conflicted, sensing she might have been wrong. But sometimes wrong is relative. For instance, when everyone had left the school, only Suyu remained as the bad student on campus. A thick white mist descended from the sky, swirling before Suyu. Soon the white mist formed the face of a kindly old man. Do you find this appearance pleasing? The old man in the white mist spoke with a gentle voice. Suyu frowned slightly. You are the principal. This scene was vastly different from what he had expected. Shouldn't a powerful monster appear which he would then defeat and consume? What is this white mist? The old man in the white mist replied, I suppose so. Suyu raised his mountain blade. The old man in the white mist exclaimed, wait. Don't make a move. Suyu remained silent. The old man in the white mist said, all right, I really have to admit defeat, let me be honest with you. The truth is you chased away those teachers, which actually helps me. Here, take this as my gratitude. Once you have it, this school will be yours. He sent a wisp of white smoke towards Suyu. Almost simultaneously a notification sound echoed. Notification, do you accept the transfer of permission for the semi-legendary creature mist? Notification, after accepting this permission you will have the right to use the school. Suyu's gaze fell on the words right to use. This is the right to use, not ownership. So, after I kill you, I should have ownership of this school, right? The Elder of White Mist stiffened, his expression freezing. Excessive greed is never a wise trait. He slowly retreated from Suyu and a surging aura of oppressive force rippled outward. Air itself thickened in that instant. Boom! His visage dissolved into swirling mist, dense and all-encompassing, blotting out sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's vision turned blindingly white, assaulted by vertigo so profound he could no longer discern direction, north, south, east or west. A thunderous voice roared from every compass point, accept the authority transfer and then leave this place obediently. A cascade of system alerts chimed sharply in Suyu's ears. Alert, you are affected by the skill muddled mind. Roll initiated, success. Immunity granted to this debuff. Alert, you are affected by the skill sensory blurring. Roll initiated, success. Immunity granted to this debuff. Alert, you are affected by the skill. 5 such skill checks rang out simultaneously. Within the churning fog, the semi-legendary entity Mist gazed down upon Suyu with cold, detached disdain. He was certain this barrage of skills would leave Suyu mired in debilitating status effects. Instead, he watched stunned as Suyu suddenly lifted his head, utterly unscathed, and swept his greatsword in a wide arc, scattering the fog like smoke before wind. Impossible. Mist whispered, disbelief etching his voice. From Suyu's earlier conduct he had deduced one immutable truth: Suyu's primary attribute was undoubtedly physique. Indeed, ever since the first player entered this realm, Mist had been here, lurking unseen, observing all. He had witnessed Suyu's every move, every feat. Yet one question burned with unbearable dissonance: how could a brute whose sole strength lay in raw physique possibly resist his skills? What? He was a noble, enigmatic, semi-legendary being. Though his level was sealed and his attributes severely diminished, he remained far beyond the reach of any mere physique-dominant brawler. This defied reason. Rage boiling within, Mist cursed Suyu inwardly while retreating to wait for cooldown. Trying to flee. Suyu spotted the thick fog surging toward the administration building, and in an instant he pushed off the ground, his form flickering forward. Thanks to his extraordinary agility, he closed the distance in moments. Then, Shanghai Greatsword descended like a mountain, collapsing, cleaving the semi-legendary Mist cleanly in two. 130. Suyu frowned faintly at the damage number. It was lower than expected. This was a crushing, overwhelming strike. Logically, it should have inflicted far greater devastation. Mindless brute, came Mist's voice laced with mockery as his bisected form reassembled seamlessly. I don't know how you evade my skills, but I refuse to believe such immunity can last forever. As he fled desperately, his tone hardened with venom. Your damage output is nothing but a gentle scrape. I'll endure it gladly. But the moment one of my debuffs lands on you, your end is sealed. Wait and see. Having chosen to strike, there is no turning back. I may be struck countless times, but if you suffer even a single debuff, you die instantly. Mist was convinced Suyu possessed some ability granting probabilistic skill immunity. It could not possibly be due to Suyu's mysticism attribute exceeding his own. That was absurd. A creature built purely on physique simply had no right to rival his mysticism. You talk too much. Suyu strode forward, Shanghai Greatsword descending again and again, each blow sending Mist reeling, battered and humiliated. Just await your death. Though relentlessly pummeled, Mist remained utterly certain of his ultimate victory. Half a minute passed. My skills have cooled. Your death hour has arrived. His voice dripped with malice. During those 30 seconds he had been shattered over 60 times. On average, twice per second. And yes, he felt pain. Each impact was akin to every bone in a mortal's body shattering at once. After enduring such torment, hatred seethed in his core. Now that cooldown was complete, he unleashed his skills without hesitation. And yet, just as before, Suyu stood untouched. His skill rolls failed again utterly. One inherent weakness of mysticism-based abilities lies precisely here: most require success rolls. Should they fail, their intended effect vanishes entirely? Yet when successful, such skills wield immense power, capable of reshaping entire battles. This shouldn't be happening. For the first time, Mist grew eerily calm. 2 full rounds of total skill failure had unsettled him deeply. But Suyu granted him no time to reflect. Shanghai Greatsword swung sideways, not to cut but to slap like swatting a fly. He discovered this motion inflicted far greater damage upon Mist. Your primary attribute isn't physique, it's mysticism. Suyu kept striking, his voice steady. What did you say? Your primary attribute is not physique. It is mysticism. Speak louder. Repeat it. Mist fell silent. He ceased all dialogue, fleeing once more toward the administration building. Suyu arched a brow. He relished conversing with monsters who possessed true insight. This one had seen through the facade. His current primary attribute was mysticism, not physique. Attributes: physique 112, spirit 35, mysticism 114, 41 charm 7, luck 9-1. Under extreme augmentation, Suyu's mysticism had soared to 155 points. Such an astronomical value rendered Mist, still sealed and weakened, utterly incapable of competing. Mist's skill failures weren't triggered by mind-stripping effects. They failed outright because Suyu's mysticism dwarfed his own. My numbers surpass yours. Boom. Shanghai Greatsword trailing compressed air slammed Mist apart, reducing his vitality to a mere 30. Yet at that very moment, Mist stood only a single step away from the administration building. A sight I never anticipated. Tumbling inside Mist's white mist body convulsed violently. Suyu watched astonished. The white mist coalesced inward, then gently dissipated. Before Suyu stood a middle-aged man in a crisp suit. He withdrew a smartphone from his pocket. Hello, security. Report to the administration building, a delinquent student is here. Having spoken, the newly humanized Mist fixed Suyu with a cold, knowing smile. I've never encountered a mysticism type wields a greatsword. I confess you've broadened my horizons. But if you are mysticism-based, then this astonishing physique must stem from your mysticism, correct? Ha. So tell me, when you next face a physique-dominant monster, will you still shrug off my skills? Suyu made no move, only stared, his gaze unnervingly strange. A rift tore open beside Mist. Then, a massive hand ripped through it, its owner forcing his way in with brutal, unceremonious strength. It was a monster standing over 3 meters tall with bulging muscles and a skull for a head. Green flames floated above the skull, resembling a green hat. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be here. The skull turned its head, making a creaking sound that was quite eerie. In fact, you shouldn't be here either. The Mist scoffed and pointed at Suyu. He has killed all the teachers. In that case. The skull looked at Suyu, clenched its fists. That makes sense. A blood-red aura surged around it as it lunged at Suyu. Clang. Suyu raised his sword to block the punch, standing completely still. He even had the presence of mind to turn to the Mist and ask, can you summon a second one of these things? The Mist replied. It momentarily malfunctioned, completely unable to comprehend Suyu's thought process. What did he mean by whether he could summon a second one of these things? His expression darkened as he decided to ignore Suyu's nonsensical words, preparing to unleash his skills once the cooldown was over, taking advantage of Suyu's fight with the skull. The Mist began to speculate. He believed that Suyu must possess some ability to exchange physical and mysterious attributes. That would explain why he could exhibit both high physical and high mysterious attributes. If that were the case, he just needed to activate his skills when Suyu had converted most of his attributes to physical. Now is the time. The Mist roared in his heart, convinced he had found the perfect opportunity. At that moment, Suyu's mountain skeleton greatsword was about to collide with the skull's fist. If you choose to convert your attributes to physical, you won't be able to block my attack. Conversely, if you choose to convert your attributes to mysterious, you won't be able to withstand the attack from the skeleton. There is no way to have it both ways. The Mist unleashed all his power, launching every skill he had at Suyu in an instant. He seemed to foresee the tragic outcome awaiting Suyu. Boom. The mountain skeleton greatsword's momentum did not cease, sending the half-legendary skeleton flying away. The Mist's eyes widened as he believed Suyu had chosen to convert most of his attributes to physical. My skills are going to. He couldn't help but take a step back, watching in disbelief as Suyu remained completely unaffected, continuing to batter the skeleton.
The Mist fell into confusion, feeling that the outcome should not have been like this. Why didn't his skills have any effect? Could it be that such a thing as having it both ways actually existed?
He was stunned while Suyu remained calm, even finding the time to glance at the bewildered Mist. What are you trying to make your skills do? Have a baby. The Mist's face flushed red in an instant, his teeth gritting in frustration.
In his tribe, producing offspring meant one's own demise, making it a deeply offensive phrase.
Don't ignore me.
The green flames atop the skull surged violently. How could it still have the presence of mind to talk to the Mist while battling him? What difference was there compared to facing him directly?
TSK.
Suyu stepped back, glancing at the skeleton's health bar, which remained above 90. Monsters of the physical attribute type were generally very tough, not to mention the skeleton had a king-level template.
Indeed, this was evident in Suyu's Pelican eye.
Regardless of whether it was the Mist or the skeleton, their physical attributes and health point conversion ratio was still at the king level. Thus 1 point of physical equated to 160 health points.
He just didn't know why their quality was termed as semi-legendary rather than king level. Die.
The skeleton's muscles seemed to come alive, breaking through the skin and wrapping around Suyu.
This was his skill, muscle binding. Once ensnared, the consequences would be dire.
However, Suyu did not dodge, allowing the muscles to climb up his body as he swung his greatsword down. The skeleton was taken aback, then delighted, wanting to hang Suyu upside down and whip him mercilessly. Then he realized that despite having ensnared Suyu with his skill, he could not budge him at all.
Specialty: unmoving as a mountain. Any enemy with lower physical attributes than you cannot inflict any displacement or stagger effects on you.
Even without extreme enhancements, having over 100 points of physical was still greater than the sealed skeleton. The specialties he had devoured proved immensely useful in battle. Suyu grasped the muscles clinging to him and yanked hard, pulling the skeleton down to the ground. He stepped on the skull, extinguishing the green flames with his foot.
No.
Sensing the beloved green flame on his head extinguished, the skeleton was filled with rage. He struggled to get up but found he could not free himself from the foot pressing on his head.
Suyu's expression remained calm as he brought his sword down, repeatedly watching the skeleton's health points dwindle like flowing water. 80, 60, 40. 10, 1. There was no suspense. The physical type skeleton was thus killed by Suyu's relentless strikes. Notification: you have killed the skeleton. LV 5. Based on the damage you dealt, experience points 2000. Notification: you have devoured the skeleton. LV 40, gaining 35 points of physical. Notification: you have digested the skeleton. LV 40, extracting the opponent's specialties. Notification: you have obtained the specialty Bone and Flesh Separation. Bone and Flesh Separation, king level. Your attacks inflict heavy injury effects, reducing the target's recovery ability by 75. Suyu's eyes lit up. This specialty was powerful. It almost countered most healers, effectively increasing his output capability. Not to mention the 35 points of physical. This meal was simply too delightful. As for experience, Suyu had never paid much attention to it, only now realizing he had reached level 12. After stretching his limbs, he looked at the pale-faced Mist, his eyes filled with anticipation. Is there more? He was still not satisfied. Monster! Monster! The Mist looked at Suyu in horror, feeling he had encountered a Ancina Millennium ultimate trash monster. How could someone possess both ridiculously high physical and mysterious attributes? Such values made him believe that even a dominant level creature would be plausible. Yes, summon a few more monsters. A smile spread across Suyu's face as he looked at him with kindness. The Mist took a deep breath, not attempting to escape but directly closing his eyes. He was waiting for death. Suyu's smile slowly faded. Is that all? In such a large school, you're the only security guard. Don't you know you should hire a few more security guards for money? Could it be that you greedy brat embezzled all the funds? The Mist remained motionless. Suyu curled his lip, realizing that he truly had no more resources left. Upon reflection, having 2 semi-legendary monsters was already quite absurd. Normally one would endure under the torment of a king-level weaver of heartstrings to receive rewards upon leaving. Players with a comprehensive combat power around 40 could gain benefits this way. The Mist remained silent, evidently unwilling to answer Suyu's question. Suyu slowly raised the mountain skull greatsword. The Mist raised a hand, signaling Suyu not to act just yet, and continued, if I'm not mistaken, as a player you should not have a template right now, correct? Suyu was astonished these monsters even knew he was a player. What did this imply? Before he could ponder too much, the Mist spoke again. I will give you my king-level template and you can leave here. How does that sound? Templates can be transferred. Of course they can. The Mist nodded. If you spare me, the king-level template will be yours. Suyu frowned, feeling that there was a significant trap in this. The reason was quite simple. He could very well accept the Mist's king-level template and then turn against it. The Mist had no way to stop him from breaking his promise. Given this, what basis did he have to be sure this transaction would proceed? Unless the Mist's goal was to make him accept its king-level template. And that trap was the template itself. For instance, after accepting a transferred template, it might no longer be possible to advance. In other words, it would be impossible to advance from king level to legendary level. Was the Mist so-called semi-legendary because its template was transferred from some existence? Thus he would not be able to become a true legendary, being at most only semi-legendary. In that instant, Suya's mind cleared and he understood everything. The Mist knew it would certainly die, so it wanted to swindle Suyu fiercely before its demise. How could this Mist be so malicious? Suyu tightened his grip on the mountain skull greatsword and swung it down. What a pity. The Mist sighed deeply, realizing that Suyu had grasped the intricacies of the matter. There was nothing more to be done. One must not be lured by the tremendous boost of a king-level template and manage to comprehend all of this in a short period. In this school, if he were to die at his hands, it would not be in vain. Thus the Mist perished. Notice you have slain the Mist LV. 5 gaining 2000 experience points based on the damage dealt. Notice you swallowed the Mist LV. 40 gaining 35 mysterious points. Notice you digested the Mist LV. 40 extracting its specialties. Notice you have acquired the specialty Illusory Body king level. You take 40 less physical damage. Now I understand why the Mist was so resilient. It had such a powerful specialty against physical attacks. Taking 40 less physical damage. Now Suya's resistance to physical damage was frighteningly high, making him fully capable of facing many opponents alone. Due to the high value of his physical attributes, he inherently increased his resistance to physical damage. Now if he were to endure a missile, it might still be a bit of a stretch. However, if he were to face hundreds of assault rifles, Suyu could now regard them as a gentle breeze. Even a heavy sniper rifle could not inflict any effective harm on him. One could say that with this specialty he could now disregard most of the conventional firearms in the current world. My overall combat power is 620 points. I didn't realize it had risen so high. Suyu calculated briefly. He believed that most players at LV 30 upon acquiring new occupational skills would only then possibly reach this overall combat power. In other words, when most players reached LV 30, the threat posed by firearms to players would further diminish. It might even become nearly non-existent. At that time, how would the military of Tianxia Kingdom respond with their arsenal of firearms? Tisk actually relying on firearms, the military has already accumulated enough advantages now. Suyu thought clearly the leaders of these strongholds would definitely face off against the various warlords in the future. Indeed, it could no longer be referred to as the military but rather as warlords. For the official forces of Tianxia Kingdom could no longer be said to exist, they were merely clay Buddha crossing the river. They were already powerless to constrain the warlords who possessed armies and controlled firearms. The current world structure was one of warlords vying for power while stronghold leaders entrenched themselves. Whoever could endure to the end would be the new master of Tianxia Kingdom. Suyu certainly would not give up his stronghold. Not to mention anything else, just the effect of the bronze level leader template. Bronze level leader, your damage dealt increases by 5 and the damage you receive decreases by 5. How could he possibly give that up? Then he could only expand his chain restaurant across the world. Suyu stored the orange treasure chest dropped by the Mist and the skeleton and opened it. Equipment items and a book shimmering with alluring orange light. A skill book. Suyu held this skill book, astonished that such a good item could be found in the treasure chest. It seems that players can not only obtain occupational skills as they level up and acquire skills through equipment, but can also receive skill books from treasure chests, thus permanently gaining a skill. He immediately looked at the skill book in his hands. Name Fist Technique Master Level Category Skill Book Quality Orange Evaluation. This punch 100 years of power. Suyu's eyes widened slightly. His trembling hands and excited heart. The Master Level Fist Technique. It should be a passive skill, right? He immediately chose to learn it. Notice you have acquired the skill, Fist Technique Master Level. Current skill level LV 1. Name Fist Technique Master Level LV 1. Category Passive Skill Art Growth. Possible Quality Orange Effect. Fist damage increases by 20. Skill Judgment difficulty decreases by 20. Fist attacks have a 20 chance to shatter armor. Evaluation. A fist is power to clench, a fist is to grasp power. It turns out it's a growable passive skill. Suyu took a deep breath. He had finally reaped the benefits of skills. The only drawback was that this passive skill was not swordsmanship but fist technique. That doesn't matter. Suyu patted the mountain skull greatsword, who told me my luck was high enough. As the skeleton's treasure chest dropped this skill, it also dropped an orange quality piece of equipment. Name Stab Skull. Unlimited category equipment. Quality orange effect. Physical penetration increases by 25-30 chance to inflict bleeding status upon attack. Evaluation. Oh, it's noble physical penetration. These were 2 white weapons made of a material similar to bones with very sharp bone spikes on the surface, looking quite eerie.
It's not that swordsmanship is bad, but for now fist techniques are simply more cost-effective. Upon reflection, holding the mountain skull greatsword was more about smashing things.
In truth, it didn't really relate to swordsmanship. Suyu happily donned the claw.
He found that the master-level fist technique helped him in ways that went beyond superficial effects. To a certain extent, he also gained the techniques provided by the master-level fist technique. This technique did not show up on the panel, but it significantly increased his combat power.
The Doomsday Ladder Rankings. First place Suyu 800. Second place Wang Tianfeng 280. Third place Luca Rossi 220. 10th place Cui Taiyuan 135. A total of 800 combat power.
After acquiring master-level martial arts and equipping new gear, Suyu's overall combat power surged once more, increasing by a full 180 points. As Suyu's physical attributes continue to grow, the combat power provided by master-level martial arts will also increase significantly.
Let's set a small goal: break 1000 in overall combat power. Satisfied, he closed the Doomsday Ladder Rankings, unaware that those outside were already going crazy watching the rankings.
In contrast to what Suyu envisioned, the original official forces of the Tianxia Kingdom had not completely vanished, as they maintained a military presence around the capital. Currently, the capital is under the control of the original official forces of the Tianxia Kingdom. The monsters that had previously descended have been thoroughly eliminated, and all strongholds have been secured. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Light Gate, they would have been preparing to explore in all directions. At this moment, in a spacious conference room, based on our exploration results, we can preliminarily confirm that the White Light Gate poses almost no danger.
Of course, entering the White Light Gate won't yield any benefits. We can only collect some food. A refined-looking middle-aged man spoke eloquently. Listening to his report were the high-ranking officials holding power in the capital. Very well, let's explore slowly, we will find a clue.
As the middle-aged man finished his report, a spirited elder nodded slowly, a look of approval on his face.
Just then a rapid knocking sound echoed. Come in. The door opened and a middle-aged woman in a gray uniform with a dignified appearance quickly walked in. Due to the special period, the corresponding procedures had become brief.
Certain important reports could be delivered directly to the conference room. There was no other choice. The current situation was changing rapidly. If they continued to use complicated procedures, it would undoubtedly be digging their own graves. The middle-aged woman first bowed to everyone present before speaking with a serious expression.
Elders, the Doomsday Research Institute urgently wishes to contact the top 10 individuals on the ladder.
Tell them that the situation is troublesome. We have no means to summon the top 10 from the ladder. The Doomsday Research Institute indicates that the current top-rank Suyu has seen a massive increase in combat power. They believe he has mastered some kind of secret.
A massive increase.
These 4 words echoed repeatedly in the hearts of the elders. Since the appearance of the Light Gate, a certain elder spoke slowly while opening the Doomsday Ladder Rankings. Then his voice suddenly halted. He saw Suyu's current overall combat power 800 points. However, he recalled that the last time he checked, Suyu only had 340 points.
In just under a day.
What on earth did Suyu do to double his overall combat power?
Because of his surprise, the other elders vaguely guessed something and also opened the Doomsday Ladder Rankings.
Thus they all fell into a speechless state. After a long pause, at the very least, Suyu, judging by this name, he should be one of our Tianxia Kingdom people.
Truly remarkable, adapting to the current environment so quickly.
I believe the suggestion from the Doomsday Research Institute is very reasonable. We must find a way to contact Suyu.
But the problem is, how do we find Suyu? With this question raised, the conference room fell silent once more. Indeed, where to look? They did not even know which city Suyu was in. If electronic devices were still operational, perhaps they could unravel the mystery and pinpoint Suyu's city. But now all electronic devices had failed.
We need to learn to change our thinking. The elder who had previously praised the refined middle-aged man spoke with a smile.
We can see if there are any items that can help us contact Suyu. He's back.
Suyu turned around, looking at the purple light gate. Yes, the purple light gate was still there. Because he had torn through the entire school and killed the principal, he had gained ownership of the school. Correspondingly, this purple light gate leading to the school had permanently solidified and could be moved at will. Suyu raised his hand and the purple light gate shrank, landing in the palm of his hand.
Damn you, Go, what kind of divine technique is this?
The others waiting in front of the purple light gate, such as Qin Jifei, were stunned.
Zheng Fan exclaimed in surprise. I have acquired ownership of that school.
As he said this, Suyu felt a bit regretful. He clearly had not fully consumed it the first time he entered the purple light gate. He speculated that the snowy plains should not only have the Windbone Snow Lord as the sole king-level monster.
Ownership.
Qin Jifei asked curiously, can that school still spawn monsters?
Not anymore.
Suyu looked regretful.
Then what's the use? It's simple, it allows you to attend classes. Want to experience it? Attend classes.
Before Qin Jifei could react, Suyu resized the purple light gate to its original size, and with a thought the next moment Qin Jifei was sucked into the purple light gate.
Everyone looked on in astonishment at this scene.
Zhang Fan muttered to himself, "This thing is powerful. If you encounter someone you can't defeat, can you just suck them in?" Suyu shook his head. "No, it requires the person's consent."
Moments later Qin Jifei emerged looking shocked. Xue Qingya asked Sister Qin what was inside. Inside.
While I was in there, as long as I stayed in the classroom, my experience points would gradually increase. Although it rises slowly, this is experience points gained without fighting monsters. She was somewhat incoherent.
Suyu nodded slightly.
The experience points Qin Jifei obtained were also synchronized with him, as he was the principal. This meant that as long as someone attended classes inside, Suyu would also receive the experience points they gained. As long as the classroom was filled with students, Suyu's level would rise rapidly. High levels are still very important. Certain skills may depend on the level. Suyu believed that although the level might not be of great significance to him,
maintaining a high level would undoubtedly bring no harm.
Perhaps it would be useful at a critical moment. Of course, these were not important for now. What mattered was,
ahem.
Suyu cleared his throat and looked at the big mushroom. He could now read the thoughts of the big mushroom. At the same time, he wanted to conduct an experiment. Could monsters become students of the school? If he could stuff monsters inside and let them stay in the classroom, gradually increasing their experience points, then after they grew stronger he could slay them for even greater attributes. Perhaps this was another form of meticulous cultivation. Suyu looked at the giant mushroom, effortlessly reading its thoughts.
When will this life end? So boring, and my tribe is still waiting for me. The giant mushroom blinked its bright blue eyes, looking innocently at Suyu.
But what it thought in its mind was, what does this human want to do?
He hasn't killed me. Does he want to tame me?
Sigh, if being tamed is what it takes, then so be it, as long as my tribe can be well again.
But in my current state I truly disappoint the expectations of my tribe.
This was the giant mushroom's current thought. Suyu noticed that it seemed to care deeply for its tribe, with all its thoughts revolving around them. This made him very curious. Do these monsters have a concept of a tribe?
Did their invasion of Blue Star benefit their tribe?
If so, the overall stance of players and monsters would be absolutely opposed. Suyu patted the giant mushroom's cap and pointed at the purple door. I plan to let you go inside. Don't refuse, understood?
What is this human babbling about?
Suyu grabbed its cap and directly tossed it into the purple door. Perhaps players need the monster's consent to enter the purple door, but monsters do not. It turned out to be true. Without the giant mushroom's consent, it was stuffed into the purple door by Suyu. Zhang Fan slowly widened his eyes. Brother, you this door.
Can monsters also go in?
Suyu nodded. Wait here, I'll go in and take a look. With that he stepped into the purple door and returned to school. At this moment the giant mushroom stood in the square looking around with a bewildered expression.
Where is this? How did I suddenly end up here? This is my school.
Suyu spoke, and upon hearing the voice the giant mushroom turned its cap.
What is this human babbling about?
Suyu took a deep breath, telling himself not to get angry. There was no need to argue with a mushroom. He grabbed the giant mushroom's cap and dragged it towards the classroom. How rough, sob my cap.
It hurts being pulled.
Suyu was surprised. Did this giant mushroom actually have a sense of pain? Previously, when he smashed its cap, it hadn't cried at all. Oh, it was because he couldn't read its thoughts before.
That's fine.
Soon Suyu dragged the giant mushroom to the classroom. He opened the classroom door but was momentarily stumped.
The giant mushroom was too tall. No, it was too wide.
It was 2 meters tall, and the radius of its cap was also 2 meters, making the diameter 4 meters.
Fortunately, its cap was soft.
Suyu maneuvered it, rolling up its cap, successfully stuffing it into the classroom.
Sigh, looking at it like this. Is this place a cage? Will I have to stay here?
Eh?
The giant mushroom's blue eyes flashed with confusion, followed by indescribable joy.
It blinked, looking around in disbelief.
I am actually growing stronger.
Although this progress is slow, I am truly getting stronger.
Wow.
It took me 2 years to reach LV. For which is already quite fast in my tribe. But here I feel I won't need long. At most in 7 days I can grow to LV 5. Could this place be paradise? The giant mushroom was overjoyed. If it could stay here forever, it would be willing to eat delicious food and drink all it wanted. Wow, I didn't expect you to be just a 2-year-old little mushroom. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This giant mushroom was only 2 years old. Of course this didn't matter. What mattered was that it needed 7 days to grow from LV
4 to LV
5.
To be honest, that's a bit slow. Suyu abandoned the plan of raising ordinary monsters here. The proper use of this school should be to sleep here in the classrooms at night.
This way during the day I can hunt monsters for experience, and at night I can also gain experience, increasing my growth rate. Or if I encounter high-quality monsters I can stuff them in here and cultivate them slowly. As for ordinary quality elite or boss quality monsters, they hold no cultivation value. He grabbed the giant mushroom's cap and began to drag it out.
Eh? No, don't take me away. I want to stay here. The giant mushroom kicked its legs in resistance.
But its physique was too weak, so you hardly felt its resistance. Or rather, its resistance was less than that of a speed bump.
Woo. Don't. Goo goo. The giant mushroom with tears in its eyes was reluctantly dragged out of the classroom by Su Yu.
Su Yu's lips curled slightly. What is this mushroom gurgling about?
Can't understand it must not want to attend class, right?
Tisk, what a bad mushroom lacking ambition. Since it doesn't want to attend class, then let's go.
Goo.
The giant mushroom couldn't understand Su Yu's words, but it felt that Su Yu might have misunderstood it.
What is this human babbling about? I can't understand. I want to stay here. The giant mushroom broke down, wanting more than ever to communicate accurately with Su Yu. However, in the end it was still dragged out of the purple door by Su Yu. Xingya, I have a task for you. Su Yu pointed at the giant mushroom and continued to speak. Find someone to teach it our language, it just needs to understand what we say.
Xingya looked at the giant mushroom. Can
a monster learn our language? Su Yu nodded. Monsters also possess wisdom. This giant mushroom is a boss-level monster, very clever.
Yes, after reading the giant mushroom's thoughts, Su Yu found that its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans.
Since that's the case, let's try teaching it the human language.
It doesn't need to speak, it only needs to understand, and I can communicate with it through reading its thoughts. Xingya slowly nodded, reluctantly accepting the fact that she had to teach a monster to learn human language. Even so, she still felt somewhat strange. After all, the vast majority of players are thinking about killing monsters.
Yet Su Yu is trying to tame one. How to describe it?
It's inexplicably a feeling of being ahead of the times. What is that?
Goo. Since being dragged out of the purple door, the giant mushroom seemed to have shut down its eyes vacant.
This feeling was as if it had returned from heaven to hell. If I were to make a comparison, it would be like an ordinary person leaving a room where they could earn $1 per second. $1 per second, $60 per minute, which equates to
$86,400 a day.
This was the giant mushroom's current state of mind.
Joy gone just like that. Let's go, time to head back home.
Su Yu waved his hand and the group marched toward their base. Along the way they chatted and laughed as the presence of Su Yu, the stabilizing force, filled everyone with greater hope for tomorrow. Invisibly, the hearts of the people became more united and Su Yu's prestige rose to new heights. Soon they returned to the base only to find several police cars parked outside with over 20 guards standing in front. The leader among them was a familiar face to Su Yu, Zhang Wentao. Clap clap. Upon seeing Su Yu and the others return, Zhang Wentao applauded. Quickly, two guards approached carrying a large box with their heads bowed and placed it down in front of Su Yu. Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Shangguan Yunkai glanced at Su Yu, then stepped forward to open the large box. Upon seeing the contents inside, his pupils trembled slightly.
Brother Yu, there are guns inside.
He straightened up and reported succinctly.
Su Yu nodded, slowly looking at Zhang Wentao with a blank expression. Zhang Wentao took a deep breath. All the guns from the Fengtai City Guard Bureau are in this box.
Su Yu remained silent. Zhang Wentao continued, I believe that Fengtai City needs a strong leader.
Su Yu let out a soft "oh."
Zhang Wentao felt a sudden pressure bearing down on him. He had to lower his stance further. Perhaps what Fengtai City needs
is a leader.
Su Yu glanced at the guns in the box. Director Zhang, how many strongholds do you currently hold in the Baihe district of Fengtai City? Zhang Wentao replied, cough cough, there is no Director Zhang here, only Zhang Wentao. As for the strongholds, there are 13 in the Baihe district and I have already occupied 5 for you, Su Yu.
Su Yu asked, occupied for me? Zhang Wentao replied, yes.
Su Yu said, should I thank you then?
Zhang Wentao answered, no need, these strongholds were originally yours.
Su Yu remarked, you've learned to speak better since our first meeting.
Zhang Wentao's throat tightened and a somewhat stiff smile appeared on his face.
His waist suddenly bent slightly.
Su Yu patted Xue Qingjia's shoulder, go and hand over to our Director Zhang. Xue Qingjia responded, ah.
Oh.
She snapped back to reality.
Why did she daze? Because she knew Zhang Wentao. To be precise, she had seen Zhang Wentao before. That summer she watched this man enter her home respectfully speaking to her father. Now time has passed and she saw this man speaking respectfully to others. A subtle feeling arose in her heart. She straightened her face and walked up to Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao greeted her with a friendly smile, all right, thank you.
Xue Qingjia pursed her lips, you don't recognize me? Zhang Wentao replied, cough cough, have we met before?
Xue Qingjia said expressionlessly, Director Zhang, come with me.
Zhang Wentao voluntarily submitted to Su Yu.
The decisive factor, of course, was Su Yu's current ranking on the doomsday ladder.
and that terrifying overall combat power that seemed unbelievable.
Thus all the strongholds he painstakingly occupied now belonged entirely to Suyu. Zhang Wentao believed he was doing the right thing. Rather than waiting for Suyu to develop ambition and attempt to expand outward leading to his own downfall like stepping on an ant.
It was better to trade something he couldn't hold on to for a better future. If you can't beat them, join them. It's that simple.
Soon Xueqingya compiled everything, wrote it down and handed it to Suyu.
Suyu glanced through it and had to admit that Zhang Wentao's occupied strongholds were developing quite well.
At the very least there were over 3,000 people spread across 5 strongholds representing a large workforce. If not for the fact that not many among those 3,000 had a combat power exceeding 20 points.
Zhang Wentao likely wouldn't have so readily submitted. Among Zhang Wentao's followers only 12 individuals had combat power exceeding 40 points.
As for various supplies, they were sufficient, clearly having looted major supermarkets in the area. There were also quite a number of buildings in the strongholds such as plantations.
Of course Suyu didn't intend to handle these trivial details personally. It was more reassuring to leave it to Xueqingya and the others. He was only concerned about one point.
In other words, to elevate our bronze level stronghold to silver level we need to incorporate 7 bronze level strongholds under our rule.
Yes, Xueqingya nodded her small head and continued. When Zhang Wentao occupied the remaining strongholds, this prompt appeared on the interface.
Suyu nodded slightly. Zhang Wentao's 5 strongholds now belonged to him. This meant he only needed to occupy 2 more strongholds for his to be upgraded to silver level. At the same time Suyu would receive a silver level leader template.
The strongholds could also unlock more powerful buildings. No wonder he chose to submit.
Indeed, to enhance the quality of the stronghold's expansion is essential.
Thus contradictions were inevitable. Unless Suyu chose not to expand, allowing his strongholds to remain bronze level for a lifetime. Understanding this, realizing that conflict was unavoidable, Zhang Wentao made this seemingly unbelievable decision.
To surrender without a fight. Give him a position as a 3-star guest.
All right.
However, he shouldn't be allowed to participate in the daily decision-making of the strongholds.
Xueqingya nodded. Suyu's decision seemed very correct to her.
Giving Zhang Wentao a seemingly elevated position while denying him the corresponding power. In simple terms, he would become a mascot. Zhang Wentao felt somewhat uncomfortable about such an outcome. This was quite normal. Going from the leader of 5 strongholds to now being a mere bystander, feeling no sense of disparity, would be abnormal. But before coming he had already considered this possibility. With this mental preparation, Zhang Wentao quickly forced himself to adjust his mindset. Now he only regretted that during their first meeting he shouldn't have been so talkative. He had attempted to use Qin Hai's father, the vice director of the Provincial Guard Bureau, to pin Suyu down. As a result, not only did he fail to pin him down back then, but it had also become a major reason for his current lack of trust. If he could do it all over again, Zhang Wentao believed he wouldn't have been so talkative. Had he left a good impression on Suyu back then, perhaps now by submitting he would have been able to grasp some power. What a pity it's too late to regret. Zhang Wentao sighed deeply in his heart, looking up at the gradually darkening sky. Evening had come and the moon was about to rise. Zhang Wentao silently lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of white smoke, watching it gradually disperse. As the smoke clears. In the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. During these 3 days Suyu's stronghold had developed rapidly. First and foremost were the houses. Among the 4 types of buildings that a bronze-level stronghold could construct, the primary workshop was in fact the most important. After constructing the primary workshop, materials could be consumed to quickly build sturdy bronze-level houses. These houses were far more solid than high-rises primarily made of concrete. Not only that, but within the bronze-level houses players' health and injury recovery rates would also be enhanced. Furthermore, the primary workshop could also construct bronze-level roads. When players moved along the bronze-level roads, they would receive an additional speed boost. Besides these 2 features, the workshop could also consume materials to manufacture equipment. Of course, since it was still a primary workshop, it could only produce equipment of white quality. For Suyu this was hardly of any help. Nevertheless, the stronghold had undergone a complete transformation. 200 bronze-level houses were distributed around the bronze pillar, connected by bronze-level roads. In the gaps between the houses there were small plantations and small wells. The plantations had already been sown with crops. Moreover, the crops within the plantations grew remarkably fast, maturing in just 7 days. One could say that our stronghold's restaurant is thriving, Xueqingya reported to Suyu with a smile. At this moment her aura was more mature than when Suyu first met her. If one did not mention it, it would be hard to guess that she had just recently come of age. Sigh. Suyu sighed. The development of the stronghold was certainly gratifying. However, what he wanted more was to make up for his shortcomings. Let's take a look at his current attributes. Attributes: Physique 16860, Spirit 45, Mystery 149, Charm 7, Luck 91. Compared to 3 days ago, his physique had increased by 21 points, his spirit by 10 points, while the rest remained unchanged. Compared to other players, this was still considered rapid progress. However, during these 3 days he had been hunting everywhere but sadly discovered that there were very few monsters that could provide spirit attributes. To significantly enhance his combat power or to make up for his shortcomings, it was more reliable to enter the light gates. But at the same time as Suyu stepped into 2 purple light gates, the other players were not idle either, naturally exploring most of the light gates.
Xingya, have you found any new light gates? Well. Shui Xingya showed a look of embarrassment.
Big brother, I did find a light gate.
Suya's eyes brightened. Where? It's a white light gate. Shui Xingya became even more shy.
Suyu leaned back in his chair, lacking enthusiasm.
Xingya, don't you think that after 3 days there should be new light gates appearing?
There should be, right? Shui Xingya picked up the teacup from the table and handed it to Suyu.
Big brother, would you like some tea? The shift in topic is rather abrupt.
Upon taking the teacup, he took a sip and saw Qin Jifei rushing in.
Good news, Zhang Fan found a purple gate and he is currently guarding next to it.
Seeing it was Qin Jifei, Suyu didn't even raise his eyelids. Really?
Fake. Suyu, haha, get lost. Qin Jifei, currently there are probably no purple gates left, but I did discover something good. What good thing?
Suyu glanced at her with disdain.
Qin Jifei, this.
She stretched out her left hand, which had been hidden behind her back.
A white cat was being held by its scruff dangling in the air. Suyu initially didn't pay much attention, but soon his expression turned serious. You must have noticed, right? This cat is very strong.
Qin Jifei waved the big white cat's little paws towards Suyu. Meow. Suyu took the big white cat from Qin Jifei's hands and played with it like a walnut.
Has this cat killed monsters?
Qin Jifei, yes, the people below saw this cat kill a purple sticky bubble.
So besides us humans, these animals can also kill monsters and become stronger.
Shui Xingya was a bit surprised. Could animals also gain professions and level up by killing monsters?
This was just too absurd.
Qin Jifei shook her head. I don't know, perhaps this cat is an exception. After all, the sample size is too small.
After all,
it's quite difficult for cats and dogs to survive during the first wave of monster invasions. The first wave of monster invasions occurred when the sky tore open its rift. At that time, humans could gain professions and a small number of people had firearms at their disposal.
Under such circumstances, many people died during the first wave of monster invasions. Let alone city pets that were much weaker compared to humans. Naturally, they mostly died. In the city, only a few animals managed to survive.
For example, the big white cat in Suya's hands.
Qin Jifei looked at the big white cat.
I wonder what would happen if a gigantic creature like a whale could kill monsters and become stronger.
You're thinking too far ahead, you focus on this cat.
He returned the big white cat to Qin Jifei. Just now he had read the thoughts of this big white cat.
How should he put it? There was hardly any useful information. It wasn't that his ability was lacking. Rather, the big white cat's intelligence was too low. Perhaps this was the power of blind folly.
Suyu leaned back in his chair, appearing quite lazy.
There are no boss-level monsters, no high-quality light gates. I think this doomsday game should just close down. What was supposed to be a challenging survival doomsday game had unexpectedly entered a prolonged period of stagnation.
One must say this might be the power of the numbers. On the contrary, I feel that whether it's monsters or light gates, they are merely appetizers meant for us to adapt.
Perhaps the true doomsday game has yet to begin. Shui Xingya expressed her thoughts. Suyu initially didn't pay much attention, but soon he seemed to have thought of something.
Xingya, please check if anyone has obtained template fragments after killing monsters.
What are template fragments? Shui Xingya was taken aback. It's this.
Suyu took out the Lord-level template fragment dropped after killing the royal Lin Shushan goat. After Shui Xingya looked at it, she opened her mouth in surprise.
We players can actually obtain the templates of those monsters. This is really...
She couldn't find the right words at that moment. However, Qin Jifei was more sensitive than her, or rather understood Suyu better. You mean that the real beginning of the doomsday game is when we can obtain such fragments on a large scale?
These things are hard to obtain. Suyu nodded. From Kinjia's reaction, it seems that the vast majority of players haven't even seen them. Shui Xingya realized something.
Actually, not only that, but the number of monsters that descended previously was also not many. It felt more like a
military training.
Suyu nodded approvingly. Perhaps when all players meet certain conditions, the doomsday game will truly begin.
Just like the conditions for unlocking the doomsday ladder rankings. It requires a total of 10 players with a combined combat power exceeding 100 points.
Suyu speculated that once more players' combined combat power reached a certain level, the doomsday game would enter the next phase. So the purpose of the arrival of the light gate is to allow some players to enhance their combined combat power further. While Suyu and the others were discussing the doomsday game, a booming sound resembling an earthquake suddenly emanated from afar. The three exchanged glances and stepped out of the house to see the direction from which the sound came. What greeted their eyes was a small purplured mushroom cloud in the distance. This should be the result of a missile explosion using nitrogen tetroxide as a propellant, Qin Jifei said seriously as she had a good understanding of firearms. Shui Qinjia's expression turned grim. The electronic system has malfunctioned. How did they locate the missile? She did not continue her thoughts, lingering on a troubling suspicion. It must have been launched forcibly without any positioning, Suyu said calmly. The majority of the remaining people in the stronghold were startled awake. They looked at the distant mushroom cloud in shock, their expressions varied. Zhang Wentao was also among the crowd, wearing a contemplative expression. Upon hearing Suyu's words, a young man trembled and asked, why would they do this? More people voiced their agitation. Launching a missile without positioning, what if it hits us? Exactly, doesn't that mean they regard our lives as mere playthings? Damn it, if that missile lands here, wouldn't we? In an instant the crowd was filled with righteous anger. A dark cloud loomed over everyone except Suyu. Enough! Suyu raised his hand to halt the ongoing discussion. His authority was still very high, and in a moment everyone fell silent. I actually hope the missile was launched by humans, he said, something that left everyone momentarily speechless. What did it mean to hope the missile was launched by humans? As expected, Qin Jifei understood Suyu better. Do you mean the missile was launched by monsters? A chilling sensation spread rapidly in everyone's minds. In the absence of order, having weapons capable of easily taking lives in the hands of others was already enough to incite unease. But now Suyu was saying that the ones controlling the weapons might be monsters. This was no longer just a matter of unease. Suyu asked, who saw where that missile was launched from? A middle-aged man tremblingly stepped forward. Leader Su, I saw it. It was launched from that direction. He pointed to the southwest. Suyu looked at Qin Jifei. Do you remember if there is a missile base in that direction? Qin Jifei replied. I'm just a military enthusiast. How could I possibly know such confidential information? Shui Qingya interjected. I know. Qin Jifei stared at her in surprise. Huh? Shui Qingya sighed. There was a family gathering once, my uncle. In short, if it's that direction, it might be in Hanglian Mountain, though I'm not certain. Hanglian Mountain, a sparsely populated area with stable geology, met the requirements for missile deployment. Zhang Wentao looked at Shui Qingya in astonishment. How did this little girl know such a secret that he himself was unaware of? A certain suspicion arose in his mind. Suyu stated, Qin Jifei, prepare a vehicle. Qin Jifei asked, what are you going to do? Suyu replied, to Hanglian Mountain. Qin Jifei responded. Suyu interrupted, no need. Qin Jifei replied, oh, that's great. I don't want to go with you anyway. She strode away to prepare the vehicle for Suyu. Shui Qingya asked, brother, do you want me to come with you? Suyu replied, do you know the specific location of the missile deployment? Shui Qingya answered, I don't know. Suyu said, then there's no need. Stay here and keep an eye on Qin Jifei, don't let her follow me. Shui Qingya remarked, oh, but Sister Qin shouldn't do anything irrational, right? Suyu replied, generally speaking she is quite sensible. Shui Qingya nodded slowly and was about to speak when she noticed that Qin Jifei had returned. Don't worry, I won't sneakily follow you. I know better, following you would just complicate things, right? She handed the keys to Suyu and continued. In any case, just don't die, okay? Suyu took the keys and said, don't worry, I won't die if you don't. Qin Jifei remained silent. Shui Qingya stifled her laughter. The straight line distance from Hanglian Mountain to Fengtai City is 175 kilometers, which is not too far. But this is the straight line distance. Clearly there is no direct road connecting the two. Therefore, even if Suyu drove quickly, it still took almost 4 hours to reach Hanglian Mountain. Due to the lack of a road into the mountain, he had to park the car by the roadside and proceed on foot. Meanwhile, inside a certain base in Hanglian Mountain, the missile has been launched. A middle-aged man with a resolute face was sitting on the sofa. Don't blame yourself, we had no choice. Moreover, this is a matter concerning the survival of all humanity. Opposite the middle-aged man sat an elderly man with a head full of white hair. The middle-aged man's name is Sun Nongting, while the elderly man is named Yi Haiping. The two of them are the highest authorities of this base. Evidently the missile was launched under their arrangement without any positioning. Suyu's speculation did not materialize. The missile was not launched by monsters. Sun Nongting shook his head. After we resolve this, I will take responsibility and accept my death. All the blame will fall on me. Yi Haiping sighed, I'm just afraid that after the missile is launched those above will think we are out of control and abandon this base. Sun Nongting took a deep breath. Do you think this suddenly appearing doomsday game could be an alien prank? Yi Haiping showed a weary expression. I don't know. I'm getting old and can't keep up with the times. Sun Nonting glanced at his watch. We can hold it for another 35 hours. Yi Haiping lowered his head. I hope those above will pay attention to the signals we've sent and send someone quickly. An obvious issue. Suyu was standing on a large tree in Hanglian Mountain surveying the surroundings. In such a vast Hanglian Mountain, where should I look for the missile deployment base? He fell into deep thought. It is well known that missile deployment bases have very minimal surface facilities, possess strong camouflage, and have few ancillary facilities. It seems I can only do this. After realizing there was no good solution, Suyu sighed. I'll use heartstring resonance to broadly read thoughts. Why not use it immediately? In fact, Suyu had previously tried to expand the coverage of heartstring resonance to the maximum within the stronghold. And the result was that he was overwhelmed by a barrage of redundant thoughts, leading to a very poor experience. It was akin to having several holes drilled into his head with multiple sticks stirring around in his brain. He suspected this was due to his low spiritual attribute. After all, this specialty comes from the heartstring weavers, who possess a primary attribute of mystery and a secondary attribute of spirit. Let me see where the most thoughts are. As the resonance of the heartstrings enveloped the surroundings, Suyu took a deep breath. The anticipated torrent of chaotic thoughts did not manifest. It was too quiet. So quiet that it felt as though the mute button had been pressed. This was unreasonable. He could not even detect the unconscious thoughts of the insects that should certainly exist. The entire Hanglian Mountain appeared devoid of life. What? Suyu furrowed his brows. Could it be that all of Hanglian Mountain had perished? He maintained the resonance of the heartstrings and swiftly traveled through Hanglian Mountain, searching from the outskirts inward. Minutes later, as Suyu reached the outskirts in the northwest direction of Hanglian Mountain, he suddenly halted. He had picked up several human thoughts. But they did not come from within Hanglian Mountain, rather they were from outside. Finally arrived. I hope nothing went wrong. I still need to eat before the battle. My profession is truly absurd. Suyu took a step and leaped into the air, scaling the cliff like a swimming dragon, descending towards the source of the thoughts. What came into view were 5 armored vehicles currently parked in front of Hanglian Mountain. The doors opened quickly and 5 young individuals dressed in crimson uniforms disembarked from each vehicle. Armed with guns and equipped with various sophisticated gear, they were truly fully armed. They clearly belonged to the military of Tianxia Kingdom. However, Suyu was not well versed in military matters. If Qin Jifei were present, perhaps he could identify them. Thus he had no idea which unit they belonged to. The army. Suyu slowly shook his head. He had always been puzzled as to why the military had not mobilized on a large scale in the days leading up to the apocalyptic game. At the very least, no soldiers were dispatched to Fengtai City to control the situation. As a result, the order in Baihe district of Fengtai City, where Suyu was located, had completely vanished. Was it because Fengtai City was too far from the military district? Or was it due to a failure in the communication system, preventing the various military districts from simultaneously determining where support was needed? As a result, some areas might have dispatched multiple groups of soldiers. But in other places like Fengtai City, there had been no soldiers dispatched at all. It was precisely because he had not seen the appearance of the army that Suyu had speculated earlier. Perhaps the various military districts had directly split into warlords. But now, looking at those 25 fully armed young individuals in crimson uniforms from Tianxia Kingdom, Suyu felt that perhaps his earlier thoughts were somewhat biased. In any case, I should ask them what they are here for. He suppressed various thoughts and moved, leaping directly down from the cliff. Thud, thud, thud. Suyu landed on the tops of the trees like a legendary master of lightness skill, swiftly reaching the group of soldiers. The group of soldiers was already stunned. As soon as they saw a humanoid figure soaring towards them atop the treetops, their brains had already crashed. Although they said nothing, their expressions serious and their military posture standard, Suyu still managed to read their true thoughts. Is this a human? Unscientific physics doesn't exist anymore. The reaction force provided by those leaves on the treetops cannot be this great. Heavens, could it be that lightness skill really exists? This person's profession must be something like a martial artist, right? That missile. Could it be something he caused? Ahem. Standing before these soldiers, Suyu cleared his throat. In fact, there was nothing particularly wrong with their thoughts. However, physics is something that needs to keep up with the times. The agility coefficients that Suyu chose were not randomly selected. The intricacies involved are difficult to explain to those who lack experience. You. A soldier who seemed to be the leader, or more accurately an officer, looked at Suyu with hesitation. Excuse me, you. He suddenly found himself at a loss for what to ask. If that missile was truly something this person created, should he confront him or confront him? Han Dong found this question difficult to answer. Suyu, how should I address you? Han Dong, Han Dong. Suyu, I am Suyu. Han Dong, oh. Suyu blinked. He felt that Han Dong's reaction was somewhat too bland. Suyu. Han Dong's eyes widened in realization, instinctively tightening his grip on the gun.
Suyu's lips twitched slightly. There was no need for such a big reaction. Suyu, a familiar name, one can see it every time the Heaven Ladder ranking is opened. Damn. Is this the Suyu that Hangu always talks about, who is definitely a soldier? So Suyu is not a soldier. Oh, so he's not human. That explains how he can fly in the trees, making it reasonable. The expressions of the soldiers remained solemn, still standing in standard military posture, but their thoughts were quite vivid. Han Dong looked at Suyu in disbelief. You're not a soldier. Suyu. In any case, are you here because of the missile? Han Dong hesitated internally, but considering that Suyu was already here, he nodded. However, he soon noticed something amiss and immediately spoke up. Wait, where did you see the missile? This shouldn't be. That missile landed near their military district. Could it be that the number one on the Heaven Ladder, Suyu, had always been near the military district? Suyu raised an eyebrow. I saw the missile in Baiha district of Fengtai City. Fengtai City, Baiha district. Where is Fengtai City? He felt a bit awkward, his geography wasn't great. By Baiha district. Suddenly a soldier spoke without Han Dong's permission. My wife is from Baiha. I know where Baiha is. It's quite far from our military district. Han Dong suddenly turned to stare at him. I've told you so many times, when on a mission, speak the official language of Tianxia Kingdom. Also, before speaking you must first say report. Can you change this awful habit? The soldier quietly accepted the scolding, his expression solemn, but Suyu clearly read his thoughts. I. Han Dong turned a bit embarrassedly to Suyu. Ahem, sorry, let me make a fool of myself in front of you. Suyu. It's a minor issue. In any case, did you see the missile near the military district? Han Dong seemed a bit dazed. He felt he hadn't actually said where he saw the missile. But he quickly realized that Suyu must have guessed it. So he immediately said yes, if that's the case, 2 missiles should have been launched. One landed near the military district and the other landed in Baiha district. Suyu shook his head. Who knows, perhaps even more missiles have been launched. Han Dong. I hope there aren't. Does that mean you came because of the missile, Suyu? Suyu, so do you know where the missile deployment base is located here? Missile deployment base. Indeed, this is the reason Han Dong and the others appeared here. We are aware you. Han Dong glanced at Suyu, hesitating somewhat. According to regulations, an ordinary person like Suyu has no right to know the location of the missile deployment base. But the question is, can someone who ranks first on the Heavenly Ladder list be considered an ordinary person? Han Dong, ahem, the situation is special now, you should come with us. After all, this is the number one on the Heavenly Ladder at most. I'll face punishment when I return. He thought to himself. Suyu slowly nodded. I'll follow behind you. He walked behind Han Dong and the soldiers, re-entering Hanglian Mountain. With Han Dong and the others knowing the location of the missile deployment base, they quickly led Suyu to it. One must admit the camouflage of this missile deployment base is truly excellent. Let's go down here. Han Dong opened the entrance, revealing a downward passage with an iron ladder looking dark at first glance. He was about to go down first. Wait. Suyu walked beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Han Dong looked puzzled and turned to Suyu. What's wrong? Suyu, you all stay here, don't go down. Han Dong frowned. We are soldiers. Suyu looked at him. Aren't you afraid of death? Han Dong, not afraid. Suyu, alright then, let's go down together. He leaped lightly, touching the wall to reduce his impact, and landed at the bottom in a moment. Han Dong and the others followed closely, and soon they arrived in front of a heavy iron door. The access card here should be useless as well, let me try just in case. Han Dong took out a card and placed it in the card slot on the door. There was no response. As expected, the access card is useless. Han Dong nodded. This was anticipated, and they naturally had corresponding solutions. Suyu pondered. This kind of iron door should automatically unlock when the power is cut right. Han Dong thought for a moment. Someone inside must have closed the door. Let's look for an emergency mechanical lock core. On some iron doors there is a reserved emergency mechanical lock core that can be opened with a key. After some searching, he indeed found the emergency mechanical lock core. Found it. Han Dong let out a sigh of relief, took out a key and inserted it into the lock hole. Click, the key smoothly entered and the door opened. Han Dong and his companions were quite reliable. While Han Dong was opening the door, Suyu suddenly asked, didn't your military district send soldiers to maintain order in other places? Han Dong paused his actions. In fact, the military district did send some soldiers out, but many did not return. Is it because of those leader-level monsters? Some monsters are very strange. Firearms have little effect on them, yet they can easily kill us. Han Dong's voice gradually dropped. Can you imagine a sphere radiating black light spinning around, making everyone go insane? Clearly they were comrades, yet they held guns and shot at us. And there were many goats in flocks, seemingly able to directly alter our perception. Terrifying. Suyu fell silent. This was a crucial issue he had not considered. Although the military had firearms, it was still flesh and blood humans who used them.
The arrival of leader-level monsters from the mysterious realm among these people would clearly have dire consequences.
Moreover, due to the presence of firearms,
it would lead to even more casualties. Furthermore, Han Dong had just mentioned flocks of goats.
Those goats couldn't possibly be Lin Shushan goats, could they? How did you deal with them? Some snipers shot from very long distances, firing many rounds, and those monsters could even dodge bullets.
At first we were afraid to use tanks, fearing the monsters would affect those inside. But later we still did. As for the latest armed drones and unmanned armored vehicles, in the event of a complete electronic system failure, they were utterly useless.
Suyu remained silent, knowing without thinking that many soldiers must have been injured or even killed in the process. Many powerful monsters descended upon us, truly many. Han Dong suddenly kicked the iron door. I suspect this so-called doomsday game is an extraterrestrial amusement. They deliberately released such monsters into the military district.
He had wanted to say this for a long time but could never bring himself to. Until Suyu asked him, he finally let out the emotions he had buried deep in his heart.
Sorry, I lost my composure. Han Dong took a deep breath and gave Suyu an apologetic smile.
He believed that as a soldier he should not show weakness in front of an ordinary person like Suyu.
It's fine, let's go. Suyu turned around.
While Han Dong was speaking, he had read the thoughts of the other soldiers.
The soldier who kept saying "I want to" was actually thinking this time, if that day comes, I wouldn't mind dying.
Suyu was puzzled as to why he would think this. Perhaps it was because he shot dead
a comrade affected by the monsters during self-defense.
Or it could be for some other reason. In any case, he now understood why the major military districts of Tianxia country did not send soldiers to maintain order at the first opportunity. It turned out that they were overwhelmed and unable to care for themselves.
Thinking about it, this doomsday game, fundamentally speaking, is fair.
If only some purple glutinous bubbles and sand-scaled beasts descended upon the military district, then what would it mean for the military district? How could it serve the purpose of doomsday military training? Indeed, at this moment Suyu became increasingly convinced that Xue Qingjia's conjecture was plausible. Everything experienced now is merely the prologue of the apocalypse.
Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of the group echoed in the corridor.
Click, suddenly the sound of a door opening rang out and two people rushed out from the other end of the corridor. They were Sun Nongting and Yi Haiping. They looked anxious, dressed in the same red uniforms as Han Dong and the others. Han Dong stepped forward, raised his gun and coldly looked at the two. Stop. Sun and Yi immediately halted their footsteps.
Suddenly Sun Nongting knelt down before Han Dong.
I fired the missile, all the mistakes were mine alone.
I request to be executed.
But now it's great that you guys have come. There's a terrifying monster here that must not be allowed to escape. His words were somewhat incoherent. Han Dong furrowed his brow deeply. What do you mean?
What monster? Where is it? What did you do to it?
Sun Nongting raised his head. A snake, a silver snake, a snake with 3 heads.
Han Dong, where? Right here. Sun Nongting's pupils suddenly turned into silver snake eyes. Right here. Boom.
Sun Nongting's entire body exploded, flesh and blood splattering, transforming into a series of 3-headed silver snakes. Yi Haiping looked at this scene with a face full of terror. Yet he did not notice that his own eyes were gradually turning into silver-white snake pupils.
Ha!
Han Dong shouted fiercely, a burst of purple light erupting around him as he raised both arms. A flurry of playing cards shot out from the purple light. Royal flush. Han Dong's eyes brightened as he swiftly reached out and grabbed 2 jokers. Go. He hurled the 2 cards downward with great force. In the next moment, the 2 cards fused into one, transforming into a bomb with a burning fuse crashing towards the silver-white 3-headed snake.
Boom. The bomb exploded, yet Han Dong's expression quickly froze.
All the silver-white snakes remained unscathed. A trace of despair appeared on Han Dong's face.
In the next moment, he stepped to the left.
He wanted to shield Suyu to block the rapidly approaching silver-white 3-headed snake for her.
Seeing this, Suyu was taken aback.
To his perception, the silver-white 3-headed snake moving swiftly in Han Dong's eyes was actually moving quite slowly. He had already read Han Dong's thoughts just as he was about to step forward. He was ranked first on the ladder rankings. If he maintained a perfect state, it would increase the chances of resolving this unexpected situation.
It's that simple.
There were no convoluted schemes such as trying to win Suyu's favor through theatrics. In the next moment, Suyu remained motionless, allowing Han Dong to stand in front of her. The silver-white 3-headed snake passed through Han Dong's chest.
Han Dong's expression changed. Am I alright?
Those silver-white 3-headed snakes.
Suyu grabbed his arm and pulled him back. It's an illusion and you need to get your people out of here quickly.
Han Dong wanted to speak but heard Suyu's unrelenting question. What is your overall combat power?
78. That's not even a tenth of mine.
Why are you still here?
Besides, your presence might actually increase my risk.
Han Dong fell silent. His sense of responsibility made him feel he couldn't leave at this moment.
Putting aside everything else, he could still manage to block a few attacks for Suyu. As long as he could resolve the issues here, he didn't care whether he sacrificed himself. Suyu's voice rang out. I've discerned the skills of the monster inside your departure would be beneficial to me. This was a lie. The eye of the Pelican required Suyu to see the monster with his own eyes to acquire its information. Alright. Han Dong was unaware that Suyu was deceiving him. Upon hearing that their departure would actually benefit Suyu, he immediately issued the command without hesitation. Everyone follow me quickly. Soon Han Dong and his group left, leaving Suyu alone in the entire corridor. Oh wait, there was still one person. Yi Haiping. His eyes were now completely silver-white snake pupils with two snake heads protruding from his collarbones. He looked at Suyu with great interest. Truly incredible, I sense a hint of danger from you. Suyu remained silent. Without any superfluous words, he clenched his fist and struck the claw, striking with a chilling gleam. His Yi Haiping had no power to resist being battered to pieces by the overwhelming force of the punch. He flew out like a broken sack. But in the next instant, Yi Haiping, controlled by the monster, his human head quickly flattened, transforming into a snake head, while his once human body elongated like a piece of wet clay. All his bones reassembled in an instant, and in a flash a three-headed human bone and flesh snake materialized. Hiss! The three-headed human bone and flesh snake roared, its surging blood power converging, charging fiercely towards Suyu. Suyu remained silent, stretching his body like a monkey as he collided into the 7 inches of the three-headed human bone and flesh snake, delivering a punch. The three-headed human bone and flesh snake suffered a heavy blow, losing 2/10 of its vitality and a full 25 of its life force. In the next instant, he pinned it to the ground with one hand while tightening his fist with the other, striking down onto the snake's body. No matter how the three-headed human bone and flesh snake struggled, it could not escape Suyu's grip. After merely a few punches, the snake was brutally beaten to death. Yet there was no joy on his face. He simply stood up and looked again towards the depths of the corridor. Is your true form not coming out yet? No sound responded to him. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Now was not the time to act recklessly. He cautiously probed, Hey, are you the one controlling these two to launch missiles? He. A voice that sounded cheerful and bright echoed from the depths of the corridor. Of course not, I didn't fully control them before, I merely gave them a little suggestion. After all, isn't this more interesting? To completely control a creature is like playing with a puppet. That would be so boring, wouldn't it? Suyu understood, realizing that this monster was mysterious or of the mental attribute. This was somewhat tricky. He was not afraid of physical-type monsters, as his own physique was extraordinarily formidable. Naked stats at 168, and after calculating the extreme enhancements of monarch-level expertise, it reached as high as 228. As for the mysterious attribute, it was also decent, which was good. However, the mental attribute. Suyu's current mental attribute was 45 points, having only undergone the first round of genetic optimization. It was during the past 3 days that he had hunted several mental-type monsters, raising his mental attribute from 35 to 45. He had just obtained this genetic optimization for his mental attribute. Fortunately, I chose it back then. External spirit body sacrificial equipment enhances mental defense capabilities comprehensively for a certain period based on the quality of the equipment. Suyu had several pieces of orange quality equipment that provided powerful active skills. However, he could not utilize active skills, rendering these equipment useless to him. But the emergence of the external spirit body allowed those equipment to be useful again, and in a significant way. Thus, with the thought of recycling waste and temporarily compensating for his shortcomings, Suyu chose the external spirit body. Looking back now, his cautious choice regarding his shortcomings proved to be correct. However, why had the monster's true form not yet appeared? It had been hiding. What was its purpose? This was an unreasonable point, and Suyu vaguely had a certain suspicion. You don't want to appear, but rather you are trapped, right? So what? Do you dare to approach me? Seeing Suyu deducing his current situation, the monster showed no signs of panic. It was indeed trapped. As it said, it had not completely controlled Sun Nongting and Yi Haiping. It was not that it didn't want to, but because the process of control was interrupted. 18 individuals sacrificed their lives, aided by 2 extremely precious items, temporarily trapping it. Name octagonal cage. Category item quality orange effect. Designated target is invited into the octagonal cage. Its existence time is determined by the physique difference between both parties. Evaluation. This is actually a very good tool for survival in group battles. Name unity of 100 hearts. Category item. Quality purple. Effect. Designate 100 people. If all agree within 10 seconds, they will be considered as a single entity. Evaluation. Can an ant kill an elephant? In reality it cannot, but it can make the elephant step on it more. Clearly the item unity of 100 hearts is specifically designed to counter mysterious abilities. Most skills from the mysterious category require a judgment, and the primary attribute for this judgment is the mysterious attribute. After using unity of 100 hearts, these 100 individuals are treated as a single entity, naturally stacking their mysterious attributes. As a result, powerful mysterious monsters that could easily pass the judgment of mysterious skills might not succeed in judgment. However, when this item encounters the orange item, the octagonal cage, a marvelous chemical reaction occurs. With everyone stacked together, their physicality naturally merges. Thus the physicality of those 18 people when combined creates a significant difference with the trapped monster. Consequently, the monster is trapped within the octagonal cage. But in the moment of entrapment, that monster still manipulated the only surviving Sun Nongting and Yi Haiping. Thus everything that follows unfolds logically. When Sun Nongting was completely controlled during the appearance of Suyu and the others, he self-destructed. Yi Haiping fared even worse. By that time he was no longer human. Naturally, Suyu was unaware of all this. He merely guessed that the monster might be trapped. In the next moment he decisively turned and walked out into the corridor. He run away, hurry and escape, this way you can live a little longer. The monster thought Suyu was yielding as he left. Suyu said nothing and retraced his steps. Oh. Suyu, you came out, does that mean everything is resolved? Seeing Suyu emerge, Han Dong's eyes lit up. Do you know how to detonate the missiles in the base? Ah. Han Dong never expected that Suyu would ask such a question. He hurriedly said, that's not possible, detonating missiles is too dangerous. Suyu's expression remained calm, so you do have a way. Generally speaking, it only requires one sufficiently strong initial explosion. Suyu, can you do it? Han Dong shivered instinctively. This could lead to a military tribunal. Suyu, where is there a military tribunal now? If the monsters below are not killed, who knows how many people will die in the future? Han Dong nodded with some difficulty, having to admit that Suyu's reasoning was sound. Indeed, there is no military tribunal now. He took a deep breath. Are the monsters below very powerful? Suyu, I don't know. Han Dong. Suyu, what is the highest quality monster you have encountered? Han Dong, in that case we have someone whose profession can probe into the monster's partial panels. I know that monsters are classified into ordinary, elite, boss, and the terrifying lord level. Moreover, there should be one more grade above lord level. However, our probing skills are not strong enough to accurately know the grade names above lord level. Suyu nodded slowly. Then I can tell you that the grade above lord level is the king level. Han Dong's breath caught. Is the monster below the king level you mentioned? Suyu shook his head. It should not be. Han Dong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But after saying this he suddenly froze. Since the monster below is lord level, can Suyu really not handle it? Why think about detonating the missiles? Suyu looked at him. Let me tell you again, the grade above king level is the legendary level. Han Dong froze. He knew how terrifying a king level monster was. The soldiers who survived from the purple portal reported their experiences in detail. That is a terrifying existence that players currently cannot withstand. Yet now Suyu says that there is also a grade above king level, which is the legendary level. Does this still allow people to live? Suyu, are you sure that is a legendary level monster? Suyu nodded slightly. He had seen and even killed a semi-legendary level monster. When he killed Yi Haiping, who was controlled by the monster, although it was swift and straightforward, he easily killed him. However, based on the feedback, the monsterized Yi Haiping was close to king level standards. If a controlled puppet is this strong, the original body of that monster is likely a legendary level. Moreover, it is very likely a legendary level mental monster. Suyu is currently not very adept at dealing with mental monsters. If encountered in the portal, he can only charge in headfirst. Life and death or predetermined wealth and honor are in the heavens. But right now this is the realm of humanity. One could say it is the home ground of humans. Since this is the case, it would be unreasonable not to make full use of the crystallization of human wisdom. As for directly blowing it up and causing losses, if it were a physical monster, it could likely be blown up. But for a mental monster with its various means, the probability of being directly killed by a missile is very low. If what you said is true, why would such an existence appear here? Han Dong couldn't comprehend. Suyu said nothing. He only had a suspicion. Since it is highly likely the prologue to the apocalypse, will there not be a prelude when the real apocalypse descends? Of course, it may also be that this apocalyptic game does not follow reason at all. Or it could be some other possibility. In any case, find a way to detonate the missiles at Honglian Mountain. Give it a hard hit first. All right. Han Dong took a deep breath. If what Suyu said is true, then these missiles must be detonated. Thankfully, the soldiers he brought are all elites and there are talents from various fields. This was also considered given the current situation, which is why the higher-ups made such arrangements to make the entire team as comprehensive as possible. Han Dong quickly arranged for everyone to act and they moved in an orderly manner. Suyu, how far do you think we need to be from Honglian Mountain to avoid being affected? Han Dong, there are a total of 60 missiles here, each with a yield of 900,000 tons. Suyu, and then? Han Dong sighed. I don't know either after all. I have never experienced this before. The most important thing is that this is not an outdoor detonation but rather an explosion in a relatively enclosed environment. This makes it even harder to calculate.
After thinking, Han Dong said again, if it were outdoors, the serious damage radius of an explosion of this yield would be about 35 kilometers.
Report, I know. A soldier walked up to the two. Han Dong immediately speak.
Suyu also looked at him. The soldier calmly said, first, the position of the missiles below belongs to a relatively enclosed environment. In this case, the radius of complete destruction is about 260 meters and the radius of serious damage may be 800 meters. In other words, it is sufficient for us to leave a distance of 1 kilometer from Honglian Mountain. According to the soldier, the safe distance during a missile detonation is 1 kilometer away from Honglian Mountain. Han Dong looked serious. Can you confirm this?
The soldier nodded. Report, yes.
Han Dong turned to Suyu. In that case, let's keep a distance of 2 kilometers from Honglian Mountain. Suyu shook his head. You all stay as far away as possible. As for me, I won't be with you.
Han Dong was astonished. What do you mean? Suyu did not explain, but Han Dong quickly understood. All right, I hope we can eliminate the monsters below.
There were no more words exchanged between them. A moment later, a soldier reported to Han Dong that all preparations were in place, only waiting for the detonation.
The device used for the detonation was a timed bomb. Timed bombs are generally divided into mechanical and electrical triggers.
Currently, the electrical timed bombs can no longer be used, but the mechanical timed bombs remain unaffected. The mechanical timed bomb operates by releasing a spring pin when the timer reaches 0, igniting the primer.
Its principle is similar to that of firearms.
Huff.
Han Dong exhaled a breath of stale air. At this critical moment, he felt somewhat nervous.
This was quite normal. After all, he was about to do something extremely insane.
This was about detonating all the missiles at a missile deployment base.
Before the apocalypse game arrived, even if Han Dong were to die, he could never have conceived such an idea. He instinctively looked at Suyu, only to find that Suyu still appeared calm, his expression placid like a still lake.
Aren't you nervous?
Nervous? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Nervous about what?
Han Dong replied. Nothing.
Forget it. After all, he was the top of the ladder rankings. His mindset was hardly comparable to that of an ordinary person. He led a group of soldiers away from Honglian Mountain, moving further and further away. Suyu, however, stood about 800 meters from Honglian Mountain, waiting quietly. The timed bomb set by Han Dong and the others was set to explode 15 minutes later. At this moment, in a room deep within the missile deployment base, a gray octagonal cage stood still, and inside the cage was a humanoid creature. It had a head, limbs, and torso just like an ordinary person. However, unlike humans from Blue Star, its eye sockets did not contain eyes but rather two protruding silver snake heads. The two snake heads were currently staring at each other, seemingly communicating. A cold voice said, "It's all your fault. If you had valued your physique in the past, you wouldn't be trapped here now."
A sunny voice replied, "Physique? Hee, that's just a useless attribute."
The cold snake head scoffed, "You're quite stubborn."
The sunny snake head said, "Hee, even if the physique is lacking, what can it do?
We are indeed trapped here, but who dares to come?
The human that just came was scared away by us, wasn't he?"
The cold snake head conceded, "That is true."
"Wait, something seems off."
The cold snake head instinctively twisted, a surge of ominous foreboding flooding its mind. The sunny snake head asked, "What's off?" The cold snake head replied, "It's a warning of danger. When that human came, there was also a danger warning, but it wasn't strong.
It was like flowing water in a small stream."
The sunny snake head asked, "And now?" The cold snake head replied,
"It feels like a vast ocean is crashing in."
The sunny snake head responded.
Time passed by second, yet nothing happened.
The sunny snake head said, "I say, were you just toying with me?" The cold snake head insisted, "No, something's very wrong. The danger warning is getting stronger." The sunny snake head scoffed, "Hee, still trying to deceive." The cold snake head roared, "Something's wrong." The silver scales on its snake head cracked open piece by piece, flying out like papa, revealing pink flesh.
Its scalp exploded. Boom! An indescribable sound descended like thunder. The missiles detonated simultaneously within the enclosed space.
In an instant, the internal temperature reached millions of degrees Celsius and the pressure surged to millions of atmospheres.
Steel, concrete, and other building materials were instantly vaporized.
The high-pressure gas drove a powerful shockwave that spread through the surrounding rock, forming shattered zones, rupture zones, and elastic vibration zones. The rock crazily shattered and ruptured, spreading further away. A massive underground cavity formed in an instant. And in the very center of the underground cavity,
the octagonal cage could no longer withstand the pressure, its durability hitting 0, completely shattering.
Without its presence, the shockwave, high temperature, and high pressure from the missile detonation surged into the monster's body.
Crack, crack. Like delicate porcelain breaking, the monster's humanoid body shattered in an instant and vaporized in the next second.
Not even a complete corpse remained.
But a silver phantom emerged like a cloud unfurling from the vaporized humanoid body.
The silver phantom cloud surged violently, desperately resisting the high temperature and pressure from all directions. It strived to ascend, wanting to escape this hell of high temperature. This cloud shrank at a visible rate, yet just before it completely vanished it broke through the already shattered soil layer, narrowly escaping death. It was seen that the cloud, now only the size of a palm, had 2 silver snake heads connected end to end. "We're not dead, we're not dead. Damn it, it's your fault for putting us in this predicament, you should die." The cold snakehead and the sunny snakehead roared, venting the emotions of having escaped from that hell of high temperature. Yet they failed to notice. As the saying goes, surviving a great disaster brings future blessings. Suyu strolled over leisurely with his physique. He could already ignore the toxic gases after the missile explosion. Clap, he gently lifted his foot and then brought it down, stepping on the palm-sized cloud. Then with a slight effort he crushed it. "See, my blessings have arrived. Hint, you have killed the Silverite Twin Serpents LV. 10, gaining 1 experience point based on the damage dealt. Hint, you swallowed the Silverite Twin Serpents LV. 10, gaining 20 mental points. Hint, as this creature is of legendary level, the attributes gained this time are doubled. You have gained 40 mental points. Hint, you have digested the Silverite Twin Serpents LV. 10, extracting their specialties. Hint, you have unlocked the true profession skill of the Pelican, treasure of ingredients." A series of hints poured out on the panel. Suyu read through them one by one. Upon seeing that the creature was of legendary level, he nodded, secretly realizing that the monster was indeed legendary. Looking again at the attributes he had gained, they were mental attributes. This indicated that the monster was indeed of the mental type, confirming his speculation. However, the mental attributes he received had actually doubled because the creature was a legendary level being. Such good fortune. Indeed, it is a legendary creature. What great fortune. As for the legendary level expertise gained from devouring, it left Suyu in awe of its abnormality. A remarkably noble dual attribute resistance permanently increased, along with a 100 increase in health and energy. Just this one trait alone is worthy of being called legendary. Moreover, there is also the benefit of true damage from the mysterious attribute. So this Silverite twin should primarily focus on spirit and secondary on mystery, which is the most challenging type. Suyu sighed inwardly and continued reading. Then he was stunned. Did I see it wrong? A new profession skill. He actually obtained a new profession skill. Wasn't it said? He suddenly remembered. When he acquired this profession, the notification said, "Profession growth none. This profession cannot gain any attributes, skills or expertise through level up." Yes, it cannot gain through leveling up, but can under certain conditions obtain a new profession skill. Who would have thought? I thought I would never be able to gain a new profession skill. Suyu slowly shook his head, merely considering it an unexpected surprise. Well, this is also a blessing in disguise. As for the Great Calamity. The Great Calamity was taken away by the Silverite twin, leaving only the blessing for Suyu. Truly wicked. Let me see my new profession skill. Name, ingredient, appreciation, category, passive skill, profession, quality, inexpressible effect. You can select ingredients you have previously devoured and cherish them. Once the ingredient is cherished, the expertise derived from it will receive corresponding enhancement. Current appreciation none. Current appreciation slot 01. Evaluation. I will savor the moment I devoured you. Such a powerful profession skill, and it perfectly fits my profession characteristics. Suyu took a deep breath. Who understands he finally can enjoy the benefits of a profession skill. Then he inhaled a large amount of polluted gas surrounding him. If Suyu's lungs could speak, they would certainly condemn him harshly for such behavior. I choose to cherish the legendary level expertise Soul Incarnation. Current appreciation Soul Incarnation. Appreciation Soul Incarnation. Legendary level. Your physical and spiritual resistance permanently increases by 70. Your health and energy increase by 150. Your attacks inflict additional true damage of 20/20 mystery. Compared to the original expertise effect, the values of the cherished Soul Incarnation have dramatically improved. Resistance increased from 50 to 70, while health and energy increased from an original 100 to 150. The increase in true damage is even more exaggerated, doubling compared to before. The strength of appreciation is terrifying. Suyu clenched his fist, feeling extraordinarily powerful. He opened the Doomsday ladder ranking. Doomsday ladder ranking: first place Suyu 1300, second place 1 Tianfeng 350, third place Luca Rossi 280, 10th place Chui Taiyuan 145, 1300 points of overall combat power. A legendary level expertise along with a significant boost in previously lacking spiritual attributes. Most importantly, the legendary level expertise has been cherished by me. All these factors combined elevated my overall combat power from over 800 points to 1300 points, which is quite good. Of course, a single legendary level expertise, even if cherished, if given to others, it wouldn't provide such high overall combat power. Mainly because Suyu's foundational attributes are high, meaning the values are sufficient. In this way, the expertise can allow Suyu's combat power to leap. This shows the importance of foundational attributes. Without sufficiently high foundational attributes, even the most extraordinary expertise wouldn't provide high overall combat power. After a brief moment of joy, Suyu couldn't help but ponder a very important question.
How do I increase the appreciation slots?
He clicked on the appreciation slots and a prompt immediately appeared. Prompt: when you devour 139 legendary level or higher quality creatures respectively, you can obtain 1 appreciation slot. Oh, so it's a matter of raw soup returning to raw food. That's reasonable, but
Suyu caught a keyword. Legendary level and above. Are there even stronger ones? No. There are even tastier things. Suyu reminded himself to stay calm. First, let's pick up a legendary level treasure chest to ease the shock. Compared to the orange treasure chests dropped by monarch level monsters, legendary level treasure chests are dazzling gold. At a glance one can tell that it will yield good items.
Suyu opened it, but his smile suddenly froze.
He instinctively opened the panel to check his luck attribute. Luck 91. Then he looked at the purple quality equipment in his hands.
From the legendary level treasure chest he opened a piece of purple equipment. Alright, it should be because the monster was first blasted to the brink of death by missiles. Suyu thought this must be the reason.
He didn't feel anything was regrettable.
After all, for him, devouring after killing monsters is the real big gain.
As for the treasure chest, it was merely a decoration.
Suyu surveyed the ravaged Hanglian mountain, determined the direction, and turned to leave the mountain.
Large-scale firearms are indeed authoritative.
Unfortunately, the human body is too fragile outside Hanglian mountain.
Han Dong looked at Hanglian mountain, feeling a bit nervous.
The missile had already exploded and there was no turning back. He could only hope the missile had killed the monster.
Or even if it didn't kill it, it would be best if Suyu could kill it.
In a silent way, Han Dong saw a small black dot flying toward him and the others.
It was Suyu. He proactively stepped forward, and as soon as he could see Suyu's face, he couldn't wait to shout, "What is the situation?"
As soon as Han Dong's words fell, Suyu was already standing in front of him. It was somewhat successful. At least the monster is dead.
Really? That's great.
Han Dong clapped his hands, feeling a heavy sigh of relief in his heart.
Suyu, by the way, there's something I want to ask you. Han Dong, what is it?
Suyu, what level is the stronghold your military district controls? Han Dong, it was golden level before I left, but I don't know now, it's most likely still golden level.
Suyu nodded slightly.
Han Dong looked at him curiously. Suyu, why do you suddenly ask this?
Suyu, it's nothing, I was just thinking about what the conditions for the true apocalypse would be. Han Dong was taken aback. The true apocalypse? What does this mean? He didn't understand. Isn't the apocalypse game already upon us?
Suyu, first monsters descended from the sky, then the bronze pillars, followed by the light gates. Those who survived these 3 waves of the sky being torn apart should have adapted to the situation, right? In this circumstance, if a legendary level monster suddenly appeared, what do you think would be the reason? Han Dong frowned slightly. Legendary level monsters are strong, but a large number of firearms can still deal with them.
So the appearance of legendary level monsters. Could it be that the apocalypse game is testing the overall strength of our human civilization? So the appearance of legendary level monsters. Could it be that the apocalypse game is testing the overall strength of our human civilization?
Regarding the civilization test mentioned by Han Dong, Suyu remained non-committal. After all, before things truly happened, he could only speculate and could not provide an accurate answer.
Suyu, your viewpoint is very important.
Han Dong's expression was serious as he continued, come back with us, I guarantee that the higher-ups will definitely reuse you. He looked at Suyu with anticipation. Then he saw Suyu slowly shake his head, revealing a smile that he couldn't quite understand.
Officer Han, do you think I need others to reuse me?
Han Dong was taken aback, a previously unknown emotion surging within him. It was as if he saw a thick wall separating him from Suyu.
Sorry, my thinking has become outdated. No, this is certainly not your problem, it's the problem of this world.
Suyu waved his hand, turning to walk towards his car. He opened the trunk, took out a prepared gasoline can, and was about to close the trunk.
Here, take this. Han Dong's expression was somewhat awkward as he approached Suyu carrying a black bag. What's in the bag? Some food and medicine. We take on missions, it's a tool, and some people's professions can produce medicine.
Suyu gave him a deep look.
Thank you.
No need to thank me, it's just some trivial things. By the way, if you want, you are always welcome to come to the Baishan military district. We have a purple light gate there and no one who has entered has returned. If you come, perhaps you can successfully explore that light gate.
Of course, I'm not saying you should take risks. I just thought you were the number 1 on the ladder list. Han Dong stammered. Heaven have mercy. He wasn't actually very good at dealing with people outside the military. Giving something to Suyu was just to leave a good impression.
As a result, without realizing it, he had said too much. Suyu wouldn't think he was trying to use him, would he? Just thinking about this made Han Dong want to bang his head against the wall. If Suyu misunderstood him, he wouldn't mind. But what if Suyu developed a misunderstanding about the Baishan military district he belonged to? Then he would truly be in trouble.
Bang, Suyu closed the trunk. Han Dong's breath caught, thinking that Suyu must be angry.
He never expected that the first gift he gave in his life would backfire directly. As expected, the old squad leader was right. Some people can't even understand how to give a gift, and I am one of them. Hey.
Han Dong blinked. He saw Suyu turn around and walk towards his car. What was he about to do?
Suyu paused, turned to look at him. Don't just stand there and getting in your car to go to the Baishan military district.
Han Dong was stunned. Did he just mishear?
Suyu said he wanted to get in his car to go to the Baishan military district.
You.
He opened his mouth wanting to say something but couldn't say anything. Only one emotion surged in his heart, which was gratitude. Han Dong felt that Suyu suddenly chose to return to the Baishan military district with him. It must be because he mentioned that purple gate where no one returned.
Just as Suyu came to investigate after seeing a missile explosion.
Thinking carefully, Suyu wasn't a soldier and surely didn't know the location of the missile deployment base. So he must have been looking for a long time in the direction the missile was launched from, right? Han Dong believed that what supported Suyu to do this must be the sense of responsibility in his heart. He suddenly remembered that Suyu had previously told him not to go down. It was he who said he wasn't afraid of death and had gone down with him.
How should he put it? Truly worthy of being number one on the ladder list.
Such a sense of responsibility. Han Dong suddenly felt a bit ashamed. He had actually thought that when he said that Suyu would think he was trying to use him. His perspective was too small. He had a small mindset. He truly was underestimating the noble intentions of others. Good. Various emotions surged in Han Dong's heart, but what he expressed was just a simple good and a heavy nod. Suyu slightly nodded and walked towards his car, but he was thinking a purple light gate where no one returned. Tisk, I didn't expect there to be unexpected gains. Consider it a dessert after a meal. Thinking this, he asked the following: Han Dong, how long will it take to get to the Baishan military district? Han Dong clearly misunderstood Suyu. You don't need to worry, that purple gate is being guarded and no one can enter.
Suyu.
It seemed he was asking how long it would take to get to the Baishan military district.
In a certain office of the Baishan military district.
Food supplies are running low. Although the crops in the plantation mature very quickly, it still takes 7 days. This is because the reserve food or the military food reserve is not located within the Baishan military district. Generally, military food reserves are often set up in local food reserve enterprises or provincial and municipal military food supply stations. A middle-aged man with a square face was engrossed in reading a pile of documents surrounded by mist. He was Commander Hezhou, the highest authority of the Baishan military district. A visible frown was on his face. After the Apocalypse Games descended, he had paid a price to eliminate the terrifying monsters that had descended upon the military district. Hezhou moved forward step by step, treading carefully, taking control of the strongholds surrounding the military district and striving to restore order. One could say he was mentally and physically exhausted. However, what worried him the most now was not the food issue. Food supplies were running low and everyone tightened their belts. They could hold on until the crops in the plantation matured.
But the problem was, what exactly is going on with that missile?
Until this matter is clarified, it would forever be a thorn in his throat. Hezhou clearly remembered that the missile had fallen from the sky, exploding and collapsing many high-rise buildings.
Fortunately, those buildings had long been abandoned and almost no one died as a result. But what if the next missile lands in the Baishan military district? Because of this missile, the order that Hezhou had painstakingly restored became unstable. He picked up another document, his brows furrowing even deeper. More people want to leave. This was an application form. Many ordinary people were worried that the second missile would land over their heads and wanted to leave here.
Knock, knock, knock. Just as Hezhou was preparing to make a decision on this application form, a knock on the door sounded.
Come in. In an instant, Hezhou's demeanor changed dramatically.
The frown on his face quickly faded and his entire demeanor became spirited authority manifesting on his face.
An officer dressed in a bright red uniform pushed the door and entered. Report, Han Dong and the others have returned.
Hezhou, what is the situation?
Officer successfully resolved. This is Han Dong's report document.
Hezhou's eyes lit up, suppressing the excitement in his heart, making himself appear unflustered.
Good. Credit them. One person gets a second-class merit. Han Dong gets a first-class merit.
He took the report document handed to him by the officer and eagerly began to read. So that's how it is, a monster invaded the missile deployment base. It turns out the monsters above the Lord level are actually King level.
And Legendary level.
Hezhou frowned. How did Han Dong obtain this information? His gaze fell down and a line of text from the report collided with his eyes.
We encountered the current number 1 on the ladder list, Suyu.
The above information was provided by him.
The top of the heavenly ladder ranking.
These 4 words seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing Hezhou's expression to uncontrollably change. His heartbeat gradually quickened as his gaze continued to descend. In this incident Suyu played a decisive role. Without him we might have faced total annihilation.
After observation, I believe Suyu is a person with a sense of responsibility and reliability.
When he heard that there was a door of purple light from which no one returned, he almost immediately decided to return to the military district with me.
Additionally, aside from the above, one of Suyu's viewpoints left me quite shaken.
He said that the current apocalypse game is merely a prologue and the real apocalypse has yet to arrive.
Moreover, the appearance of that legendary level monster is to test the overall strength of human civilization. Please take this seriously.
But he no longer cared about that and quickly walked toward the door. Just as he took 2 steps he paused and turned to look at the officer.
Where is Han Dong now?
In the conference room waiting for your audience.
Ridiculous.
He Joe waved his hand. Take me to find him.
In a conference room. You drink tea.
Han Dong picked up the teapot and poured tea into Suyu's cup. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched slightly. This was already the 4th time Han Dong had poured tea for him. Suyu raised the cup, took a sip and appeared to be deep in thought. Han Dong's position in the Baishan military district might be higher than he had imagined. Following him, he directly entered the Baishan military district without undergoing any inspections. Suddenly the door of the conference room was pushed open. Suyu looked up to see a middle-aged man with a square face striding in. Han Dong immediately stood up and gave a standard military salute. Report, Commander. This mission has been completed.
Good. He Joe nodded repeatedly. You did well. There was no issue detonating the missile deployment base under those circumstances.
After saying that, his gaze unconsciously shifted to Suyu. The next second he quickly walked towards Suyu and extended his right hand. Hello, I am He Joe, the highest authority of the Baishan military district. Suyu stood up and shook hands with him.
Suyu. Thank you very much this time.
He Joe gestured for Suyu to take a seat. Sit down, let's have a good chat. He wanted to discuss with Suyu the prologue to the apocalypse and the theory that the apocalypse had not yet truly descended.
Let's get straight to the point.
Suyu did not sit down and continued. Commander, please take me to that purple light door first.
This.
He Joe advised. Mr.
Suyu just resolved a major issue. Shouldn't you rest first?
I can show you around the current Baishan military district and the various outposts that have restored order.
If everyone sees you, I believe it will greatly uplift their spirits.
Suyu found this reasoning quite unreasonable. After all, not being proactive about eating indicates a problem with one's mindset. It's better to deal with the purple light door first and discuss everything else after the meal. Suyu casually replied, let's talk after I return from the purple light door.
He Joe saw his insistence and had no choice but to relent. All right, I will take you there.
However, that purple light door is very dangerous. We sent in 100 elite soldiers but not a single one returned.
Mr. Su, are you sure you want to go?
Suyu remained silent. Han Dong said, ahem, Commander. Suyu, oh no, I mean Mr. Su's strength is quite formidable. He Joe looked at him, his expression shifting from warmth while addressing Suyu to seriousness. How many times have I told you before speaking you must say report?
Can't you change this bad habit?
Suyu felt a strange familiarity with these words.
It seems someone had said this before.
Han Dong, I said report at the beginning. He Joe, do you dare to retort? Han Dong dared not speak further and stood there in a proper military posture. He Joe looked at Suyu apologetically. Sorry for making you laugh. This kid Han is like this sometimes. I am too lazy to criticize him. Clearly Han Dong had earned He Joe's trust and was his confidant. Suyu. In any case, let's head to the purple light door.
I am hungry.
A moment later, under He Joe's guidance with a series of green lights, Suyu arrived before the heavily guarded purple light door. It looks no different from other purple light doors. He examined it and could not discern anything unusual from the exterior. This is the place. He Joe took a deep breath. It is currently the only purple light door from which no one has returned alive. It was precisely because no one had come back that this door continued to exist. Suyu stepped forward, resembling a soldier heading to the cafeteria. Han Dong quietly distanced himself from He Joe, then seized the opportunity to rush toward the purple door.
Bang! An invisible wall blocked Han Dong's path.
He Joe stared at him expressionlessly. What do you want to do?
Han Dong entered the purple door. He Joe, why?
Han Dong, this purple door is something I mentioned to Suyu just in case.
In any case, I have an obligation to go in with him. He Joe, nonsense. What obligation do you have?
Has your comprehensive combat power exceeded 100? If you lack the strength to fulfill your obligations, you are dragging others down.
Get back and reflect properly. Han Dong.
He Joe sighed, speaking earnestly. Little Han, you must remember you are my soldier.
Han Dong, report. Understood, old squad leader.
Still in the palace with the white jade puppets. After entering the purple door, Suyu easily dealt with 2 white jade puppets and stepped into the palace. After a brief dizziness, he quickly regained consciousness. Looking around, he discovered he was now inside a glass bottle. Before he could think more, an enormous hand descended from the sky, blocking all light and grasping the glass bottle. In the next moment, Suyu along with the bottle was seized by that hand and thrust into a realm of darkness. Suyu frowned slightly. What kind of scenario is this? Shortly after, clattering sounds echoed as the glass bottle rolled and swayed, colliding with unknown objects. My strength remains intact. Suyu clenched his fist. The surging power surged forth and his panel could still be opened with his comprehensive combat power unchanged. This meant he was currently in peak condition. An idea floated to the surface. Should he break the glass bottle and step outside to take a look? Bang! Suyu silently withdrew his fist. The glass bottle remained unyielding and incredibly solid. Even with all his might, he could leave no mark. No rush. A purple light door based on my previous experiences should not be without a solution. Suyu pondered, and soon an idea emerged. Suyu stepped onto the wall of the glass bottle, using it as leverage to leap up and grasp the protruding part where the cap connects to the bottle. Most people find it difficult to shatter a thick glass bottle with a punch, but nearly everyone can twist off the cap. The cap remained unmoving. Twisting it open from inside the bottle was still too challenging. No need to panic. I anticipated this, and there are always more solutions than problems. Suyu landed steadily. Oh wait, it should be that there are always more solutions than problems. Let me see. He rummaged through the tools he had brought. These tools were ones he deemed useful and had kept on him. If I recall correctly, some glass bottles can explode if hot water is poured into them in a short time. This scenario is often witnessed. Pouring boiling water into a glass bottle results in a loud bang as the bottle explodes. The principle behind this is whether the thermal stress caused by the temperature difference exceeds the glass material's tolerance limit. Once exceeded, the fate of the glass bottle is inevitable. But I can't even break this broken bottle with a punch. Suyu was skeptical about whether the glass bottle would explode due to the rapid increase in internal temperature. In reality, the core mechanism of a glass bottle exploding is the imbalance of thermal stress. The hot water contacts the inner wall, causing it to expand rapidly, while the outer wall remains at room temperature and expands more slowly. This causes the inner wall to be compressed and the outer wall to be pulled. Since glass has much lower tensile strength than compressive strength, the outer wall is prone to tensile fractures. Thus it can be said that the glass bottle essentially shattered itself. To put it simply, it can be viewed as the glass bottle battling with itself, with high temperature serving as the catalyst. Moreover, the critical temperature difference for thermal shock is inversely proportional to the wall thickness. The thicker the wall, the more difficult it is for the internal and external temperatures to quickly balance, and the more concentrated the thermal stress becomes. Suyu was unaware of all this. However, he had one advantage: he was very action-oriented. Regardless of whether it was useful, trying it out was never wrong. Suyu threw out a scroll towards the bottle wall. The scroll shimmered with red light and quickly exploded, releasing a lava ball that shot out and struck the bottle. Boom! In an instant, the high temperature of the lava ball was absorbed by the inner wall of the glass bottle, resulting in a crisp and pleasant cracking sound. Suyu joyfully saw cracks appearing inside the glass bottle, rapidly spreading until the entire bottle exploded from within. Whoosh! Suyu swiftly moved and escaped from the glass bottle, rolling onto the ground. No matter how sturdy something is, there is always a chance it can shatter from within. Suyu sighed inwardly. However, once he stood firmly on the ground, the sensation under his feet startled him. It felt very soft, similar to stepping on fabric. Where exactly was he? He moved around and quickly discovered a relatively smooth wall ahead. Suyu placed his hand on the wall and walked along it when suddenly his steps halted. What is this? On the side of the smooth wall was a narrow wall that felt somewhat prickly to the touch. Suyu reached out only to find that his hand could directly insert into the narrow wall. This doesn't seem right. What is this? He stepped back a few paces, grasped the edge of the narrow wall and tentatively pulled outward. The narrow wall was easily moved. Suyu fell silent. He seemed to know what this wall was. This is a book. He was certain that this was not a wall at all, but a book. The smooth wall was the book's cover and the narrow wall represented the pages. So, am I inside a backpack? Suyu came to this unbelievable conclusion. He looked around and ran towards the direction facing the book's cover. Sure enough, he quickly reached the end and felt a relatively soft fabric. This purple light door is quite interesting. True to its name as the door of no return, it indeed posed a challenge. Suyu pondered where the breakthrough point might be. He tentatively used a claw to cut the fabric of the backpack. Sizzle! With the sound of fabric being cut, a ray of sunlight shone through the tear. Suyu squinted slightly. Good news, he could escape from this backpack. Bad news, through the crack he saw giants filling the streets outside. Had he entered a giant's realm? Then the question arose. Where was the food? Could those giants outside eat? Suyu looked at one of the giants and the effect of the Pelican eye activated. Name half constant being LV. 15 quality chief health points, 4000 energy points, 525 attributes, physique 120, spirit 5, mystery 3, charm 2, luck 1, specialization 1.
Longevity 2. Perseverance 3. Tireless skills 1. Curiosity 2. Collision 3.
Giant transformation, comprehensive combat power 150. Tip: this unit is neutral and will not attack unless provoked. You may attack, but the consequences are yours to bear.
So weak.
With a comprehensive combat power of only 150 points, it was likely due to the extreme imbalance of attributes.
Besides physique, the other attributes of this half-constant being were utterly pathetic.
In other words, this half-constant being was primarily based on physique. It was the kind that was easily bullied. So you glanced around and found that all the giants on the street were half-constant beings. Their levels ranged from LV 10 to 20 and their quality was all chief level.
Was this paradise?
Wait a moment, with such little physique, how could they produce glass bottles that were so sturdy?
Suyu suddenly felt curious.
His current physique, enhanced by extreme specialization, had reached 228 points with an additional 16,860.
Much higher than these half-constant beings. Could it be that those glass bottles were also unbreakable by these half-constant beings?
Forget it, there's no point in dwelling on this now. I should take note.
I should think about what to do next.
Suyu quickly realized that he could actually read the words on the roadside billboards. They were not the official characters of the Tianxia kingdom that he was familiar with, yet he could still comprehend them. Furthermore, he noticed that the architectural style of the place where these half-constant beings resided was very modern. The clothes they wore also conformed to modern aesthetic standards. It was as if everything had been proportionally enlarged to fit Blue Star people. Perhaps I can guess one of the reasons why this purple door leads to no return.
Suyu pondered. Half-constant beings were neutral creatures. As long as they did not attack first, there would be no danger.
But this was something he had observed with the Pelican eye.
Could the exploration abilities of other players detect this?
After all, these half-constant beings had relatively high levels. The level disparity was a significant factor in whether exploration skills would succeed.
If they failed to detect and acted on the assumption that half-constant beings were monsters and one should strike first, the consequences would indeed be theirs to bear. This is the first pitfall. It seems it will trap many people. Of course, some might be able to see through this pitfall. At least the elite soldiers of the Baishan military district probably wouldn't fall for it. But they still hadn't returned.
I can only say that this purple light door definitely has other pitfalls. What could they be? Suyu looked down, wondering if he would be alright if he jumped down like this. About a height of 40 meters, no problem in jumping. The sound of the wind howled in his ears. Suyu decisively jumped down, not wanting to be taken to some ridiculous place by that half-constant being. In midair, he turned his head to look at the half-constant being who had stuffed him into a backpack. It appeared to be a female half-constant with long hair and dressed in a blue and white dress. She did not notice at all that Suyu had escaped. With a light thud, Suyu landed gracefully, slightly bending his knees to absorb the impact, then stood firm. Then he saw a large foot descending from the sky towards him.
Damn! Suyu moved swiftly, dodging the giant foot in an instant, looking utterly speechless.
He ran towards the street, stopping in the shadow cast by a massive potted plant. This purple light gate is quite free. Could I explore the entire world where these half-constants live? If that's the case, I'd have more places to maneuver. After some thought, Suyu decided to follow that female half-constant first.
Let's see her destination, it might come in handy.
Moments later, Suyu followed closely and ultimately watched the female half-constant enter a tall building. He looked up and saw a sign hanging above the entrance of the tall building. Miniature Battle Pet Combat Center. Battle Pet Combat Center. Suyu was taken aback, realizing he was being treated as that female half-constant's battle pet.
And a miniature one at that.
So the normal start would be for me to fight as a battle pet, and perhaps after fulfilling certain conditions I'd be able to leave. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This sounded simply dreadful.
Wait, this can't be a player versus player battle, right? It's a fight against other monsters. Suyu grimaced.
Just a trivial profit. Once I figure out the secrets of these half-constants, I can just eat half-constants directly. How enticing! Even a single half-constant is worth over 100 points of physique.
Delicious. You treat me as a battle pet and I'll treat you as food. It's quite fair.
Suyu turned and walked away, carefully observing the street. His agility combined with his relatively small size meant that none of the half-constants on the street noticed him. Soon Suyu had scanned the entire street.
This seemed to be a commercial street with many shops selling items and even a large cinema.
Just as he was about to leave the street, however, he was stopped by an invisible wall.
Am I only allowed to move within this street?
Suyu felt a bit unwilling. There were so many half-constants outside. He watched helplessly as a half-constant walked out of the street unimpeded, turned the corner and vanished from his sight. The feeling was reminiscent of
seeing one's favorite dish pass by on a buffet carousel. Bang!
At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from outside the street.
Suyu saw a half-constant wielding a blue firearm appearing in a state of disarray around the corner. They desperately ran towards the street, but after only a few steps they tripped and fell, the blue firearm flying out of their hands. The other half-constants on the street panicked, each scrambling to the nearest shop. Suyu didn't understand but reacted quickly, following these half-constants into a shop. Almost the next second he saw a woman sitting on a throne made of bones appear around the corner. Most critically, the woman's size was almost identical to his own. A player. Suyu looked at her, but his pelican eye was ineffective. This situation indicated that the woman was definitely a player. I didn't expect there to be a living player behind this light gate. He slightly squinted, realizing a problem. His activity range seemed different from the other players. The player sitting on the bone throne was evidently unable to enter the street. Resonance of the heartstrings. Suyu quickly used this ability to try to read the player's thoughts. At this stage most players had no templates, and the resonance of the heartstrings was almost always effective. Sure enough, he successfully read her thoughts. I can't enter this street either, I was just able to enter a moment ago. It seems there's also a player here. How, what a poor soul, arriving here only now without any temporary combat power boost, destined to become my food. My current temporary combat power boost has reached 320. Originally 85 points of combined combat power has surged to a terrifying 272 points. I ask, aside from that top ranking on the heavens ladder, who can stop me? I will launch a desperate challenge targeting the player of this street. Just as Suyu read the female player's thoughts, a prompt popped up on his panel. Prompt: Joe Baihui has initiated a desperate challenge against you. Prompt: the desperate challenge is a special mechanism battle and cannot be refused. Prompt: the victor can deprive the loser of their life and gain a temporary combat power boost based on the loser's combined combat power. Prompt: the temporary combat power boost is very important, strive to gain as much temporary combat power boost as possible. Suyu blinked. Temporary combat power boost. Challenge myself. A 320 power boost sounds quite impressive. But it seems your original combined combat power is a bit low. Even with the temporary combat power boost, it only amounts to 272 points. That's even less than my 3-digit combined combat power. Combined combat power 1300, Doomsday Heavens Ladder ranking 1. I think I figured out how to play with this purple light gate. Suyu chose to accept the desperate challenge. The next second his consciousness flickered, and upon regaining clarity he found himself in a starry expanse. Beneath him was a circular platform. Opposite him the player named Zhou Baihui had just regained consciousness, seemingly about to say something. Boom! Suyu blinked, the skull flickering with cold light, and with a punch the surging force shattered her into pieces. The bone throne instantly crumbled and a wailing scream escaped from the shattered throne. Ah! This is impossible. The shattered throne desperately tried to flee from Suyu, but its speed was simply too slow. Suyu stepped forward leisurely, bringing his foot down. Crack! The bone throne was completely destroyed. A wisp of grey mist floated out and dissipated into the air. Is this how it ends? Suyu opened his panel and pondered after reading it. After defeating the challenger, he inherited a portion of their temporary combat power boost totaling 80. In other words, his current overall combat power had reached 2,340 points. But the problem was, none of my attributes have improved, nor have my specialties been enhanced. What exactly does this temporary combat power boost enhance? Suyu clenched his fist, a guess forming in his mind. The temporary combat power boost enhances external performance rather than internal changes. It was as if Suyu could originally deal 100 points of damage to his enemies. However, with the temporary combat power boost he could inflict even greater damage without changing his original attributes. For example, without altering his physical attributes he could possess greater strength and faster speed. In any case, this is a good thing. Can it be taken back? For instance, could it be converted into a permanent combat power boost? At this thought Suyu's heart surged with excitement as he found direction and clarity. I truly understand everything now. This purple portal should normally serve as a tiny battle pet for some half-humans participating in combat. If one defeats an opponent in battle, they can gain a temporary combat power boost. Once the temporary boost reaches a certain level, they can unleash slaughter upon the half-humans. Suyu believed that killing half-humans would also grant temporary combat power boosts. After slaying all the half-humans on the street, he would need to head to the streets where the other players were and initiate a death-defying challenge. The victor would take all while the loser would lose everything. Accordingly, Suyu thought that the winner could proceed to the loser's street to continue slaughtering half-humans, thus accumulating even more temporary combat power boosts. So that means only one person can return through this purple portal. He arrived at an obvious conclusion. In fact, disregarding special circumstances, this was generally the case. Once the only person who could leave departed, all the connecting purple portals would vanish. Unlike the previous purple portals, this one seemed to be nurturing something. Wait, it might not be that simple, for instance.
Suyu frowned slightly, feeling that slaughtering the remaining individuals might just be one solution for this purple portal.
In fact, it might not even be the optimal solution. Because if that were the case, he would probably be unable to gain ownership of this half-human city.
After all, Suyu had breached the second purple portal and obtained ownership of that school.
Given that there was no reason this half-human city couldn't be under his control. Let me think.
Suyu left the shop, ignoring the half-humans on the street who wore expressions of panic and were gathered around the fallen half-human with a gun.
I can't rush. Hasty actions lead to mistakes. If I can control this half-human city.
He made his way to the street where Zhou Baihui was located, scanning the surroundings as he walked along the street.
This street was evidently desolate, with hardly any half-humans in sight. Some shops were even ablaze, spewing smoke, clearly having undergone fierce battles. Tiskai came a bit too late.
Suyu quickly finished surveying the street where Zhou Baihui was and reached a conclusion. Firstly, this street appeared to be a product of several interconnected streets. Secondly, there were rather few half-humans in this street. Lastly, the half-humans within this purple portal seemed to be puppets. In other words, these half-humans with exceptionally developed physiques seemed to lack intelligence.
In fact, Suyu had anticipated this last point.
After all, he had witnessed a half-human leave his street to go to the one where Zhou Baihui was located. Clearly, if they had sufficient intelligence, that half-human would never have taken such an action. After all, no sentient being enjoys seeking death. Additionally, Suyu discovered that this street had a security office where all the security half-humans had been completely wiped out.
Clearly, they had been eliminated by Zhou Baihui.
Zhou Baihui's profession was related to mental abilities, and facing half-humans with drastically imbalanced attributes, it was naturally easy for her to kill them. Of course, this was also due to her overall combat power receiving a temporary boost.
Speaking of which, how did a group of half-humans with insufficient intelligence establish such a modern city?
Suyu looked up at the sky.
Half-human, half-human, half-human.
He found a hint that had been placed on the table from the very beginning. If there are half-humans, does that imply the existence of a being that surpasses them, such as
a full human? This modern city was constructed by full humans. And half-humans merely lived here.
But why was it like this?
Suyu pondered but couldn't find an answer.
Hint: Wang Qicheng has issued a death-defying challenge to you. Hint: temporary combat power boosts are extremely important. Please try to acquire more temporary combat power boosts. Just as Suyu was contemplating and vaguely gaining inspiration, a series of prompt sounds interrupted his thoughts. Someone had issued a death-defying challenge to him. I was wrong, in fact, sentient beings do enjoy seeking death.
Suyu took a deep breath, his thoughts completely disordered.
In the next moment, he found himself again on the circular arena set against a starry background.
Looking up at the opposite side, there stood a person, clad in a scarlet uniform. I have made a significant discovery.
The person in the scarlet uniform raised a piece of paper high, their expression urgent.
We must unite. If we fight amongst ourselves, this purple portal will succeed.
Suyu looked at him with an expressionless face.
Wang Qicheng said solemnly, friend, my overall combat power should be the strongest within the purple portal, but I will not take your life.
If you concede, I will choose not to take your life and will preserve your temporary combat power boost.
That is my guarantee. And right now the most important thing is this.
He waved the paper in his hand, then slightly exerted force, throwing it towards Suyu.
Wang Qicheng had two astonishing aspects. First, why had his overall combat power reached a staggering 385 points under temporary boosts? Yet he was still struck down with a single slap, his body even reduced to a mist of blood. Second, why had the opponent acted so decisively without uttering a single word? Could it be that the opponent had not even left a shred of trust for the crimson uniform?
As Wang Qicheng's consciousness gradually faded, he began to guess the answer. But he would never be able to voice that answer. Tip: you have achieved victory in this life and death challenge. Tip: you have inherited part of the temporary combat power boost from the challenger. Tip: you have received a 100 temporary combat power boost. Tip: based on the difference in overall combat power, your temporary combat power boost is 0.
Oof.
Suyu looked at Wang Qicheng, whose eyes were forever open in death, and snorted coldly.
He actually managed to fool him.
Truly seeking death, did he not know that he could read his thoughts?
Oh, he really didn't know. Well, it doesn't matter now.
After all, the person is dead, and Suyu generously decided not to pursue the matter.
My current temporary combat power boost is 180. Tisk, I need to think of a way to take some of it out, even if it's just a portion. In the next moment, Suyu left the arena and returned to the street he had been on before. My train of thought was interrupted just now.
Where was I? He paced back and forth, trying to recapture that fleeting inspiration.
Suddenly, Suyu halted his steps. He immediately used his Pelican eye to observe the half-constants moving along the street.
After disregarding similar information, he focused on their specialties and skills.
Specialties 1. Longevity 2. Perseverance 3. Unyielding skills 1. Excitement 2. Collision 3. Giant transformation. So you clearly remembered that the half-constants on his street had curiosity as their first skill. And the half-constants on this street had excitement as their first skill. His gaze shifted to the last specialty of these half-constants, unyielding. Curiosity and excitement are both emotions, while collision
can be likened to the chemical and electrical signal transmission of neurons. Unyielding is more straightforward. The brains of intelligent beings never rest.
Oh, except for the dead. Suya's mind conjured a bold hypothesis. Could it be that I am currently in the brain of a constant person? This is too absurd.
These half-constants are so large in size. But the world they formed is merely the brain of a constant person.
Then how big must a constant person be? No, wait.
So you felt a chill run down his spine. What constant person?
They are clearly humans.
How could a constant person's brain possibly contain the modern city from Suya's memories? And why could he understand the words on the streets? Was it because the so-called constants understood the characters of Tianxia?
I am in my own brain. Suyu suddenly realized.
Of course, to be precise, the players entering the purple light gate had contributed parts of their brains, thus constructing this half-constant world. The half-constant city where Suyu resided was merely a small part of the entire half-constant world. He had no idea how many intelligent beings had come here and met their demise. The parts of their brains they brought with them would forever remain here,
creating prosperous and diverse half-constant cities. Suyu was unaware of all this. No, I feel like I'm gaining some intelligence.
Suyu rubbed his temples vigorously. Now the question arose, what should he do next?
Let me think. If I can leave here, I should be able to take my brain back.
But then what was the temporary combat power boost? If my brain occupies someone else's brain, increasing the computing power, is that the so-called temporary combat power boost? If the fighting pets engage, would that mean killing some chaotic redundant thoughts also increases computing power? Then why does killing half-constants also boost temporary combat power?
Suyu slapped his forehead, realizing he had misled himself.
The fact that killing half-constants grants a temporary combat power boost was originally deduced by him.
Practice is the only criterion for testing truth.
Suyu decided to kill a half-constant to see if he would receive a temporary combat power boost.
This is not the street I initially arrived on. The half-constants here should have nothing to do with my brain.
Without further ado, he quickly located a half-constant.
In a flash, he sent it on its way.
Tip: you have killed a half-constant LV.
15.
Based on the damage you inflicted, experience points 150. Tip: you have consumed a half-constant LV.
15, gaining 15 points of physique and a
0.01 permanent combat power boost.
Tip: you are digesting the half-constant LV. 15, extracting its specialties.
Tip: you have acquired the specialty longevity leader level. Your cellular activity is increased by 20.
Hiss.
Suyu inhaled sharply.
Killing a half-constant really grants a combat power boost.
Then were his previous deductions incorrect? What exactly are these half-constants?
Wait.
Suyu realized he might have overlooked something. You have received a
0.01 permanent combat power boost. Permanent. Not temporary. Why? Because of my profession, I directly consumed the half-constant.
Yes, the Pelican does this.
Suyu took a deep breath. Fortune, genuine fortune.
He surveyed the desolate street, the pain in his heart reaching its peak at that moment. Zhou Baihui killing half-constants likely wouldn't yield permanent combat power boosts.
Why then did she kill so many half-constants? It was sheer waste.
She must be doing it for experience points. Killing half-constants grants experience.
Thinking this, his heart ached even more. How many adorable half-constants had fallen victim to the hands of other players in corners he was unaware of?
Additionally, Suyu realized something at this moment. It was likely that other players truly received temporary combat power boosts after killing half-constants. As for the principle, it was because when players killed half-constants, they seized the computing power represented by that half-constant. Since they merely seized it and it belonged to an outsider, it was a temporary combat power boost. Whereas Suyu directly consumed the half-constant, thus obtaining a permanent combat power boost.
If my deductions are correct, half-constants can be killed.
I just want kill the half-constants on my street, the others probably won't affect me.
Suyu was not completely tempted by the immediate benefit before him.
He decided not to kill any half-constants on his street to avoid any negative consequences. It must be mentioned that after Suyu arrived, some half-constants on his street had already left. This was because those half-constants had not appeared in this half-constant world because of Suyu. They had originally existed in this half-constant realm. After Suyu's arrival, that street belonged to him and the original half-constants would leave. That was why Suyu saw some half-constants leaving his street.
Let me think. I'll gather all 3 specialties of the half-constants first. Suyu's initiative has always been remarkably high. After making up his mind, he swiftly eliminated the half immortals on the street. Meanwhile, the continuous sound of notifications rang in his ears like the most exquisite symphony. To be honest, Suyu had never felt such thrill in slaying monsters before. In the days leading up to the Apocalypse game, there were indeed many monsters, but his strength was still quite ordinary. This resulted in a lower number of monsters he could kill, as other players also had their own initiatives. It was impossible for everyone to refrain from killing monsters and wait for Suyu to do so. But now things were different. In just a minute, 8 half immortals fell at Suyu's hands, causing his physical attribute to surge by 120 points. It was at the moment Suyu killed the 8th half immortal that he received the notification, your physical attribute has reached 300 points. Notification, your genes cannot accommodate more physical attributes, please proceed to the gene dimensional elevation trial promptly. Notification, gene dimensional elevation is crucial and is a decisive factor in determining the future development direction of players. Notification players can freely choose the number of genes to elevate with a maximum of 5 and a minimum of 1. Warning, the more genes you elevate, the greater the difficulty of the trial. Warning, as you are the top of the ladder, this is a special warning, please choose cautiously and do not select more than 3 genes for elevation for the sake of your future. Suyu paused, his brow furrowing slightly. What does this mean? Is it saying my genes are too weak? Sai, I am growing stronger while my genes remain stagnant. We should part ways. Suyu shook his head, realizing he had misspoken. After all, there had been gene optimizations before. This indicated that his genes were also trying to strive to keep pace with him. But alas, his genes were not putting in enough effort. They actually required him to undergo some gene dimensional elevation trial. It looked like a hassle. Wait, that's not right. This is a good thing. Suyu suddenly realized. Since it was a gene dimensional elevation trial, there must be particularly powerful monsters, right? Otherwise, would this trial make him take a test? But the problem is. Suyu pondered and tentatively inquired with the game system. What is the difficulty of the gene dimensional elevation trial tied to? Checking. You are the top of the ladder, permissions met. Notification, the difficulty of the gene dimensional elevation trial is linked to the chosen genes for elevation and your level. Notification, a reminder, please choose cautiously. Suyu's eyes brightened, he never expected the difficulty of this trial to be linked to his level. He quickly checked his level. Player ID 6721LV. 1513155500. Normally there shouldn't be any player who could reach 300 points in a single attribute at LV. 15, right? This meant that if he participated in the gene dimensional elevation trial now, he actually had a significant advantage. Other players were struggling to level up, adding free attributes along with their class attributes. To reach 300 points in their main attribute, even considering extreme point allocation, they would need to be at least LV 40. This was because as levels increased, players gained more free and class attributes with each level. Take Zhang Fan for instance, when he reached LV 3, his class attributes only increased by 2 points, which were in physical and mental attributes. His free attributes gained were merely 2 points. If things remained unchanged for Zhang Fan to reach 300 points in his main attribute, he would need to be at least LV 100. As players' levels increased, they obtained more attributes with each level. Most players who focused on extreme point allocation would only encounter the gene optimization trial around LV 40. Suyu, however, was different. He was only LV 15, but due to consuming enough, had already reached 300 points in a single attribute. Should I choose to elevate all 5 genes? Physical, mental, mystic, charm, and luck, these are humanity's 5 genes. To be honest, Suyu was somewhat uncertain. But since the Apocalypse game system would answer some of his questions due to his status as the top of the ladder, he simply asked, if I choose all 5 elevate genes, what would be the highest total combat power of the monsters I face? Checking. You are the top of the ladder, permissions met. Notification, your level is LV 15. If you choose to elevate all 5 genes, the total combat power of the target will be 1,500 points. A maximum total combat power of 1,500 points. For other LV 15 players, this total combat power would be an astronomical figure. No wonder they do not recommend choosing too many genes for elevation. Because they simply cannot pass. But for Suyu, total combat power 1750, Apocalypse ladder ranking 1, his physical attributes surged by 120 points, and with the expertise of the half immortals, his total combat power rose by 450 points. Suyu raised an eyebrow. It seems, and I mean seems, it isn't very difficult. As a pelican determined to devour all monsters, Suyu decided to choose everything. As for when he made this determination, that was naturally just now. I choose to elevate all 5 genes. Warning. 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 3 blood-red characters appeared before Suyu, flashing with blinding red light. Are you sure you want to choose? Yes, no. Tisk, yes.
The acrid smell of sulfur made Suyu, who was regaining consciousness, frown slightly. He looked around and found himself standing on reddish-brown rocks with flowing magma ahead like a small stream.
This was an endless red rock plain adorned with streaming magma.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, a humanoid creature fully engulfed in flames and emaciated crawled out from the lava.
Following that, more similar monsters emerged from the magma. They stood about 1.9
meters tall, extremely gaunt, their skin a deep black resembling charred wood marked with fissures. Their heads were skeletal with deep-set eye sockets, and within them flickered two glowing orange flames akin to burning coals. Suyu immediately activated his Pelican eye.
Name: Dry Sun Zombie LV.
20 quality legendary health 97200 energy 21600 attributes physical 270 mental 270 mystic 200 charm 100 luck 3 expertise 1.
Dry Sun Body 2. Scorched Earth Walker 3. Undying Blaze 4-8. Non-legendary specialties. Skills 1. Great Drought 2. Scorched Earth 3. 3 Suns Burning Heart 4. Touch of the Zombie 5. 6. 7.
Total combat power 1500 Dry Sun Zombie LV. 20 legendary quality attributes relatively balanced total combat power 1500.
Of course, all of this isn't very important.
What matters is that there are 3 Dry Sun zombies here. Suyu took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its peak, his fist adorned with spiked knuckles clenched tightly.
Crack!
1 Dry Sun zombie raised its arms as 3 orange suns swiftly formed. But instead of striking Suyu, it was swallowed whole. But instead of striking Suyu, it was swallowed whole. But instead of striking Suyu, it was swallowed whole. But instead of striking Suyu, it was swallowed whole.
Boom!
A powerful wave of heat erupted from the body of the scorching zombie, rushing towards Suyu. At the moment the prompt sounded, Suyu's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage appearing before a scorching zombie. He unleashed a punch, the surging force sweeping through the air, and before the sound of the sonic boom could be heard, it landed on the chest of a scorching zombie.
Bang! A dull thud echoed as the scorching zombie was sent flying.
In an instant the specialty Thousand Eyes Crown activated, the sleep judgment passed, and the scorching zombie fell into a state of slumber. But at the same time the attacks of the other 2 scorching zombies descended. Scarlet threads seeped out from the cracks in the scorching zombies' bodies, rapidly enveloping Suyu. Before being entangled by the threads, Suyu barely dodged. Just then the last scorching zombie moved. It transformed into a gust of hot wind blowing towards Suyu.
Great Drought!
Suyu initially felt warmth, but soon as scorching pain awakened within his bones. His life value began to decrease immediately.
15. 17. 16. Tisk, it's nothing serious.
The scorching zombie's skill Great Drought if it hit other players of the same level.
Then in an instant it could melt them away.
But hitting Suyu felt like a gentle spring breeze. The reason for this, of course, was due to the legendary specialty Cherished Soul Corpse.
Physical and mental resistance permanently increased by 70. And the scorching zombie's Great Drought is a mental type skill.
Suyu's mental resistance is extremely high, drastically reducing the originally terrifying damage. Not only that, but there's also the king level specialty Steel Bones, which has a more straightforward effect.
All damage taken is reduced by 10, including true damage. Additionally, with the boss level specialty, 10 of non-true damage will convert into Suyu's life value. With layers of specialties stacked, Suyu's resilience is terrifying, his tankiness astonishing.
In previous battles he would instantaneously eliminate foes appearing as a primary damage dealer. But if one were to truly categorize him, Suyu should be a tank. No, that's not right, merely calling him a tank can't describe Suyu's current tankiness. Because against physical damage he also possesses the specialty Ethereal Body, reducing physical damage by 40. And the Body of Eternal Winter, increasing critical resistance by 60. With multiple specialties enhancing him, Suyu is now an undeniable top-tier tank. His resilience is overwhelming. This leads him to even withstand the attacks from the other 2 scorching zombies, focusing solely on beating down 1 scorching zombie. His physique is impressive, full of energy and quite powerful. Moreover, with the orange gear Bone Piercer granting physical penetration, his damage output is considerable. Of course he also benefits from the true damage provided by Cherished Soul Corpse. Suyu's attacks carry an additional true damage of 10-20 mysterious. His current mysterious attribute is 149 points, meaning each attack inflicts about 40 points of extra true damage.
It may not seem like much,
but with Suyu's high agility his punching speed is rapid. In the blink of an eye dozens of punches are thrown, amounting to nearly 1,000 points of true damage.
The scorching zombie he is focusing on sees its life value plummet like flowing water.
After all, even though the scorching zombie has a legendary level template, its physique is limited by its level with a life value of only over 90,000. Inflicting nearly 1,000 points of true damage per second corresponds to one of its life value. In just 100 seconds with only true damage, Suyu could drain the life of a scorching zombie. Able to endure deal damage and even run due to his high agility, this is no longer a top-tier tank but an ultimate tank.
Of course, if one only looks at the physical damage he inflicts.
Suyu remains silent, gazing at the physical damage he has caused, feeling nothing but sighing.
After all, he lacks active skills. The Bone Piercer is merely an orange-quality piece of equipment from a king-level treasure chest.
A single punch deals minimal physical damage akin to scratching the scorching zombie. It can only be said that at this stage, facing strong enemies, Suyu's output relies entirely on cherished soul corpse.
True damage is that authoritative. Ja. Monsters in the Gene Ascension trial clearly cannot speak the Tonxia language, yet they possess wisdom and can communicate.
The scorching zombie that Suyu has been focusing on sensed danger and immediately activated a skill.
Magma.
In the next instant, the orange-red flames in its eye sockets flickered, transforming into a stream of magma, attempting to quickly distance itself from Suyu. Suyu naturally wouldn't allow that and immediately pursued his high agility coming into play. The other two scorching zombies unleashed all their might to try and block Suyu but could only see his back. The scorching zombie that tried to use the magma skill to distance itself from Suyu after the skill concluded thought it could create some breathing room.
However, just as it recovered from the magma state, it found Suyu right in front of it. The scorching zombie. From the speed at which the orange-red flames flickered in its eye sockets,
it should have been puzzled as to why Suyu moved so quickly.
The scorching zombie Ja.
It glared at Suyu, feeling that all the battle memories in its soul were false.
Based on Suyu's previous performance, it thought Suyu should be a tank.
But whose tank runs this fast?
Isn't this a scam against zombies? Ja.
Suyu landed a punch that knocked it off balance, followed by a kick that sent this legendary level monster crashing to the ground, his fists raining down.
The outcome of the battle is already without suspense.
Even 3 scorching zombies with a combined combat power of 1,500 points are no match for Suyu.
Able to take hits, deal damage and run. He can even use the ancient wood specialty to slightly heal himself. Honestly, this is not something a legendary monster like the scorching zombie should face.
To them, Suyu is far beyond their level.
This is the chemical reaction produced by different specialties. Ja.
Accompanied by a mournful cry, the life value of the scorching zombie under heavy assault hit rock bottom.
In the next moment, Suyu landed a punch bringing its life value to 0. Prompt: you have slain the scorching zombie LV.
20 based on the damage you dealt. Experience points 0. Trial monsters do not provide experience points.
Prompt: you have consumed the scorching zombie LV.
20 you gain 30 points of mental power. Prompt: as this creature is legendary, this attribute gain is doubled, you gain 60 points of mental power. Prompt: you have digested the scorching zombie LV.
20 extracting the opponent's specialty.
Prompt: you have acquired the specialty, Undying Flame. Undying Flame legendary. When you stop moving, recover 1 of your maximum life value every
0.1 seconds. A new legendary specialty.
Compared to king level and other quality specialties, legendary specialties are much more precious and numerous.
The scorching zombie only possesses 3 legendary specialties, while the rest are king level specialties.
And king level monsters like the Wind Skeleton Master have all king level specialties and lack lord level specialties.
As for Suyu,
his specialties are increasing daily beyond estimation. Clearly, Suyu's luck has played a role, granting him the legendary skill of the Drought Young Zombie.
To be precise, his luck attribute had already come into effect.
Otherwise, it would have been impossible to directly draw the legendary skill of the Silver-Eyed Twin Demons. Speaking of the luck attribute, Suyu has always had a doubt.
He has yet to see any monster with a luck attribute exceeding 10 points.
After reading the thoughts of Qin Jifei and the others, Suyu learned that the freedom attribute cannot be applied to luck. So the question arises, as one of the 5 major genes, or rather one of the 5 major attributes, how can luck be enhanced?
Are there any monsters that primarily possess luck as their main attribute? Bang. Bang. Bang.
Suyu struck the Drought Young Zombie fiercely while pondering, not wasting any time on either side. There was no choice. Despite there being 2 Drought Young Zombies remaining, they posed no pressure on Suyu. After defeating the Drought Young Zombie, he absorbed 30 points of mental attributes, which doubled to 60 points since it was a legendary level monster. With this, his mental attributes surged by 60 points, bringing him to 145 points, allowing him to choose a second gene optimization. However, Suyu did not choose it for now, as gene optimization requires time. As his mental attributes increased, so did his mental resistance, further reducing the damage he received. It was truly a case of growing stronger with each battle. As for the physical damage from the Drought Young Zombies, just a single illusory physique could teach them a lesson: to be zombies. Furthermore, Suyu now has means to restore his health. With the legendary skill Immortal Flame, as long as he halts movement, he can recover 1 of his maximum health every 0.1 seconds. Not every second, but every 0.1 seconds. The difference between the two is immense. Suyu stood firm, gripping one Drought Young Zombie by the neck, shaking it back and forth while delivering powerful punches.
Meanwhile, because he did not move, his health was rising at a rate of 1 of his maximum health every 0.1 seconds. In just 2 seconds he was back to full health, remaining still continuously healing. Compared to recovering health every second, recovering every 0.1 seconds is undeniably much more flexible.
Because he only needs to stop moving for
0.1 seconds to restore health. This is the power of a legendary skill. Previously the drought young zombies wanted to distance themselves from Suyu just to recover health. It was because Suyu was fast with high physique and strength, capable of sending the drought young zombies flying with a single punch, forcing them to move on their own. Otherwise, if the drought young zombies stood still, exchanging health with Suyu would be quite troublesome. Crack. The remaining 2 drought young zombies seemed to foresee their demise, their orange-red flames flickering violently in their eye sockets. Suddenly cracks on one of the drought young zombies' body began to glow red.
A surge of violent energy was brewing within it.
Suyu was taken aback, quickly realizing that it was about to self-destruct. How could this be allowed?
If you self-destruct, what will I eat? In a critical moment, Suyu closed his eyes and lay down on the spot. The self-destructing drought young zombie. It immediately halted its self-destruction, looking at its companion with a puzzled expression. In a place where Suyu could not hear, they communicated mentally.
What is going on? I don't know, why did it suddenly faint? Didn't you find its earlier performance too abnormal?
Oh. I understand now, it must have activated a skill with strong aftereffects.
Yes, that's right.
I wondered why it was so strong, it must be suffering from aftereffects now.
Alright, I see now, I almost got tricked by it.
This dialogue may seem lengthy, but since it was mental communication, it happened in an instant.
The drought young zombie that stopped its self-destruction breathed a sigh of relief, secretly feeling lucky.
It quickly walked to Suyu's side, about to unleash its claws fiercely to vent the frustration it felt from being beaten earlier.
Then it saw Suyu suddenly open his eyes wide.
Suyu stood up, grabbing this drought young zombie by the ankle and violently swinging it to the ground.
While swinging and hitting.
And when the body of this drought young zombie erupted with red light again, Suyu clutched its ankle, rolled his eyes, and once again lay down on the ground.
The drought young zombie whose ankle was gripped.
The other drought young zombie, it must be intermittently fainting. If we attack with all our might, we might win.
Both drought young zombies launched their full offensive. Suyu cooperatively moved with their onslaught, continuously flying away. Even though this meant he could no longer heal.
But the drought young zombie whose ankle he held was also being sent flying, utterly unable to heal.
The drought young zombie that was not being held, there is hope. Its skill's aftereffects should be significant.
The drought young zombie with its ankle gripped, wait, stop hitting.
I need to heal too. The drought young zombie that was not being held ceased its attack.
Seeing the drought young zombies cease their assault, Suyu immediately guessed what they intended to do and promptly opened his eyes wide. Without hesitation, he grabbed the drought young zombie in hand, swinging and hitting, repeating the previous process.
Want to heal? Dream on. In an instant, the health of this drought young zombie dropped to 5.
In fact, when it prepared to self-destruct, its health was already down to 20. In a place where Suyu could not hear, the 2 drought young zombies communicated with each other.
No, this won't work. If this continues, it'll just self-destruct. No. You can't self-destruct directly, listen to me. What? Its fainting is intermittent. When it faints next time, if we don't attack, you can recover health. That makes sense, let's do it your way. Hey, talk to me. What's wrong with you?
The drought young zombie held by Suyu closed its eyes and unexpectedly fell into a deep sleep. Crown of 1,000 Eyes, a Lord-level skill. One of its effects is that every 10 seconds your next attack will inflict a sleep effect. Suyu actually rarely used this skill effect, as many times one punch is enough to end the battle. But now this skill has truly demonstrated its effectiveness. The drought young zombie he held by the ankle fell into a deep sleep. Suyu released its ankle, launching his full offensive, sending it flying, then quickly following up with punch after punch. This is the opportunity Suyu actively created. Since you can self-destruct, then let you fall asleep unable to use your self-destruct skill. As for everything before this, it was all to lower its health threshold. Now with this drought young zombie's health at the killing line, Suyu decisively took action. Thus, without any suspense, the health of this drought young zombie was reduced to 0 while it was asleep. Tip: you have killed the drought young zombie. LV 20 based on the damage you inflicted. Experience points 0. Trial monsters do not provide experience points. Tip: you have swallowed the drought young zombie. LV 20 you gain 30 points of mental attributes. Tip: because this creature is legendary, this attribute gain is doubled. You gain 60 points of mental attributes. Tip: you are digesting the drought young zombie. LV 20 extracting the opponent's skill. Tip: you have acquired the skill Drought Young Body. Body of the Drought Sun legendary level. Your fire attribute resistance increases by 50 and your physical resistance increases by 50. 25 of the fire attribute damage you receive will be converted into your health. Your fire-based skill damage increases by 50. When in an environment abundant with fire energy, this damage bonus will increase to 100.
With both offense and defense along with the ability to recover health and a maximum 100 damage increase for fire-based skills, the power of this legendary specialization is once again confirmed. But the problem is, Suyu furrowed his brows slightly as this was the first legendary specialization he found somewhat average. Because he had no fire-based skills and it was unlikely he would have any in the future. Not necessarily, it doesn't specify that it has to be an active skill. Passive skill should also benefit from the damage bonus. Suyu comforted himself, then shifted his gaze to the last Drought Sun zombie. This Drought Sun zombie still had full health. In the next moment Suyu closed his eyes, lay down on the ground and symbolically twitched a couple of times. The last Drought Sun zombie. It stood silently in place, suddenly unsure of what to do. Attacking seemed difficult. Because it saw Suyu recovering health and the speed was quite fast. It appeared that the effect was somewhat similar to one of its legendary specializations. But if it didn't attack, it seemed unlikely after all the enemy was recovering health. As for self-detonation, the Drought Sun zombie looked at its own still full health. Self-detonation with full health. That sounds so stupid. Cha! The Drought Sun zombie couldn't take it anymore and launched a fierce attack on Suyu, who was lying on the ground. Once the skill cooled down, it unleashed everything it had on Suyu. Then it discovered that the damage it dealt seemed to have decreased again. The damage dealt by the Drought Sun zombie mainly consisted of physical fire attribute and spiritual damage. Suyu had just acquired the body of the Drought Sun, greatly increasing his resistance to fire and physical attacks. Moreover, the fire attribute damage from the Drought Sun zombie was even helping Suyu recover health. After nearly 10 seconds of struggling, this last Drought Sun zombie realized that Suyu was still at full health. It found that it couldn't inflict any damage at all. It was in despair. Suyu calculated that the Crown of Thousand Eyes had already cooled down and immediately erupted, knocking it unconscious with a punch. But then Suyu found himself in a bit of trouble. It can only be unconscious for a maximum of 3 seconds. It seems my control chain isn't perfect enough. What if it wakes up after 3 seconds and self-detonates? Time was tight and Suyu's brain raced. Right, I have killed 2 Drought Sun zombies plus the initial Silver Eye twins, that's 3 legendary monsters. When Suyu devoured 139 legendary or higher quality beings, he could obtain 1 precious cherished slot. The specializations in the cherished slot could also be changed at any time. Name: Culinary Treasure, Current Cherished Soul, Corruption Body, Current Cherished Slot 12, Cherish the Crown of Thousand Eyes. Cherished Crown of Thousand Eyes. Lord level permanently increases perception range by 60, capable of detecting stealth of beings below Lord level. Every 10 seconds your next attack will carry a powerful sleep effect. The sleep effect was tested by Suyu, and if it passed the judgment, it could put monsters to sleep for up to 3 seconds. And after being cherished, the original sleep effect of the Crown of Thousand Eyes transformed into a powerful sleep effect. Suyu thought for a moment, closed his eyes and decisively lay down on the ground. There was no other choice. He was genuinely afraid that the Drought Sun zombie would wake up and self-detonate. Considering the feelings of the monster, I truly am a good person. Great. Suyu lay comfortably on the ground, self-satisfied, and praised himself for being great and a good person. 3 seconds quickly passed. The orange-red flames in the Drought Sun zombie's eyes flickered again and it stood up abruptly. It glanced at its still full health and then at the lying Suyu. As a zombie, it was completely frozen. To attack or not to attack, that was the question. Cha! The Drought Sun zombie turned and ran, trying to distance itself from Suyu. Suyu opened his eyes, looked at its fleeing figure with a sigh, feeling helpless. Was he really that terrifying? He lay down for another 3 or 4 seconds and only got up leisurely after the Drought Sun zombie had run a distance. He didn't rush to explode at full speed, but rather timed it. After the Crown of Thousand Eyes cooled down, he caught up to the Drought Sun zombie and knocked it unconscious with a punch. This time Suyu didn't hold back, he grabbed its ankle and swung it while delivering powerful punches. Time passed second by second. After 5 seconds, the orange-red flames in the Drought Sun zombie's eyes trembled. Suyu raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit regretful. It seemed that the limit of the powerful sleep effect was indeed 5 seconds. Fortunately, he still had the option of gene optimization after reaching the required mental attribute. But Suyu glanced at the 4 directions for gene optimization and slowly shook his head. Hint: your current mental attribute is above 100 points, triggering a gene optimization opportunity. Hint: please choose one option from the following 4 options for gene optimization. 1. Great Inventor, you can fuse 2 active skills for use. 2. Ancient Plague of the Underworld, your attacks additionally carry 55 mental attribute mental damage and accumulate 1 layer of mental virus. After accumulating 20 layers of mental virus, it can explode randomly, causing 1 negative status. 3. Mental Armor, your mental resistance increases by 20 and damage from mental type skills increases by 30. 4. Boil Heaven and Burn Sea, the fire damage coefficient provided by the mental attribute is permanently increased by 60. None of them were control related. However, the Ancient Plague of the Underworld was slightly related to control and was the gene optimization direction that Suyu favored the most. The other 3 gene optimization directions were not very friendly to Suyu.
Suyu withdrew his hand and before the Drought Sun zombie woke up went around to its back and jumped into the lava stream. After increasing his fire attribute resistance by 50 he could swim in the lava. This was thanks to the gift from the Drought Sun zombie. Legendary level specializations were indeed useful. Thus when the last Drought Sun zombie woke up, it looked around and found that the vast red stone plain was left with only itself the zombie. It was completely stunned. Previously Suyu was at least unconscious and lying on the ground where it could see him. Now Suyu had directly dived into the lava stream and it couldn't see him at all. So the question arose. Should it self-detonate when it couldn't see the enemy? Cha! 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 The Drought Sun zombie roared and its mentality completely collapsed. It sat down on the ground, thought for a moment and decided to imitate Suyu by lying down. Surprisingly, just lying down and looking at the gray sky restored its mindset a bit. A thought of luck surfaced in its mind. What if that thing's skill side effects completely exploded and self-detonated while I was asleep? At that moment as the Dry Sun zombie was deep in thought. With a roar the magma surged and Suyu broke through the sea of flames, leaping out and swiftly moving before grabbing its ankle. His movements were swift and the instant the Dry Sun zombie reacted he delivered a punch. The Thousand Eyes Crown immediately activated, plunging it into a deep state of unconsciousness. Suyu unleashed punch after punch, waiting until the 20 layers of mental virus were fully stacked before detonating them. Henshu detonated 20 layers of mental virus. The target is in a weakened state. Suyu raised an eyebrow and continued to punch, detonating the mental virus a second time just before the Dry Sun zombie was about to awaken. Henshu detonated 20 layers of mental virus. The target is in a state of skill imbalance. Skill imbalance: when a skill is activated there is a 10 chance of failure, and when attacked this probability increases to 30. Suyu's eyes lit up. The self-detonation of the Dry Sun zombie was actually an active skill. With strong sedation and various negative states, perhaps with my luck attribute I can prevent it from self-detonating at all. As the Dry Sun zombie awoke and attempted to resist, it found its efforts fruitless and prepared to self-detonate in despair. However, due to the skill imbalance its self-detonation failed. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu launched a fierce attack and detonated the mental virus again. Henshu killed the Dry Sun zombie LV. 20 according to the damage you dealt. Experience points 0. Trial monsters do not provide experience points. Henshu swallowed the Dry Sun zombie LV. 20 you gain 30 points of spirit. Hint: since this creature is legendary, this time the attribute gain is doubled, you gain 60 points of spirit. Henshu digested the Dry Sun zombie LV. 20 extracting its expertise. Henshu gained the expertise Scorched Earthwalker. Scorched Earthwalker legendary strength, constitution and agility coefficients provided by physical attributes increased by 30. The fire damage coefficient provided by spirit attributes is permanently increased by 100. After using fire skills, agility coefficients increase by an additional 30 lasting 5 seconds. These are simple yet substantial numbers and they display remarkable performance in physicality. If it weren't for his extreme specialization, the 300 points of physical attribute would actually perform as 408 points. Otherwise it might not be able to exert such overwhelming pressure. Looking at this expertise, Suyu fell into a moment of contemplation. The expertise of monsters is all suited to their own nature. Having consumed it, it will be difficult for me to adapt it perfectly to myself. The second effect of Scorched Earthwalker is very powerful, yet Suyu found it hard to utilize. Looking at it this way, it indeed seems that expertise that increases tankiness is more suitable for me. So, I am indeed lucky the expertise I previously consumed all maximized my combat power. Suyu slowly shook his head, having realized something. That is, the proportion of active skills in the overall combat power should be quite high. Some powerful active skills can greatly enhance overall combat power. But once tankiness increases or when the values of various attributes reach a certain level, one can largely ignore the opponent's active skills. In other words, the combat power Suyu currently displays is higher than what is shown on his panel. Perhaps this is the charm of numbers. Unfortunately, the monsters in the trial don't have treasure chests. Before Suyu could continue his thoughts, the surrounding environment began to distort and his consciousness blurred momentarily. The gene elevation has begun. He felt as if every cell in his body was unfolding, infinitely extending on a two-dimensional plane. After an unknown period, Suyu in a daze found himself back in the semi-human world, a prompt sound ringing in his ears. Hint: genes have been elevated. Hint: your physical, spiritual, mysterious and charm attributes can exceed 300 points and your luck attribute can exceed 30. Hint: you have gained a permanent status, Gene Mid-Dimension. Gene Mid-Dimension damage caused to you by lifeforms Gene Low Dimension is reduced by 70. Your damage to lifeforms Gene Low Dimension is increased by 70. Suyu's heart stirred as he looked at his overall combat power. Overall combat power 3300. Roughly estimated Gene Mid-Dimension has increased my overall combat power by nearly 800 points. No wonder the overall combat power of the LV 40 Wind Skeleton Snowmaster could reach 5,500 before being sealed. It's likely it has undergone a gene elevation. Of course, when fighting Suyu it was in a sealed state and the gene elevation state was ineffective. Suyu lowered his gaze and glanced at the ladder ranking. First place Suyu 3300, second place Wang Tianfeng 330, third place Luca Rossi 290, fourth place Li Mu 270, fifth place Hans Muller 265, sixth place Hidden 260. 10th place Cui Taiyuan 160. Everyone's overall combat power is steadily increasing. Suyu nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased with this. Unknowingly his overall combat power was already 10 times that of the second place. Suddenly Wang Tianfeng's overall combat power underwent a change. Second place Wang Tianfeng 350. What stable growth, it seems his profession is also a developmental one. Suyu closed the panel and looked toward the semi-humans on the street. Moments later he took 10 minutes to eliminate all the semi-humans he could kill. A total of 1255 semi-humans provided him with a 1255 permanent combat power increase. Not only that. Hint, you have killed a lifeform with a gene dimension lower than your own for the first time. Hint condition met, you unlock the real profession skill of the Pelican, bullying the weak. Name bullying the weak. Category passive skill profession quality indescribable effect killing lifeforms with a gene dimension lower than your own grants you 1 layer of bullying mark. Accumulate 100 layers of bullying marks to gain 1 point of free attribute points. These free attribute points can increase luck attributes. Current free attribute points 12 points. Evaluation: an evil pelican has appeared in the fish pond. After the gene elevation, so you can actually gain attribute points by killing low-dimensional gene monsters. At the same time he can also gain bullying marks. However, there is a condition: that attribute must not be 300 points. If Suyu kills a monster primarily focused on spirit, then since his spirit attribute does not reach 300 points he can obtain spirit attributes just like before. Only when that attribute reaches 300 points can he consume low-dimensional gene monsters. Then he could only get bullying marks. I say this is an enhancement, a very terrifying enhancement. Suyu looked at his attribute panel, primarily focusing on the luck attribute. Luck 91. Honestly, he had seen so many monsters and not one had a luck higher than his own. Even the legendary Dry Sun Zombie had a meager luck attribute of only 3 points. Points all in luck. Luck 211. A flash of golden light flickered in Suyu's eyes. This feeling. Seems like there isn't much change. Suddenly a deafening sound came from the southwest. Suyu turned his head and widened his eyes slightly. He saw a half-constant being wearing a crown descending from the sky. Notice the current number of remaining players is 3. The number of half-constant beings has decreased by 90. Conditions met. Notice your greed has led you down a wrong path. The king of the half-constant has awakened. A wrong path. Suyu raised his brows. Perhaps. But for him the benefits of this path were extraordinarily high. Tisk, the other players are not idle either, fiercely battling each other, and quite a number of half-constant beings have been killed on the corresponding streets. Just as Suyu side, a player fell to the hands of the king of the half-constant. He saw the half-constant being wearing the crown transform into a beam of golden light soaring into the sky and then descend upon a street in the northwest. In just 10 seconds. Notice the current number of remaining players is 1. Suyu watched calmly as a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. It was a majestic half-constant being clad in splendid golden armor with various diamonds embedded in its crown. To slaughter my people at will, you shall pay for it. It wielded a giant sword and charged towards Suyu. Boom. In the next instant its golden armor shattered and its colossal body was reduced to a mist of blood. What's with this overbearing half-legendary being? Suyu flicked his wrist. Notice you have slain the king of the half-constant LV. 15 based on the damage you dealt, experience 800. Notice you have devoured the king of the half-constant LV. 15 you have gained 1 level of bullying mark. Notice you are digesting the king of the half-constant LV. 15 extracting its specialties. Notice you have obtained the specialty king of the clan. King of the clan monarch level. When your clan size develops to a certain extent you will gain a temporary combat power boost. Currently your clan size is level 2 and you gain a 10 temporary combat power boost. Specialties are unaffected and Suyu can still extract specialties from lower dimensional genetic monsters. He looked at the monarch level specialty he had just acquired deep in thought. The scale of the clan affects overall combat power, so killing the half-constant beings ultimately attracted the king of the half-constant. Of course this isn't important. What's important is, Suyu from my clan is obviously the entire blue star human race, yet it's only at level 2 scale now. Forget it, it's just a specialty, no need to go out of my way for a monarch level specialty. He was very clear-headed, it was merely a monarch level specialty. Just as Suyu killed the king of the half-constant and picked up the dropped orange treasure chest, the street he was on rumbled and slowly ascended into the air. The half-constant beings in the street seemed to realize something and raised their hands in cheer. In the next instant the street began to shrink, becoming extremely small, only the size of Suyu's palm, and transformed into a shooting star coming before him. Notice no half-constant beings have died on your street, your merciful radiance shines upon them.
Notice you have gained ownership of this half-constant street, please name it. Fish pond. I've returned. After a brief dizziness, Suyu walked out of the purple gate. He was met with the delighted expressions of Hee-jo and Han Dong, who had been waiting there. Hee-jo looked at Suyu with an expectant gaze directed towards the purple gate behind him. Then he saw the gate slowly dissipate, leaving only a strand of purple light that fell into Suyu's hand. This. Hee-jo, the commander, rarely showed hesitation, unsure whether to ask or not. During the wait he had been watching the ladder ranking to confirm Suyu's status. Then he saw it. Suyu's overall combat power skyrocketed to a level that left him in disbelief. If before he still had some confidence facing Suyu, after all he held hot weapons. But now Hee-jo felt that those hot weapons were nothing but scrap metal. After calculating the permanent and temporary combat power boosts, Suyu's overall combat power had reached an astonishing 4,045 points. Compared to the peak state of the LV 40 Feng Hai Shui Master, it was only 1,455 points short. Under the vast disparity in combat power, Hee-jo even felt that he and Suyu were no longer of the same kind. However, Han Dong did not have such convoluted thoughts. Seeing a strand of purple light fall into Suyu's hand, he asked in astonishment, "Suyu, no, Mr. Su, what is that strand of purple light?" "Just call me Suyu." Hearing Mr. Su come from your mouth, tsk. Ahem. Hee-jo cleared his throat, gesturing for Han Dong to be quiet, then looked at Suyu with a gentle smile. "Mr. Su, did you see our soldiers in that purple gate?" "I didn't see them." Suyu shook his head. "They're all gone." "I see." Hee-jo did not continue to inquire. A flicker of sorrow flashed in his eyes. "All right. Suyu, put away the strand of purple light. The issues here are resolved in leaving." Hee-jo was taken aback, unable to think too much, instinctively reaching out to retain him. "Mr. Su, would you like to stay here? I can give you the highest authority. I have a stronghold too." This. Hee-jo was stunned. He had always thought Suyu was a lone wolf. Seeing Suyu say this, a wry smile appeared on his face. "Sorry, I was presumptuous." Suyu said nothing and turned to walk out. Hee-jo watched Suyu's figure grow distant, slowly clenching his fist, his expression conflicted. "Wait." He suddenly called out, "I have something to tell you." Ignoring the astonished gaze of Han Dong beside him, Hee-jo jogged to Suyu's side. "What is it?" Could I join your stronghold in my personal capacity?" "Suyu." He looked at Hee-jo, speechless. This development left him somewhat bewildered. "Hee-jo, sorry, the Baishan military district is a military district of the Tianxia kingdom. I have no authority to make decisions about it. Therefore, would you allow me, Hee-jo, to join your stronghold as a member of the multitude in this apocalypse?" "Of course, due to my duties I cannot return to your stronghold with you. But if your stronghold needs supplies or manpower, I can provide for you in the name of cooperation." Suyu was silent. To be honest, he had never dealt with such issues before. And he was not very skilled at handling such matters. After a long while. "All right." Suyu extended his hand to him. "The restaurant welcomes you." Hee-jo was taken aback. "What restaurant?" He reflexively extended his hand and shook hands with Suyu while quietly asking, "What is the restaurant?" "My stronghold." Hee-jo's mouth twitched slightly. For some reason he now felt that Suyu was akin to him. Under the guidance of Hee-jo, Suyu took a cursory tour of the current Baishan military district. Within the military district there were still many ruins, remnants of the monster invasion. Due to a shortage of manpower and raw materials, reconstruction had not yet begun. Of course, with the workshop established at the outpost, they could easily clear the area and build bronze-level houses. However, Hee-jo chose to prioritize constructing bronze-level houses outside the military district to accommodate ordinary people first. "I still remember those flocks of goats, dark and chaotic." Hee-jo accompanied Suyu, a shadow of complexity crossing his face. "They charged wildly and could even disguise themselves, and once our people got close to them they would lose their sanity. Fortunately, we had guns, firearms, and brave soldiers." Suyu nodded slightly, fully aware that the goats Hee-jo referred to were the boss-level Lin Shushan goats. "Do you know what monsters I faced during the invasion?" Hee-jo shook his head, indicating he did not know. Suyu replied, "Just some purple sticky bubbles at most, sand-scaled beasts. The boss-level monsters only arrived a few days later." Hee-jo noted, "So the survivors in areas far from the military district said the same." Suyu remarked, "It seems that this doomsday game dynamically determines the monsters that appear." Hee-jo remarked, "That does seem fair." Yes, it was fair. If Suyu had faced the Lin Shushan goats from the beginning, the chance of death would have been nearly 99. 99. If the purple sticky bubbles had appeared in the military district, they would have been easily dealt with by the soldiers. Suyu asked, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Hee-jo replied, "Well, take it one step at a time. I don't know what will come when the sky tears apart again." He looked up at the sky, worry etched on his face. Before Suyu, he did not pretend to be strong or show a facade of being in control. Instead, he chose to openly display his true thoughts. Suyu said, let's start by building. We need to repair the roads. Roads are essential, and don't you have a golden level outpost? Hijo sighed. Yes, starting construction is never wrong, but building requires experience. Suyu raised an eyebrow. With so many outposts you should have quite a few gateways, right? Hijo shook his head. The number of gateways is always limited, and so is the number of monsters within them. Suyu said, then I have no way. I'm not good at these things. Hijo smiled wryly. I'm not good at this either. I'm just the highest authority in the military district. The two exchanged a glance and smiled. Hijo said, Mr. Su'll have that kid Han Dong escort you. His words suddenly faltered. A slight tremor followed, but soon all abnormalities disappeared as if the tremor had merely been an illusion. Suyu frowned slightly, expanding the range of his resonance. Countless thoughts surged in his mind. He quickly retracted but gained nothing. Hijo took a deep breath. Perhaps it's a low-intensity earthquake. But 3 seconds later another slight tremor emerged, as if the earth dragon had stirred. The tremors became more frequent and intense. Beams of light of various colors rose from the ground, converging towards the sky. White, green, blue, purple. Thunderous roars. Under Hijo's astonished gaze, the previously slightly curved ground suddenly became flat. Distant mountains, buildings, and trees suddenly emerged from below as if whales were surfacing. Hijo's body swayed, feeling a force pulling him backward. The sky grew thin, the blue fading to deep purple, and stars appeared during the day. Thousands of meters of deep seawater seemed to lose its constraints like an overturned bowl spilling, forming a 1,000-meter-high wall of water that rushed in all directions. Hijo stared blankly as a white line extended infinitely in the distance. That was the crest of the super tsunami. But as if colliding with something, the tsunami instantly subsided as if it had never existed. Hijo felt as if he had become lighter, a pressure building in his ears. But in the next moment the familiar sensation of gravity returned. Yet confusion remained on his face. What is happening? He steadied himself, looking around in disbelief as the world changed drastically in an instant. Suyu said. Perhaps it's because the doomsday game favors a flat earth theory. Hijo forced himself to calm down. Do you mean our blue star has changed from a spherical shape to? He struggled to describe it. What kind of immense power could flatten a planet at will? Meanwhile, it hadn't harmed the people on Blue Star, and even the corresponding physical laws had changed. Hijo realized that the gravity he felt now was the same as before. But the original Blue Star and the current Blue Star could not possibly exert the same gravity. He suddenly felt a sense of despair. How would humanity survive in such a doomsday game? Also, what did the white, green, blue, and purple orbs converging in the sky represent? He instinctively looked at Suyu. He remembered that Han Dong had told him. Han Dong said that Suyu believed that everything before was merely the prologue to the doomsday game. The true doomsday game had yet to arrive. So now. Tip golden level outpost quantity met 90 of the purple gateways have been explored. Conditions met. The end domain descends. Tip the end domain, the twilight land of countless civilizations, extremely dangerous. Tip current end domain opening degree 0. 1 exploration degree 0. Tip all players must increase the exploration degree of the end domain to 0. 01 within 3 months. Tip if the exploration degree is not met for the first time, all players will lose 10 points in attributes except for luck. Tip punishments will increase with the number of failures to meet the condition. Tip the end domain mall has opened. Players unlock backpack space, unlock communication system, unlock trading system. Tip please survive in the chase of the end domain. Long after silence enveloped the scene, Hijo's breath gradually slowed as he gazed at the immense multicolored orb in the sky. That was the entrance to the end domain. He only needed a thought to pass through this orb and enter the end domain. So it was. Hijo's voice became hoarse. Mr. Suyu were right, the prologue. Now it is no longer the prologue. Suyu gazed at the orb, an inscrutable expression in his eyes. His suspicions were correct. However, the reality was even harsher than he had previously imagined. The end domain, the twilight land of countless civilizations. Only by exploring the end domain could they avoid punishment. Yet the end domain was extremely dangerous. This forced the players of Blue Star to gamble their lives. No matter what, I am just one person and the places I can explore are extremely limited. Suyu placed his hands in his pockets, allowing the wind to sway his clothes. If you want to avoid punishment, you must work together with all your might. Hijo was taken aback. You all. I am the top of the ladder ranking. Suyu shrugged his arms and continued, as long as you are in the top 10 of the ladder ranking, you can be exempted from punishment to varying degrees. If you are the number 1 like me, you can be completely exempted from punishment. Hijo. His mouth twitched slightly, unsure of what to say. Are you complaining that this rule is unfair? But the problem is the ladder ranking is there and there is no rule saying someone cannot be on the list. Hijo suddenly jolted awake and the small imbalance in his heart was instantly swept away. Before the apocalypse he was the highest authority in the Baishan military district because of his past merits and background.
Now Suyu is at the top of the ladder ranking because of his efforts.
What do I have to be unjust about?
After regaining his composure, he calmed down, a bitter expression on his face.
Mr. Su, this is forcing everyone into the end domain.
Yes.
Suyu nodded slightly.
Indeed, the top of the ladder ranking can be exempted from punishment.
But would those on the ladder ranking choose not to enter the end domain? Of course not.
If you don't enter the end domain, don't blame others for surpassing you later. Such a rule is perfect, it forces everyone to go to the end domain. No need for Officer Han to escort me.
Suyu waved his hand, his figure flashing and suddenly appearing in the distance.
His voice drifted into He Zhou's ears with the wind.
Organize personnel, let's head to the end domain. By the way, add me to the communication and I'll send you the application. He Zhou silently saluted as he watched Su Yes back. After Su Yes' figure disappeared from his sight, he saluted once more.
Then he checked the notification bar and found that it was indeed as Suyu had said. The top 10 of the ladder ranking each have their privileges. I wonder how much blood will flow.
Fengtai City Baihe District. Inside Su Yes base.
Qin Shifei and other 3-star diners gathered together, engaged in intense discussions.
The topic naturally was the recently arrived end domain.
With Suyu absent, they found themselves in disagreement. The question was whether or not to explore the end domain at the first opportunity. Unlike the light gate, they were unsure if the light gate would disappear after entering. Thus they chose to wait for Su Yes' return.
However, the end domain would definitely not disappear. Brother Yu has probably also entered the end domain, we can't just sit here doing nothing.
Zhang Fan looked around and continued, I plan to enter the end domain to take a look. If I can come back, I can share the experience with you all. Zhang Daoliang shook his head. No, let's wait until Brother Yu returns before discussing it further.
Zhang Wentao silently watched their discussion without speaking.
Though he was also a 3-star diner, he knew he had no right to speak. Suddenly Xue Qingye spoke expressionlessly.
What are you all debating over something so simple?
Just send a few reliable people to explore the end domain.
Zhang Wentao glanced at her and then turned away.
Qin Shifei toyed with a dagger. Director Zhang, what insights do you have?
Zhang Wentao smiled. None at all. I'm listening to you all.
He naturally had insights, but he wouldn't say them. For a moment there was a silence in the temporary conference room. Before the apocalypse, none of them were in high positions save for Xue Qingye, who had been influenced.
But being influenced is vastly different from actual practice.
Zhang Wentao clearly knew what to do, but he wouldn't say it because he knew he couldn't. If he spoke up, it would mean he wanted to reach for power. Qin Shifei asked him to speak, but he still wouldn't.
Only if Suyu asked him to would he do so. Ultimately, power, or rather the order here, was represented by Suyu.
In the end, Qin Shifei and the others chose to send a few reliable people, offering high rewards for them to venture into the end domain. However, as time passed, the dispatched people seemed to have vanished without a trace.
They did not return. What are you all doing gathered here? Suddenly Qin Shifei and the others felt a flash before their eyes and another person appeared. Suyu, you're back. Are you all right? Qin Shifei exclaimed joyfully but quickly hid his emotions. Cough cough, I knew you would be fine.
Suyu sat down in the main seat, leaning back against the chair, looking at Zhang Fan. The missile problem has been resolved. Tell them not to worry about missiles landing on their heads.
All right, I'm on it.
Zhang Fan stood up to find someone to relay this good news, then hurried back to the conference room. Seeing him return, Suyu slowly spoke.
The heavens and earth have changed. The end domain has descended. The prologue of the apocalypse is over and the future will be even more brutal. I am ultimately just one person. You all organize personnel to explore the end domain. Zhang Fan, brother, aren't you coming with us?
Suyu shook his head. Of course I won't go with you.
He did not explain.
But the answer to this question, apart from Zhang Fan, everyone could guess.
It's very simple. Suyu's overall combat power is too high. And the teleportation mechanism of the end domain is still unclear.
If they were teleported according to overall combat power to different locations, then if they followed Suyu, they would likely end up with no burial place.
Alright, hurry up and organize the personnel to go to the end domain. Suyu decisively commanded. Zhang Daoliang pondered for a moment and asked, what if someone doesn't want to go? Suyu replied indifferently, the end domain has descended, there's no way to avoid it. If there's no fighting spirit, then don't stay at my base. In other words, if you don't go to the end domain, then leave.
Indeed, right now on Blue Star there are hardly any monsters left. But food is controlled within each base and the granaries are occupied by the strong. Leaving the base might yield enough food for a while.
But to eat enough continuously is probably impossible.
Either leave the base and starve or enter the end domain to fight for all of human civilization. Aside from that, there is no third option.
Just this point reveals the grim visage of the true apocalypse.
Soon Suyu had them organize personnel, but only Zhang Wentao was left behind. Zhang Wentao stood up cautiously. Leader Su, do you have any instructions for me?
Suyu raised his hand signaling him to sit down. Are you still accustomed to it? Zhang Wentao only sat on the front half of the chair, accustomed. Suyu smiled. Do you want to contribute to my restaurant? Zhang Wentao's heartbeat quickened slightly. If Leader Su has any orders, Wentao will face mountains of knives or seas of fire without a second thought. Suyu nodded. Jifei and the others are still inexperienced and need honing.
I don't understand these things, you help them.
Zhang Wentao.
Yes. Suyu, are you worried that after they are honed I will hide you away again?
Zhang Wentao. I wouldn't dare. Wentao has no such intentions.
Suyu looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. I am not afraid that you have ideas, but I fear that you
won't put in the effort. Zhang Wentao's breath caught cold sweat trickling down.
He looked at Suyu and for a moment it seemed as if Suyu's shadow suddenly expanded, becoming infinitely large, swallowing him whole. Watching Zhang Wentao bow his head and depart, Suyu was about to open the End Realm Mall for a casual browse, when Xueqingya hesitantly edged her way in.
Something on your mind? Go on.
Well,
brother, you asked me earlier to teach that giant mushroom how to speak.
Xueqingya twisted her fingers together, her cheeks faintly flushed.
Suyu stared at her in surprise and then
Xueqingya cleared her throat. Ahem, it gave birth to a whole cluster of little mushrooms.
Suyu, what?
What in the world gave birth to little mushrooms?
Is that even human language? Wait, little mushrooms.
Suyu blinked slowly, then rose to his feet. Take me to see them.
Yes.
A moment later, inside a bronze-tier dwelling, Suyu stood before the giant mushroom and a scattered cluster of smaller ones.
The giant mushroom blinked its pair of sapphire blue eyes.
Xueqingya gazed at them, utterly speechless. It just happened like this. I was completely stunned at the time. Suyu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the little mushrooms.
Name: Verdantaid fungus LV. 1. Rarity elite. Health 160. Energy 80.
Attributes: Physique 8, Spirit 8, Mystery 5, Charm 10, Luck 1.
Specialties: 1. Verdant Gaze 2. Vital Spring 3. Adorable. Skills: 1. Parasitism 2. Fission 3. Crushing Canopy 4. Mycelial Sense. Combat rating 20.
An elite rarity creature at level 1 boasting a combat rating of 22 points higher than a same level Sandscale beast.
Yet that was hardly the point.
The true marvel lay elsewhere, so you turned his gaze toward the giant mushroom.
Its name was Azurite fungus, a boss rank entity. A boss rank Azurite fungus had just given birth to a brood of elite rarity Verdantaid fungi.
He focused his will, reading the giant mushroom's thoughts.
Why is this human staring at me so intently? After all, I merely ascended from LV 5 to LV
6 through sheer diligence, and thus naturally spawned subordinate offspring.
Poof.
Our Azurite fungus clan possesses legendary reproductive prowess. If only we weren't neighbors with that accursed Linshu mountain goat tribe, constantly raiding us.
Sigh. I wonder when I'll ever return home to serve my clan. Trapped here as I am, it truly breaks a fungus's heart.
The giant mushroom sighed, then shifted uneasily upon noticing Suyu's unwavering gaze.
Why does this human keep staring? Sigh, no matter.
At least I'm safer here than beneath the hooves of those Linshu mountain goats. Those wretched Linshu mountain goats imprison our kin and force them to spawn little fungi as livestock.
Arg. If only I could return, I'd hide myself away so thoroughly no Linshu mountain goat would ever find me.
With a soft pop, Suyu tapped the mushroom's cap with his palm, his expression inscrutable, his gaze layered with quiet meaning. He turned to Xueqingya. How far has it progressed in learning speech and our language?
Xueqingya sighed. Some progress, yes, but modest.
I've enlisted several former Chinese language teachers.
Still, time has been scarce.
No rush, Suyu replied with a gentle smile. Then he extended his hand. A stream of violet light spiraled forth from his palm, striking the floor and coalescing into a shimmering violet gateway. Go fetch those language instructors.
Understood.
Xueqingya departed and returned swiftly. Moments later, 3 figures entered together. They were the very language teachers assigned to instruct the giant mushroom. Over these past few days they'd felt nothing short of surreal, as if adrift in a waking dream. After all, who had ever tasked educators with teaching literacy to a colossal fungus? It was absurd beyond measure.
Even more bewildering, this fungus was reportedly a terrifying boss rank monster.
Who could fathom the psychological strain they'd endured these past days?
Terrified, the mushroom might erupt into madness and end their lives in an instant.
Now standing before Suyu, they recognized his authority and spoke in unison. Chief Su. Gazing upon his youthful face, their hearts churned with complex emotion. I've prepared a classroom for you, Suyu said, gesturing toward the violet gateway. Their faces paled. One stammered, voice trembling.
See, Chief Su, have we done something wrong? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Oh. What precisely have you done wrong?
If we've done nothing wrong, then why must we enter that violet gate to meet our deaths? The speaker wore a bitter grimace, utterly baffled.
Suyu. Fair enough. These former language instructors simply lacked the context, they had no idea Suyu commanded the Violet Gateway. Step through and see for yourselves. He offered no further explanation. As the first speaker hesitated, a younger teacher stepped forward without pause, calling out loudly as he approached the Violet Gate. Chief Su saved my life, I owe him sanctuary. Now that he calls upon me, how could I shrink back in fear? His words rang noble, his bearing resolute, yet inwardly his thoughts ran thus. This is a golden opportunity. Chief Su is a figure of such stature, I, a mere server, would never otherwise have access to him. To stand before him now is my chance to pledge loyalty, to etch myself into his memory and secure my future. With the apocalypse game descending upon the world, everything is being reshuffled, I refuse to remain a teacher any longer. So thinking, he plunged boldly through the Violet Gate. The other two cursed him silently, accusing him of risking their lives solely to shine before Chief Su. Yet aloud they declared, Shaoli speaks for all of us. And followed him through the gate. Put. Xue Qingya couldn't hold it in, she burst into laughter. Suyu flicked her forehead lightly, all right enough laughing. They're transparent, their thoughts written plainly across their faces, yet they insist on speaking with such solemn grandeur. Suyu shook his head, you misunderstand. The crux isn't their thoughts, it's their attitude. Xue Qingya paused, her intelligence crystalline, her insight immediate. Suyu pointed to the giant mushroom, bring them in too. From now on instruction shall take place within the Violet Gate. Meanwhile within the Violet Gate. Shaoli stood frozen, dazed, his expression slack. Holy! Old Wang and old Zhang burst in behind him and gasped in unison. This is a school. They stood utterly dumbfounded, never imagining the Violet Gate would open onto such a scene. Go! Suddenly a piercing, gut-wrenching cry erupted from behind them. Shaoli and the others instinctively whirled around. There stood the giant mushroom, already tumbling headlong, scrambling frantically toward the school building. Ha! They exchanged bewildered glances, eyes wide with utter confusion. Just then Xue Qingya stepped calmly through the gate. Her tone was cool, detached, as she addressed old Wang and his companions. Proceed to the classroom. Proceed to the classroom. Oh my, we can gain experience points while here. In the classroom old Wang's body trembled slightly. The big mushroom had already found a spot to settle down, its eyes filled with contentment. Goo goo goo, the little mushrooms surrounded it, their eyes also filled with comfort and satisfaction. When not beside Suyu, Xue Qingya usually wore a cold expression, but now she spoke slowly. You all teach it here, if it shows results continue teaching, but if there is little progress then change instructors. She had been a student before, yet at this moment she was issuing orders to her former teachers. Old Wang and old Zhang were somewhat unaccustomed, merely nodding slowly to indicate their understanding. Both of them were teachers at Xue Qingya's school. In fact, old Wang taught the same grade as Xue Qingya, however he was not her teacher. Yet due to Xue Qingya's outstanding previous achievements he had heard of her. They had never expected such a scene. Shaoli looked at her with respect, saying, I understand, please rest assured I will do my utmost to teach. Xue Qingya seemed to ponder. Is this the attitude that brother you mentioned? Considering that everyone was once at the same school, I will give them this good task. Perhaps only Teacher Li would be grateful for this. The big mushroom produces little mushrooms grow into big mushrooms, and then big mushrooms produce little mushrooms. In the room Suyu reflected on the big mushroom, or rather the boss-level monster, the blue-eyed mushroom's abilities. It has a passive skill called Split. The effect is that every 5 levels it can split into 9 lower-level entities. The boss-level blue-eyed mushroom can split into elite-level green-eyed mushrooms. Moreover, the green-eyed mushroom also possesses the splitting skill capable of splitting into 9 white-eyed mushrooms. As for whether the white-eyed mushroom has a splitting skill and what its specific effects are, that remains unknown. To verify, one can only wait until the green-eyed mushroom reaches LV 6 and splits into white-eyed mushrooms. Let's not rush, let's see what this end domain shop has in store. After handling the big mushroom, Suyu finally had some leisure time. The end domain shop unfolded before him, displaying a dazzling array of colors. White, green, blue, purple, orange. Items and equipment of 5 different qualities, everything one could wish for. With the opening of the end domain shop, players' overall combat strength should see a significant surge. Suyu's eyes sparkled as he browsed up and down, quickly discovering a piece of equipment he wanted to exchange for. Name: Fire Ring Yang Python Robe. Physique 150 points. Spirit 100 points. Category: Equipment. Quality: Orange. Effect: increases fire resistance by 10 grants. Passive skill: Fire Python Body. Upon equipping, evaluation: Python wraps the body. Fire consumes the heart. The Fire Python Body allows my attacks to carry fire attribute damage. And I have a legendary skill that significantly increases fire attribute damage. This equipment is a perfect match for my skills. As for the equipment's attribute limitations, I have already met them. Unfortunately, Suyu had no end domain points. Since it is a shop, there must be currency. These end domain points are the currency of the end domain shop. How to obtain end domain points? Simple, just go to the end domain for a chance to acquire them. alternatively through the newly unlocked trading system.
When the end domain descended, players' permissions were further unlocked.
Backpack space communication systems and the trading system. This trading system allows players to trade using end domain points. I currently have 0 end domain points, which makes the price of this equipment. This trading system does not require 2 people to trade face to face. Instead, it is a large trading platform. A phantom screen displayed a stream of subtitles gathering players from all around. Flashing by, various trading messages swept across the screen as Suyu casually clicked on one. It was a blue-quality piece of equipment, rather unimportant.
However, below this trading item there were comments from different players.
Wang Jun, brother, how about trading this equipment of mine for yours? Zhang Bingyi, big brother, I'm not saying this, but everyone has very few end domain points right now. You might as well barter. How about my equipment?
Interesting. Suyu raised an eyebrow. The emergence of this trading system is also quite beneficial for the overall combat strength of players. Because while this equipment might not suit you, exchanging it with other players might yield gear that fits you perfectly, thus greatly increasing your overall combat strength. Suddenly a trading item was enveloped in green light, swiftly ascending.
During its ascent, the green light transformed into blue light.
Trading items have different colors. The more players comment, the higher the quality of the color. In the blink of an eye, the trading item turned purple and reached the top of the trading system. Suyu raised an eyebrow and casually clicked on it. Trade initiator Wang Tianfeng, ladder ranking 2, trade item armor piercing silver spear equipment, purple trade target armor equipment of the same quality, accessories are preferable. Below were numerous player comments.
Zhang Haiying, wow, I see the living ladder ranking 2. Nya Yuanxin, I never expected such a big shot would use this trading system, oh my. Liang Roy, big shot, are you in the end domain? Is it dangerous? Sun Swanson, brother, have you met Suyu?
You both are big shots on the ladder. You should have met. I have always wanted to ask, why is there such a big disparity in your overall combat strength?
Suyu. At least it's quite lively.
Looking at these words, he knew that the arrival of the end domain had not completely crushed humanity on Blue Star. These people were filled with a spirit of striving to explore the end domain. Of course, there were also those crushed by the harsh reality, and their numbers were not small.
But so what?
At least there are still people whose hearts are filled with hope. Suddenly Suyu saw Wang Tianfeng replying to someone, that person named Liang Rui.
Wang Tianfeng, him Liang Rui, wow. One big brother replied to me, I am also getting ready to go to the end domain.
Suyu did not continue reading, directly closing the trading system. The current trading system was of little help to him. It would be better to wait until the main group acquired some end domain points before he sold off his useless equipment.
The end domain, here I come.
Suyu closed his eyes, connecting his consciousness with the 4-colored orb in the sky. In the next moment, his consciousness first became blurred, then quickly regained clarity. Suyu opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, but a hint of astonishment flashed in his gaze. Here. What he saw was an incredibly sci-fi silver-white room. Suyu opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, but a hint of astonishment flashed in his gaze. Here. What he saw was an incredibly sci-fi silver-white room. This greatly exceeded Suyu's expectations. He had imagined the end domain to be a desolate wilderness, or perhaps a deep mountain forest, or at the very least a city in ruins.
A prompt appeared, detected that you have just entered the end domain, loading the original language. Loading successful. Original language.
Suyu felt as if something had been added to his mind, and he suddenly mastered a language in an instant.
Regaining his senses, he looked around the room. It was small and quite empty, with nothing but a door.
However, everything changed as Suyu took a step forward.
Buzz. Along with the buzzing sound, an electronic voice suddenly echoed.
Your third-grade final exam officially begins. The first step is a comprehensive combat power assessment.
Click, click. Continuous sounds echoed as a silver-white precision instrument slowly rose from below.
The electronic voice continued.
Please touch the detection instrument.
Suyu. He took a deep breath, feeling somewhat bewildered by this development.
What exactly is this end domain?
The land of civilization's twilight. Suyu had a certain guess in his heart, yet he ignored the detection instrument and walked to the door. The door was tightly sealed against the wall and had no handle. Suyu clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the door merely caved in slightly.
With his current physique, this punch could have demolished buildings on Blue Star.
But striking this door had minimal effect. Warning: please do not attempt to damage the examination venue, otherwise your score for this test will be voided.
Suyu ignored the electronic voice and circled the walls deep in thought. He approached the detection instrument, extended his hand and touched the silver-white precision device.
Whoosh! A light screen leaped out from the instrument, rapidly unfolding, displaying swiftly moving numbers.
Ultimately, it froze on a single number. The electronic voice immediately resonated.
Detected the candidate's overall combat power to be 4045 evaluation. Pillar level. Please proceed to the combat platform for practical evaluation. The previously motionless door swiftly swung open, revealing a passage. A dilapidated passage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust filled with the stench of decay rushed into the silvery white room. Suyu looked outside. It was a desolate ruin dominated by silver and white. A mechanical creature 3 meters high and resembling a tortoise dragon with crimson iron wings suddenly turned its head to look at Suyu in the room. Its grayish-white eyes instantaneously turned crimson. Roar! With a roar, the mechanical tortoise dragon stomped the ground, charging violently towards Suyu. Suyu raised his hand and gently pressed down as they were about to collide. In the next moment, this imposing mechanical tortoise dragon was forcefully pinned to the ground, struggling helplessly. What a strange creature! Suyu felt the strength of its struggles, firmly holding its head and applying slight pressure. Crack! He actually managed to rip the head of the mechanical tortoise dragon off. Even without its head, its body still moved, albeit in a drunken, illogical manner. The head, however, was more spirited, roaring incessantly and opening its gaping mouth, attempting to bite Suyu. Suyu held onto the head, patiently waiting. After a moment, perhaps due to energy depletion, the crimson eyes of the head dimmed. Its body, however, continued to rampage, full of energy. Suyu discarded the head, swiftly moving forward, dismantling the mechanical tortoise dragon piece by piece in a short while. When he pulled out a shimmering silver-white sphere from a slot, the mechanical tortoise dragon ceased all actions and a notification sound played. Notification: you have slain Chi-Yu Type 8 LV. 15 based on the damage dealt, experience points 500. Notification: you have absorbed Chi-Yu Type 8 LV. 15 you gain 1 layer of bullying mark. Notification: you have digested Chi-Yu Type 8 LV. 15 extracting opponent's specialties. Notification: you have acquired the specialty Nano Repair Steel Wind. Nano Repair Steel Wind Lord level. When the circulatory system Steel Wind is available, restore 100 armor points per second. Notification: you have gained 2400 end domain points. It seems that to swiftly kill such mechanical creatures one must directly target their energy core. However, this specialty, Suyu frowned, it was a highly targeted specialty. It required having the so-called circulatory system Steel Wind to be effective. I fear this monster is something created by humans. No, rather intelligent life. Only in this way could such a tailored specialty exist. In other words, I am currently in a lost civilization. And furthermore, Suyu's gaze sharpened. This civilization has also been afflicted by the apocalypse game. It seems that it ultimately failed. Thus it appeared in the end domain, the twilight of this civilization. If the human civilization on Blue Star also fails, will it also end up in the end domain in the future? That is certain, there is no second possibility. Suyu was very certain about this. The apocalypse game requires increasing the exploration level of the end domain to 0.01 within 3 months. If this requirement is not met, then the Blue Star human civilization will be rolled into a snowball. Once trapped in such a predicament, increasingly demanding tasks will inevitably push one into a corner. He felt a stir in his heart and chose to check the current exploration level of the end domain. This was something all Blue Star players could view. End domain exploration level 0.0002. Calculating, that makes a completion rate of 2, which is quite acceptable. Advancing the exploration level to this stage on the first day proves that many players chose to enter the end domain. But Suyu knew that the further it went, the more challenging it would be to raise the exploration level. Because the number of deaths would increase. The end domain is perilous. What Suyu just faced was a LV 15 boss level monster. For him it was naturally a piece of cake, but for the vast majority of players it was a nightmare. In other words, different overall combat strengths lead to different initial landing locations. This is a good thing, allowing players to gradually develop and grow stronger, then explore dangerous areas. It looks like it will take 1 or 2 months before the main force arrives here, right? Suyu was significantly ahead. But for me, there is no danger here. His current apparent combat strength was roughly equivalent to a LV 35 monarch level monster after genetic elevation. However, because it was purely a paper strength supported by numerical values, his actual combat power was much higher than his apparent strength. Thus for Suyu, this place was still a fishing pond. Boring. Suyu stepped forward leisurely, casually slaying the mechanical monsters he encountered on the way. Suddenly he paused his steps, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. How is that possible? Am I finally starving to death? My vital signs can sustain me for less than a day. Since entering the end domain, Suyu had kept his empathic resonance unshackled, using it as a sensory faculty. And just now he had intercepted the thought of an intelligent being. After all, those mechanical constructs possessed no thoughts at all. Suyu pushed off lightly with his foot and shot forward like wind toward the source of that thought. Within several breaths he halted and lifted his gaze upon the ruined structure spanning before him. It had once been a sleek spindle-shaped skyscraper, but now lay collapsed lifeless upon the ground. The origin of that thought resided within its shattered frame. Suyu approached the silvery white wall and frowned faintly. Then with a single punch he struck. Boom! The wall instantly shattered, revealing a gaping breach. So the wall of the room where I first awoke must have been specially reinforced. Suyu stepped through the breach and soon arrived before a chamber door. Without hesitation he kicked the door open. Who's there? A hoarse voice rasped out. Thanks to the presence of the primordial tongue, Suyu found himself able to comprehend the speaker's words. Before him stood an alien intelligence, bizarre in appearance. Its head resembled a jellyfish housing two obsidian black eyes while silver-white tentacles fanned outward from its surface. Its body bore broad resemblance to a human's, yet it possessed an additional pair of arms and a long sinuous tail. Suyu simply gazed at the being, one eyebrow arching slightly. You're no monster. Cough cough, I'm certainly no monster. I'm a citizen of the Flowing Silver Empire, my name is Wu Lu. Wu Lu struggled feebly to rise. But his legs appeared broken, rendering him utterly immobile. Worse still, a layer of inky black vapor clung to his jellyfish-like face. HSS. Suyu instinctively drew in a sharp cold breath. After a civilization's collapse, how could any player possibly survive? It was preposterous. If true, the peril of this end domain would escalate catastrophically. Suyu crouched down beside Wu Lu. Tell me about the Flowing Silver Empire. Do you have end domain points? Suyu fell silent, his mind churning violently. He was now nearly certain this self-proclaimed Wu Lu was unquestionably a player. Dangerous, profoundly dangerous. No wonder the apocalyptic game had warned that the end domain was exceptionally perilous. What do you intend to use end domain points for? Cough, cough, food of course. My leg is broken, I cannot move, and I've been poisoned, my attributes severely diminished. Are you a player? I am a citizen of the Flowing Silver Empire, of course I'm a player. If you're truly a player, shouldn't such injuries, like a broken leg, heal naturally over time? Suyu posed the question based on Blue Star's players. Wu Tao, for instance, had fractured multiple ribs yet fully recovered in just over a day. You? Wu Lu stared blankly at Suyu, his tentacles trembled faintly. Ah, I see. Your civilization has not yet entered the end domain. His gaze upon Suyu suddenly softened, with pity. Ha ha. Seize what fleeting joy remains. For when your civilization enters the end domain, you'll know true hell. Perhaps, Suyu replied expressionless. How did your civilization fall? Wu Lu shook his head. I don't know. Suyu's brow furrowed. Wu Lu continued, I'm merely an ordinary citizen of the Flowing Silver Empire, I couldn't possibly know the Empire's grand designs. A heavy weight settled upon Suyu's heart. Had their failure stemmed from insufficient end-domain exploration, Wu Lu surely would have known. Yet his words implied otherwise. The Flowing Silver Empire had not fallen due to exploration limits. Indeed, it had already reached the stage of nurturing its next generation. Suyu recalled that silvery white chamber. The electronic voice had stated it plainly, that chamber was for third-year final examinations. Clearly the Flowing Silver Empire had endured within the apocalyptic game for an extraordinary duration, at least long enough for its successors to mature. Yet they still fell. Hey, we're both players. Lend me some end-domain points, please. Wu Lu looked at Suyu, eyes burning with desperate hope. I'll ask, you answer. Should your answers prove truthful, I'll grant you end-domain points? Agreed, ask away. Where is this place? Base 5 of the Flowing Silver Empire. How long has your civilization existed within the end domain? I don't know. Suyu gazed at him, silent, unwavering. Wu Lu lowered his head. I was born inside the end domain. By the time I came into being, the Flowing Silver Empire no longer existed. A prompt flashed in his mind, detected preliminary exposure to the secrets of the Flowing Silver Empire, generating quest. Quest generated. Quest name Flowing Silver Annals. I difficulty sovereignty or objective, investigate the events that transpired at Flowing Silver Empire. Base 5 rewards 20 free attribute points, 1 random sovereignty or specialty, permanent combat power increase of 5. Suyu's gaze sharpened instantly. He had never anticipated triggering a quest. On Blue Star he hadn't activated a single one. After all, this is only the prologue, what need have we of quests? Suyu examined the reward list and inwardly queried the apocalyptic game system. Can this free attribute point be allocated to luck? No. TCH, then how is it free? Why call it free at all? This time the apocalyptic game system offered no reply. Suyu didn't mind, his eyes swept across the remaining rewards. Sovereignty or specialties could wait. But a permanent combat power boost. That was irresistible. Perfect, I'll operate within base 5 henceforth, accumulating exploration progress while completing the quest. As this thought formed, Suyu turned his attention back to Wu Lu, preparing to probe delicately for finer details. Where are your parents? Parents. Wu Lu stared at Suyu, astonished. What are parents? Suyu paused, then took a slow deep breath. Those who gave you life and raised you.
Wu Lu blinked. Oh. You mean the 4th-generation body? Suyu, 4th-generation body.
Wu Lu nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, we are all gestated within the bodies of our 4th-generation bodies.
Is that unusual? Surely you emerged from one too.
Then, where is your 4th-generation body?
Wu Lu patted his own abdomen.
Naturally, I consumed it.
Suyu.
Wu Lu continued cheerfully. My 4th-generation body died protecting me, so I ate it.
Suyu reeled, utterly unable to comprehend.
Wu Lu gazed at him puzzled. If your 4th-generation body perished, why haven't you eaten it? Suyu's lips twitched, speechless. Wu Lu suddenly seemed to grasp something.
I understand.
Your kind differs from ours. When we consume our 4th-generation body, we inherit its skills. Thus, to strengthen the flowing silver empire as a whole, we must consume our 4th-generation bodies. And when I die, my own offspring body will consume me in turn. Upon mentioning this, a look of dejection appeared on Wu Lu's face. But I have not yet reached the age to bear offspring, and now I am to die. His expression was sorrowful, with his jellyfish head emanating a pale blue hue, its tentacles drooping lifelessly to the ground.
Suyu could understand this.
Yet he still wanted to ask, if you consume the previous generation's body, can you acquire all their skills? Wu Lu's jellyfish head shook. Of course not, you can only obtain a portion of the skills, at most 3 and at least 1.
Suyu replied. Oh, I see, that's not so bad.
Wu Lu asked. Suyu continued. What I mean is, if you inherit all the skills from the previous generation's body and still fail,
then the difficulty of this doomsday game would be terrifying. Wu Lu sighed. Talking about this now is meaningless. Oh wait, your civilization has not yet been dragged into the end domain.
He looked at Suyu and continued pessimistically, I hope you can hold on longer in the doomsday game. This was his blessing, a blessing from an insignificant individual of a failed civilization. Suyu replied, hey, don't curse me.
Wu Lu responded with silence. Suyu asked, how many end domain points do you need?
Wu Lu replied, forget it, don't give me any. I have no hope of surviving, I am poisoned. Suyu frowned. What kind of poison did you fall under?
Can't you detoxify?
Wu Lu sighed, it's useless.
My attributes have decreased significantly due to the poisoning. Even if I detoxify, my attributes won't return.
For players, attributes are paramount, the very foundation of everything. If attributes are too low, then no matter how powerful the talents or skills are, they cannot provide high overall combat power. For Suyu, attributes were naturally of little value. He could kill monsters and devour them to gain attributes. But for Wu Lu, once his attributes were gone, they were truly gone, there was no second chance to regain them. It is known that if one actively lowers their level, it will cause a decrease in attributes that were raised due to that level. This also prevents players from lowering their levels to reduce the difficulty of the gene-dimensional trial.
Except for Suyu.
So, how did you get poisoned?
Wu Lu responded, this is base No. 5 of the Luin Empire. Do you know what it was used for?
Suyu's heart stirred. If he could gain crucial information from Wu Lu, it would aid him in completing his task. What was it used for? This is the place where underage citizens of the Luin Empire are nurtured. As Wu Lu spoke, Suyu received a prompt indicating that his task completion rate had increased. He felt a surge of joy and pressed further. And what does that have to do with your poisoning?
Is there a powerful monster around?
I was poisoned not because of a monster but because.
Boo-hoo, I finally found the Luin secret pavilion. Wu Lu cried, not in the same way as humans from Blue Star shedding tears.
Instead, blue smoke rose from his jellyfish head, swirling above him, and blue water cascaded down.
The blue water seeped into his jellyfish head, transforming back into blue smoke in a repetitive cycle. Suyu's lips twitched slightly as he did not realize that this was Wu Lu crying.
Fortunately, Wu Lu soon shook off his sad emotions. He told Suyu, my previous generation's body told me.
Back in the day, only students rated as pillar level during the annual Indoctrum assessment could enter the Luin secret pavilion. Inside the Luin secret pavilion there were many great items, even rare artifacts that could permanently increase attributes. I aspired to find the Luin secret pavilion, but who would have thought I did find it? Yet I was not recognized as a citizen of the Luin Empire. Wu Lu almost shouted the last sentence.
Suyu fell silent. After a long pause he said, so the poison you suffered was due to the self-protection mechanism of the Luin secret pavilion.
Can you tell me where the Luin secret pavilion is?
No, you are not a citizen of the Luin Empire.
Oh.
Suyu did not ask further as he had already resonated with the heartstrings and read Wu Lu's thoughts. Wu Lu had a template, but it was merely a leader-level template, unable to resist the resonance. When Suyu mentioned the Luin secret pavilion, its specific location inevitably flashed in his mind along with some distinctive buildings. He also recalled the part of the route he took when he awkwardly left the Luin secret pavilion.
This was enough for Suyu to find the Luin secret pavilion.
Wu Lu had no idea that his unconscious thoughts had betrayed him. Suyu stood up. I am offering you a trade 12000 in domain points, that's all I have. This was what he had accumulated from slaying mechanical monsters. Suyu looked at Wooloo, contemplating what would happen if a blue star human lay here encountering players from other civilizations.
Would those players give end domain points to a blue star human? He did not know the answer.
The reason he would give was likely because end domain points were too easy for him to obtain, right? Or perhaps he hoped that if blue star humans were unfortunate enough to fall to this point, they would receive some kindness from players of other civilizations.
If the civilization of blue star fails, where do I go from here? Navigating the end domain.
Perhaps.
Suyu slowly rose. You.
Wooloo stared blankly at Suyu and he cried again. Suyu shook his head and turned to leave.
Wait.
Wooloo called out to him, take this. He handed an item to Suyu, his hands trembling. Name Luin Sequence 1536 Category Equipment Quality Orange Effect. When equipped, the strength coefficient provided by physical attributes increases by 30. Evaluation Luin Empire 1536th on the ladder list in the final sequence battle. It was formed after death. This was a bracelet of moderate size previously worn on Wooloo's arm.
Suyu looked at him speechless. Take it. With my current attributes I can no longer survive here.
Wooloo shared his current player panel with Suyu. Though he had a level of LV 25, his attributes were dismal, with the highest being physical strength, which was only 7 points.
Any random blue star player could easily take his life.
Suyu took the silvery white bracelet intricately engraved with complex patterns. He had the heartstring resonance ability capable of reading Wooloo's thoughts. At least I haven't lost my ancestor's relic. I am giving it to a kind, intelligent being.
Kind.
Suyu never expected to be regarded as a kind person. He was clearly an evil pelican who had grown from snatching kills. The reason he gave Wooloo end domain points was also because he subconsciously thought about how blue star humans would fare if they fell to his level.
He merely hoped that the blue star human would receive assistance from other intelligent beings of civilization.
He donned the bracelet on his wrist and a surge of vigor flowed within him. This jellyfish head has no idea of my true identity.